Luoying City First High School. In the classroom of Class 7 Oi second year. Qingshan, you want to apply for the martial arts class too? A startled exclamation rang out. Several nearby students looked up at the sound, their gazes converging on a figure by the window. Brilliant sunlight poured in through the window, spilling over the young man bent over his desk. The contours of his profile glowed resplendently against the wash of golden light. Qingshan set down his pen and turned his head toward the classmate who had spoken, a faint smile tugging at his lips. The martial arts class has no threshold, he said lightly. Why shouldn't I go? The student who had spoken faltered. The other classmates, though their gazes were strange, still lowered their eyes to the application forms in their hands, hesitating and unsure. Boom. A sonic blast exploded across the sky outside, yet the classroom remained utterly still, as if everyone had long since grown used to it. Only Qingshan lifted his head and looked toward the window. A ring of white shock waves lingered in midair, while a black humanoid mecha, its body gleaming with metallic light, streaked away at high speed. These sky patrol units, under the jurisdiction of the Wui Province Inspection Bureau, cruise the skies above every city each day. So familiar that it's boring, huh? That's a mecha up there. Qingshan rubbed the application form between his fingers, his expression hard to read. 2 years after his transmigration, his understanding of this world was still riddled with contradictions. The interstellar era, the Qingshan star domain. Seeing star. Starfaring battleships, mecha, martial artists, astral beasts from beyond the stars. Cultists of eldritch gods, contamination. To him, these were still no more than pallid lines of text in his textbooks. Yes, even in the interstellar era, the students of Seeing Star still studied from paper books. After living here for 2 years, he had not seen a single hovering car. The most science fiction-like object Qingshan could actually touch was the communicator on his wrist that could project holographic images. Only the mecha occasionally streaking across the sky and the daily martial cultivation reminded him that this truly was an interstellar age. Mecha. Martial artists. The only 2 things that had stepped out from those pallid lines of text into his reality. In such a dazzling interstellar era, he murmured, how could I possibly let it pass me by? Qingshan smiled faintly and continued filling out the application form. On the podium, the homeroom teacher pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, his expression complicated. Every 3 years this very scene would play out again, yet the path of martial cultivation was far from easy. Students, although the martial arts class has no entry threshold, I still have to remind you, the teacher said. Even if you truly make it into the martial arts class, only a tiny handful will ever reach New Continent. Even putting talent aside, he continued, the cost of nutritional fluids alone is no small burden. I hope all of you will consider this carefully. His low, heavy voice fell like a basin of cold water. Most students sighed helplessly and set their application forms down. Even a few students who had been halfway through their forms tightened their grip on their pens, struggle flickering across their faces, and finally stopped writing with deep unwillingness. The homeroom teacher's words were harsh, but not wrong. Seeing Star was divided into 2 landmasses, New Continent and Old Continent. The one they lived on was Old Continent. New Continent, however, was the true heart of this planet. Only by setting foot there would one have the chance to touch the boundless interstellar era. A vast ocean separated New Continent and Old Continent, but it was not an insurmountable barrier. Talent was the ticket across that sea to New Continent. Yet the screening of talent had begun long ago. For every student present from primary school through junior high, there had been 1 or 2 classmates each year who were sent off to New Continent. Those who still remained here, like them, were undoubtedly the vast denominator left after repeated rounds of selection. Entering the 3rd-year martial arts class and testing into a martial arts university on New Continent could be called their final chance to go there. Yet rather than an opportunity, it felt more like a distant, unreachable dream. Here in Wui Province, where Luoying City was located, only a scant few students each year managed to enter martial arts universities on New Continent. As the students' spirits sank, the classroom grew quieter and quieter until only a few faint scratching sounds of pens on paper stood out sharply. The students unconsciously turned their heads, their gazes focusing on the 3 who still had not stopped writing. Jiajiang Zhaohongzhou. Qingshan is applying for the martial arts class too. In that instant, almost every gaze fell upon Qingshan. Seriously, what qualifications does Qingshan have to apply for the martial arts class? Someone muttered. Yeah, Zhaojiang's family owns a logistics company. He can squander as he likes. Zhaohongzhou might come from an average household, but he's gotten stronger and sturdier over the last 2 years. Taking a gamble is normal for him. But Qingshan. The boy speaking trailed off in hesitation, and someone beside him immediately picked up what's so hard to say. He's from a public rearing center, that's all. Mentioning public rearing these days doesn't even count as discrimination. Public rearing was a product of the ever-declining birth rate in the interstellar era. In the public rearing centers, every child came from the federal embryo banks with no father and no mother. Until the age of 15, they all received unified education within the public rearing centers. After turning 15, everyone faced a choice: continue under the arrangements of the public rearing center until being assigned a job and signing a work contract of at least 10 years, or leave the center and fend for themselves. At school, nearly every class had 2 or 3 students who had come out of a public rearing center. It was nothing rare. Once that was said, the surrounding classmates relaxed and continued. For someone from public rearing, sure, the school waives all tuition, board, and lodging, but the nutritional fluids needed for cultivation are definitely not covered. Without parents to help him, how does Qingshan even have the nerve? Not necessarily. I heard he started working part-time as soon as he left the public rearing center, even before he entered his first year of high school, and he doesn't live in the school dorms. How much can you make with a part-time job? His monthly wages probably aren't enough for a single bottle of nutritional fluid. Exactly. If Qingshan had any talent, the public rearing center would have sent him to New Continent long ago. Why would he still be here at our school? No talent and no family backing. What's the point? Many students began shaking their heads and sighing, adopting the air of those coolly judging the world from above. With the vast majority having already given up, abandoning the martial arts class had become the wise choice. And given that Qingshan's circumstances were worse than everyone else, his insistence on going his own way was of course the height of foolishness in their eyes. Qingshan. On the podium, the homeroom teacher frowned slightly, but did not speak further. His earlier cold words had been only because he did not wish to see too many students drain their family's savings and still accomplish nothing. After all, the third-year martial arts class was a strategy laid down by the Federation itself, a ticket to New Continent. Though the odds were slim, he had no right to forcibly stop them. At worst, it's just a waste of a bit of time. He probably left the public rearing center for the sake of applying to the martial arts class in the first place, the teacher thought. With that notion, he shook his head and gave up on trying to dissuade him. Without family backing and without sufficient resources to sustain him, even if Qingshan entered the martial arts class, he would not last long. The noisy chatter around him swelled, and Qingshan's brows knitted slightly as his pen halted for a moment. Has he come to his senses? Is he giving up? Of course. After hearing our analysis, even someone as stubborn as him has to give up. Many students smiled in self-satisfaction, feeling they had finally talked a stubborn classmate out of his unwise decision. Several who had themselves filled out half a form only to abandon it walked together to Qingshan's desk. They glanced at the application form in his hand, and the corners of their mouths curled. Good. Although all the fields were filled and he had not yet signed his name. Yes, they had all given up. What right did Qingshan have to keep going? Qingshan choosing to give up is the right decision. There's nothing to regret, one of them said. A hand patted his shoulder gently, the voice earnest. We're all the same. We understand you. Brother Shan, don't listen to them. Let's go fight it out in the martial arts class together. A loud voice suddenly cut in. Having turned in his application, Zhao Hongzhou had walked over. Zhao Hongzhou, don't talk nonsense. If you don't understand, someone snapped. Yeah, you've got a family safety net. You can afford to take a gamble. But Qingshan doesn't even have parents. What can he possibly gamble with? What are you going to pay for his nutritional fluids? For a moment, indignation seemed to surge through the crowd, as if roused by a single sentence from Zhao Hongzhou. You. Though tall and strong, Zhao Hongzhou still had the innocence of youth. Faced with the crowd's reproach, he did not know how to respond. Since when were you all so concerned about me? Qingshan let out a short, derisive laugh. He turned his head, noticing that many people were staring straight at him. More precisely, their eyes were fixed on the application form in his hand, as though awaiting the moment he would crumple the paper and let it vanish into dust. It was almost absurd. He had been so busy with part-time jobs before that he was practically invisible in class and barely knew his classmates. Only Zhao Hongzhou, who sometimes worked part-time with him, had formed a closer bond. He had never expected that because of a single sheet of paper he would become the center of attention for the entire class today. You people don't understand a damn thing. Qingshan chuckled softly and lifted his pen to sign his name. In that instant, a translucent light screen that only he could see unfurled before his eyes. Qingshan, realm body tempering 9100. Beyond the light screen, there were only faces. Shock, frowns, regret. A fine display of the myriad expressions of the human heart. Night. On Linjiang Road, inside the Xinghe bar, music blares deafeningly as dazzling lights spill wantonly through the darkness. High above, holographic dancers sway their bodies scantily clad and sinuously twisting in midair. Beneath those phantom bare feet, silhouettes bob their heads and sway their bodies, venting themselves without restraint. Smoke, alcohol, and sweat mingle with the heavy scent of hormones fermenting in the sealed air. It's been a month and I still can't get used to this stench. Wearing a security guard uniform, Qingshan walks along the edge of the crowd, brows furrowed, heading toward the bar's entrance. He exhales heavily and pinches the bridge of his nose. Maybe I should just change jobs. There are plenty of part-time gigs out there. But I'm starting the martial arts class tomorrow. I should at least see how they arrange things first. I finally managed to save up 60,000 star coins. Who knows how long that will last? 60,000 star coins is not a small sum. His rent is only 1,000 a month. Yet for martial cultivation, even the lowest grade nutrient solution costs 3,000 a bottle. His savings are nothing but a drop in the ocean. Fortunately, I've got a cheat. The corner of Li Qingshan's mouth curls as he looks at the virtual screen before him. On the screen, Li Qingshan, Realm Body Tempering 9100. Technique. The 36th set of radio calisthenics. The stars are calling 71,000 proficient. Function martial space locked. The last line martial space remains gray still sealed. Even the technique's proficiency alone has benefited him greatly. As long as he works hard, he gains results. In merely 2 short years, the stars are calling, has risen from entry level at 53,100 crossed the practiced rank and reached the realm of proficiency. Improving the technique's proficiency does not directly raise his body tempering progress, but it represents his cultivation speed. With each advancement, the results increase exponentially. Now at the proficient rank, the stars are calling, grants him a cultivation speed at least 8 times faster than at entry level. Body tempering is a major realm divided into 10 stages, the path one must traverse to become a formal martial artist. His current progress at body tempering 9100 is already close to the first stage of body tempering. This is the fruit of his 2 years of effort, and now he is confident he can reach body tempering stage 2 within half a year. Moreover, as his technique proficiency rises, his speed will only grow faster. I still don't know what functions this martial space holds, or what conditions are required to unlock it. Just as Li Qingshan is lost in thought, a slender hand reaches from behind and settles on his shoulder. Handsome, why are you alone? Want to keep your big sister company for a drink? Li Qingshan steps forward, slipping away from her touch, then turns to face her. She is a woman in her 20s, a wine glass in her left hand, her right arm still stretched out as if frozen mid-reach. Her long wavy hair, tinted a purpler, frames a pretty face and hazy, intoxicated eyes. Below her slender neck, a flash of snowy white skin stands out starkly. Li Qingshan lets his gaze skim over the danger zone and quickly retracts it, straightening his expression. Ma'am, if you want a drink, you can go to the bar. I'm a security guard. I have to work. A security guard can still be a handsome guy. She giggles foolishly and steps closer again. You're so young. Aren't you working here just to make money? Li Qingshan's retreating steps slow. Indeed, the cheapest nutrient solution costs 3,000 a bottle. 60,000 star coins will not last long. Her eyes brighten as she presses the advantage. Handsome, name your price. Big sister is very generous. Generous. Li Qingshan's eyes light up, then he abruptly shakes his head. No, he must not fall. Yet as his gaze sweeps up and down her figure, once more lingering briefly over the danger zone, he hesitates. Perhaps. It isn't entirely impossible. In the end, wearing a face full of struggle, Li Qingshan raises one finger toward her. 10,000. That's fine. The woman smiles brilliantly and lifts the comm device on her wrist, ready to transfer the money. What 10,000? I mean 100,000. Drawing a deep breath, Li Qingshan steels himself. For 100,000, I'll have a drink with you. 10,000 would buy only 3 bottles of nutrient solution. Hardly enough. Besides, this would be his first time keeping someone company over drinks. Faced with his look of solemn martyrdom, the woman rolls her eyes and turns away. 100,000 for a drink. Lunatic. Didn't she say she was very generous? Li Qingshan clicks his tongue, a trace of regret in his voice. He has been working part-time at the bar for a month, and this is not the first time someone has tried to chat him up, but he always rejected them outright. This time he only decided to take a gamble for the sake of martial arts after a long, painful inner struggle. Sigh. Li Qingshan lets out a long breath and returns to his post, continuing to fulfill his duties. As the night deepens, the blaring music gradually softens, and the crowds disperse. Changing into his own clothes, Li Qingshan exits through the side door. Outside lies a narrow alley, dimly lit. As he reaches the mouth of the alley, he stops abruptly. 3 figures stand blocking his path. Drink, I still want to drink, hick. A drunken woman is being held up by 2 yellow-haired punks, her feet barely touching the ground. Their own steps are unsteady, the 3 of them together swaying like a clothes rack blown by the wind. You're already that drained, and still out here corpse hunting. Li Qingshan shakes his head with a helpless smile. He has seen these 2 yellow-haired punks 2 or 3 times before, always doing the same thing. Hearing his voice, the 2 punks immediately stop and turn, staring at Li Qingshan with guarded eyes. Kid, mind your own business. One of them deliberately bares his naked arm, revealing a tattoo of a winged, evil dragon flapping its wings. That lizard is too ugly. You should consider a different design, Li Qingshan says with open disdain, striding forward. The 2 yellow-haired punks tense up, bluffing with fierce expressions, as if ready to strike. Move aside, you're blocking the way, Li Qingshan says flatly. As his words fall, his palm presses lightly against one punk's shoulder. Both of them, along with the woman between them, sway as one and are involuntarily shifted toward the wall. By the time they recover their senses, Li Qingshan has already stepped out of the alley and stands beside the bus stop sign on the roadside. Just then a bus pulls in and its front door swings open. With a single stride, Li Qingshan boards the bus. After all, he is just a security guard, and his shift is over. The vehicle is departing. Please hold onto the handrails and do not walk around it while the announcement intones. Qingshan takes a window seat and looks back toward the alley's mouth. The two punks visibly relax while the woman between them hangs her head, her purplured wavy hair particularly striking. I wonder who is the hunter and who is the prey. The bus shudders and slowly pulls away. Screech. A piercing brake and the wheels grind to a halt. The vehicle has arrived. Please disembark from the rear door. Qingshan steps off the bus and runs toward a nearby residential compound. The complex he rents in is neither new nor old. The surrounding environment is decent enough with a small park and plenty of fitness equipment scattered within. As he runs, the scenery streams past his eyes, making him marvel once again. Is this really the interstellar era? Neither the fitness equipment nor the complex's facilities show much in the way of high technology. Even the complex's environment is not much different from his previous life on Blue Star. Is the gap between old continent and new continent really so vast? The thought flickers and is promptly cast aside. Sooner or later, he will learn the answer. The apartment he rents is a typical one-bedroom unit. The living room is utterly bare, devoid of any furniture. Upon entering, Qingshan heads straight to the kitchen, opens the refrigerator, and takes out two 1-kilogram slabs of beef. The beef has been stored for a week, yet remains a vivid red, its texture firm and springy. Thankfully, at least preservation technology has improved. He unwraps the beef, drops it into a pot of plain water, and sprinkles in a bit of salt. Half an hour later, the beef is cooked through. He fishes out a piece, rinses it under cold water, then cradles it in his arms and starts gnawing. The flavor is hardly pleasant, but he pays it no mind. After polishing off the meat in a few bites, he returns to the living room and loosens his body. The Stars Are Calling consists of 108 movements, none of them particularly difficult. Any ordinary person with a sound body can perform all 108 in succession. That is the basis for its role as radio calisthenics. But as a body tempering technique, the true hallmark of the Stars Are Calling lies in its being easy to learn yet hard to master. At entry level, one only needs to imitate the actions and complete the 108 movements to strengthen the body. To achieve genuine body tempering effects, however, he must grasp the precise force exertion in each movement. On his panel, this is reflected as the practiced rank. At his current rank of proficiency, the key lies in breathing. Exhale. With a heavy breath, Qingshan anchors his toes, twists his waist and hips, and swings up his right arm. Muscles bulge layer upon layer, the tension traveling to his wrist. Veins stand out on the back of his hand, reaching all the way to his fingertips. What was once a simple hip twist and arm swing at entry level has now become an arduous task. As time flows, the 108 movements are finally completed. His stance loosens, his clothes soaked through sweat streaming down his forehead, white vapor curling above his head. Ignoring his fatigue, Qingshan rushes back into the kitchen, grabs the remaining slab of beef, and devours it. Only after finishing the meat does he let out a breath of relief and turn his gaze to the panel. The Stars Are Calling 71,000 proficient. The Stars Are Calling 81,000 proficient. A single session is not enough to advance his body tempering progress, and even this increase in proficiency is not solely due to tonight's practice. 2 practices a day and an increase of 1 point over 2 days. That means I need 4 full sessions to raise proficiency by a single point. Ever since reaching proficiency, he has been analyzing the pattern of improvement at this rank, and now he has essentially confirmed it. However, he is not satisfied with this result. 1 point every 2 days with 992 points remaining. Doesn't that mean nearly 1800 days? 5 years. Qingshan draws in a sharp breath, feeling the road ahead stretch out endlessly. No, I'm overlooking the improvement in my body tempering progress. His gaze sweeps over the panel, and his spirits rise. In another 6 months, I should be able to raise body tempering to 20,100. That has reached the second stage of body tempering. The stronger my body becomes, the better my stamina, and the faster my recovery. By then I'll be able to practice more than twice a day. They will reinforce each other, perhaps 2 or 3 years will suffice. Even with the time haved, little joy shows on his face. His gaze grows distant as it settles on the refrigerator. I should buy some nutrient solution and give it a try. Ultimately, what limits his progress is his body's recovery speed. If he could recover fast enough, he could be training 3, 4, even 5 times a day, and his body tempering would advance far more quickly. Unfortunately, before reaching proficiency, all kinds of meat were enough to replenish his body. Now his stomach can no longer hold more food, and his digestion cannot keep pace. Nutrient solution. Qingshan scrolls through his comm device, staring at the balance of 60,000 star coins, and sighs helplessly. It is not the nutrient solution that holds him back, but poverty. Unconsciously, he recalls that head of purplured wavy hair and curls his lip. She's already reduced to freeloading and still put on airs about being generous. Suburban outskirts on the 2nd floor of an abandoned construction site. The concrete floor is soaked in fresh blood, a dark red stains twist and coil intertwining to sketch out a grotesque pattern. Beside it, two desiccated corpses kneel, seated, emaciated to the extreme, their skin devoid of flesh and clinging tightly to the bones beneath. As a faint breeze passes, countless yellow hairs lift from the tops of their heads and scatter into the surroundings. The next day, in the early morning, at First High School, the martial arts hall. While this martial arts classroom is so spacious, inside the vast gymnasium, a group of students dressed in white training outfits bustled about, curiously gazing around. Brother Sean, look at those facilities. They are far better than the gym we worked at before. Zhao Hongzhou tugged at Qingshan, pointing towards a row of training equipment not far away, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Of course, if the martial arts class can't even compare to a gym, then we would have come here for nothing. Qingshan replied, his gaze also sweeping around. There were quite a few familiar faces, likely students from the same high school. But there were even more unfamiliar faces coming from other schools. There are 5 high schools in Luoying City, but there is only one martial arts class each year for the senior year, and only First High School has a martial arts hall. Scanning the crowd roughly, there should be more than 100 people. The students are quite energetic. A rough laugh echoed as a burly middle-aged man in a black martial arts outfit slowly approached. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles bulged, resembling a wild beast, as he drew near. The previously noisy hall fell silent in an instant. Very good. The burly man smiled with satisfaction. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qingshan. The previously noisy hall fell silent in an instant. Very good. The burly man smiled with satisfaction. Let me introduce myself. My name is Qingshan. He looked around, but did not spot any other teachers. Not just Qingshan, the surrounding students were also puzzled, sharing the same confusion. Qingshan seemed unwilling to explain, raising his left hand as a virtual light curtain projected from the communicator onto his palm, his right index finger swiping across. Next, let's start with an assessment. As his voice fell, 2 light walls suddenly appeared in the center of the hall, standing 20 meters apart. Immediately, all the students' attention was drawn to the light walls, some understanding, while others remained puzzled. In the body refinement stage, where one's blood and chi are not visible, the only criteria for classification are speed and punching power. For body refinement first level, the speed is 11 meters per second, and the punching power is 250 kilograms. For body refinement second level, the speed is 13 meters per second, and the punching power is 350 kilograms. For body refinement third level, the speed is 15 meters per second, and the punching power is 500 kilograms. Every year there are senior students applying for the martial arts class, but the martial arts class isn't just 1 year, it lasts for 3 years. However, not everyone can smoothly enter the second year. Body refinement third level is the threshold for the second year. Of course, these are still far from you. Qingshan smiled, raising his hand to point at the light wall. The light wall is used to test speed. The light wall is spaced 20 meters apart, and you will perform a 10-round shuttle run between the 2 walls, touching the wall each time. The system will then give you the average speed. As for punching power, Qingshan moved his arm, pointing to the opposite side of the hall. There was also a wall there, but it was solid. Measuring 3 meters on each side, the entire wall was wrapped in thick leather, and there was a display screen at the top. The punching power tester will conduct the punching test immediately after the speed test. No storing power is allowed, and you must quickly throw 10 punches. The tester will finally provide the average force of the 10 punches. After listening to Qingshan's explanation, the previously confused students suddenly understood, while Qingshan quietly clicked his tongue. Average speed. Average punching power. This testing method was something he had never encountered before. Even the gym he had worked at only had a standard punching power tester for measuring maximum punching power. Moreover, this testing method measures far more than just speed and strength. Although the results only included speed and punching power, to explode with the fastest speed during the shuttle run, agility and reaction are also indispensable. Furthermore, after the speed test, there is also a punching power test. Under extreme bursts, the physical consumption is incredibly terrifying. This is martial arts. Even at the body refinement first level, with a speed of 11 meters per second and a punching power of 250 kilograms, it definitely exceeds the physical limits of the people from the previous World Blue Star. Qingshan sighed and glanced at the panel. Realm body refinement 9100. Wait, I shouldn't need to be at body refinement first level, I should surpass that now. This security job isn't easy to handle. At least with the ordinary physique of a high school student, when I first crossed over I definitely wouldn't have been able to manage it. But now, whether it's subduing unruly customers or dealing with small thugs like the 2 yellow-haired ones from yesterday, it has become effortless. Alright, I've covered everything I needed to say, let's start with the assessment now. Qingshan swiped his finger across the light screen in his hand, as if there was a pre-arranged list of student numbers. First up, Yulei. A slender girl stepped forward, her expression confident. She quickly walked to one side of the light wall and took a deep breath. With a powerful push from her right foot, her figure shot out like a cheetah. In just a few steps, she reached the opposite light wall. As soon as one foot landed and barely touched the light wall, she quickly pivoted. With strength emanating from her feet, She swiftly twisted her body and dashed out again. Her agile form dashed back and forth between the light walls, leaving the students stunned. Zhao Hongzhou swallowed hard and whispered, "Brother Shan, is Yulei a bit too abnormal? She's so fast. It's not just her speed." Qingshan shook his head, focusing on the figure between the light walls. Her agility and reaction are the key points. In terms of the explosive speed at the start, Qingshan was confident he could keep up. Qingshan shook his head, focusing on the figure between the light walls. Her agility and reaction are the key points. In terms of the Qingshan glanced at Wan Keshan deep in thought. The teacher must have comprehensive student information in hand, and having Yulei go first was likely to set an example for all the students. Soon Yulei completed 10 rounds, stopping her footsteps and propping her hands on her knees, gasping for air. On the left side of the light wall, a set of numbers emerged. Speed 11. 8 meters second. 11. 8. Has she already reached body refinement, first level? Gasps of astonishment arose as many students couldn't help but engage in hushed discussions. Wan Keshan ignored the noise behind him, looking at Yulei, and said in a low voice, "There's no time for you to rest. Go immediately for the punching power test. Remember, no storing power, just throw punches quickly." Yulei took a deep breath, immediately stood up, and dashed towards the opposite side of the hall. Before the punching power tester, Yulei stood firm, calming herself for a few seconds before swiftly raising her hands and rapidly swinging, delivering straight punches. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, 10 punches had been thrown. Yulei withdrew her fist, looking up at the display screen, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead. Punching power 243 kilograms. Yulei frowned and walked back to the line. Her speed exceeds the first level standard by so much, yet her punching power is only 243 kilograms. Zhao Hongzhou stared at the approaching Yulei, astonished. Qingshan glanced at her and quickly averted his gaze, remaining calm. Being so thin, it's normal for her strength to be a bit weak. Not only Zhao Hongzhou was surprised, the discussions among the line of students grew louder. Wan Keshan waved his hand, allowing Yulei to return to the line, casually saying, "Everyone's physique is different, so their strengths will naturally vary. Remember, the classification standards for the body refinement stage are just the baseline. Yulei's punching power isn't enough, though she still doesn't qualify as body refinement first level." After listening to Wan Keshan's words, Qingshan suddenly realized Yulei was definitely the one carefully chosen by Wan Keshan. Not only could she demonstrate, but she could also spread knowledge. She is simply the perfect tool. Next, Wu He. Wan Keshan's voice rang out. A relatively robust boy stepped forward, his expression slightly tense as he walked towards the light wall to begin the test. Compared to Lei Wu, he was much more ordinary. Speed 8. 3 meters second. Punching power 173 kilograms. This result could at most be considered the standard of an average athlete. Not just Wu He, but over 20 students following him had equally ordinary results. Some even performed worse than Wu He. However, Wan Keshan's expression remained calm, showing no signs of concern. He simply waved for them to return to the line and continued testing the next student. Next, Jia Jiang. Zhao Hongzhou's spirits lifted. Shanggu Jia Jiang is next. Qingshan nodded, also watching the figure in front of the light wall. Jia Jiang also came from class 7. After all, he was a classmate. Soon Jia Jiang's test results were out. Speed 9. 0 meters second. Punching power 203 kilograms. Shanggu, after Jia Jiang, is it our turn? Zhao Hongzhou clenched his fist, sweat beading on his forehead. At this moment, Wan Keshan's voice sounded. Next, Feng Ju. Phew. Zhao Hongzhou let out a sigh of relief, raising his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Qingshan turned to look at him, puzzled. "Why are you so nervous? It's just the first martial arts class. The test is merely a baseline. Didn't you see that teacher? One didn't even record the results. I've never heard of a baseline test for the martial arts class before." Zhao Hongzhou muttered under his breath, lacking confidence. "If the results aren't good, we won't be kicked out, right? Don't worry, your strength is about the same as Jia Jiang's. At least you are in the upper middle tier. If anyone is to be eliminated, it certainly won't be you." Qingshan patted Zhao Hongzhou's arm and glanced at a few classmates who had already completed their tests and ranked at the bottom. Each of them wore a worried expression, clearly sharing Zhao Hongzhou's thoughts. Qingshan shook his head, calmly stating, "The senior year martial arts class is an opportunity for all old continent high school students. As long as you sign up, you can join. This is a strategy set by the Federation. It's impossible to start eliminating students right from the first class." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Hongzhou became even more anxious, closing his mouth tightly and casting a glance. "Huh." Qingshan followed his gaze and saw Wan Keshan staring at him, a smirk on his face. He could hear that. Qingshan was speechless and immediately fell silent. The surrounding discussions were not small, and the fact that Wan Keshan could pinpoint him clearly exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, he didn't say anything bad. Next, Zhao Hongzhou. Zhao Hongzhou's expression tightened, looking mournful as he stepped out of the line. Called out. The teacher's age-old method tried and true. Qingshan could do nothing to help. Now that Zhao Hongzhou was up, it would soon be his turn. Before long, Zhao Hongzhou finished his test. Speed 8. 9 meters second. Punching power 210 kilograms. As Li Qingshan expected, it was indeed quite similar to Jia Jiang's results. Returning to the line, Zhao Hongzhou let out a sigh of relief and even comforted Li Qingshan. "Shangu, it's fine, just stick your neck out, and it's over quickly. You think you're cooing." Li Qingshan rolled his eyes, stepping forward ready to step out. Next, Xiong Xiuying. Li Qingshan paused, turning to look at Wan Keshan. The towering figure stood at the front of the line. "Please make way." A soft voice came from behind. Li Qingshan stepped back expressionless. The girl looked at him strangely for a moment before stepping out of the line. After that, one student after another stepped out to test, but Li Qingshan still hadn't been called. Was this intentional? It must be intentional. Li Qingshan recalled the previous smirk and gained a deeper understanding of this martial arts teacher. Time passed, and nearly half the students had completed their tests. However, not a single one at the first level of body refining was seen, not even a specialist like Yulei. The test continued, one student after another stepping out and returning. Finally, speed 11. 1 meter second, punching power 252 kilograms, body refining level 1. Liang Mingyu. The first level of body refining has appeared. Continuous gasps of astonishment rose, and many people became excited. Under the gaze of everyone, a slender youth walked in from the opposite side of the venue. He walked with his head held high, hands clasped behind his back, deliberately slowing his steps, as if savoring the cheers. Arriving at the front of the line, Liang Mingyu stopped, gazing fervently at Wan Keshan. Logically speaking, with the first level of body refining appearing, even if the teacher didn't praise him, he should at least provide some feedback, right? Hurry back to the line. Wan Keshan frowned and waved. Next, Lu Jingya. Liang Mingyu's expression stiffened. Fortunately, the stepping out Lu Jingya eased his embarrassment. They seemed to know each other. After exchanging a few words, Liang Mingyu returned to the line, and Lu Jingya walked towards the light wall. Zhao Hongzhou looked towards Liang Mingyu excitedly, saying, "Shangu, this Liang Mingyu has reached the first level of body refining. I feel your strength is not inferior to his. You must also have the first level of body refining." He had more interaction with Li Qingshan and was very clear about his strength. "I should still be a bit behind." Li Qingshan rubbed his forehead, answering uncertainly. He had carefully observed Liang Mingyu's testing process, and under his internal estimates he indeed felt he could perform just as well as Liang Mingyu. But Li Qingshan glanced at the panel realm body refining 9100. The first level of body refining should clearly be 10,100. He had always thought he was merely close to reaching the first level of body refining. If 9100 equated to the first level of body refining, wouldn't the 10th level of body refining be 90,100? How would the progress bar finish? Could there really be an 11th level? A great perfection. More importantly, the rate of improvement in body refining and punching power is nonlinear. The later stages see greater increments. At the 10th level of body refining, speed 50 meters second, punching power 10 tons. Such speed and power are already utterly inhuman. If there really is an 11th level, Li Qingshan couldn't even begin to imagine how terrifying that would be. Zhao Hongzhou's voice pulled Li Qingshan back to reality. Following his finger, he suddenly felt invigorated. "Kid, go for it." Lu Jingya had completed her test and was on her way back. Her sweat-soaked martial arts uniform outlined her figure, trembling slightly as she walked. "Shangu, with her figure, she probably isn't suited for martial arts practice." "Huh." Li Qingshan turned in surprise only to see Zhao Hongzhou frowning, commenting, "During the speed test, she almost lost her balance and fell. She's far worse than Yulei." After saying this, Zhao Hongzhou looked over, seemingly waiting for his opinion. Facing those wise eyes, Li Qingshan's expression grew serious as he nodded earnestly. "You're right, I think the same." The tests continued, one student after another stepping out and returning. Among them, another level 1 body refining appeared. Hong Qian, speed 11. 2 meters second, punching power 255 kilograms. Having learned from Liang Mingyu's experience, Hong Qian was much more subdued, not daring to show off. The number of remaining students yet to be tested grew fewer, yet Li Qingshan still hadn't been called. "They probably put me at the very end." Li Qingshan could guess Wan Keshan's malicious intent, but he no longer cared. His gaze remained fixed on the panel, focusing on the body refining progress bar. Does the first level of body refining truly exist? Finally, next, Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan took a deep breath, stepped out of the line, and stood before the light wall. After a long moment of contemplation, he found himself calming down just as the moment arrived. Whether the 11 layers of body refinement truly existed would be revealed after the test. A thought flashed through his mind as he stamped his right foot heavily. Bang! A muffled sound erupted, and his figure shot out like a bolt of lightning. The power surged from his legs, and the wind howled in his ears. However, this was not the time for reckless running. In just a few steps, the light wall was already right in front of him. Li Qingshan stomped down forcefully, halting his momentum, twisting his foot. Power sprang from the ground, traveling through his legs past his waist, and transforming into a great dragon. In an instant, his body turned around and charged out again. He had no experience with this kind of shuttle run test, but both the perfect demonstration by Yulei and the numerous mistakes made by his classmates were enough for Li Qingshan to understand, learn, and master. His figure rapidly darted between the light walls, each back-and-forth movement becoming more precise. In the blink of an eye, he completed the 10 shuttles. All the classmates craned their necks, staring at the left light wall. They couldn't estimate Li Qingshan's exact score, but just from the naked eye. Fast. Very fast. Extremely fast. At that moment, bang, bang, bang. The sounds erupted continuously. Everyone looked in astonishment, realizing that after completing the speed test, Li Qingshan had not paused at all, and had directly sprinted to the power tester. In the blink of an eye, 10 punches were delivered. Li Qingshan exhaled heavily, every pore on his body opened, steam rising and beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. With a swipe of his right hand, the sweat splattered. Li Qingshan looked up at the screen above. Punch power 260 kilograms. He hadn't even had time to check his speed test score, but it was unnecessary for him to look. Brother Shan is amazing. I knew you would be the strongest. Zhao Hongzhou shouted excitedly, his voice echoing in the venue. The surrounding classmates couldn't contain their excitement either. Speed 11. 3-meter-second punch power 260 kilograms, another body refinement, first layer. Not just the first layer of body refinement, Li Qingshan is also the top of the class. 3 body refinement first layers. Li Qingshan surpassed both Liang Mingyu and Hong Qian in speed and strength, undoubtedly the first in the class. The noisy discussions entered his ears, but Li Qingshan filtered them out automatically. He didn't care about surpassing Liang Mingyu and Hong Qian or being the top of the class. What Li Qingshan cared about was only one thing: his speed and strength had indeed crossed the line. He was a genuine body refinement first layer. Which meant... Li Qingshan glanced at the panel, his expression exhilarated. The progress bar on the panel could not be wrong. Since 9100 was the body refinement first layer, then the 10th layer must be 90,100, leaving 10% spare. The 11th layer of body refinement truly exists. Li Qingshan took a few deep breaths and walked back. By the time he reached the front of the line, his excited emotions had calmed, and his expression returned to tranquility. Now that he was certain there was no need for further thought, the last 10% was something to consider only after reaching the 10th layer. The discussions ahead were loud, all about him being the top of the class, and many people actively greeted him. Wan Keshan stood at the front of the line, his eyes also on him. However, Li Qingshan knew Wan Keshan's malicious intentions and was aware of Liang Mingyu's past experiences. Without the slightest pause, he brushed past him. Not bad. Wan Keshan's voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the numerous discussions. Everyone fell silent, surprised at Wan Keshan. From the first Yulei to Liang Mingyu and Hong Qian, who both achieved the body refinement first layer, Wan Keshan had remained silent, not giving a single comment. Why had he suddenly spoken? Was it because Li Qingshan was the top of the class? Li Qingshan turned his head in surprise to look at Wan Keshan. Seeing a hint of admiration on his face only deepened his confusion. Based on what he knew of Wan Keshan, it seemed unlikely he would praise someone for such minor achievements. In the crowd, Liang Mingyu's brows were tightly furrowed, his expression darkening. This was precisely what he had wanted. Clearly, he was the first to achieve the body refinement first layer, and Li Qingshan's results were only slightly better than his. Why should he receive Wan Keshan's special attention? It's clearly favoritism. Lu Jingyao whispered, linking arms with Liang Mingyu. Suddenly a chilling gaze swept over, as if materializing. Liang Mingyu and Lu Jingyao felt their breath hitch, their faces turning pale. Wan Keshan smirked, surveying the crowd, his booming voice echoing in the gym. In this preliminary test, I only saw a glimmer of potential for reaching Zinzou in Li Qingshan. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted. The martial arts class was the last ticket to Zinzou. Though they all knew it was challenging, they never expected it to be so. Li Qingshan, the top of the class, only had a glimmer of possibility. In an instant, everyone present found it hard to believe. Liang Mingyu and Hong Qian clenched their fists tightly, unable to accept. Yulei's gaze was fixed on Li Qingshan, her expression inscrutable. Does she know the reason? Li Qingshan felt perplexed as well, not understanding how Wan Keshan had come to such a conclusion. However, this no longer mattered. What glimmer of opportunity? With the panel in place, his goals had never been limited to just Zinzou. What he sought was the vastness of the stars and the seas. I know it's hard for you to believe, but after my first class I will naturally tell you the reason. However, this no longer mattered. What glimmer of opportunity? With the panel in place, his goals had never been limited to just Zinzou. What he opportunity. Everyone was taken aback, but soon someone recalled what Wan Keshan had said after introducing himself. If there's an opportunity, I will be your martial arts teacher for the next year. Li Qingshan pondered carefully, coming to a realization. This opportunity was not directed at Wan Keshan, but aimed at them, the students. So was Wan Keshan really going to expel someone? Gulping nervously, a square box was pushed into the venue under the curious gazes of all. The box was large, measuring 2 meters on each side, completely covered by a black cloth. The young man pushing the cart was tall, and clearly a senior student from the martial arts class. The box was large, measuring 2 meters on each side, completely covered by a black cloth. The young man pushing the cart was tall, entering the martial arts class, passing the entrance examination for Zinzo Martial Arts University, and going to Zinzo to witness the true interstellar era. How beautiful a vision it is. Juan Keshin lamented softly as he paced. But he shifted his tone, his gaze piercing. The starry sky has never been synonymous with beauty. The universe is vast, and aside from humanity, there are countless alien races, fierce beasts, and terrifying evil gods of unfathomable nature. Of course you have learned about these in your textbooks before. But I want to ask you. Juan Keshin stopped facing the students and said solemnly, "Are you truly willing to wield your sword against them?" Everyone fell silent, their gazes fixated on the covered box. They had already guessed what lay beneath the black cloth. With a swift motion, the black cloth was torn away, revealing what was inside. It was not a box, but an alloy cage. Inside the cage lay a wolf-like fierce beast, its massive body nearly filling the entire cage. The beast had no fur beneath its dark red skin, blood vessels twisted and writhed. For sharp canine teeth crossed each other, glinting with a cold light. The fierce beast's 4 limbs were restrained to the steel plate at the bottom of the cage, with a steel ring around its neck connected by an iron chain to the top railing. The fierce beast's eyes were tightly shut, motionless, resembling a statue. Despite this, facing a fierce beast for the first time made many students instinctively retreat. As everyone stepped back, a figure suddenly took a step forward, standing out prominently. Juan Keshin looked over in surprise. Qingshan withdrew his foot, his expression emotionless. He felt a prickling sensation on his back, sensing many gazes gathering on him. However, Qingshan paid no attention, his eyes fixed on the last line of the panel. Function: martial arts space unlocked. 2 years had passed since the crossing, and the section of the martial path space remained a dull gray, never changing. The flicker just now was the only anomaly in 2 years. Qingshan's gaze was piercing as he looked through the illusory panel at the motionless beast resembling a statue. Could it be the key to unlocking the martial path space? Star Realm Beast Wolf Poison. Juan Keshin smirked, and amidst the astonished gazes of the students he reached through the metallic railing and slapped the beast's exposed scalp. It seemed that due to the steel collar around its neck, the beast showed no reaction. Many people's eyes lit up. Perhaps a single cut wouldn't be so difficult. The beast itself cannot break free from the restraints of the Star Realm. It appears on our planet. Juan Keshin withdrew his hand, his smile fading, as he said seriously, "The scum who worships the evil god might be lurking among you. Just last night, a worshipper of the evil god completed a sacrifice on the outskirts of the city." He continued, "Ask yourselves, if you had encountered them last night, would you dare to strike with a blade? Evil god worshippers." Qingshan withdrew his gaze from the wolf poison, suppressing his eager impulse. He hadn't expected that today, besides seeing the beast, he would also hear news of the evil god worshippers. Evil god worshippers are transformed from humans, making them very elusive. Not to mention in Luoying City, even across the entire old continent's 107 provinces, news about evil god worshippers is scarce. But scarce does not mean non-existent. In history books, the old continent once had 108 provinces. The missing province vanished due to the sacrifice of a city's souls by evil god worshippers, leading to the pollution and destruction by the evil god. Teacher 1, have the evil god worshippers been captured? A student couldn't help but ask. After all, they were in Luoying City where a sacrifice had just been made. How could they not be worried? If they had been caught, the one in the cage would not be the wolf poison anymore. Juan Keshin's voice was cold as he interrupted, directly seeing another student about to speak. The patrol bureau will soon issue a report about the evil god worshippers, so look for yourselves then. This wolf poison is what I specially prepared for you today. Now I will teach you the first lesson of martial arts to strike. Juan Keshin suddenly struck the metallic railing, and the cutting knife resting on the cage sprang up, its handle landing in his hand. The high school martial arts class is set by the Federation and cannot be changed. However, I, Juan Keshin, do not teach the useless. Juan Keshin extended his right hand, holding the knife upside down, gesturing to the students. The opportunity is here. Strike. It wants to stay. Those without courage can exit. Indeed, the students had anticipated this. There were no surprises. Teacher will go first. Liang Mingyu stood tall, stepping forward first. Hong Qian also silently stepped out of the line. In the front row, Yu Lei had already stood at the forefront during the previous test, naturally stepping forward. The three stood in front of Juan Keshin in the center of the venue. They were just a step too slow. Thoughts flashed through many students' minds, including some who had previously ranked lowest in the test. After all, this was a rare opportunity to show off. Moreover, Juan Keshin had personally demonstrated earlier. The wolf poison locked in the cage couldn't move at all. What was there to be afraid of? However, the three top students had already taken the stage. They could only temporarily endure, their gazes focused on Qingshan. At such a moment, it was time for the class number 1 to come forward and dominate the field. Unfortunately, their gazes had no effect. Qingshan stood with his hands behind his back, surveying the wolf poison in the cage, showing no sign of movement. The beast was right here, it couldn't escape. Moreover, he didn't believe that Wan Keshan's first lesson was merely to hack at a wooden stake. Teacher, let me go. Someone couldn't help but raise a hand wanting to step forward. But a figure in front blocked his path. Teacher, I'm not afraid of it. Let me strike first. Everyone is quite enthusiastic. It seems I underestimated your courage. Wan Keshan said with a smile, his gaze sweeping past the crowd. Everyone is quite enthusiastic. It seems I underestimated your courage. Wan Keshan said with a smile, his gaze sweeping past the crowd. In the back, a few remained motionless. Li Qingshan, the class number 1, stood out distinctly. Zhao Hongzhou nudged Li Qingshan's shoulder and whispered, Brother Shan, the teacher seems to want you to go up. You are mistaken. Li Qingshan's expression remained unchanged. He sensed Wan Keshan's gaze on him. However, he noticed that after Wan Keshan withdrew his gaze, a hint of regret flashed across his face. Li Qingshan thought of Wan Keshan's mischievous nature, glancing at the eager students in front of him, a hint of sympathy in his eyes. Is this what class number 1 is like? Lu Jingya crossed her arms, striding past. Although she was not tall, she wore an expression of superiority. Bang! Li Qingshan kicked out the sensation, feeling just fine. Lu Jingya stumbled forward 2 steps and fell to the ground. You dare to kick me? Lu Jingya covered her backside and turned back, her face full of disbelief. It was just a spar. Li Qingshan said nonchalantly, since we're both in the martial arts class, if you're interested we can spar often. Lu, he actually didn't use much force, otherwise you'd have flown out by now. Zhao Hongzhou said seriously with a straight face. The reason you fell is that you're too clumsy. I suggest you learn from Yulei. Just wait. Lu Jingjia's face turned red with anger as she covered her backside and rushed towards Liang Mingyu, whispering a few words in his ear. Again, it was this Li Qingshan. Liang Mingyu's expression darkened, glancing at Li Qingshan behind the crowd before addressing Wan Keshan. Teacher, let me go first and show the classmates how it's done. The test results being suppressed had become a foregone conclusion. Regardless of whether Li Qingshan truly had the courage to come forward, as long as Liang Mingyu could strike first, he could reverse the situation. No rush, such demonstrations must of course be done by the teacher himself. Wan Keshan's smile grew warmer as he gripped the knife's handle watch closely. His movements were quick, so fast that the crowd couldn't even catch a glimpse of the knife's shadow. Clang! The blade clashed against the metallic railing, demonstrating a strike on the cage. Just then cracks began to appear where the blade met the metal, spreading rap. Boom! With a muffled sound, the cage shattered, iron shards flying. The beast's surface was coated with a layer of silver powder and 2 bright red. Boom! With a muffled sound, the cage shattered, iron shards flying. The beast's surface was coated with a layer of silver powder and 2 bright red spots suddenly appeared on its head. The wolf poison opened its eyes. Roar! Its massive maw opened wide, a foul wind rushing towards them. A terrifying roar echoed, deafening. The beast is alive. A chorus of panic erupted among the students as they fled in fear. In the back of the crowd, Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly brightened. At the moment the beast came to life, the section of the martial path space flickered once again. In the center of the venue, Yulei and Hong Qian, being closer, both retreated a few steps, their faces pale. The resurrected wolf poison was far more terrifying than they had imagined. The unluckiest were Liang Mingyu and Lu Jingya, standing right next to the cage. Lu Jingya rolled her eyes back and fainted on the spot. Liang Mingyu sat on the ground, dazed. Ding dong! The cutting knife fell to the floor in front of him as Wan Keshan's friendly voice rang out. The teacher has finished demonstrating. It's your turn. Me. Liang Mingyu was stunned, his lips trembling. Looking at the knife on the ground, his right hand trembled as he tried to reach for it, but couldn't extend his arm. At that moment 2 legs suddenly appeared in his line of sight, stopping beside the knife. Li Qingshan bent down to pick up the knife, his gaze fixated on the beast wolf poison as he licked his lips and said, Teacher, can I strike more than once? Wan Keshan surveyed the students before him with some surprise. The first lesson in martial arts was his forte. Almost every time he brought in new students, he would find a fierce beast to use for the class. The purpose was not to establish an intimidating atmosphere, but to let these students witness what a true ferocious beast looks like. It was to make them realize that martial arts was never merely for physical enhancement. Martial arts is a weapon, a path of slaughter. Neither the ordinary students who fled in panic nor the paralyzed Liang Mingyu were unexpected to him. It was already impressive that Yulei and Hong Qian only took a few steps back and could still confront the beast. However, someone like Li Qingshan, who boldly approached with a knife after the beast awakened, was a first for him. More importantly, at this moment Li Qingshan's gaze was fervently fixed on the beast, his expression reminiscent of someone savoring a delectable feast. A natural-born fighter. A thought flashed through Wan Keshan's mind as a smile crept onto his lips. Don't worry about hacking away. Feel free to strike as many times as you want, even to the point of killing it. Thank you, teacher. I understand now. Li Qingshan took a step forward, his right hand tightly gripping the knife handle, trembling with excitement. The wolf poison noticed the approaching human with a knife, its eyes filled with even more malice. However, its limbs were still restrained on the steel board, leaving it with no choice but to open its massive mouth. Roar! The brutal roar swept through the air, bringing a stench. Li Qingshan did not pause his steps. Instead, he took a deep breath, a hint of joy appearing on his face. It was as if he had caught a whiff of delicious food. In his line of sight, the illusory panel and the figure of the wolf poison overlapped, and the martial arts space section was flickering continuously. It was as if he had caught a whiff of delicious food. In his line of sight, the illusory panel and the figure of the wolf poison overlapped, and the martial arts space section. Wan Keshin, fearing that Li Qingshan would let his excitement get the better of him, reminded him. Although the wolf poison's limbs were restrained, its head still had a certain range of movement. However, his concern was unnecessary. When Li Qingshan was a meter away from the wolf poison, he turned his foot and bypassed its head, stopping at its waist. With the blade raised high, he struck down heavily. Bang! So tough. Li Qingshan turned his numbed wrist and looked at his results. At the waist of the wolf poison, there was a wound less than 1 centimeter deep. This is tough to kill. Li Qingshan frowned. Striking at the neck could easily lead to being bitten. It was too dangerous. He specifically chose to attack the waist to avoid the protection of the ribs. However, he was clearly mistaken. The starry realm beast could not be understood by common logic. Though the wolf poison looked like a wolf, its structure was entirely different. Fine ribs were distributed all along its torso. Moreover, his previous strike had not even reached the bone blocked by muscle. At this moment, the wound had already stopped bleeding due to the contraction of the muscle. Roar! The wolf poison turned its head and roared, staring at the human standing with the knife. In its violent red eyes there was a hint of mockery. Is that it, eh? Liang Mingyu had unknowingly stood up and let out a sneer. He was at it again. Does Liang want to demonstrate? Wan Keshin's indifferent voice sounded. Liang Mingyu trembled all over and immediately shut up. Wan Keshin shot a glance at Liang Mingyu before turning his gaze to the surroundings. Except for Lu Jingya, who was still unconscious on the ground, the other students had recovered and formed a circle again, watching how Li Qingshan would wield the knife. Very good, at least they hadn't been scared out of their wits. Wan Keshin nodded in satisfaction, looking back at Li Qingshan. After one strike, Li Qingshan did not raise the knife again, but was examining the wolf poison's body, seemingly in thought. At the first level of body refinement, how easy is it to kill the wolf poison? Wan Keshin shook his head. Even though the wolf poison's limbs were bound, its physical strength was no joke. Even if the first level of body refinement exhausted all its strength, it could at most cause light bleeding. But why did Li Qingshan calm down after just one strike? Wan Keshin hesitated, his earlier judgment of the natural-born fighter no longer certain. True fighters are typically enthusiastic and enjoy the thrill of combat. Once they enter a fight, they will not stop until the last moment. Just as he was pondering, Li Qingshan made his move. He stepped back from the waist of the wolf poison and moved around to its rear. Then he held the knife upside down, blade facing up. He gestured between the wolf poison's legs up and down. What kind of fighter is this? He just wants to kill this beast. Wan Keshin slapped his forehead. He already guessed what Li Qingshan was about to do. The surrounding students' eyes lit up, excitement bubbling within them. As expected of the top of the class, he thought of an alternative approach so quickly. I'm suddenly not afraid anymore. I even feel a bit sorry for this beast. I can't take it anymore, my legs are going cold, and I can't bear to watch. Brother Shan is indeed clever, seeing through the essence of the creature. Zhao Hongzhou smiled proudly and analyzed seriously. As long as it's a living creature, it has weaknesses, especially since it's male. Roar. The wolf poison sensed the gathering gazes and roared again. Its roar grew louder, exuding a kingly aura that roared through the mountains and forests. With its blood-red eyes, it glared, sweeping across the surroundings. This group of feeble humans did not even have the qualifications to harm it. Even the little guy behind it who had struck did not dare to make a second strike. However, this group of humans who had previously fled in panic did not run away again. Everyone stood still, their gazes oddly similar, filled with an emotion it could not comprehend. In the next second, poof. The knife plunged into flesh, the wound not deep, but a terrifying agony swept over. Roar. The vicious head abruptly lifted, the roar peaking in an instant, then abruptly stopped. The raised head drooped down, then immediately lifted again, spinning wildly as it looked around. However, there was no time for it to find its attacker. Terrifying agony surged from its lower body once more. Roar. The wolf poison howled again, trying its best to scream. Behind it, Li Qingshan's gaze burned fiercely, showing no signs of being affected. With both hands gripping the knife handle blade, facing up, he struck upward with force. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. The wolf poison's roars grew weaker, yet Li Qingshan's strikes became increasingly powerful. Crack. Split. Burst. Poof. A wound over 30 centimeters long pierced through flesh, with a large amount of internal organs slipping out from the gash. The wolf poison's body trembled violently, collapsing to the ground, barely alive. Who? Li Qingshan exhaled, standing with his knife. His white martial arts uniform was stained with blood, sweat trickling down from his forehead, mingling with the blood droplets on his face. Finally, it's over. All the observing students breathed a sigh of relief, their legs tightly pressed together, their faces pale. Wan Keshin's eyes twitched as he did not expect this lesson to turn from wielding a knife to dissection. Just as he reached out to call back Li Qingshan, poof. Li Qingshan raised the knife again and plunged it into the beast's abdomen along the wound. The knife, measuring over 1 meter long, was completely inserted, leaving only the handle exposed. What kind of grudge? What kind of resentment? Everyone was dumbfounded, murmuring. The wolf poison isn't dead yet. Li Qingshan explained as he saw Wan Keshin's outstretched hand. Was this even a matter of life and death? Looking at the beast that was left with only a breath of life, everyone fell silent. Wan Keshin's face also bore a hint of confusion. If he weren't aware of the wolf poison's origins and knew Li Qingshan's background, he would have thought that this wolf poison was Li Qingshan's father's killer. In the silent venue, Li Qingshan gripped the knife handle tightly, using all his strength to stir and tear through all the internal organs he reached. Finally, the last breath of life faded from the wolf poison's remains. Li Qingshan withdrew the knife, a smile appearing on his face. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he gazed at the illusory panel. Martial arts space unlocked. It should be over, right? All the students stared wide-eyed as Li Qingshan sheathed his blade and approached, yet none could exhale, their breaths locked tight in their throats. His white martial arts uniform clung to his skin, soaked crimson, with blood revealing every taut contour of muscle beneath. In his right hand, a cleaver dripped thick, dark blood, each droplet falling steadily onto the floor, tracing a grim scarlet line. His handsome face was masked by gore, a savage blood-flecked grin split his lips, frighteningly grotesque. Liang Mingyu recoiled in terror, stumbling backward several steps. What are you going to do? Li Qingshan blinked, puzzled, casting a fleeting glance at him. Yet that casual glance struck Liang Mingyu like a thunderclap. Blood streamed from the other's brow, carving twin crimson rivulets down his temples. Beneath those dark blood-streaked brows, a glacial gaze pierced forth, cold as a drawn blade, shattering courage in an instant. Liang Mingyu's knees buckled, he collapsed to the floor, sobbing, "Don't come near me." Huh. Li Qingshan froze, bewildered, turning an utterly innocent look toward Wan Keshin. Pathetic. If you lack the spine, get out of the martial arts class, now. Wan Keshin's roar jolted Liang Mingyu back to awareness. Gazing silently at Liang Mingyu, and at Lu Jingya still unconscious on the ground, he had already erased both names from his roster. Fear is no shame, but lacking even the will to face it disqualifies one from this class. Master, here's the blade. Li Qingshan held out the hilt, offering it to Wan Keshin. Wan Keshin frowned. The blade had been withdrawn from the wolf toxin's entrails, slick not only with blood, but with viscous filth reeking of decay. The cleaver was foul, but so too was Li Qingshan himself, his body radiating an equally pungent stench. At last Wan Keshin simply waved dismissively. Keep it. Class is dismissed. Go straight to the locker room, and wash thoroughly. Thank you, Master. Li Qingshan's face lit up, not a trace of disgust in his expression, as he seized the cleaver and dashed toward the locker room. Only then did the students' hearts pounding finally release the breath they'd been holding. As murmurs rose around the wolf toxin's mangled corpse, the atmosphere warmed, growing animated, almost buoyant. In that moment, beasts no longer seemed so terrifying, because Li Qingshan was far more terrifying. The chatter swelled, yet Wan Keshin made no move to silence it. His eyes swept across the flushed, exhilarated faces before him, and a quiet satisfaction flickered across his features. Though the first martial arts lesson had ended prematurely, courtesy of Li Qingshan, its purpose had been fulfilled. Indeed, its impact surpassed all prior iterations. Yulei watched Li Qingshan vanish down the corridor, then turned back. Approaching Wan Keshin, she pressed her lips together and said softly, "I'm sorry to disappoint you, uncle." Hong Qian, standing just behind Yulei, stiffened at her words, his gaze darting wildly between her and Wan Keshin. Wan Keshin's jaw tightened, his voice hardened. "At school, you address me as master." Then his tone softened slightly as his gaze settled upon them both. Facing a ferocious beast for the first time, and holding your ground under its aura, that alone marks an exceptional performance. Though Yulei was his niece, she too had never before encountered such a beast. By any standard of past martial arts classes, their composure ranked among the finest ever seen. "Master, what about Li Qingshan?" Hong Qian's expression relaxed somewhat, but his true curiosity lay in Wan Keshin's assessment of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan. Wan Keshin paused, then slowly shook his head. He defies evaluation. He had never met anyone like Li Qingshan. How then could he possibly judge him? Inside the locker room, steam curled through the air of a private shower stall. Li Qingshan stood motionless beneath the cascade water sluicing over him, while his attention remained fixed on the interface before him. Li Qingshan. Realm Body Forging. 9100. Arts. Broadcast Exercise Set No. 36. The Cosmos Beckons. 81,000 Mastery. Function Martial Realm Space LV. 1100. Available duration 1 year. Time ratio 110. The Martial Realm Space had unlocked, and at the moment of activation its full parameters manifested within Qingshan's mind. The martial realm space was a mystical training domain that automatically generated spectral replicas of every monster slain by its user. At level 1, its experience pool and available duration were numerically identical, both earned solely through hunting monsters. Yet once expended duration did not diminish accumulated experience. Within the space his consciousness projected without physical fatigue, enabling limitless combat, relentless refinement of martial techniques. When a spectral monster fell it reformed instantly, requiring no cost, no delay. Not only martial techniques, but cultivation arts as well, could be practiced within the martial realm space. Though bodily forging progressed, only in reality proficiency in arts advanced unimpeded, even through projection alone. Most crucially, no stamina is consumed inside the martial realm space. Qingshan's eyes gleamed as he calculated inwardly. Each session of the Cosmos Beckons demanded absolute exertion, lasting precisely 1 hour. Given his prior stamina recovery rate, he could manage only 2 sessions per day. 2 days, 4 sessions, yielded merely 1 point of proficiency gain. But inside the martial realm space, he could train continuously for 24 hours, 6 proficiency points in a single day. And beyond that, a temporal disparity existed between realms. A 1-1-0 time ratio meant 1 real-world day equaled 10 days within the space. So, if I immerse myself fully for 24 hours could I gain 60 proficiency points? At that thought his breathing quickened. From 1 point every 2 days, to 60 points per day, a staggering 120-fold acceleration. In just over half a month he could elevate the Cosmos Beckons from mastery to the next tier, doubling his cultivation efficiency yet again. From an ordinary high schooler at the moment of his transmigration, to the undisputed top student in his martial arts cohort, he owed it all to the steady incremental ascent of his arts mastery level. Indeed, Qingshan suspected no one else in the entire class had even reached mastery in the Cosmos Beckons. After all, even Zhao Hongzhou had consumed numerous nutrient solutions, let alone Yulei Hongqian or Liang Mingyu. Yet Qingshan, who had never touched a single nutrient solution, still outstripped them all. Master Wan said he saw in me a sliver of hope for New Zhou. Could it be because he discerned my arts mastery level? Qingshan pondered deeply. Wan Keshan possessed complete dossiers on all students, and surely knew Qingshan's state-raised background. Cross-referenced with his test scores, the conclusion was inevitable. That sliver of hope may now be mine alone. But what if I ascend 1 tier, or 2? His thoughts soared, until the interface's stark, unyielding text snapped him back to reality. Available duration 1 year. No, only 1 year won't suffice to reach the next tier. Each advancement in the Cosmos Beckons multiplied cultivation efficiency exponentially. Yet the difficulty scaled just as steeply. From novice to proficient, and proficient to mastery, it had taken Qingshan 2 full years. Without the martial realm space, filling the mastery progress bar would have required at least 3 years. Qingshan had no idea what its progress bar entailed, but he knew with certainty that his remaining duration would fall far short. Hunt monsters, to earn training time in the martial realm space, and simultaneously accumulate experience for the space itself. But where do I find monsters? He rubbed his temples, dismissing the question. A single wolf toxin nearly overwhelmed me. Dwelling on it serves no purpose. He closed his eyes, and let the warm water flow over him, silent, centered, present. The stench of the beast's residue was pungent and hard to remove. Qingshan could only apply the shower gel over and over again. Outside the bathroom stall the atmosphere gradually became lively as other students returned to the lounge to change clothes. After a while the voices began to fade. "Brother Shan, I'm waiting for you outside," came Zhao Hongzhi's voice from out. Qingshan responded with an acknowledgement, sniffed the air to confirm there was no lingering odor, then turned around to pick up the machete leaning against the door and rinsed it under the spray. As the water washed away the residue, the blade, extending over 1 meter in length, quickly regained its metallic luster. Qingshan brushed his fingers over the blade, revealing a satisfied smile. Previously Wan Keshan had shattered an alloy cage with a single strike of this blade, yet now it bore no scars. What a fine blade. Perhaps due to the material, after a thorough rinse no odor lingered on the blade. Qingshan quickly changed his clothes and walked out of the lounge. Zhao Hongzhou was standing at the door, cradling a scabbard in his arms, and tossed it directly over to him upon seeing him. "Brother Shan, the teacher asked me to bring this to you." "Great, let's head to the cafeteria for a meal." With the long knife sheathed, the two made their way to the cafeteria. It was lunchtime, and all the students of Class 1 gathered in the cafeteria, creating a bustling atmosphere. After Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou finished getting their meals, they casually found an empty table in a corner. Qingshan. Even Qingshan is here in the cafeteria. From 50 meters away, more than 20 students from Class 7 occupied several tables, with Jia Jiang among them. Upon hearing someone mention Qingshan, all eyes turned towards him except for Jia Jiang's. Why are Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou sitting in the corner? Yeah, why aren't they sitting over with the martial arts class? Someone voiced their confusion glancing towards the other side of the cafeteria, where several tables were set up. Except for Jia Jiang, who was a local student, most of the martial artists from other schools sat over there. Notably, at a small table in the center of a group, a boy and a girl sat facing each other almost as if surrounded by stars. They must be the elites of this martial arts class, right? A few students who had previously given up their applications for the class looked on with envy, whispering intentionally near Jia Jiang. However, Jia Jiang paid them no mind, focused solely on his meal. The few students hesitated to press further and turned their gaze back to the corner. What do you think Qingshan is doing? Why is he trying to squeeze into the martial arts class? It's all about circles wherever you go. It seems he hasn't even managed to break into the martial arts class circle. How, what do you know? He aims to soar high, and our little class 7 can't accommodate him. We're all classmates, you shouldn't say that. After all, Qingshan won't stay in the martial arts class for long, he will eventually come back. When he exits the martial arts class in disgrace, he'll understand what bitter truths and harsh advice mean. Laughter erupted and mocking words continued to flow. Bang! An empty plate slammed down on the table, interrupting this gathering. Everyone froze and turned to Jia Jiang. I'm done eating. Jia Jiang wiped his mouth and fixed his gaze on the few students making noise. They were all the ones who had given up their applications for the martial arts class at the last moment. Having been classmates for 2 years, Jia Jiang was naturally quite familiar with them. Yet now these people seemed exceptionally strange to him. He couldn't understand why, even with no personal stakes involved, and with Qingshan merely acting according to his own thoughts, these spectators could harbor such animosity. Jia Jiang turned to look at the circle of the martial arts class and spoke. The two sitting in the middle, the girl's name is Yu Lei and the boy's name is Hong Qian. They are both at the first level of body refinement. The first level of body refinement. They've just entered the martial arts class and are already at that level. The people around widened their eyes. However, Jia Jiang didn't stop there. Qingshan is also at the first level of body refinement, and has even scored higher than them, being the top of this year's martial students. As soon as these words were spoken, they stirred up a storm. The first reaction from the class 7 students was disbelief. What? Impossible. Qingshan is just a public student, how could he achieve that? Absolutely impossible. Oh, Jia Jiang, don't joke around. Joking. Jia Jiang shook his head, picked up the empty plate, and turned to leave. At least one of those who spoke earlier was right. No matter where you go, there are circles. Now he no longer wished to remain in the circle of class 7. Watching Jia Jiang's retreating figure, someone hesitantly spoke up. Jia Jiang. He must be joking, right? Nonsense, do you really believe that? The speaker wore a disdainful expression, pointing towards the corner. If it were true, would he and Zhao Hongzhou really be sitting in the corner? Exactly. The surrounding people nodded in agreement, looking towards the martial arts class circle. Those martial students aren't blind, they wouldn't ignore the top student, would they? As soon as the words fell, they suddenly noticed that all the martial students who had been eating had stopped and were looking in one direction. The crowd turned in confusion following their gaze. In the corner, Qingshan was holding a bowl drinking soup. The martial students were all watching Qingshan. How could that be? As the thought crossed their minds, the class 7 students found it hard to believe, quickly turning their heads. Yet they discovered that the martial students whom they had been observing were all suddenly startled, lowering their heads and hastening their eating. Were they afraid? The class 7 students widened their eyes, utterly confused. At that moment, the boy and girl at the center of the martial arts class circle, the ones Jia Jiang mentioned, Yu Lei and Hong Qian, stood up. The two held their trays and walked towards the corner where Qingshan was seated. What Jia Jiang said is true. The area around class 7 fell into a heavy silence. The crowd exchanged glances, ultimately rising in defeat and quickly leaving the cafeteria. In the corner, Yu Lei and Hong Qian had already approached Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou. We hope you don't mind us sitting here. Please go ahead. Qingshan smiled, putting down his soup bowl and gesturing for the two to take a seat. The four paused, looking at their wrists. The communicator vibrated incessantly, its frame flickering with red light. Not just them, the entire cafeteria instantly fell silent, as everyone simultaneously lowered their heads to look at their wrist communicators. Inspection Bureau notice. Qingshan and the others exchanged glances, showing little surprise as they quickly opened the message. Last night, followers of the evil god appeared in Luoying City and completed a sacrifice on the outskirts. 2 citizens were killed. The Inspection Bureau has identified the 2 victims based on the genetic material from the bodies and is now releasing their photos. If you have any information, please contact the Inspection Bureau. The perpetrator has not yet been captured, as citizens are advised to exercise caution. After a few brief lines of text, 2 photos popped up. The faces seen just last night appeared on the screen. Blonde. Qingshan's pupils contracted, his fingers swiped to recheck the text notice. There were only 2 victims. Confirming the number of victims, Qingshan's gaze flickered. Clearly there were 3 people together, yet only 2 blondes were killed. Hiss! A flash of purplish red wavy hair crossed his mind, and Li Qingshan drew in a sharp breath. Fortunately, he had upheld his principles last night. Wow. A brief announcement echoed like a stone shattering the heavens. After a moment of silence, the cafeteria was instantly stirred. Li Qingshan's table, having learned the news in advance from Wank Mountain, was not too shocked. Yulei Hongqian and Zhao Hongzhou discussed the simple information on the announcement in hushed tones. Meanwhile, Li Qingshan kept his head down, silent, with his fingers swiftly tapping on the screen. Not hearing Li Qingshan's voice for a while, Zhao Hongzhou turned curiously. "Brother Shan, what are you busy with?" "Nothing much, just writing a resignation letter." Li Qingshan smiled, extending his wrist to display the screen. It was indeed a resignation letter, halfway written. "Having just entered the martial arts class, I don't want to be distracted. I'll put my part-time work on hold for now." Li Qingshan briefly explained, retracting his wrist as his fingers continued to tap. Since there is risk, one must avoid it in advance. Regardless of whether the culprit is that purple-haired woman, he was no longer planning to visit the Star River bar. Soon a resignation letter was completed and sent out, revealing another letter below. A report. The page was densely filled with what he had just written at lightning speed. Li Qingshan scanned it carefully, confirming that every detail of his experience from last night was clearly described before promptly sending it to the Inspection Bureau. The Inspection Bureau always values useful leads, promising rewards. However, one must act quickly. After all, he was not the only one planning to report. Just from last night's bus ride, there might have been witnesses to Huang Mao and his two companions. By the time Li Qingshan finished, the discussions at the table had already ceased. The information on the announcement was too sparse to yield any useful discussions. Yulei looked at Li Qingshan, her eyes turning as she thought of a new topic. "Li Qingshan, don't you rarely use nutrient liquid?" "I haven't used it before, but I plan to buy some when I head back." Li Qingshan nodded, not hiding anything. "You should have bought it long ago." Zhao Hongzhou wiped his mouth, clearly well aware of Li Qingshan's situation. "If Brother Shan had used the nutrient liquid earlier, your test scores would definitely be higher today. Not using nutrient liquid and still being first in the class is already quite abnormal." Hong Qian clicked his tongue. Yulei, however, showed no surprise, her eyes lighting up instead. "I knew it." Li Qingshan's gaze shifted toward Yulei. When Wank Mountain commented on him, Yulei's expression was different from that of the other students. She surely knew more about Starry Sky is Calling has realm distinctions. You should all know that, but you likely don't know that this technique has a total of 4 realms. In our class, apart from a few who are still stuck on movement, the vast majority of students are at the second realm mastering. The techniques of exerting force for 108 movements. The only reason Hong Qian and I have better scores is that we used more nutrient liquid. And Li Qingshan, you should be at the third realm mastering breath coordination, right? That's correct, your insight is quite accurate. Li Qingshan nodded. The characteristics of the first 3 realms indeed corresponded to the entry proficiency and mastery displayed on the panel. However, he was more curious about the next realm. "Yulei, could you explain what the 4th realm muscle means?" "Just call me by my name." Yulei waved her hand, pondering. "The key to the 4th realm is mastering the rhythm. This realm is quite esoteric, I heard Mr. Wan. Cough. Teacher Wan mentioned that movement, force, and breathing are developed from the outside, and while muscle rhythm is from the inside out." Her voice suddenly halted as Yulei looked at the 3 pairs of bewildered eyes, shrugging her shoulders. "I knew just that much." It was indeed quite esoteric and utterly incomprehensible. Li Qingshan shook his head regretfully. He only gained one insight from that last segment. Wank Mountain was Yulei's uncle. "Li Qingshan, don't be disheartened." Yulei felt guilty and comforted. "You've already achieved the 3rd realm so quickly, that should be considered a sign of enlightenment. With your understanding, you'll reach the 4th realm eventually." Enlightenment? Li Qingshan smiled without saying a word. He had never experienced such a thing. Whether it was the techniques of exerting force or breath coordination, he had learned them automatically after the panel upgrade, with no process of enlightenment involved. However, Yulei's words weren't entirely off. Once he maxed out the proficiency level of mastery, he would naturally be able to comprehend muscle rhythm. After chatting for a while longer, the 4 of them got up to leave the cafeteria. They parted outside the school gate, and Li Qingshan headed straight to the nearest shopping mall. 10 bottles of basic nutrient liquid, please." The salesgirl smiled brightly, holding out a specially designed small insulated box. Li Qingshan made an effort to return a smile, his lips stiff. He took the insulated box with his right hand, gripping the sword sheath with his left, as the communicator scanned across the register. 30,000 savings reduced by half. "Please take care, and we welcome your next visit." The girl had a great service attitude, but Li Qingshan couldn't slow down at all. His footsteps quickened as he hastened away from this place of sorrow. Back home, Li Qingshan leaned his machete against the wall, his gaze sweeping across the panel, not rushing to experience the martial arts space. Reality is fundamental, the level of techniques is merely a means of enhancement. To improve his body refinement progress, he could not neglect daily practice in reality. Moreover, now that I have nutrient liquid, the number of training sessions should also increase. Li Qingshan carefully opened the insulated box with both hands. Hiss. Cold mist surged and 10 test tubes, each the width of a thumb, were enveloped in mist, the azure liquid flickering in and out of view. The packaging is certainly extravagant. Qingshan muttered, feeling a bit better inside. He took out a bottle of nutrient liquid, quickly closed the insulated box, popped the cap, and drank it down. The sweet and sour chilled liquid flowed down his throat, disappearing without a trace. 3,000, and it's gone. Qingshan shook the empty bottle, somewhat dazed. His body showed no special reaction. The nutrient liquid worth 3,000 star coins seemed no different from a 3-star coin drink. However, the salesgirl had already introduced this point. Nutrient liquid is a supplement, and its specific effects depend on the individual. Ordinary people absorb very little from nutrient liquid. To enhance absorption efficiency, one must practice with techniques. Specific effects vary from person to person. In other words, the higher the level of techniques, the better the absorption efficiency. Qingshan gathered his thoughts, standing in the center of the living room, moving his hands as he began to practice Starry Sky, his calling. In the past, after every practice, he would be so hungry that his front would stick to his back, needing immediate food. Now, not only was there no hunger, but it felt as in the past, after every practice, he would be so hungry that his front would stick to his back, needing immediate food. Now, not only was there no hunger, but it felt as if gentle streams flowed from his stomach, spreading throughout his body, nourishing his fatigued form. 3,000 worth it. Qingshan grinned widely. At this recovery speed, it wouldn't be long before he could practice again. Qingshan spent the entire afternoon in training. In the evening after dinner, he completed another practice session. Qingshan felt his limbs turn soft, unable to muster any strength. The effects of the nutrient liquid had already worn off. Realm Body Refinement 9100. Realm Body Refinement 10100. Qingshan forced his weary body to stand as he walked into the kitchen, retrieving a piece of beef from the refrigerator and placing it into boiling water. Qingshan stared intently at the steam rising from the water. His focus shifted to the progress panel. Finally, the body tempering progress has increased. It had been stuck at body tempering 9100 for over 10 days, but today he finally made a breakthrough. Of course, the improvement in body tempering progress was not solely due to a bottle of nutrient solution. However, the effects of the nutrient solution were surprisingly good. A bottle of nutrient solution actually supports completing 4 practice sessions. At noon, he had discussed the effects of the nutrient solution with Yulei and the others, who said that one bottle was only enough for them to practice twice. Is this what they mean by it varies from person to person? Thinking of what the salesgirl said at noon, Qingshan quickly grasped the reason. His Starry Sky, his calling, was at the 3rd level, while Yulei and the others were only at the 2nd level, hence the sign. But how can Yulei and Hongqian maintain such a low absorption efficiency without falling behind in body tempering progress? They're drinking the nutrient solution like water, aren't they? Qingshan envied them, lost in thought. If only I could maintain a daily intake of 1 bottle of nutrient solution. Beep, beep, beep. The timer on the stove went off, pulling Qingshan back to reality as he saw the floating beef in the pot. With only 30,000 star coins left in his savings, even if he exchanged it all for nutrient solutions, he could only buy 10 more bottles. At that point, he wouldn't even be able to pay his rent. Qingshan's mouth twitched as he retrieved the beef, rinsed it under cold water, and began to eat. After finishing the beef and taking a quick shower, he returned to his bedroom and lay down on the bed. When resources are insufficient, talent must fill the gap. His gaze swept across the martial space section of the panel. Filled with anticipation, he closed his eyes and focused his thoughts. When he opened his eyes again, an expansive platform came into view. Is this the martial space? Qingshan looked around curiously, noticing there was no sky above, just emptiness. A faint glow seeped through the void, barely allowing him to see the edge of the platform about 500 meters away. The edge was curved, or rather he was standing on a circular platform with a diameter of 1,000 meters. After a brief observation, Qingshan spread his limbs and prepared to cultivate. Just then a low roar came from behind him, quickly approaching. Huh! As Qingshan turned around, a foul wind hit him, and a massive mouth was right before him. Thud! Sharp teeth clashed, and his head shattered like a watermelon. Damn! In his bedroom, Qingshan bolted upright from bed, drenched in cold sweat. Wolf venom. His heart raced, fear evident in his eyes. After all, he had just died once. What's going on? How could wolf venom appear directly? I didn't even summon its... His chaotic thoughts suddenly paused as Qingshan recalled the information that appeared when the martial space was first unlocked. The martial space is a mysterious realm for cultivation that automatically records the projections of all monsters he has killed. Automatically recorded. So when it was first recorded, the monster projections appeared directly in the space. Thinking of this, Qingshan felt a bit of frustration. Perhaps from the panel's perspective, being able to kill it once means he can kill it again. Whether monster projections appeared directly made no difference. So is this a punishment for taking a shortcut? Qingshan was momentarily speechless. To be precise, so is this a punishment for taking a shortcut? Qingshan was momentarily speechless. To be precise, being able to unlock the martial space today was indeed a shortcut. The condition to unlock the martial space is to kill a monster. Without Wonka Mountain's first lesson in martial arts, he would have had no chance to encounter wolf venom, let alone the strength to face it head-on. Strength. Qingshan murmured, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. If I can kill you once, I can kill you countless times. I won't believe otherwise. The existence of the wolf venom projection disrupted his plans to enhance his proficiency in martial arts. For him to cultivate in peace, this wolf venom must die. Qingshan rolled out of bed, walked to the living room, picked up the machete from the wall, and returned to his bedroom. Gripping the hilt tightly, he unsheathed the machete, sat cross-legged on the bed, and closed his eyes. As the space transformed, Qingshan opened his eyes, and immediately turned, gripping the hilt of his knife tightly. The machete had successfully entered, and a pair of crimson eyes was staring at him from 100 meters away. Roar! With a roar, wolf venom pushed off the ground with its hind legs, and leapt into the air. Its legs shifted rapidly, covering half the distance in the blink of an eye. Qingshan's gaze tightened, his left foot stepping back as he turned sideways. The beast's exposed skin brushed past his eyes, and he raised the machete in his right hand, striking down heavily. The two passed by each other, wolf venom landing 10 meters away with just a trivial wound on its shoulder and neck, while Qingshan's wrist went numb. After landing, wolf venom's eyes gleamed with ferocity as it leapt and turned, pouncing at him again. The 10-meter distance closed in an instant. This time Qingshan couldn't evade and could only barely raise the machete to block in front of him. Bang! The claws came crashing down, a terrifying force sweeping over. The machete slipped from his grasp, and the claws pressed down on his chest, crushing bones and internal organs. Qingshan shuddered all over, his eyelids opened as a flash of shock crossed his face. He had died again. After calming down slightly, he recalled the battle process in detail. Although it was only a few seconds, he could tell that wolf venom's speed and strength far exceeded his current capabilities. Is this the true strength of wolf venom? His gaze slightly darkened. Qingshan tightened his grip on the hilt and began to try again. Giving up was not an option. This wolf venom must die to block his path to cultivation. In the dark room, Qingshan sat cross-legged on the bed, gripping the machete tightly in his right hand. Every few seconds his body trembled, his eyes opening with a look of fear before closing once again. Time slowly passed, the frequency of his eye openings hardly changed, but his body no longer trembled. Beneath his opened eyelids his eyes were calm and steady. Boom! A sonic boom echoed, deafening. Skywatcher. As Qingshan opened his eyes once more, he quickly got up and walked to the window. Although the Skywatcher mechs had been patrolling between various cities in the province, they rarely broke the sound barrier over urban areas at night. This deployment must indicate an urgent situation. The mech's silhouette had vanished into the night sky, leaving only ripples of air behind. Qingshan followed the trail of the airwaves. Is that the direction of Linjiang Road? Could that woman with purple-haired hair truly be a cultist of the evil god? The Xinghe was right on Linjiang Road. Given the tip-off earlier, the Inspection Bureau would definitely set up surveillance at the Xinghe. I hope so. Qingshan offered a silent prayer and withdrew his gaze. If his tip-off did indeed have an effect, then the reward would be his. The communication device had no urgent notifications, clearly indicating that everything was under the Inspection Bureau's control. Qingshan rubbed his brow and returned to bed to begin another attempt. On the second day, in the early morning, the martial arts hall was bustling with activity. Zhao Hongzhou had changed into his martial arts uniform and had just stepped out of the resting room. Upon seeing a figure ahead, his eyes lit up as he strode forward and patted the person's shoulder. Before his hand could land, the figure in front suddenly turned, sidestepping with a gaze like lightning, raising his right hand in a knife hand strike. Whoosh! The knife hand stopped just an inch from the neck, the gust of wind brushing past. Zhao Hongzhou's outstretched left hand froze in midair, a stiff smile spreading across his face. Brother Sean. It's me. Reflexive reaction, sorry. Qingshan shook his head, retracting his hand and glancing at the resting room behind Zhao Hongzhou. Luckily, he had left the machete in the resting room earlier, otherwise. Thinking of this, he gently pinched the space between his brows and added a reminder. Recently, don't pat me on the back, I'm afraid I can't hold back. I want. Zhao Hongzhou rubbed his neck, still feeling apprehensive, then curiously asked, Brother Sean, when you went back yesterday, you weren't practicing martial arts the whole time, were you? Previously, Qingshan did not have such a frightening reflexive reaction. I just entered the martial arts class, oh, what martial arts could I practice? It's just a bit of combat reflex after all. Qingshan gently shook his head, looking at Zhao Hongzhou as Yulei was walking towards them. Qingshan, can you tell me how you practiced it? Yulei's eyes sparkled. She had witnessed the entire scene just now. Compared to her classmates, she had the opportunity to get in touch with martial arts earlier and had already been practicing martial arts skills. But the rapid response exhibited by Qingshan was something she absolutely could not achieve. Meeting those shining eyes, Qingshan pondered slightly before saying, Actually, it's not difficult. As long as you have enough imagination, you can do it. Imagination. Yulei was momentarily stunned, not expecting such an answer. Zhao Hongzhou furrowed his brows in thought, but no matter how he pondered, he couldn't understand how this related to imagination. When you practice, don't be constrained by the current environment. Fully utilize your imagination and envision an opponent like, for example, a wolf venom. Li Qingshan spoke eloquently, growing increasingly fluent. Brother Shan, I understand now. Zhao Hongzhou's eyes brightened. You mean to create a powerful opponent in your mind using the life and death crisis to stimulate your own progress. A teachable child indeed. Li Qingshan lightly patted Zhao Hongzhou's arm, nodding with satisfaction. Life and death crisis. Yulei seemed to understand something. In martial arts training, naturally the aspect of combat could not be overlooked, and even her uncle Wan Keshan had personally sparred with her. However, this kind of combat could never truly have a life and death crisis. But still, wasn't this more reliable than imagination? Yulei looked at Li Qingshan, her gaze gradually turning peculiar. To create a life and death crisis solely based on imagination, would that be even more effective than actual combat? Unconsciously, Yulei took a step back. This kind of imagination she had seen before, but not in the martial arts class. Rather, it was in a mental hospital. Li Qingshan also noticed Yulei's strange gaze, but at this moment he had no time to ponder it further. His right hand couldn't help but pinch the space between his brows again, fatigue flashing in his eyes. How could learning be so easy? It required risking one's life, and it had to be hundreds of lives. Although the deaths were just projections and wouldn't truly cause injury, the sensations of pain were incredibly real. As time passed, the students gradually gathered, and the line naturally formed. However, while waiting in line, Li Qingshan noticed that all the classmates were standing behind him, forcing him to step out of the queue, making him the front row, with Zhao Hongzhou, Yulei, and Hong Qian beside him. Li Qingshan looked back and noticed two people were missing. Did Liang Mingyu and Lu Jingyan not come? Hong Qian shot him a glance, and said, one was scared unconscious by a fierce beast, and the other was scared to kneel by you. They probably don't have the face to come, right? I heard that after class yesterday those two automatically withdrew from the martial arts class. Zhao Hongzhou said conspiratorially in a low voice. Yulei's lips curled up slightly as she added, no, they were directly expelled by Teacher Wan. Clearly Yulei had more accurate information. What a pity. Li Qingshan sighed. The three were momentarily taken aback, looking at him curiously. Li Qingshan twisted his right ankle, lamenting. I originally wanted to spar with her often in the future. You? Spar with Liang Mingyu. Yulei frowned in confusion, she had just opened her mouth to inquire when she immediately closed it. At the entrance of the venue, a tall figure was walking towards them. Wan Keshan had arrived. Good discipline, I hope you can continue to maintain it. Looking at the quiet and orderly line, Wan Keshan nodded with satisfaction. Starting today for the next 6 months, our focus will be on the martial art the stars are calling. I know some of you may not take it seriously, thinking it is just a set of calisthenics. But I want to tell you. Wan Keshan scanned the crowd, grinning. This set of calisthenics is the most advanced product of the entire Xing Star and even the entire Qihang Star region. Most advanced. Li Qingshan was somewhat bewildered. Although he didn't look down on this martial art, he hadn't expected it to be so impressive. Not just Li Qingshan, but the other students were similar expressions. Don't believe me. Wan Keshan looked at them and shook his head. Xing Star is just an ordinary planet in the Qihang Star region. Whether it's the communication devices in your hands, the patrolling ships in the sky, or even the various high-tech products in the new continent, they can't compare to the other major stars. Only the stars are calling is different. It's the crystallization of countless predecessors of the Federation, having undergone 36 generations of evolution. Whenever it is updated, it will immediately be popularized across all planets within the Qihang Star region. Even though some martial arts major stars possess more profound body tempering techniques, those techniques have thresholds. The only one that can be widely spread among the populace is the stars are calling. After this explanation, all the students suddenly realized their spirits lifted significantly. Wan Keshan noticed this, and a hint of smile flashed in his eyes as he began to enter the main topic. The stars are calling consists of 4 realms: movement, force, exertion, breathing, and muscle. Wan Keshan spoke at a measured pace, especially elaborating on force exertion techniques and breathing coordination to facilitate self-comparison for the students present. An hour later, Wan Keshan finally finished explaining the 3rd realm. Just as Li Qingshan's eyes sparkled, preparing to explore the mysterious 4th realm. Take a 10-minute break, and then start practicing. Wan Keshan waved his hand and said no more. The line dispersed, and Li Qingshan stood still. He thought he had a sufficient understanding of Wan Keshan, but he realized he was still naive. Wan Keshan smiled, without saying a word, waiting for everyone to return before he continued. Based on the martial arts realm, divide into groups and prepare for practice. The students automatically divided into 3 groups, spreading out and taking their stances. Li Qingshan, as a separate group, found himself in a very spacious area. Just as he completed the first movement, calm your mind and pay attention to your breathing. Wan Keshan's voice reached his ears. As expected, Li Qingshan continued to the next movement without surprise. The fourth realm focuses on the rhythm of the muscles. Entering the main topic, Wan Keshan's voice became serious. Within all our muscles, countless tiny nerves are distributed. Think carefully, have you ever suddenly felt a muscle in your arm or thigh pulsing with your heartbeat? The fourth realm is to use your breathing to mobilize the heart's strength to sense the nerves hidden within the muscles, mastering this pulsing. At the moment of exerting force in each movement, simultaneously mobilize the corresponding nerves in that area to vibrate the muscles. As long as you can achieve this, the efficiency of your practice will double again. Wan Keshan's explanation was quite straightforward and easy to understand. However, sensing the nerves hidden within the muscles, Qingshan calmed his mind and carefully felt each heartbeat during his breathing. But only the bones were exerting force. Mastering the subtle nerves beyond the bones was no easy task. Don't rush, take your time. Your comprehension is good, it shouldn't take long for you to grasp it. Wan Keshan offered a reminder and turned to leave. Qingshan decided not to dwell on it any longer as the illusory panel flashed before his eyes. The teacher was right, it wouldn't be long before he could grasp it. In the vast venue, beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of the students, their expressions focused. Wan Keshan moved among the students, occasionally offering guidance. An hour passed, and all the students gradually completed the final move, collapsing onto the ground. Qingshan wiped the sweat from his forehead, his stomach growling, wishing he could eat a whole cow right away. Looking around, other classmates were similarly exhausted with looks of desperation in their eyes. However, Yulei and Hong Qian were exceptions. Though they were also drenched in sweat, they appeared to be in much better condition. Having money is impressive, they are drinking nutritional fluid early in the morning. Qingshan suppressed his envy and quietly withdrew his gaze. He couldn't afford to treat nutritional fluid like a drink. Each bottle had to be carefully rationed. For now, the most cost-effective method was to drink a bottle each day, and then continue cultivating until the effect. Wan Keshan scanned the room, taking in everyone's state before reminding them, since you've entered the martial arts class, you can't skimp on the money for nutritional fluid. Each of you should assess your own situation and act according to your capabilities. However, very few people paid attention to his words. The majority of the students stared blankly at the venue's entrance. Wan Keshan shook his head in resignation and gestured, "All right, let's go eat." Long live the teacher. Cheers erupted and a group of students rushed out of the martial arts hall like hungry wolves charging toward the cafeteria. It was still far from noon, and the cafeteria was quite empty. Everyone quickly prepared their meals and began to wolf down their food. After finishing, Qingshan left the cafeteria, and as he approached the martial arts hall, he suddenly turned to walk towards a nearby office building. This building was the dedicated office for the martial arts teachers. Knock, knock, knock. The door is unlocked, come in. Wan Keshan was organizing documents and smiled when he saw Qingshan walk in. What a coincidence, I was just about to look for you, and here you are. Looking for me? Qingshan was taken aback. My matters aren't urgent, we can talk later. Wan Keshan waved his hand and looked at Qingshan. First tell me, what did you come to me for? Qingshan hesitated slightly before speaking. Teacher, I want to ask, if I encounter that wolf poison alone outside of school, how can I kill it? Last night he had died over 100 times, not to mention countering the wolf poison. He hadn't even managed to block its second strike, not even once. Currently the best approach was to consult a professional. Still thinking about that wolf poison? Wan Keshan exclaimed in surprise, sizing up the student before him. Isn't there a serious sense of crisis among students nowadays? That wolf poison had been hacked to pieces, yet it was still not enough. If Qingshan stammered. Alright, if. Wan Keshan did not reject Qingshan's hypothetical, but instead smiled casually. This problem is actually quite simple, it can be resolved with this. As he spoke, Wan Keshan opened a drawer and pulled out a silver handgun, tossing it onto the table. This is the Wuying 17, a standard laser pistol. As long as the wolf poison is not within 20 meters, it will give you enough time to react and take a headshot. A laser gun. Qingshan was dumbfounded, never expecting a martial arts teacher to give such an answer. This is the interstellar era, but don't be so rigid in your thinking. Wan Keshan said earnestly, whether it's a machete or a laser gun, they are weapons, as long as they are effective, that is all that matters. You are right, teacher, I have learned from you. Qingshan nodded earnestly, his eyes fixed on the laser gun, and asked eagerly, Teacher, can I pick it up and take a look? Feel free to do so. Wan Keshan waved his hand. With Wan Keshan's permission, Qingshan eagerly picked up the gun, handling it carefully. After examining it for a while, he gripped the handle with his right hand, closing his eyes, as if imagining the feeling of firing the gun. Do you like it, eh? Wan Keshan revealed a proud smile. You can obtain a gun license once you reach the 3rd level of body refinement. If you are the first to reach the 3rd level, I will give you this gun. To Qingshan, the laser gun was far more powerful than a machete. However, even throwing a stone casually would be more powerful than any handgun. Using it to motivate students was indeed a good choice. Just as Wan Keshan was feeling proud, Qingshan opened his eyes, his expression calm, and placed the laser gun back on the table without a hint of hesitation. Wan Keshan was somewhat puzzled. He had just been enamored with it, how did he suddenly discard it like a worn-out shoe? Opposite him, Qingshan remained expressionless, feeling helpless inside. Machetes and laser guns are both weapons, but the martial arts space does not recognize them. He had just entered empty-handed and had been directly gnawed on by the wolf poison. After pondering for a moment, Qingshan had to speak again. Teacher, you just said that one must reach the 3rd level of body refinement to obtain a gun license, which means that I currently cannot use a laser gun to kill the wolf poison if I encounter it. The maximum burst speed of the wolf poison is nearly 50 meters per second, and a casual strike exceeds 1 ton. Kexin's smile faded, and his gaze turned serious. You at the 1st level of body refinement without a gun still want to win? I want to. Qingshan nodded without hesitation. Alright then, I will tell you how. Kexin lowered his head, sliding his finger on the communicator. Buzz. His wrist vibrated, and Qingshan looked at the communicator, seeing a new email from Kexin. Opening the email, 2 compressed files appeared before him. Mizong Step and Wind Shadow Blade. These 2 basic martial skills were originally planned to be taught to you in the 2nd half of the year, but I'm sending them to you early now. Kexin's voice echoed, and Qingshan's expression brightened. Teacher, if I master these 2 martial skills, can I kill the wolf poison alone? It's not that simple. Kexin's lips twitched. The stars are calling has 4 realms, while martial skills have 5 realms. Entry, proficiency, mastery, great achievement, perfection. To kill the wolf poison at the 1st level of body refinement, you must at least practice Mizong Step to the 4th major achievement realm. The classification of martial skill realms was indeed similar to the levels on the panel. A thought flashed through Qingshan's mind, and he soon realized that Kexin seemed to have not mentioned Wind Shadow Blade. Teacher, do I only need to practice Mizong Step? Survive first, then you can output your power. Kexin lightly tapped the table, his gaze deep. If you can reach the great achievement realm, even at the 1st level of body refinement, you can dodge the wolf poison's attacks. By then it will be like a lamb to the slaughter. If you can reach the great achievement realm, even at the 1st level of body refinement, you can dodge the wolf poison's attacks. By then it will be like a lamb to the slaughter. Qingshan felt as if a cloud had lifted, gaining clarity. He thanked Kexin, saying, Thank you, teacher, I understand now. You understand nothing. Kexin chuckled and looked somewhat helpless. What I just provided was merely a theoretically feasible method based on your hypothesis. Even if Mizong Step is just a basic agility skill, reaching great achievement will still take at least 2 years. 2 years. Qingshan pondered. But he was different. Mizong Step was an agility skill. As long as his feet could move, he could improve his proficiency. Even if the wolf poison lurked in the martial arts space, he could start cultivating immediately. The afternoon classes were much like those in the morning, still focused on practicing the celestial call of the stars, as Kexin wove through the students, tirelessly offering guidance. Have you come to an understanding? Kexin watched Qingshan's thoughtful face and offered a guiding word. 2 years is enough for you to reach the 5th level of body tempering. When that time comes, facing a long do, even without sophisticated martial techniques, you could still cut it down by sheer force. In the end, it is the realm that matters most. Even in Shinjo, one advances the realm first, then refines martial skill. Thank you, master, I understand. Qingshan nodded, offering no objection. Kexin's counsel was sound, yet it did not apply to him. Because within his possession existed a martial space, the full mastery of Mizong Step was now within reach. Once Mizong was perfected and a long do was felled, he could calmly grind proficiency in Shinkong Zaijiaohuan. At the 4th tier, training efficiency of Shinkong Zaijiaohuan would double again. 5th level body tempering would not take 2 years at all. Kexin nodded, fell silent, and slid his finger across the communicator. Qingshan's wrist vibrated. Ding. Account credited 100,000. Qingshan's eyes widened as he stared at the digits on the screen. This is why I sought you out. Kexin's lips curved. He was pleased with Qingshan's reaction. That report you sent yesterday was useful. The 100 star coins are your reward. Qingshan looked up in surprise. Master, do you moonlight at the inspection bureau? Kexin's smile stiffened and his face twitched. What moonlight? I serve as an advisor. Qingshan hastily made a conciliatory grin. Yes, an advisor. I'm used to having side rolls, sorry. 100,000 star coins was enough to cover a month's worth of nutrient solution. Before benefactors, he was always deferential. Then Qingshan asked the question that mattered most to him. Master, is the woman with the purplish red hair mentioned in the letter really a follower of the evil god? It's basically certain. Kexin nodded. Basically certain. Qingshan was taken aback and asked in astonishment. The inspection bureau didn't catch her. If they had, they would not use such hedged words. Kexin paused briefly before replying, by the bureau's rules and principle, we cannot disclose such details to you. After he said that, he noticed his student not disappointed, but suddenly alert, eyes bright with eager expectation. Are students today so worldly already? The thought crossed his mind, and Kexin continued. Originally, the inspection bureau monitored several streets where the 2 deceased were known to frequent, including Linjiang Road. However, after receiving your report, we conducted a focused investigation into the Xinghe Bar on Linjiang Road. Unexpectedly, that inquiry did uncover problems. The Xinghe Bar was a stronghold for devotees of Shuorojiao. A stronghold? Li Qingshan drew a cold breath, suddenly afraid. He had worked at the Xinghe Bar for more than a month and had no idea how many followers of the evil god he had brushed past. Just a few scumbags, what's there to fear? Wan Keshin frowned in displeasure. Last night, the entire stronghold was raided by the Inspection Bureau. After overnight interrogation, we learned that the woman you mentioned was only a newly initiated follower. The night before last was her first offering. The Bureau suspects that the woman may have fled Luoying City and gone elsewhere to lay low. At that he paused and admonished you resigning outright yesterday, and not returning to the bar was a cautious but just in case a reminder. Shuoro Jiao worships a flesh and blood demon. Its followers possess the ability to alter their forms. Be wary of anyone who approaches you too deliberately. Thank you, Master, I know. Li Qingshan did not worry excessively. After all the stronghold had been smashed, a single escaped fish would not stir great waves. Moreover, he had only met that woman once the night before last. There was no grievance between them, and she could not possibly target him. He had found a way to kill the Longdu, and the 100 prize was in hand. Li Qingshan took his leave and turned toward the door. Just as he reached it, Wan Keshin's voice came from behind. Remember that hypotheses are mere suppositions. The realm is the true foundation. Master, I understand. Li Qingshan replied, and his figure vanished beyond the door. I hope you truly— Wan Keshin sighed, his expression complex. Li Qingshan had come specifically to the office to ask how to slay a Longdu, and the intensity with which he pursued the question hinted that this was no idle curiosity. He once had a student who asked much the same thing, chasing combat power that exceeded one's realm. That student was exceptionally quick to grasp. Upon entering middle school, she had already reached the 3rd tier in Shinkong Zaijiahuan. Such talent might have taken her straight to Xinzhou. But in a moment of weakness, Wan Keshin decided to keep her in Luoying City and instruct her personally. He had seen the world and knew that those super geniuses on the great martial stars each possessed the ability to slay across realms. Reality delivered a harsh slap to Wan Keshin. The student he had carefully cultivated did indeed gain cross-realm killing strength, but cross-realm had limits. Among the same cohort from Xinzhou, several students had already surpassed his pupil by a full major realm. As a result, his student lost the chance to leave Xiying Star and go to a Wudao Daxing for further study. Buzz, his wrist vibrated, and a video call request popped up on the communicator. When Wan Keshin saw the caller's identity, his face tightened slightly, but he still answered. The light screen opened to reveal a gleaming silver mech, its metal shell occasionally flashing with streaks of light. The mech's face was motionless, yet a cool female voice spoke. Advisor, one has Li Qingshan's bonus been Wan Keshin's expression returned to normal, and he grinned. Of course. Why else would you call me? Advisor Wan, by Bureau standards, the reward for exposing such a stronghold should be 5,000 star coins. You man, you've grown bold, trying to press me with a deputy director's title. Forget about advisors, call me up. Annoyed and shamed, Wan Keshin retorted. Li Qingshan is a martial prodigy from public care. He can't even afford nutrient solution. What harm is there in me giving him a little extra? After 2 seconds of silence, the mech's faceplate retracted, revealing a delicate visage bearing a 6-in-10 resemblance to Yulei. A prodigy? Yu Man asked calmly, not denying it. If she truly were a prodigy, she would have long since gone to Xinzhou. Wan Keshin was left with no rebuttal, and Li Qingshan came by earlier and asked a question similar to the one you once asked. Yu Man was that very student. Wan Keshin did not know whether his leniency toward Li Qingshan stemmed from pity for the boy's public care background or from memories of Yu Man. Perhaps it was both. Yu Man's cool expression softened, her voice grew a touch gentler. Uncle, I never blamed you. Even if you had not spent energy on martial technique back then, my realm might not have surpassed those few people. Besides, I pursued martial training only to attain greater combat power. A mech can achieve that too. At least now those few are no match for me. A mech? Wan Keshin watched the silver machine flashing on his screen and shook his head. It is different. If one went to a Wudao Daxing, one might behold the pinnacle of martial art. He looked out the window toward the sky, filled with longing. That is to ferry the flesh through starry space and roam the cosmos. Interstellar warships can traverse the universe as well. Yu Man's voice resumed its even tone. In time, I will strive for the opportunity to study at a planetary force. If things go well, my combat power will increase further. Even those super geniuses from the great martial stars I could face in battle. Always about combat power. Wan Keshin shook his head and ended the call. The path of evolution had not yet reached its terminus. No one was qualified to declare any single direction absolutely correct. But as a martial instructor, he had sworn himself to the way of martial arts for life. Li Qingshan and Yu Man are ultimately different. I hope he heeds advice. Wan Keshin sighed. Yu Man had awakened a psychic power which gave her the fallback of a mech. If Li Qingshan chose the wrong path, even the slim chance of going to Xinzhou would be lost. In the end, he would be stuck on the old continent, indistinguishable from the masses. The afternoon classes were much like those in the morning, still focused on practicing the celestial call of the stars, as Qingshan wove through the students, tirelessly offering guidance. Combining this with the earlier conversation in the office, Qingshan could clearly sense that Qingshan seemed particularly focused on the body refinement realm. In the next half year of courses, the emphasis would be on the celestial call of the stars. This technique serves as the foundation for body refinement, and Qingshan appeared to hope that all students could elevate their mastery within 6 months. After class, all the students rushed to the cafeteria, including Yu Lei and Hong Qian. Qingshan, with a flustered expression, quickly finished 2 plates of food and patted his belly with immense satisfaction. By practicing twice during the day at school, I can save quite a bit on meals, and it won't delay my evening return to continue my body refinement with nutritional fluids. With 6 body refinement sessions a day, efficiency has increased threefold. What was once estimated to take half a year to reach the second level of body refinement now only requires 2 months. However, Qingshan did not feel it was fast. If it weren't for the obstruction of the wolf toxin projection, he would have been joyfully honing his skills. Once the celestial call of the stars reached the 4th level, the training efficiency could double again. The enmity of obstructing my path cannot be forgiven. Qingshan's gaze hardened as he rose and greeted Zhao Hongzhou and the others before hastening home. At the foot of the apartment complex, it was already evening, with many people out walking to aid digestion, and children ran about joyfully. Qingshan finally managed to find a patch of open grass. His fingers danced over the communicator, and soon a light screen popped up showing the training materials for Mystic Steps. The materials included detailed illustrations and video explanations. Half an hour later, Qingshan finished reviewing all the materials deep in thought. In a confined space, one can twist and turn. These 8 characters encapsulate the essence of Mystic Steps. The foundation of Mystic Steps is a set of footwork. As long as one can complete the entire set of movements without pause, it is considered entry-level. Proficiency and mastery require the footwork to be ingrained in the mind, becoming second nature. The instructor in the video made sure to note a side comment at this point. Practicing Mystic Steps to mastery grants an additional advantage in speed tests during body refinement assessments. This is easy to understand, as the speed test involves running back and forth, which is precisely what Mystic Steps excels at. Upon reading this, Qingshan immediately thought of Yu Lei. Yu Lei must have practiced Mystic Steps as well, otherwise, even with the advantage of the platform, it wouldn't be possible for her to be so severely unbalanced in her skills. As for the mastery realm that Qingshan looked forward to the most, the instructor merely suggested practical application. The mastery realm transcends mere footwork. Practicing alone will not suffice. Only through real combat stimulated by crisis can one achieve the awareness of sensing an impending attack before it happens, and that would be considered mastery. Even the basic footwork once perfected seems to have an air of profound mystery. Qingshan sighed, noting that the mastery realm is profoundly mysterious and the subsequent completion realm is even more esoteric. In the video, the instructor only uttered one final statement. Understanding the intricacies of a confined space leads to achieving completeness. Qingshan seriously doubted that the instructor had ever reached completeness. Fortunately, I lack practical experience. Qingshan sighed in relief, then suddenly froze as he realized, no, I don't need practical experience to gain insight. With the panel available, whether achieving mastery or completeness, as long as I can sufficiently raise my proficiency, it wouldn't be a problem. With this thought, Qingshan's expression brightened as he began to practice the foundational footwork. All he needed was to input Mystic Steps into the panel to enter the martial arts space for training. As evening fell, the elderly and children out for walks gradually returned home. Grandma, look at that big brother, he can't even walk properly. A little girl tugged at the old woman's clothes and pointed to a nearby patch of grass. Ran, don't be rude. The old woman scolded her granddaughter and looked in the direction of her finger. There a young man stumbled awkwardly, his steps erratic, and he fell to the ground after just a few steps. He quickly got back up, stomping his feet in frustration before trying again. The little girl clapped her hands in excitement and exclaimed, Grandma, that brother's movements are so fun. I want to learn too. Don't learn. The old woman's expression changed as she hurriedly picked up her granddaughter and rushed home. An hour later, the young man's unsteady figure finally paused. Damn, this set of footwork is utterly inhumane. While it's called a set of footwork, each step is not only unrelated, but even contradicts itself. Clearly, he had just taken a step forward, but the next step required him to turn around, completely defying bodily instinct. It took him over an hour to successfully complete the sequence once. Qingshan, still shaken, looked at the panel. Qingshan. Realm Body Refinement 10100. Technique. 36th set of radio gymnastics. Celestial Call of the Stars. 101000 Mastery. Martial Skill Mystic Steps. 1100 Entry. Function Martial Arts Space LV1 1100. Available Time 1 year. Time Flow Rate 110. Fortunately, I have finally entered the entry level. Li Qingshan sighed in relief and walked home. On the way he switched his steps and attempted twice more. Although his movements were awkward, he did not fail again. Inputting the data into the panel once certified, it would be permanent. If it were someone else, just succeeding the first time would hardly count as entry level. Upon returning home, Li Qingshan opened the thermos box and took out a bottle of nutritional fluid to drink. He then walked to the center of the living room and began his body refinement practice. Until deep into the night, he finally completed 4 sessions of body refinement, and the effects of the nutritional fluid were nearly exhausted. Li Qingshan, dragging his exhausted body, lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. The practice had only just begun. As he opened his eyes, the familiar circular platform came into view. Unlike last night, Li Qingshan did not turn to face the wolf toxin, but immediately moved his feet, beginning his training in mystic steps. Roar. The roar drew nearer in just 3 seconds, and the gaping maw was right before him. Li Qingshan's expression remained calm as he continued to take the next step according to the footwork principles. The large head was smoothly sent into the wolf toxin's mouth. Bang! The watermelon burst apart. In the bedroom, his eyes blinked open and closed as Li Qingshan returned to the martial arts space, stepping forward to continue the footwork he had not completed earlier. Roar! After dying more than 20 times, Li Qingshan opened his eyes and looked at the panel. Mystic Steps, 1100 entry. Mystic Steps, 2100 entry. Fortunately, the interruptions from death do not affect proficiency gains as long as I complete the sequence. Once I can gain 1 point of entry-level proficiency. Li Qingshan's lips twitched, trying to muster a smile. However, the shadow of being repeatedly devoured by wolves made it impossible for him to smile. Ding, 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 buzz, buzz, buzz. Urgent vibrations and shrill alarm tones intertwined, provoking unbearable irritation. Li Qingshan struggled to open his eyes. Blood vessels webbed the edges of his sclera. Late again. Frowning, Li Qingshan reached over and silenced the alarm. Normally he awoke naturally each morning. The alarm had merely served as a backup. Yet for the past 2 days, severe sleep deprivation, caused by the martial Dao realm, had left him dependent on the alarm's jarring wake-up call. The martial Dao realm negates physical exhaustion, but appears to offer no mental restoration. Over those 2 days, Li Qingshan had grown increasingly certain of this hypothesis. Still, it was hardly a flaw. With its 110 time dilation ratio, the martial Dao realm allowed him to compress rest into its folded hours. The crux remains eliminating the wolf venom projection. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Li Qingshan turned his gaze toward his cultivation interface. Li Qingshan, Realm Body Forging, 10,100. Cultivation Art, 36th Broadcast Calisthenics, The Cosmos Beckons, 101,000 Mastered. Martial Technique, Phantom Trace Steps, 2,500 Proficient. Function Martial Dao Realm LV. 1, 1,100. Available time 364 days. Time dilation ratio 110. The available time had already decremented by 1 day, though the precise number of hours remained unspecified. Indeed, the previous night he had perished over 1,000 times before elevating Phantom Trace Steps to proficiency. And to verify the progression pattern of proficiency, he'd forced himself through dozens more deaths, completing 2 full cycles of the technique. Correct. The proficient tier demanded 2 complete executions to gain a single point. Yet once attained, the steps flowed without stiffness, losing little in efficiency. Almost there. Almost there. Li Qingshan lightly slapped his cheeks, rallying his flagging spirit. In just a few more days, Phantom Trace Steps will reach mastery. At mastery, the steps become instinctual. Perhaps then I'll finally evade Wolf Venom's assaults. First High School Martial Hall. Zhao Hongzhou noticed the bloodshot veins in Li Qingshan's eyes and exclaimed in surprise. Brother Shan, didn't you resign from your job? Then why are you burning the midnight oil? Yu Lei and Hong Qian turned curiously upon hearing his voice. Nothing serious. Just trained later than usual. Li Qingshan waved dismissively, offering no further explanation. After a moment's hesitation, Hong Qian ventured. Li Qingshan, may I ask how many body forging sessions you perform nightly? Why not? Li Qingshan pinched the bridge of his nose casually. 4. Hong Qian's pupils contracted sharply. Shame flickered across his face. He could barely endure 2 sessions daily. Li Qingshan possessed superior talent, a higher realm attainment, and yet trained with even greater tenacity. Yu Lei, sensing Hong Qian's inner turmoil, shook her head. Don't dwell on it. I too manage only 2 sessions nightly. It's simply the gap in our realm attainments. While forging your body, focus intently on synchronizing breath with movement. That is the true path to advancing your cultivation art. Hong Qian nodded gratefully, his expression visibly softening. Yu Lei then turned to Li Qingshan, studying the dark smudges beneath his eyes with quiet concern. Li Qingshan, did you practice martial techniques last night? Body forging drained vitality, but deep slumber restored the body swiftly. Such exhaustion could never stem from body forging alone. Li Qingshan nodded, surprised. Did Master Wan tell you? No. Yulei shook her head, then murmured a gentle admonition. Excess undermines balance. Human stamina has its absolute limit. Last night her elder sister Yuman had casually inquired about Li Qingshan upon returning home. Combined with Li Qingshan's haggard appearance today, it stirred echoes of her sister's own relentless past. Thank you. I'm well aware, Li Qingshan replied with a warm smile, accepting her kindness. Fatigue during this period was inevitable. Once, phantom trace steps reached consummate mastery, and wolf venom fell beneath his blade. Ease would follow. As they spoke, Wan Keshin entered the hall through the front gate. As customary, his gaze swept across all students, pausing briefly on Li Qingshan, his brow imperceptibly furrowing. Yet he said nothing. Soon the students dispersed, once more resuming their body forging practice. School cultivation proceeded methodically day after day, unchanging save for the deepening weariness etching itself upon Li Qingshan's features. Yet the expended energy bore fruit. Phantom trace steps surged forward at a feverish pace. Phantom trace steps, 2,500 proficient. Phantom trace steps, 65,500 proficient. Phantom trace steps, 65500 proficient. Phantom trace steps, 127,500 proficient. Phantom trace steps, 127500 proficient. Phantom trace steps, 190,500 proficient. 8th day, afternoon. Having completed another round of body forging, all students collapsed onto the dark circles hovered like faint shadows beneath Li Qingshan's eyes. Yet as his gaze fell upon his interface, a quiet smile tugged at his lips. Li Qingshan, Realm Body Forging, 12,100. Cultivation Art. 36th Broadcast Calisthenics. The Cosmos Beckons, 221,000 mastered. Martial Technique, Phantom Trace Steps, 21,000 mastered. Function Martial Dao Realm LV. 1, 1,100. Available time 356 days. Time Dilation Ratio 110. Over these 8 days, he had spent at least 20 hours nightly within the martial Dao realm. Phantom Trace Steps had been ruthlessly driven to mastery, and body forging progress had not stalled either, advancing 2 full points. At mastery, the steps dissolved into pure instinct. Where once they felt stiff and awkward, now every motion unfolded with elegant precision, revealing their full potential for evasion and redirection. Were he tested anew, he might well earn the label of specialized cultivator, much like Yulei. Now I should withstand several of wolf venom's strikes. Time to test swordsmanship. Li Qingshan's eyes gleamed with fierce exhilaration. Evading attacks meant seizing openings, striking back. 8 days of relentless ascent had cost him over 10,000 deaths at wolf venom's fangs. His enmity with wolf venom was absolute, unforgivable, unshareable under the same sky. I shall slay it 10,000 times. No, at least 100,000. His gaze hardened with lethal resolve as he pushed himself upright, heading toward the cafeteria. Li Qingshan, wait. Wan Keshin's voice cut from behind. Li Qingshan halted mid-step and turned. Wan Keshin scrutinized his student, his brows drawing deeper and deeper. Since 8 days ago, he'd known Li Qingshan had ignored his counsel, doubling down on martial technique training with obsessive intensity. Now he even regretted having entrusted him with those 2 techniques. Yet the Tao must be walked by oneself, especially the martial Tao. After a long silence, Wan Keshin finally spoke. Tonight, practice nothing. Rest thoroughly. Yes, master. Li Qingshan flashed a bright smile and agreed instantly, then pivoted toward the cafeteria. But after only a few strides, he paused, turned fully toward Wan Keshin, and bowed deeply. Thank you, master. Scram, I'm not dead yet. What's with the bow? Wan Keshin scowled and shooed him away. Li Qingshan grinned, then sprinted off toward the cafeteria. He understood Wan Keshin's concern completely, yet the interface remained inexplicable. Still, he could do better, to ease others' worries, not deepen them. 1 day's reprieve. Call it a celebration. Finishing lunch swiftly, Li Qingshan hurried out the school gates, racing toward the shopping mall he'd visited before. 10 nutrient vials were exhausted. He'd need to dip deep into his reserves once more. 40 vials of grade I nutrient solution. Here you go. The sales clerk was the same young woman as before, her smile now even brighter. Li Qingshan accepted the insulated case, his left wrist palm trembled slightly as it swiped across the payment terminal. 120000. Only 1000 credits remained in his account. Have a safe journey, and please visit us again. The clerk bowed low in farewell as Li Qingshan dashed away. Back home, he set down the case and bolted straight for the shower. After a swift rinse, he collapsed onto his bed. Li Qingshan closed his eyes, thoughts stilled mind. The next day, in the early morning, as the first light of dawn illuminated the sky, Li Qingshan quietly opened his eyes in the tranquil bedroom. Comfortable. He turned over and sat up, stretching his body and feeling completely relaxed. He got out of bed and walked to the bathroom. Li Qingshan splashed a handful of cold water on his face and looked up at the mirror. In the reflection, the dark circles under his eyes had long disappeared, and he appeared spirited with droplets of water sliding down his chiseled face. Last time 1 million was definitely too low. With this face it should be at least 10 million. Qingshan smiled with satisfaction and turned to walk into the living room. Gazing at the empty living room, he felt a moment of confusion. He had not woken up this early in a long time and had no training plans for this time slot. His gaze swept over the wall on the left where a machete leaned against the wall. Swordsmanship. Qingshan recalled yesterday's plan, raised his wrist, activated the communicator, and found the compressed file he had saved separately. Wind Shadow Blade. The information on the Wind Shadow Blade was similar to that of Mystic Steps, also featuring a combination of illustrations and video explanations. However, compared to the inhumane introductory steps of Mystic Steps, Wind Shadow Blade was much simpler. The set of blade techniques was not complicated, with the only characteristic being its speed. In the video, after a middle-aged teacher demonstrated the complete set of blade techniques at a slow pace, the movements suddenly accelerated. Master the swordsmanship, strike like the wind. As his voice fell, a cold light flickered akin to a raging wind howling incessantly. Master the swordsmanship, the long blade pierces the wind. The sound of slicing wind arose as the long blade cut through the gales with ferocity. The blade light creates shadows. The sword light became increasingly rapid, with trails of afterimages appearing. Qingshan was dazzled, unable to catch the location of the long blade, and could not help but exclaim in awe. Is this the perfected state of Wind Shadow Blade? The middle-aged teacher's demonstration in the video continued, and the movements grew faster. The wind shadow follows the swordsmanship is complete. Whoosh! The blade light stirred up a whirlwind surrounding him, with afterimages solidifying in the wind. In the blink of an eye, 3 blade lights appeared, as if they were tangible, extending from different angles. It was as if 3 individuals were simultaneously striking with their blades amidst the fierce wind. Qingshan blinked and observed carefully. Yet no matter how he looked, he could not discern the truth from the illusions. Or perhaps all 3 blade lights are real. Just as Qingshan seemed to grasp something, the blade light gradually ceased, and the wind shadows dissipated as the middle-aged teacher sheathed his sword. Huh. Qingshan let out a breath, recalling the characteristics of the 4 realms of Wind Shadow Blade: the rapid strikes, the long blade piercing the wind, the blade light forming shadows, and the wind shadow following. First, he'll learn the basics. Qingshan calmed his agitated emotions, reopened the video, and repeatedly watched the demonstration of the initial blade techniques, while understanding and memorizing them alongside the illustrations. Half an hour later, Qingshan picked up the machete from the wall and turned to step outside. It was still early, and only a few elderly people were practicing in the community. Qingshan casually found a patch of grass and drew his blade. After taking a few deep breaths, he began to wield the long blade. The characteristic of Wind Shadow Blade was speed, but Qingshan's movements were notably slow, hardly different from those of the elderly practicing in the morning. Chop/lift, poke, intercept. Qingshan focused intently, recalling the details of each blade technique in his mind and presenting them with the machete in his hand. 10 minutes later, the entire set of blade techniques was completed. Qingshan paused his movements and drew his blade once more. The same moves, the same techniques, but this time the blade's momentum was no longer sluggish, it was fierce and swift. In less than a minute, a complete set of techniques had been practiced. The panel is indeed reliable. Qingshan smiled slightly, sheathed his sword, and glanced at the panel. Qingshan Realm Body Refinement 12100 Technique 36 Set of Radio Gymnastics. The stars are calling 221000 Proficient Martial Skills. Mystic Steps 21,000 Proficient Wind Shadow Blade 2100 Beginner Function Martial Arts Space LV1 1100 Available Time 356 Days. Time Flow Rate 110. School Martial Arts Hall. Qingshan walked in through the front door and as usual scanned the room, finally stopping his gaze on Qingshan. After sizing him up, Qingshan revealed a satisfied smile and waved his hand, signaling the students to disperse and start their training. In the evening back home. The break is over, it's time to work hard again. Qingshan smiled, took out a bottle of nutrient solution, and continued his body refining. Every session of body refinement left one utterly exhausted. However, Qingshan savored it, carefully feeling the gradual strengthening of his body. As the night deepened after completing 4 sessions of body refinement, Qingshan quickly rinsed off, drew the machete, and lay back down on the bed. Wolf venom. I won't be the one to be slaughtered this time. Qingshan's expression was invigorated as he closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he found himself back in the martial arts space. Qingshan tightened his grip on the handle of the blade, twisted his right foot, and in an instant turned to face the wolf venom. Roar! The wolf venom let out a low growl, propelling itself forward. At a distance of 100 meters, it took the wolf venom 2 seconds to cross. Once these 2 seconds were Qingshan's lifeline, allowing him to evade the wolf venom's initial pounce. But now Qingshan realized he didn't just have to evade. He advanced instead of retreating, charging directly at the wolf venom. Man and beast covering 100 meters were about to collide in an instant. Li Qingshan suddenly shifted his foot mystic steps, becoming instinctive, his figure bizarrely sidestepping to the right of the wolf venom. His right hand raised the machete and struck out in an instant. Puff! The wolf venom hit the ground, leaving a gash on its back. Li Qingshan's expression did not relax in the slightest as he fixed his gaze on the wolf venom 10 meters away. 10 meters was merely a distance for the wolf venom to leap. He had never evaded the wolf venom's second pounce before. Roar! The wolf venom let out a fierce roar and lunged again. Li Qingshan had no time to react and could only take a step based on instinct. Their figures crossed, and the massive body of the beast brushed past him. I dodged it. As soon as the thought flashed through his mind, a sharp claw came slashing from behind. In the bedroom, Li Qingshan opened his eyes, slightly reminiscing about the battle just now, and then began to try again. Throughout the night, under the absolute disparity of speed, Li Qingshan could only rely on his botus instincts to take steps and evade. With good luck, he could avoid 3 to 5 attacks from the wolf venom. With bad luck, he couldn't even evade the second pounce. However, compared to before, where he had perished at the jaws of the wolf venom thousands of times in one night, this was already a significant improvement. More survival time also allowed the improvement speed of mystic steps and wind shadow blade to become faster. Time passed day after day. Li Qingshan traveled back and forth between home and school daily, maintaining a consistent routine. His body refining training occurred twice at school and 4 times at home, without interruption. As his body grew stronger, the progress of body refinement and the proficiency of the stars are calling were steadily increasing. However, the rapid progress was still with mystic steps and wind shadow blade. Almost every night, Li Qingshan practiced in the martial arts space for over 20 hours. Notably, perhaps due to fewer deaths, Li Qingshan, although somewhat fatigued, felt significantly better in spirit when waking up the next morning. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. In the dark bedroom, Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze radiant. Mystic steps had reached perfection. The Mizong step has finally reached perfection. Jiang Qin's realm body refinement 15100. Techniques. The 36th set of calisthenics the stars are calling 521000 mastered. Martial arts Mizong step 13,000 perfected wind shadow blade 1121000 mastered. Function martial arts space LV1 1100. Available time 335 days. Time flow rate 110. The body refinement progress has reached 15,100. And according to previous tests, a progress of 9 points corresponds to the first level. He is only 3 points away from the second level of body refinement. The stars are calling has only improved by a few dozen points of proficiency, which isn't much. However, Wind Shadow Blade has been directly raised to mastery due to training in the martial arts space. To perfect the Mizong step, it requires 3,000 proficiency. Jiang Chun raised an eyebrow, not particularly surprised. Although 3,000 is a lot, it isn't unreasonable. His gaze continued downward, ultimately landing on the available time section of the martial arts space. Compared to when it was first unlocked, the available time has decreased by 30 days. 30 days. So I really spent just 1 month to practice the Mizong step to perfection. Jiang Chen mumbled, feeling somewhat dazed. It takes at least 2 years to progress from entry to perfection in the Mizong step at the entrance of Wank Mountain. Of course, this doesn't mean he has become a martial arts genius. In fact, the martial arts space ignores physical exhaustion, and due to the presence of wolf poison, he has been awake and alert throughout. This 1 month is no less than the 2 years spent at Wank Mountain. I have truly worked hard. Jiang Chun sighed softly. He may not be a genius, but he absolutely deserves the title of diligent. In just 1 month, he completed the training journey of an ordinary person over 2 years. Moreover, the wolf poison projection has been accompanying him throughout the training. He knows not how many times he has died from wolf poison. With the Mizong step perfected, it's time for revenge. A fierce glint flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade and closed his eyes. As he opened his eyelids, the familiar round platform came into view. Jiang Chun moved his feet, turned his body, and charged forward without hesitation. Wolf poison! Roar! Wolf poison howled and leaped forward. The two rushed toward each other, closing the distance. Just as they were about to collide, Jiang Chun moved his right foot and stepped forward in a miraculous manner. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Wolf Poison and slashed backhandedly. Growl! Wolf Poison's roar suddenly soared before abruptly stopping. Upon landing, Wolf Poison clamped its hind legs tightly and glared at Jiang Chun with blood-red eyes. Haha, it seems you have forgotten how you got here. Perfect timing, let me help you remember. Jiang Chun laughed heartily, twirling his blade before charging at Wolf Poison once more. Roar! Wolf Poison roared in anger, its claws striking out. But the human who had been in front of it just a second ago suddenly vanished. Excruciating pain shot through its lower body while the detestable laughter echoed behind it. Haha, you're too slow. Wolf Poison stomped its limbs and leaped high, lunging backward. But there was nothing behind it, and it missed. Are you looking for me? The voice came from behind, followed by another slash between its legs. Wolf Poison's crimson eyes flared with rage, and it went completely mad. Its limbs seemed to be phantoms constantly changing shape in an attempt to locate the detestable human. But no matter how it shifted positions, it couldn't catch a glimpse of any trace. Only the repeated excruciating pain in its lower body reminded it that the opponent was right behind. Like a trapped beast, Wolf Poison flailed around like a headless fly. Behind Wolf Poison, Qingshan followed like a shadow, swinging his blade slowly. At that moment he finally understood what the teacher in the instructional video of the Mizong step meant by the cicada senses the autumn wind before it stirs. In terms of speed and strength, Wolf Poison far surpassed him enough to rival a 5th-level body refinement. But battle is not merely a race, it's more than just numbers. No matter how great the power, if it can't hit the enemy, it's all in vain. Just like at this moment. Every attack from Wolf Poison was predicted in advance by him. He didn't need to be faster than Wolf Poison, he just had to position himself correctly in advance. If it were a 5th-level body refinement who had studied martial skills, Qingshan might not have been able to respond perfectly. However, Wolf Poison was merely a ferocious beast acting purely on instinct, making it impossible for it to escape his predictions. As time passed, Wolf Poison's roars weakened, and its lower body became a bloody mess. Finally, with a thud, the long blade pierced its abdomen, and its entrails spilled out. Wolf Poison trembled violently and collapsed to the ground. In its dying moments, that devil-like figure finally appeared before its eyes. I said I would kill you 100,000 times. Remember, this is just the first time, and there are still 99999 times to go. Qingshan held the blood-dripping blade, watching the body of Wolf Poison disappear. At the same time, on the edge of the round platform, a tumtor-high sculpture of Wolf Poison appeared out of thin air, lifelike. With a thought, Qingshan made the sculpture disappear. Roar! The familiar roar echoed. Qingshan turned around and licked his lips. There's still time, I can kill you 9 more times. Half an hour later, Wolf Poison collapsed for the 10th time. Qingshan discarded the blade, stretched his limbs, and began practicing The Stars Are Calling. The martial arts space ignores physical exhaustion. Qingshan continued without pause, repeating the practice until he could no longer bear it, and lay down to sleep. Upon waking, he got up and continued practicing. Ding ding ding. Buzz buzz buzz. The alarm rang, and Qingshan opened his eyes, scanning the panel. The stars are calling 521000 mastered. The stars are calling 721000 mastered. In one night, I gained 20 points. At this rate, it will only take a little over a month to reach perfection. Qingshan stretched, feeling refreshed. Finally, I'm back on track. This was the training plan he originally set. In the afternoon at First High School. After completing a day's training, the students in the martial arts class were devouring their meals in the cafeteria. After clearing 2 trays, Qingshan took a sip of soup and looked at Zhao Hongzhou. Hongzhou, where have you been working part? Zhao Hongzhou quickly swallowed the last bite of food. Surprised, brother Shan, are you looking for a job? Him considering it, Qingshan nodded. Having just paid the rent, he had only a few thousand left in savings, and with only 20 bottles of nutritional solution remaining, it was time to plan ahead. Yulei, sitting across from Qingshan, looked up in surprise at his words. You can still make time. She returned home after 2 body refinement sessions, and it was already 10 p.m. Qingshan underwent body refinement 4 times each night, and it took him until after midnight to finish. As for time, you can always squeeze it in. Yulei's expression darkened visibly, and Qingshan quickly changed the subject. Saving some time is always possible. Now that I can rest in the martial arts space, I'm not afraid of practicing late. Hongzhou, I'm going back to Yinghai Gym. Yinghai. Qingshan frowned, slightly puzzled. Weren't you complaining about the low pay before? Why are you going back? Last year, both he and Zhao Hongzhou had worked at Yinghai Gym. However, the pay was too low and they didn't stay long. It's different this time. I'm not doing menial work. Zhao Hongzhou grinned, proudly boasting, I'm now a personal trainer, charging 500 per session with 2 sessions a day. So high. Qingshan looked at Zhao Hongzhou suspiciously, sizing him up. If it weren't for the boyish look still on his face, he might have suspected that his friend had gone into a different line of work. While Zhao Hongzhou was basking in pride, Yulei noticed Qingshan's thoughts and said helplessly, don't think too much, the reputation of the martial arts class can still be intimidating. Those middle school students' parents can't afford martial arts teachers, so they can only hire students from the martial arts class. Even freshmen can do it. Qingshan raised an eyebrow, feeling that this money was a bit morally questionable. Those middle school students hiring personal trainers were simply looking to practice The Stars Are Calling. But this technique entirely relies on one's own comprehension, and no amount of teaching guarantees effectiveness. Just like in their class. A month passed, and aside from him, not a single person broke through the 3rd level. Brother Shan, don't you want to go? Zhao Hongzhou sensed Qingshan's hesitation, regrettably saying, what a pity, as the top freshman in Luoying City, you could charge at least 1,000 per session. Yinghai is a chain brand with 3 gyms in Luoying City. The largest flagship store, located near the city center square, covers an area of nearly 10,000 square meters, its grandeur rivaling that of the adjacent commercial plaza. At this moment, Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou are inside the flagship store. Qingshan, I always believed you were a dragon among fish. As expected, as soon as you entered the martial arts class you soared to great heights immediately. The middle-aged bald manager smiled warmly, appearing quite familiar. Manager Zhou, you are too polite. I must thank you for your past support. Li Qingshan smiled brightly, extending his hand for a shake. Zhao Hongzhou stood frozen, his gaze bouncing between the two smiling faces. Manager Zhou is the human resources manager of the flagship store. He and Li Qingshan had only met a few times when they worked there, and they did not know each other well. Just as Zhao Hongzhou was lost in thought, a bottle of low-grade nutrient solution was shoved into his hand. Zhao Hongzhou, you did well this time. In the future you can introduce more outstanding classmates here. Manager Zhou patted Zhao Hongzhou's shoulder, saying, we at Yinghai are more than willing to provide a platform for these new martial arts talents, helping to pave their paths in martial arts. Manager I. Zhao Hongzhou's face flushed, nervously glancing at Li Qingshan, ready to decline. He brought Li Qingshan here, not to receive rewards. Just as Zhao Hongzhou was about to push the nutrient solution away, Li Qingshan quickly interrupted. Why are you looking at me? You should thank Manager Zhou. No need, no need. Manager Zhou waved his hand and got to the point. Qingshan, as the top of this martial arts class, how about I set your remuneration at 1,500 per session? 1,500. Li Qingshan was taken aback. In this day and age, are there really so many generous patrons? If you think it's too low, I can increase it. No, I'm not complaining about the amount. Li Qingshan hurriedly waved his hand, asking, Manager Zhou, am just new to the martial arts class. Will anyone buy lessons? A fee of 1,500 per session, 2 hours a day would be enough for him to buy a bottle of nutrient solution. However, the premise is that someone has to buy lessons. Hey, you underestimate the value of being the top of the martial arts class. Manager Zhou waved his hand confidently, saying, rest assured your lessons will definitely be in high demand, and we at Yinghai don't take a cut at all. In this era, truly talented martial artists are all in Xinzhou. As for those who remain in Jiuzhou, to put it bluntly, aside from the martial arts instructors from various places, the rest are just rookies. In such a scenario, promotional hype is far more important than actual strength. Although Li Qingshan did not understand how the other party made money, a win-win situation would naturally be the best. Happy cooperation. Just then a commotion erupted from the front desk. I don't care, you must change my coach. I bought lessons to learn martial arts, not to do calisthenics in a different place. Who is causing the disturbance? Li Qingshan turned his head to look, only to see a small chubby boy about 12 or 13 years old, leaning against the front desk, insisting stubbornly. Manager Zhou's expression changed, and he hurriedly jogged toward the front desk. Li Qingshan nudged Zhao Hongzhou's arm and asked, how's your client doing? They can't all be as difficult to handle as this little chubby boy, right? My client is a little girl, very obedient. Zhao Hongzhou looked toward the front desk and said helplessly, moreover, this little chubby boy is one of a kind in the store. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What do you mean? His name is Chao Xiaoyu. He just started the first year of junior high and dreams of becoming a hero, fighting every day. He has already changed coaches several times and has been dissatisfied with all of them. Clearly this scene is not the first of its kind. It's quite interesting. Li Qingshan shrugged, arms crossed, watching the drama unfold. It's unclear whether it's because of Chao Xiaoyu's significant background or if Manager Zhou's professional demeanor is simply high. Manager Zhou kept nodding and smiling apologetically. However, Chao Xiaoyu was not impressed. Refund. Am I here to ask for money? I'm here to practice martial arts. Chao Xiaoyu's face flushed with anger, pointing his pudgy finger at the sign on the wall. Is this how you do business at Yinghai? You don't even have a decent coach. I'm not asking for a refund, I'm offering more money. If 1,000 for a session is not enough, then change it to 1,500. No, 2,000. Find me a coach worth 2,000 per session who can teach me martial arts. Zhao Hongzhou shook his head, speechless. What martial arts? This little brat just wants to fight. 2,000 per session is tempting, but I have no ability to teach. This is quite convenient. A light chuckle rang out, and before Zhao Hongzhou could react, Li Qingshan had already walked straight to the front desk. He'll take this order. Qingshan, this. Manager Zhou rubbed his hands, hesitating to speak. Don't say. Chao Xiaoyu impatiently interrupted, looking up at Li Qingshan suspiciously, asking, can you really teach me martial arts? The real kind of martial arts? As he spoke, Chao Xiaoyu gestured with his hands quite comically. As for whether it's the real martial arts, I don't know. Li Qingshan smiled and reached out, lightly tapping Chao Xiaoyu's forehead where a bruise was visible. But at least I can teach you how to fight. Hiss! Chao Xiaoyu covered his forehead and shrank his neck, but his face was filled with joy. Great coach, I will practice martial arts with you from now on. The deal was struck and the trouble was resolved, but Manager Zhou's expression showed little joy. After a moment of hesitation, he leaned closer to Li Qingshan and whispered, Qingshan, do you want to reconsider? Chao Xiaoyu's order could be a bit troublesome. Teaching a little brat is nothing much. Li Qingshan shook his head casually, saying, if he is still not satisfied, I can always refund him. The trouble I'm referring to isn't about this little brat. Manager Zhou's expression turned urgent, his voice raised slightly. Who is calling someone a little brat, Zhou? Qiao Xiaoyu immediately jumped up dissatisfied. I finally found a coach, but don't mess it up for me. Manager Zhou ignored Qiao Xiaoyu looking at Qingshan seriously. The coach that Qiao Xiaoyu wants to replace is named Yu Zhuo, a second-year student in the martial arts class your senior. The martial arts class lasts 3 years, and in the first year all senior students can enroll resulting in varied strength levels. However, to remain in the second year one must at least achieve the 3rd level of body refinement. Senior. Qingshan raised an eyebrow, becoming more serious. Is Yu Zhuo very strong? But I don't consider this to be stealing his student. Yu Zhuo is at the 3rd level of body refinement. As for how strong he is. Manager Zhou glanced at Qingshan, the implication clear. Although the 3rd level of body refinement is merely the threshold for the 2nd year, it is not something a newcomer, like Qingshan, who has just entered the martial arts class for a month can compare to. Ultimately, being the top newcomer is just a gimmick. However, Manager Zhou noticed that Qingshan seemed to not grasp his point, showing no signs of tension on his face. While it may not be considered stealing, students, Yu Zhuo has always had a rather domineering personality. Once he finds out, he will probably come to spar with you. Manager Zhou spoke earnestly. Our store has no authority to intervene in private sparring between martial artists. Even the inspection bureau won't interfere unless there are serious injuries. You all are in the martial arts class, and when the time comes you won't be able to avoid it. Previously deciding to give Qiao Xiaoyu a refund was not only because this little chubby boy was difficult, but also due to the consideration of Yu Zhuo. There are only so many personal trainers in the store, no one else would provoke Yu Zhuo over a single order. Manager Yu is a bit fierce. Qiao Xiaoyu shrank his neck after hearing this, but this time he was determined to change coaches. At worst, I want refund the remaining lessons with Coach Yu. Qiao Xiaoyu shouted loudly, while casting a glance at Qingshan, fearing that this new coach would be intimidated by Yu Zhuo and would not dare to take on his lessons. Is this a matter of refunding lessons? Manager Zhou shook his head helplessly. You're still young and don't understand the adult world. This is a matter of face. Qiao Xiaoyu paid 1,000 for Yu Zhuo's lessons, and turning around to change coaches, while increasing the fee to 2,000, is a slap in the face for Yu Zhuo. Qiao Xiaoyu didn't understand. He rubbed his hair in frustration. I just want to change coaches. Why is it so complicated? Actually, it's not complicated at all. Manager Zhou is just overthinking it. Qingshan found it amusing and reached out to straighten his hair. I'm not Yu Zhuo's father. Do I have to consider his feelings just to take an order? Qingshan turned to Manager Zhou, casually asking, is Yu Zhuo in the store right now? Yes. Manager Zhou nodded blankly, not understanding. Lead the way. I happen to enjoy sparring as well. Qingshan casually brushed it off, leaving Manager Zhou momentarily stunned and involuntarily turning to lead the way. After just a few steps, excited shouts from Qiao Xiaoyu echoed. Yes, let's spar. If you're not convinced, well, settle it with a fight. That's the way of martial arts. The chubby boy clenched his fists and cheered loudly. Wait, what am I doing? A thought flashed through his mind, causing Manager Zhou to abruptly halt, realizing the situation. He turned to face Qingshan, his eyes gradually widening. You are also at the 3rd level of body refinement. Other than that reason, I can't fathom why Qingshan would come looking for me. No, Qingshan shook his head. Brother Shan, are you really going to challenge Yu Zhuo? Zhao Hongzhou spoke up in a low voice, his brow furrowed. He knew Qingshan's strength best, not to mention the 3rd level of body refinement. He hadn't even reached the 2nd level yet. Don't worry, realm doesn't equate to combat power. Qingshan lightly patted Zhao Hongzhou's shoulder. Zhao Hongzhou nodded, saying no more. Although he didn't fully understand, he trusted Qingshan. However, Manager Zhou was not so composed, anxiously hopping in place. Qingshan, the difference in speed and punch power is so vast, you can't even take one of his punches. How do you plan to fight? Yu Zhuo was inherently domineering, and Qingshan was practically delivering himself to be beaten. If I don't go looking for him, will he not come looking for trouble? Qingshan calmly retorted, then raised the machete in his right hand, signaling, Manager Zhou, lead the way. You sighed. The balding middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to lead the way. The best solution was actually to just give Qiao Xiaoyu a refund and send him off. However, Qingshan was clearly determined to take this job. In the gym on the 3rd floor, the hall was filled with various equipment, and urban men and women were sweating after work. Nearby, in a small room separated by glass, a dozen women in yoga clothes were striking various poses. Yu Zhuo paced among them, occasionally offering guidance. Accompanied by the constant sound of giggles, Yu Zhuo felt quite pleased. Though at the 3rd level of body refinement, he wasn't particularly remarkable in his class in this gym, he was indeed a formidable expert. Not only was his work easy, but he also earned a good income. The other staff in the store dared not provoke his. You've had a class cancelled. A male instructor rushed to the door panting. Yu Zhuo frowned and said sternly, what happened? Who dares to cancel my class? It's someone named Qingshan, apparently the top newcomer in this martial arts class. Qingshan. Yu Zhuo was somewhat surprised. He had heard Qingshan's name before, specifically after the preliminary test. The names of those ranked among the top few circulated to the 2nd and 3rd year students. However, no one in the upper classes cared as they all had gone through it themselves. The important thing was to make it through the Yuzhua did not expect that a junior he disregarded would dare to challenge him. Not only has he cancelled, but that chubby Chao Xiaoyu is also willing to pay him 2,000 for the class. A few instructors gathered at the door speaking in a flurry. Yugu only gets 1,000, how can a newcomer dare to ask for 2,000? Doesn't he fear the backlash? This Qingshan is clearly slapping Yugu in the face. Interesting. A sinister smile crept across Yuzhua's face as he cracked his knuckles. It seems the title of top newcomer has gone to his head. Just right, let me as his senior help him come to his senses. Oh, it seems there was a misunderstanding, the reputation of my senior was damaged. A light laugh rang out as a group of four approached from outside the hall. The coaches at the door were dumbfounded and stepped aside. They were eager to convey the news and had not expected Qingshan would dare to approach directly. I heard before that Senior Yu is quite domineering, but I didn't expect him to be so warm-hearted in person. Qingshan smiled as he stopped at the door. As his words fell, everyone around was taken aback, exchanging glances. Everyone in the store knew of Yuzhua's domineering nature, but Qingshan was the first to say it to his face. A few coaches secretly glanced at Qingshan, their eyes betraying a hint of admiration. Regardless of his strength, at least this top newcomer had enough courage. Beside the manager, Zhou's face turned red, beads of sweat forming on his bald head. His eyes seemed to twitch, frantically signaling to Qingshan. Is it necessary? Just say it privately, or must you confront him publicly? Don't you fear being beaten up later? Qingshan, you actually dared to come looking for me. Yuzhua laughed in anger, waving his hand to signal the women practicing yoga around to disperse. The dozen or so women immediately stopped their movements, skillfully gathering to one side, their eyes sparkling. This kind of drama wasn't their first time. They were about to witness Coach Yu show his power again. Top newcomer. Yuzhua scoffed, his gaze sharpening as he stared at Qingshan. You're only at the first level of body refinement. Who gave you the courage to provoke me, eh? Or do you think that being called top newcomer is enough for you to defeat someone stronger? Wrong, I never believed that the weak can defeat the strong truly exists. Qingshan interrupted, speaking seriously. Moreover, you have misunderstood the relationship between strength and weakness. Between you and me, you are weak, and I am strong. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone's gaze turned strange. At the first level of body refinement, speed, 11 meter-second punch power, 250 kilograms. At the third level of body refinement, speed, 15 meter-second punch power, 500 kilograms. With such a vast difference, how could Qingshan dare to claim superiority over Yuzhua? So he's a madman. Yuzhua sneered, cracking his knuckles. Then let's go to the arena and see where exactly you are stronger than me. It's just a knife, no need for that much trouble. Qingshan gently shook his head, drawing out the machete, politely saying, Senior, are you ready? Seeking death. Yuzhua erupted in fury, pushing off the ground with his right foot and leaping forward, his wild momentum akin to a tiger unleashed. Qingshan remained standing still, not moving an inch. Are you scared, silly? A thought flickered through his mind as Yuzhua grinned wickedly, his right hand forming a fist. In an instant, he closed the gap of over 10 meters, delivering a heavy punch. Whoosh! The punch missed, and his body stumbled. Where is he? Yuzhua stared blankly at the empty space in front of him, utterly bewildered. In the span of just 1 second, how could the opponent vanish before his very eyes? At that moment, he suddenly noticed that the coaches and manager Zhou, who had been watching, were all wide-eyed, their faces filled with disbelief. Look at me, eh? No, Qingshan is behind me. Yuzhua quickly reacted just as he was about to turn around. Whoosh! The chilling blade wind swept past, tearing his pants. Yuzhua felt a chill instantly run up his legs, his knees buckling as he knelt on the ground. Though the blade wind flashed by, that momentary coldness felt like a piercing wind invading through his pores and reaching deep into his heart. Yuzhua's hair stood on end, his whole body trembling, his lips quivering. He was just a hair's breadth away from becoming a eunuch of an ancient dynasty. Just a hair's breadth. Phew, that was close. Qingshan let out a breath, sheathing his knife, apologizing. Sorry, Senior, I got carried away for a moment and nearly lost control. For a moment, the entire venue fell into silence. Everyone seemed to have forgotten to blink, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Qingshan won. Just from a single exchange, he won. This result not only exceeded everyone's expectations, but also shattered their worldview. Is martial arts really like this? A first-level body refinement against a third-level body refinement, and it was that simple to win. There were no fierce exchanges of fists, no life-threatening situations from a single misstep. Qingshan merely stepped forward, seemingly at random, moving behind Yuzhua and drawing his blade upward. Then, Yuzhua knelt. Coach is amazing. Chao Xiaoyu was the first to react, jumping up and down, utterly excited. So impressive, this is the martial arts he wanted to learn. The others gradually came to their senses, their expressions complex. It was only at this moment that they understood Qingshan's words, you are weak, I am strong. This was not an arrogant boast born of ignorance. It was an objective truth. As long as Li Qingshan wished, he could split Yu Zhuo in half with a single move. Martial skills. Zhao Hongzhou spoke in a muffled voice, pinpointing the key to this victory. He remembered that Li Qingshan had indeed practiced martial skills before, but he never expected that he had unconsciously mastered them to such an extent. Martial skills. Yu Zhuo repeated these words, looking up at Li Qingshan. His pale face was filled with disbelief, even more so than before. Did you master your Mizong step? Just a moment ago, Li Qingshan appeared behind him. Only the mastery of Mizong step could accomplish that. But a freshman who had just entered the martial arts class for a month mastering Mizong step. The mere thought crossed Yu Zhuo's mind, and he felt it was utterly absurd. He had also been practicing Mizong step, and after half a year, he had barely become proficient. Facing Yu Zhuo's eager gaze, Li Qingshan smiled slightly, deliberately ignoring him, and walked past him towards Manager Zhou. The issue is resolved. Arrange a classroom for me to teach. Sure, no problem. Manager Zhou responded repeatedly, wiping the sweat from his palms. It was incredibly exciting. The chubby child Xiao Xiaoyu was quite generous and immediately booked 30 days of classes. 2 sessions every evening totaling 120 star coins directly transferred to Li Qingshan's account. On the 4th floor of the gym in a spacious classroom, Li Qingshan picked up a wooden sword and tossed it to Xiao Xiaoyu. Today I'll teach you sword techniques, but as long as you can learn, you should be able to win, even with a wooden sword. The foundational martial skills are open for public use with no restrictions on dissemination. The chubby child clearly had a history of fighting. Li Qingshan planned to first ignite his enthusiasm for practice with martial skills, and then gradually guide him. Sword techniques. Xiao Xiaoyu cradled the wooden sword, his expression conflicted. What's wrong, don't you want to learn it? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had just been so excited, why had he suddenly lost interest? Xiao Xiaoyu puffed out his chest, and boldly said, Coach, I don't want to learn the Eon slice. What Eon slice? Li Qingshan's expression darkened immediately, drawing his sword from its sheath, and slashing at the air with an unending whoosh. Look closely, this is Wind Shadow Blade. However, his demonstration had little effect. Xiao Xiaoyu bit his lip and stubbornly replied, no matter what, I just won't learn it. After witnessing Li Qingshan's upward slice that tore through Yu Zhuo's pants, this sword technique in his mind had already become synonymous with the Eon slice. How could we martial artists use such a despicable move? Even during school fights, no one would dare to shamelessly use the Eon slice. If he really learned this sword technique, wouldn't he be looked down upon when he returned to school? Li Qingshan took a deep breath, gripping the sword hilt tightly before slowly releasing it. Those who have been paid cannot get angry. The other party is a client. I must display a service attitude. Thoughts flashed through his mind as Li Qingshan finally suppressed the impulse to bully the weak, forcing a warm and friendly smile. If you don't want to learn the sword technique, then tell me, what do you want to learn, eh? Coach, please stop smiling, I'm scared. Xiao Xiaoyu took 2 steps back, withdrawing his neck. Seeing the smile on the opposite side stiffen, seemingly becoming even more frightening, he quickly added, I want to learn footwork. Just like the coach did just now, whoosh whoosh whoosh. The chubby child mimicked the sounds while bouncing on his little legs, moving back and forth. His round waist occasionally showed a glimpse of fat spilling out from the hem of his clothes. Li Qingshan once again tightened his grip on the sword hilt, veins popping on his forehead. You, a little chubby kid, are telling me you want to learn footwork? A minute later, Xiao Xiaoyu finally stopped moving, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Though he was panting heavily, his face was filled with excitement. Coach, is that okay? Li Qingshan met those shining eyes, fell silent for a moment, and finally smiled broadly. Of course. Li Qingshan opened the communicator, brought up the information on Mizong's step, and projected it onto a large screen on one side of the room. After about half an hour, he detailed the key points of the introductory footwork and personally demonstrated it several times. Then he let Xiao Xiaoyu practice on his own. In the spacious classroom, Xiao Xiaoyu stumbled and fell frequently. However, his excitement did not diminish. Each time he fell, he quickly got up and continued practicing. He does have some perseverance. Li Qingshan leaned against the wall, sitting on the floor, nodding slightly. Teaching Mizong's step was merely to avoid dampening Xiao Xiaoyu's enthusiasm. But, glancing at the chubby child who fell every 2 steps, Li Qingshan shook his head gently and closed his eyes. He had taught everything he needed to, and it was time to relax and cultivate. In the realm of martial arts, it was merely a projection of consciousness. If his real body moved, he would immediately awaken, and it wouldn't cause any impact. On the circular platform, Li Qingshan glanced at the wolf poison statue. I'll let you off this time. He then spread out his limbs, beginning to practice The Stars Are Calling. Xiao Xiaoyu's class had only gone on for half an hour, which meant there was still an hour and a half left. In the space that equated to a full 15 hours. Li Qingshan practiced over and over until his proficiency increased by 4 points before finally stopping. Is Xiao Xiaoyu still practicing? Having not been awakened, Li Qingshan found it strange, and filled with curiosity, opened his eyes. He saw the chubby child moving with fluidity, agile and nimble. Li Qingshan rubbed his eyes and stared at the sweat-drenched face again. Confirming that the chubby child before him was indeed Xiao Xiaoyu, he couldn't help but gasp. In just an hour and a half he's mastered the basics. Qiao Xiaoyu had no interface, so he couldn't enter until he succeeded once. For a moment Li Qingshan's gaze became peculiar. Could it be that I stumbled upon a genius? Coach, are you awake? Qiao Xiaoyu eagerly ran over upon seeing Li Qingshan open his eyes. What do you mean awake? I was cultivating just now. Li Qingshan's expression turned serious as he stood up. Your talent is decent, you can barely be considered to have entered the basics, which should be enough for you to go back to school and take revenge. The entry-level Mizong step is difficult to use in battles between martial artists. However, for a child fighting, it would surely be a crushing blow. Really? Qiao Xiaoyu's eyes widened, growing even more excited. Whether it's true or not, you'll find out tomorrow. Li Qingshan smiled and continued, additionally, I have already decided on tomorrow's lesson practicing the off. The excitement immediately faded and Qiao Xiaoyu wore a mournful expression saying, Coach, I don't want to do calisthenics. You have to do it whether you want to or not. Li Qingshan said, decisively, turning to leave the classroom. The threshold for selecting martial artists in Xinzhou is to cultivate the stars, or calling to the third level before graduating from middle school. If Qiao Xiaoyu truly is a genius, then he cannot waste time. Since Li Qingshan has accepted the tuition fees, he naturally has to be dedicated to his work. The next day noon, during the lunch break, there were only a few figures in the martial arts hall. In a corner, Li Qingshan leaned against a soft cushion, his eyes closed, seemingly lost in deep sleep. An hour passed. Li Qingshan opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping across the panel. Starry Sky is calling 9-0 proficient. Starry Sky is calling 1-0 proficient. The proficiency has increased by 2 points again. Indeed, the daytime cannot be wasted. This inspiration came from last night's class with Qiao Xiaoyu when I was slacking off. The martial arts space has a time flow rate of 110, so as long as there are 6 minutes of free time in reality, it's enough to practice. Starry Sky is calling completely within the space. Every night, I can ensure a proficiency increase of 20 points, and during the day, I can gather another 10 points. That makes it 30 points a day, and in a month, I could reach great success. After a moment's contemplation, Li Qingshan nodded in satisfaction. However, proficiency does not come from thin air. He looked at the martial arts space's available time, 323 days, his brow slightly furrowed. Every 1 point of proficiency requires 4 rounds of practice, which means 4 hours. For 30 points of proficiency, it would take a total of 120 hours, or 5 days. Moreover, the martial arts space only ignores physical exhaustion. He still needs to sleep to recover from mental fatigue, which requires at least 1 day. In other words, for every day that passes in reality, the available time in the martial arts space would consume 6 days. With the rapid increase in the training progress of Starry Sky is calling, the martial arts space's available time was also being consumed quickly. Although the remaining available time is sufficient for mastering Starry Sky is calling, there isn't much left. I need to prepare for the future. Li Qingshan lightly pinched the bridge of his nose, his eyes revealing contemplation. Kill monsters. But where should I find monsters? After experiencing the super double in the martial arts space, he didn't want to return to the hard life of the past. At that moment, a towering figure walked in through the front door. Li Qingshan's gaze shifted, locking onto him. In the afternoon, after finishing another round of body training, all the students collapsed on the ground. Qingshan walked over with his hands behind his back, stopping in front of Li Qingshan. Kid, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't give me this. From the moment he entered, Li Qingshan had been staring at him, making him feel a bit uneasy. Oh, is it that obvious? Li Qingshan smiled awkwardly and spoke up. Teacher, I actually just wanted to ask where the wolf poison from the first class came from. Still thinking about that wolf poison? Qingshan's expression changed, his brows furrowing. He felt that his student was somewhat unwell. From the broken belly of the cracked jug on the first day to later inquiring about methods to kill the wolf poison alone. Each of these was not the behavior of a normal student. He thought that with the recent silence of half a month, Li Qingshan had finally settled down. Unexpectedly today, he surprised him again. Teacher, don't overthink it. Seeing Qingshan's brows furrowing deeper, Li Qingshan quickly explained, I'm just curious about the Star Realm beasts and want to learn more. Curious? Qingshan's gaze shifted, a half smile on his face. Once you go to the new continent, you'll have plenty of time for your curiosity. For now, focus on your training. New continent. Li Qingshan paused and tentatively asked, Teacher, could it be that the wolf poison was sent from the new continent? Of course, unless there are sinister godly powers at work, ordinary ferocious beasts cannot break through the Star Realm's confinement on their own. Qingshan casually explained, the new continent suppresses a gate, and the wolf poison was caught from inside. Li Qingshan's expression brightened. The textbooks had introduced the Star Realm and Gate. The Star Realm generally refers to spaces in different dimensions from reality with an unknown number and size. The only thing that can be confirmed is that all known alien beasts have invaded the human federation from the Star Realm. The Gate is the entrance to the Star Realm. However, the textbooks never mentioned that there was a gate in the new continent. A thought flashed through his mind, and Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. The wolf poison was caught from the Star Realm. There must be countless other alien beasts within that star realm. For him, the gate is no different from the entrance to an experienced dungeon. As long as his strength is sufficient, he can not only gain a large amount of available time, but even upgrading the martial arts space level wouldn't be impossible. But these are things that can only be considered once he reaches the new continent. The distant water cannot quench the immediate thirst. Oh, Qingshan reluctantly said, teacher, is it really impossible to find ferocious beasts in the old continent? You really dare to think? Keshan's eyes widened, scolding, so what if you find one? Do you expect to bind the ferocious beast's limbs like in class, and let you research it? Or do you think you currently possess the strength to kill ferocious beasts? Qingshan was a bit stunned by the scolding, hesitating before speaking up. Teacher, actually. Enough, don't aim too high. Keshan interrupted directly, speaking earnestly. The ferocious beasts in the old continent are limited, each one has its own uses, and they are not something you can find just because you want to. Moreover, in order to maintain stability in the old continent, ferocious beasts must go through strict scrutiny before entering. The entire process is extremely rigorous. The last wolf poison I also had to report in advance to get approval. In short, if you want to see more ferocious beasts, just work hard on your training and strive to comprehend the 4th level of Starry Sky is calling as soon as possible and master muscle movement. Only then will you have hope of being admitted to the martial arts university in the new continent in your 3rd year. After another round of encouragement, Keshan turned and left. Qingshan watched his teacher's rapidly departing figure and shook his head. Just now he had wanted to say that he already had the strength to kill the wolf poison alone. But now it seems that whether he said it or not, it made no difference. Given the old continent's scrutiny system for ferocious beasts, he currently had no chance to come into contact with them. It seems that to kill monsters I still have to go to the new continent first. Qingshan temporarily suppressed his thoughts and did not become too anxious. 3 years is too long, he cannot wait. However, with the panel in hand, Qingshan does not need to wait 3 years. Comprehending the 4th level of Starry Sky is calling only requires another month of proficiency. By then his body training progress would surely catch up quickly with the 2nd year and even 3rd year seniors. After dinner, Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou took the bus to the Yinghai flagship store. In the evening it was peak business time for the gym, with people coming and going. Coach Li. The receptionist girl's eyes sparkled, her face beaming with a smile. Other coaches occasionally passed by and greeted him warmly. Brother Li, you are here. Qingshan smiled and nodded in response as he walked towards the 4th floor classroom. As soon as he entered the classroom, he saw the agile little chubby boy practicing Mizong step, his face full of excitement. Coach. Xiao Xiaoyu stopped his movements and rushed over to greet him. The chubby kid was chattering away, saliva flying everywhere. Qingshan stepped back, calmly waiting for him to finish before nodding gently. Alright, it's time to start today's lesson. Xiao Xiaoyu's expression froze, excitement fading instantly as he said with a mournful face, are we really going to do calisthenics? What do you think? Qingshan smiled slightly, holding the machete against his chest. Xiao Xiaoyu shivered, no longer daring to bargain, and obediently walked to the center of the classroom, spreading out his limbs. However, compared to the talent he showed yesterday in the mystic steps, today's performance could only be described as appalling. The chubby kid's movements were slack. Not only did he fail to grasp the basics, but he couldn't even meet the fundamental requirements. Qingshan's brows furrowed deeper, and he interrupted in a deep voice, stop. Is this how your school teaches? Before the age of 15, new provinces' standard for selecting martial artist talent was based on the 3rd realm of the stars are calling. Although the physical education teachers in primary and secondary schools are not as good as Keshan, they shouldn't be so perfunctory. The teacher's instructions are too difficult, and although they claim to build the body, it actually has no effect at all. Xiao Xiaoyu murmured softly, cautiously glancing at the coach. If it's practiced like this, it would be strange if it had any effect. Qingshan shook his head, not delving further. Because he recalled that before his transmigration, his past self had only regarded the stars are calling as calisthenics, barely grasping the basics. In fact, this was the common state of affairs. The stars are calling is easy to learn, but hard to master. Without mastering the force application techniques at the 2nd realm, one cannot truly experience the body tempering effects, which naturally fails to ignite students' enthusiasm for practice. Physical education teachers in primary and secondary schools face thousands of students and cannot supervise each student like in martial arts classes. Alright, let's start from the beginning, and I will correct you one by one. Qingshan stepped forward with the machete, signaling the chubby kid to start practicing. The knife sheath occasionally tapped against his limb joints to correct his movements. 2 hours later, they finally completed the 108 moves, and Xiao Xiaoyu collapsed onto the ground, gritting his teeth. Qingshan nodded, still somewhat satisfied. Although he hadn't fully grasped it, yet it was clear that his previous guess was correct. Xiao Xiaoyu indeed had some talent. However, this chubby kid didn't put in the effort until he saw results, and given how slowly the stars are calling took effect, he had remained indifferent. Coach, what are we practicing tomorrow? Xiao Xiaoyu wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking forward to it. Can we switch to mystic steps? Of course you can. Qingshan cast a sidelong glance at the chubby kid, half smiling. After completing body tempering tomorrow, I'll reward you with an hour of movement technique practice, and I won't charge you for overtime. Coach, I was wrong. I forget I said anything. Qiao Xiaoyu shivered, scrambling to rush towards the door. I'm heading back. However, before he could reach the door, he tripped and fell. Qingshan shook his head, stepped forward to help him up, and asked curiously, you stay at school? My parents work in the provincial capital, and they can only come back on weekends. I usually stay in the school dormitory. Qiao Xiaoyu's indifferent demeanor showed no awareness of being a left-behind child. However, Qingshan didn't find him pitiable. This left-behind child had bought 100 worth of courses in one go yesterday. With an extra 100 on his card, Qingshan no longer had to worry about the nutrient solutions, and life became more orderly. Daily shuttling between school gym and home. The proficiency of the stars are calling steadily increased at a rate of 30 points per day. The body tempering progress was also slowly but surely climbing. Day after day. A month later in the martial arts space. Roar. The wolf poison howled ferociously, its fangs glinting in the light. 100 meters away, Qingshan planted his long knife in the ground, a smile on his lips. I'm in a good mood today, so let me kill you once for a celebration. A man and a beast charged towards each other. In the blink of an eye, they crossed the 100 meters, and the claws met the machete. Bang. After a collision, the wolf poison quickly jumped back and lunged again. Qingshan's gaze sharpened. Instead of using mystic steps to outmaneuver, as usual, he directly swung his arm. Whoosh. The blade sliced through the wind, whistling continuously, getting faster and faster. In an instant, the machete's solid form disappeared into the wind, leaving only endless shadows of the knife. Wind shadow blade perfected. The blade light becomes a shadow. The myriad of knife shadows descended like a net. The wolf poison's outstretched claws were instantly blocked by the knife shadows, its forelimbs covered in wounds. Roar. The wolf poison, unwilling to relent, lunged forward again. But the knife shadows were impenetrable, leaving it with no way to break through, instead causing numerous cuts on its body. Blood surged and flew with the knife shadows, and the wolf poison's roars grew weaker. Within a minute, the massive body of the wolf poison suddenly softened, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from its wounds, forming a pool of blood. The myriad knife shadows suddenly dissipated. Qingshan sheathed his knife, standing before the pool of blood, looking at the wolf poison on the brink of death, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Finally, I can kill you, Hedon, once. In just a month, the body tempering progress had already exceeded 18,100, reaching the second level of body tempering. Although his speed and punch power were still inferior to the wolf poison, combined with the perfected wind shadow blade, he was now able to achieve a Hedon kill. However, this was not the reason for today's celebration. Qingshan looked at the wolf poison as it breathed its last, its body turning back into a sculpture. With a thought, he exited the martial arts space. In the classroom, Qiao Xiaoyu was drenched in sweat, practicing body tempering. Compared to a month ago, the fat on the chubby kid had reduced by a layer, and his movements were extremely standard. He had officially entered the basics. A great teacher produces outstanding students. Qingshan smiled smugly, his gaze falling on the illusory panel. Qingshan Realm Body Tempering 20100 Skill 36 Set of Calisthenics. The stars are calling 13000 Perfected Martial Techniques, Mystic Steps 276. 3000 Perfected Wind Shadow Blade. 53,000 Perfected Function Martial Arts Space, LV1, 1100. Usable Time 150 Days. Time Flow Rate 110. The stars are calling Fourth Realm Muscle Rhythm. Qingshan lightly pinched the space between his brows, carefully recalling the information that surged in his mind during the previous skill upgrade. Mobilize the heart's power with breathing, feel the nerves hidden in the muscles, and master the muscle contractions. At the moment of exerting force in each movement, simultaneously activate the corresponding nerves and tremble the muscles. The content in his mind was consistent with what Qingshan had previously explained. However, unlike before when he was only half understanding, at the instant the stars are calling upgraded, he had completely comprehended it, with his body instinctively learning how to execute it. With the panel paired with the time acceleration of the martial arts space, I can be considered a low-tier version of heaven-defying comprehension. Qingshan smiled with satisfaction, then shifted his gaze to the skills section. The stars are calling 13000 Perfected. Didn't they say there are only 4 realms? Why is the progress bar still there? Entry, Proficiency, Mastery, Perfection, Completion. These are the 5 realms defined by the panel, which also correspond to the realms of martial arts in reality. However, the stars are calling is different. Qingshan specifically mentioned during the first explanation that the stars are calling only has 4 realms. Qingshan had always thought that skills and martial techniques were different, hence the distinction. He never expected that the perfected the stars are calling and mystic steps and wind shadow blade were fundamentally the same, all requiring 3000 proficiency. Could it be that the stars are calling can also be elevated to completion, and that a 5th realm exists? A thought flashed through his mind, and Li Qingshan's eyes gradually lit up. Each upgrade of the skill represented a doubling of body tempering efficiency. In 2 months of martial arts class, his body tempering progress had increased by 11 points. Now that the stars are calling reached perfection, body tempering efficiency doubled. Even if the body tempering becomes harder afterward, he was confident that he could reach the 3rd level of body tempering within a month. If the stars are calling can also be elevated to completion and the body tempering efficiency doubles again. His body tempering speed would definitely become terrifying. No, it's not if. Li Qingshan shook his head affirmatively, stating, since the panel has given a progress bar, it must be possible to achieve perfection. The stars are calling definitely has a 5th realm. He absolutely believed in the panel. However, Li Qingshan's gaze shifted downward, landing on the martial arts space section, where a line of cold numbers calmed him down. Available time 150 days. A progress bar of 3,000 proficiency with 150 days is akin to a drop in the bucket. To increase the available time for the martial arts space, the only option is to slay monsters, but right now there are no ferocious beasts to hunt on the old continent. Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly, withdrawing his gaze. Qiao Xiaoyu completed the last move, collapsing on the ground and gasping for breath. Coach, are you awake? What's up? Li Qingshan lifted his eyelids, slightly looking at the chubby boy. Not enough practice today. No. Qiao Xiaoyu chuckled and waved his hand, moving closer to Li Qingshan. His mouth opened and closed several times, appearing hesitant to speak. Just say it. Li Qingshan replied impatiently. Coach, I won't be coming to class tomorrow. Got it? Tomorrow is the weekend. You should spend time with your parents. Li Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. Previously, Qiao Xiaoyu had asked for leave several times. His parents were in the provincial city and could only return to Luoying City on weekends to see him. Coach, this time it's not a leave of absence, the chubby boy explained, his voice gradually lowering. My parents said since I have talent I shouldn't waste it. They want to take me to the provincial city to learn from the martial arts teachers in Wui City. Li Qingshan's gaze sharpened as he turned to look at Qiao Xiaoyu and asked seriously, are you trying to withdraw from the class fees? Because of his previous leave, Qiao Xiaoyu still had 6 classes left to attend. No, that's not what I mean. Qiao Xiaoyu's face turned red, his voice even lower. Coach, I'm leaving tomorrow, and you don't. Just teasing you. Li Qingshan shook his head and chuckled, ruffling Qiao Xiaoyu's hair. Wui is the provincial capital. Your parents managing to find a martial arts teacher to teach you, there is a huge opportunity. Be a real man and stop being shy. Once you go to the new continent, we can meet again. Qiao Xiaoyu had talent, and with better teachers, he could probably master the stars or calling to the 3rd realm within a year and head to the new continent. The chubby boy was invigorated by the words, puffing out his chest and declaring loudly, yes, a real man keeps his word. Coach, I will work hard to make it to the new continent. Li Qingshan smiled, gently patting the back of the chubby boy's head, picked up the machete, and turned to leave the classroom. However, just as he turned, a hand grabbed the hem of his clothing. Li Qingshan turned back and saw that the chubby boy who had just been full of bravado was now wearing a flattering smile. Coach, I'm leaving tomorrow. Can you take me out to see something? Moi. Li Qingshan's expression changed as he looked the now 13-year-old chubby boy up and down, a dangerous smile forming on his face. What do you want to see? Coach, do you know the Silver Glow Hotel? Qiao Xiaoyu rubbed his hands together and said in a low voice, I heard it's very exciting inside. Oh, what kind of excitement? Li Qingshan's smile became even more dangerous. He had heard of the Silver Glow Hotel, but only knew it as an upscale establishment. He was surprised that the chubby boy was so well informed and even wanted to see for himself. Li Qingshan's right hand caressed the knife handle, feeling it necessary to give the chubby boy a final lesson on moral education. Qiao Xiaoyu, completely oblivious, rubbed his hands together excitedly and said, I heard that the hotel's underground 3rd floor regularly hosts fighting competitions, and there's one today, coach. Not interested. Li Qingshan's smile froze as he turned to leave. What's so interesting about underground fighting? Qiao Xiaoyu's excitement turned to disappointment as he looked down and said, I wanted to see what the ferocious beasts in the textbooks look like. A gust of wind hit his face. Qiao Xiaoyu looked up in confusion, only to see the coach who had just stepped outside standing right in front of him, as if he had teleported. Next time, just get to the point. Li Qingshan's expression was serious. Qiao Xiaoyu, bewildered, asked, what point? Ferocious beasts. Li Qingshan reminded him, inquiring, can you see ferocious beasts at the Silver Glow Hotel? Yes. Qiao Xiaoyu quickly caught on, nodding repeatedly. I received inside information that the Silver Glow Hotel is bringing in a ferocious beast tonight, preparing for a beast fighting event. A beast fighting event? Li Qingshan pondered for a few seconds, looking into the chubby boy's shining eyes, and nodded. Alright, I'll take you there. According to Wan Keshin, every ferocious beast that enters the old continent has its own purpose and must undergo strict scrutiny. The underground blackboxing beast fighting event is clearly not a legitimate use. The Silver Glow Hotel shouldn't have such dealings. Otherwise, Wan Keshin wouldn't have failed to inform him when he inquired a month ago. Li Qingshan had no idea where Cao Xiaoyu had heard this inside information and was uncertain of its authenticity. But that didn't prevent him from wanting to witness it for himself. It would only delay him a little time, and what if there really was a ferocious beast? With that thought, a smile unconsciously crept onto Li Qingshan's lips. Coach, you look quite scary when you smile. Cao Xiaoyu shrank his neck. Enough chatter, let's hurry and get a cab. Li Qingshan grabbed the chubby boy by the collar and quickly headed downstairs. The Silver Glow Hotel is located in the southwest of Luoying City, about 10 kilometers from the city center. Due to ongoing development, the area is mostly unfinished construction sites, giving it a desolate appearance at night. Only the hotel building was brilliantly lit, standing tall in the darkness. In front of the hotel lobby, a taxi slowly came to a stop. The doorman, smiling, hurried forward and opened the car door. Cao Xiaoyu jumped out of the car excitedly, saying, "We're here to see the fighting competition. Oh, where's the arena?" The doorman's face stiffened for a moment before he resumed his professional smile. "Little friend, we are a legitimate hotel and do not have any fighting competitions to watch." "That's impossible." Cao Xiaoyu immediately became anxious, spitting as he spoke. "I've heard clearly how it's on the underground third floor of your hotel." "Little friend, you might have gotten the location wrong." The doorman maintained his smile. "Our hotel's underground parking lot only has 2 levels with no third floor." "Impossible. You're lying to me." Cao Xiaoyu jumped up anxiously, but the doorman seemed to have a smile etched on his face, impervious to his temper. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the half-drawn machete extended from the car door. Li Qingshan stepped out leisurely, turning to look at the doorman, whose smile had stiffened. "Lead the way." "Of course, sir." The doorman slightly bowed without a word of waste, quickly turned and led the way. "Wait, how can he do that?" Cao Xiaoyu was instantly dumbfounded, his face visibly reddening as he angrily said, "What gave him the right to ignore me earlier?" "Enough, just keep up. If a random middle schooler could enter this hotel, would have been shut down long ago." Li Qingshan lightly patted the back of the chubby boy's head and stepped forward. The doorman led the way, not into the hotel lobby, but veering sharply toward the building's rear. "Sir, the underground martial arts tournament is indeed held on the 3rd sublevel, but not beneath the hotel itself, rather beneath the parking lot behind it." As the three approached, a gaunt, sharp-featured, middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he hurried forward. "Boss, what kind of games do you usually enjoy? I'll guide you myself." Bowing deferentially, the man introduced himself. His name was Qingshan, and the doorman clearly recognized him, adding, "Sir, he'll take you there." Li Qingshan nodded in understanding and waved the doorman away before turning to Qingshan. "Is there a casino down there as well?" Qingshan's eager demeanor reminded Li Qingshan of a profession he'd heard of in his past life, a chip runner. "Boss, you didn't know?" Qingshan asked, astonished. Cao Xiaoyu grew impatient. "We're here for the martial arts tournament. Hurry up and lead the way." Understood, understood." Qingshan nodded vigorously and guided them toward a small guardhouse in the distance, his mouth never ceasing its steady stream of chatter. "Boss, there are 3 levels beneath this parking lot. The first 2 house casinos while the tournament takes place on the 3rd. Do you have a favorite fighter? I can place bets for you. If not, no worries. I've got the most comprehensive intelligence around. I guarantee I can pick you a true dark intelligence that thorough." Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow, his expression unreadable. "Then tell me, how many fighters on the 3rd level have surpassed body forging rank 5? "Boss, surely you're joking." Qingshan grinned exaggeratedly and glanced back. Luoying isn't a provincial capital like Wui. Where would so many body forging rank 5 masters come from aside from the 3rd-year martial arts class? And those who've lasted all 3 years in martial arts training. They're arrogant beyond measure. Most have already signed contracts with major corporations before graduation. Why would they deign to fight in a place like ours? Huh. Cao Xiaoyu rubbed his hair in disappointment and muttered, "I thought this tournament would be thrilling. Turns out it's just amateurs brawling." "Young man, you mustn't speak so lightly." Qingshan grew flustered and hastily replied, "Even if their body forging ranks aren't high, their physical prowess far exceeds that of ordinary people. That raw visceral combat, fist meeting flesh, is where true excitement lies. And if we brought in real masters, their movements would outpace your very eyes. You'd see nothing at all." At this, Li Qingshan broke into a quiet laugh. "You certainly know your stuff. A modest knowledge, merely modest." Qingshan chuckled nervously and lowered his voice. "Boss, Silver Radiance Fighting Arena does have one ace up its sleeve. He's officially listed as body forging rank 4, yet he's never lost against other rank 4 fighters. Moreover, though his victories always appear hard-won, he emerges virtually unscathed each time. I suspect he's actually reached body forging rank 5. If you place a heavy wager on him, the return is all but guaranteed." "Oh, is that so?" Li Qingshan smiled faintly, then shifted the subject. "Tell me about the security measures downstairs. With a venue this large, there must be quite a few laser rifles, right?" Qingshan's expression froze, his gaze flickered warily toward the cleaver Li Qingshan carried. "Boss, nothing, just idle curiosity." Li Qingshan's smile remained easy, and he pressed no further. Underground bare-knuckle fighting existed beyond the reach of law, like a realm outside justice itself. As a law-abiding citizen, the moment one stepped across its threshold, every soul within became Li Qingshan's imagined adversary, making reconnaissance imperative. So far no cause for concern. Yet after that question Qingshan grew visibly uneasy. His expression tightened, and his tongue fell silent. Li Qingshan kept smiling and spoke, "First, don't overthink it. We're actually here primarily for the beast combat." Beast combat? Qingshan blinked hesitant. "Boss, when you say beast you mean ferocious beasts?" Li Qingshan uttered the two words plainly, his brow slowly furrowing. As an outer circle chip runner, Qingshan had no excuse for ignorance or concealment regarding beast combat. Unless, how could Silver Radiance Hotel possibly possess ferocious beasts? Qingshan looked genuinely stunned. "Boss, where did you hear such a thing?" No. His unease deepened. He paced back and forth. Qingshan truly knew nothing of beast combat. That realization made Li Qingshan's frown deepen further. Had Silver Radiance sealed the information too tightly? Or was the chubby boy's whispered intel unreliable? What's wrong with that? Qiao Xiaoyu snapped, indignant. "I went to great lengths to get this intel. It's absolutely happening tonight." "You don't know shit." Qingshan cursed outright, disregarding decorum. Silver Radiance is just a minor arena. It lacks any channel to acquire ferocious beasts, and such creatures would inevitably draw the inspection bureau. Qingshan looked grave as he turned to Li Qingshan. "Boss, I'm withdrawing from this job. Take my advice. Regardless of whether the rumor holds truth, avoid tonight's spectacle entirely. If ferocious beasts truly appear and attract the inspection bureau, none of us will escape." Shink. A cold blade rested upon Qingshan's shoulder. He froze mid-step. "Sharp fellow." A light chuckle rose behind him. Qingshan's legs trembled, cold sweat beaded along his spine. "Boss, what does this mean?" "Merely helping you calm down." Li Qingshan sheathed his cleaver and said meaningfully, "You know ferocious beasts summon the inspection bureau. But have you considered why I'm here?" Qingshan's eyes suddenly brightened, his trembling ceased, as he turned and stared at the cleaver in Li Qingshan's hand, his voice quavering. "Could it be that the boss is? Ask only what you're permitted." The question was cut off, but Qingshan's eyes blazed even brighter. It all fit perfectly. No wonder he'd immediately inquired about elite fighters and security protocols. This young man wasn't here to gamble. He was an investigator dispatched by the inspection bureau. "Boss, rest assured. I'll cooperate fully and without reservation." Qingshan straightened his posture and pounded his chest emphatically. The inspection bureau presided over the old continent. Its authority absolute. Even its lowest-ranking investigators were beyond Silver Radiance Hotel's reckoning. "Enough talk. Lead on." Li Qingshan tilted his chin slightly, his tone edged with impatience. Qingshan dared not delay, sprinting ahead to the guardhouse and throwing open its door. Inside, the room held no furniture. Only a 2-meter-square stairwell occupied the entire floor, descending into brilliant illumination. "Boss, this is the entrance." Qingshan glanced back briefly before descending the stairs. "Coach, what exactly did you mean just now? Why did he suddenly agree to assist with an investigation?" Qiao Xiaoyu scratched his head, utterly baffled. Unseen assumptions are the deadliest of all. Li Qingshan's lips curled upward as he lightly patted the chubby boy's shoulder. "Once you grasp that phrase, you'll understand. Neither the inspection bureau nor any investigation concerned him. He'd never claimed to be one. Li Qingshan had come for one purpose alone: ferocious beasts. Qiao Xiaoyu's source of intel no longer mattered. Whether Silver Radiance truly harbored such beasts would become clear once they descended. If not, merely a false alarm. If yes, he'd eliminate them first, then file a formal report, earning both justice and a handsome reward. How delightful. Li Qingshan, accompanied by the chubby boy, followed Qingshan and soon arrived at the first underground level. Before them lay a spacious area of over 1,000 square meters, bright as day. Dozens of gambling tables, both large and small, surrounded by numerous patrons. "Is business this good, eh?" Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows in surprise. The guests here are not just from Luoying, but also gamblers from nearby cities like to come here to play. Qingshan rubbed his hands, reverting to his professional habits. "Boss, are you interested in playing a few rounds first? What do you think?" Li Qingshan cast a bland glance, causing Qingshan to shiver and come back to his senses. "It's my fault for speaking too much. The stairs to the 3rd level are right ahead. Follow me, boss." Qingshan clapped his mouth and walked ahead to lead the way. Soon the three of them passed through the first 2 levels of the underground casino and exited at the stairwell. Outside the stairwell stood a pair of burly men in black, blocking the way. Qingshan took the initiative to step forward, bowing slightly and saying, "Gentlemen, this is my longtime customer who wishes to explore the 3rd level tonight. Please open the door." The burly man in black glanced at Qiao Xiaoyu, and his gaze paused slightly on the knife in Li Qingshan's hand. However, he said nothing further and directly pushed open the iron door. "Wow." The noisy din immediately surged forth from behind the door. Li Qingshan furrowed his brows as he followed Qingshan into the 3rd underground level. Compared to the previous 2 levels, the lighting here was much dimmer. To be precise, the entire 3rd underground level had only a few spotlights as its source of illumination. Moreover, all the spotlights were directed at a square arena about 20 meters on each side. The arena was empty, while below it people were packed densely together. A rough glance revealed that there were probably over 1,000 people, creating a lively atmosphere. Qingshan pulled Chung in closer and asked, "Are there usually this many people here?" "Not usually. Tonight is bustling because news has circulated that there will be several peak matches. Besides the one I mentioned that seems to be a body refinement stage 5 ace, there are also several experts at the body refinement stage 4 who will be performing." Qingshan paused, his expression turning suspicious as he glanced at Qingshan and whispered, "Boss, could it be that Hui released this information to secretly prepare for beast fighting?" The news of the ferocious beast definitely could not be widely publicized, but for a major event like beast fighting, how could the usual audience suffice? Utilizing the peak matches to attract gamblers and gather popularity is just perfect. "We'll find out soon enough." Qingshan spoke, plainly, his gaze sweeping across the entire venue, focusing particularly on the waists of the black-clad security. The so-called ace and expert in Qingshan's words were merely the best of the sort. Whether body refinement stage 4 or 5 posed little threat to him, who had mastered both movement and blade techniques. On the contrary, firearms could potentially injure him. However, that was only a possibility. With his mastery of the Mizong step, it was difficult for an ordinary person to harm him with a gun. At that moment, a hoarse, mocking voice sounded from the side. "Chow Fatty, your pig brain has indeed been fooled." Qingshan turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw a skinny boy similar in size to Chow Xiaoyu approaching with 2 black-clad bodyguards. "Lu Jiang, what are you doing here?" Chow Xiaoyu was taken aback, forgetting to retort. "The Silver Hui Hotel is run by my dad. If I'm not here, where else could I be?" Lu Jiang wore a smug expression, arms crossed over his chest. "Did you really think the inside scoop you received came from nowhere? You deliberately lured me here." Chow Xiaoyu's face flushed red with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Qingshan looked bewildered while Qingshan's expression darkened. For the sake of the ferocious beast, he was prepared for a killing spree. But now the so-called beast fighting was likely just a fabricated excuse due to the grievances among kids. "I may not be able to beat you at school, but this is my family's territory." Lu Jiang waved his hand, signaling his 2 black-clad bodyguards to step forward. Bang! Bang! Everyone barely saw a blur before the 2 bodyguards knelt down on the ground. Qingshan stood between the 2 bodyguards, the blade sheath resting on Lu Jiang's shoulder. "Kid, I don't care about children fighting, but if the news of the ferocious beast is a lie, it'll make you understand the consequences of lying." "You." Lu Jiang stammered, his lips quivering and legs trembling. "Little handsome guy, don't get agitated." A laughing voice rang out as a woman dressed in a qipao swayed her hips toward them. The qipao was cut high, revealing glimpses of her figure with each step, unintentionally attracting all eyes around except for Qingshan. The moment he heard the voice, he instinctively focused on the woman's hair. Golden waves cascaded down naturally, gently swaying with her steps, adding a touch of allure. "Isn't it purplered?" Qingshan's eyes narrowed with suspicion as he looked at the woman's face. Although equally stunning, her face bore no hint of familiarity. He had never seen this face before. Nevertheless, Qingshan dared not relax even for a moment in his heart. Upon hearing the woman's voice, he felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. 2 months ago, the woman with purplered hair had also called him little handsome guy, and their voices seemed to have some similarities. "Little handsome guy, first put the knife away, don't scare my son." The golden-haired woman approached, extending a finger to gently push the handle of the knife. Qingshan retracted the knife, his gaze darting between Lu Jiang and the golden-haired woman. "He's your son. Stepson, but he is still a son, right?" The golden-haired woman giggled, covering her mouth, and lightly patted Lu Jiang's head. "Obedient son, you must be polite to guests. Mommy won't always be able to appear on time." "Understood, Aunt you." Lu Jiang shrank his neck, unconsciously shifting to the side, seemingly quite fearful of his stepmother. "Children are just shy." The golden-haired woman was unfazed, stepping closer and placing her fair hand on Qingshan's shoulder. "Rest assured, beast fighting will start soon, so please stay tuned." Her slender fingers glided over his chest as she let out a charming laugh and turned to leave her swaying figure, captivating many gazes before gradually disappearing into the crowd. Qingshan slapped Qingshan on the shoulder and asked in a deep voice, "Who is that woman?" Qingshan reluctantly retracted his gaze and clicked his tongue, saying, "Yu Qingya, the mistress of Lu Cheng, the owner of the Silver Hui Hotel." No, she is not just a mistress anymore. This woman is not simple. In just over a month, she not only successfully ascended, but also recently obtained the management rights of the underground casino from Lu Cheng. I wonder what kind of potion she fed Lu Cheng to make him trust her with managing this den of iniquity. Qingshan was curious about her methods, while Qingshan was more concerned about the timing of Yu Qingjia's appearance. "Are you saying that this Yu Qingya only appeared over a month ago?" Qingshan was puzzled but nodded. "That's right." Upon hearing Qingshan's confirmation, Qingshan fell into deep thought. 2 months ago, the stronghold of the evil god cultists at the Xinghe bar was wiped out, and that woman with purplered hair had become a fish that slipped through the net. And this Yu Qingya, who felt oddly familiar, just happened to appear over a month ago. Such coincidences are rather... Moreover, Qingshan had previously mentioned that the bloodthirsty demon cultists possessed the ability to change their appearance, so altering one's looks is hardly a challenge. Although this is all conjecture without evidence, when it comes to the evil god cultists, evidence is hardly necessary. Qingshan made a quick decision, and the communication device's screen quietly unfolded in his left palm. His left thumb tapped, selecting the inspection bureau as the recipient, beginning to input information. However, due to needing to operate solely with his thumb, inputting was quite challenging. No good, this way it's hard to clarify the situation, and the inspection bureau might not act immediately. Qingshan frowned, directly deleting all information and changing the recipient. With a simple tap of his thumb, a message was sent out. Silver Hui Hotel, evil god cultists, come quickly. Recipient Qingshan. Bang, bang, bang. One by one the spotlight illuminated the arena, drawing the attention of the audience below. The noisy hall fell silent instantly as the host in a pink suit, microphone in hand, stepped onto the stage. Esteemed guests, welcome to the Silver Radiance Fighting Arena. I believe all of you have gathered here tonight because you received news of the peak match in advance, but I must clarify that there will be no peak match tonight. As the words fell, the audience erupted in an uproar. Have you gone mad at Silver Radiance? How dare you toy with us? Hurry up and bring Qingshan out. I want to see him fight. Who you? Does Silver Radiance no longer want to make money? I have prepared 1 million in chips today. The angry curses continued without pause, creating a cacophony. Everyone please remain calm. The fighters you've been waiting for are all here today. The host maintained his smile, lightly clapping his hands. In each corner of the arena, a martial artist jumped up, each wielding a different cold weapon. The noise from the audience diminished slightly now that the contestants had appeared. A match was certain, though it was unclear what trick Silver Radiance had up their sleeve. In an instant, all eyes returned to the host. Ladies and gentlemen, the reason we are not holding a peak match tonight is that we have prepared a more thrilling battle, the beast fight. The host's voice was passionate, and without waiting for the audience to react, he swiftly pressed a concealed button on the microphone. With a click, 4 2-meter square floor panels around him retracted, revealing dark holes. Slowly, alloy cages began to rise, each cage nearly filled to capacity with ferocious beasts inside. Roar! For beasts howled and thrashed against the cages. The hall suddenly fell silent, with spectators near the edge of the arena retreating in alarm. In the center of the beast, the host's legs felt weak and his face went pale. The hall suddenly fell silent, with spectators near the edge of the arena retreating in alarm. In the center of the beast, the host's legs felt weak and his... In tonight's beast fight, each of the 4 contestants will face off against a beast battling for survival. There is no win or loss, only life and death. Now you have 1 minute to place your bets on your favorite contestant. After 1 minute, all the cages will open simultaneously. After quickly finishing his instructions, the host hurriedly scrambled down from the stage. The audience had already erupted in chaos. The previous fear had vanished, and all spectators looked excited, rushing towards the nearby betting points. In an instant, a tide of people surged, creating confusion. Qingshan grabbed Qiao Xiaoyu's shoulder and turned towards the exit. Coach, the beast fight is about to start. Qiao Xiaoyu squirmed and struggled, his face full of excitement. If you don't want to die, come with me. Qingshan's voice was cold, his grip like an iron clamp, unyielding. The 4 beasts, just from their howling momentum, each seemed no weaker than a wolf venom. The 4 martial artists on stage, though they were at the 4th and 5th levels of body refinement, could theoretically withstand beasts of this level. But real combat isn't judged that way. At this moment, the faces of the 4 men clearly showed signs of astonishment and fear. They likely had never encountered ferocious beasts before. Not every martial arts instructor would be like Qingshan, bringing a beast for their students to build courage. Most lower-tier martial artists in the old continent might never get the chance to see a ferocious beast in their lifetime. Qingshan had fought against wolf venoms thousands of times and understood the nature of these beasts. Fear before battle, the 4 on the stage would find it impossible to withstand the beasts. More importantly, there were no protective measures on the stage. If they couldn't hold their ground, the beasts would surely charge down and wreak havoc. The surrounding security was merely ordinary people. Even if equipped with laser guns, it would be of no help. Boss, is there going to be danger later? Qingshan was perceptive and noticed Qingshan's concern, yet he still felt puzzled. Boss, while there aren't any major figures in this hall, they are all prominent individuals from the nearby cities. If Silver Radiance wants to maintain its business, they certainly wouldn't neglect security. Business? Qingshan shook his head and glanced at Qingshan. Even if we get through tonight safely, do you think the news about the beast can be hidden from the inspection bureau? Can Silver Radiance still continue to do business? This? Qingshan was first taken aback, but then a greater doubt surged from his heart. Silver Radiance had gone to great lengths to bring in the beasts, yet after one beast fight, it would all be over. What was the point? If you want to survive, come with me. Qingshan said, no more, lifting Qiao Xiaoyu and pushing against the tide of people towards the exit. It was normal for Qingshan to be confused because he was completely unaware of Qingshan's background. At this moment Qingshan could almost confirm that Qingshan was the one who slipped through the cracks 2 months ago, a follower of the evil god insane and unreasonable. Tonight's beast fight was not meant for profit, but rather a grand sacrifice. Thus, even with the long-awaited ferocious beasts before him, Qingshan chose to retreat without hesitation. Suddenly, the surrounding noise increased. What's going on? It's not even a minute yet, and they've opened the cages. Don't block the way in front, hurry, and move aside, I want to place a bet. Curses echoed in his ears, and the crowd surged even more. Qingshan did not look back, leading Xiao Xiaoyu with his left hand, and pushing the knife handle forward with his right, advancing like an icebreaker. Finally, the way ahead cleared, and the three squeezed out of the crowd. Qingshan halted, looking towards the exit ahead. The iron door was already closed with 5 men in black blocking the entrance. In front of them was a chair. A blonde woman crossed her legs holding a glass of red wine, gently swirling it. Hey handsome, aren't you here to watch the beast fight? Why are you in such a hurry to leave? There's no choice, this little guy is too timid, and the moment he saw the beast he started crying to leave. Qingshan replied with a smile, releasing Xiao Xiaoyu's shoulder and gently pinching the back of his neck. The little chubby boy shivered instantly, tears streaming from the pain. Is that all it took to scare you to tears? Qingshan was angry at his lack of courage and slapped the back of the boy's head. You were the one who insisted on seeing the beast before, and now you're crying to leave. Qingshan stepped forward, voluntarily flattering, you Qingya boss, you my client can't help it, could you make an exception? Qingshan said nothing, quietly watching Qingshan's performance. Wan Keshan would definitely act as soon as he received the news. Perhaps at this moment the inspection bureau was already on the way, it was best for them to leave safely. What do you mean by making an exception? In business, what reason do I have to block a customer from leaving? Qingya laughed lightly, taking a sip from her glass. Thank you, boss. Qingshan was overjoyed and looked back at Qingya. However, the 5 men in black did not move to open the door. Instead, they reached for their waists and each pulled out a gun. Boss, you this. Qingshan's voice trembled as he took 2 steps back involuntarily. Don't worry. Qingya gently shook her head, her gaze drifting to Qingshan as she pointed towards the distant arena. Hey handsome, the show has just begun, oh wouldn't it be a pity to miss it? Qingshan turned to look at the arena where under the spotlight the 4 martial artists were struggling to hold their ground. One of them clearly showed weaker strength, raising the long gun with both hands, barely managing to defend. Bang! The beast lunged again, the long gun slipped from his hands, and the sharp claws tore through his chest, eviscerating him. With the bloodshed, the entire audience erupted in frenzy, their faces flushed as they shouted passionately. Just then the blood-soaked beast suddenly turned, leaping towards the crowd. There were no protective measures at the edge of the arena, and none of the security personnel drew their guns to shoot. The beast charged into the crowd, unhindered, claws flying, blood splattering. The uproar of the crowd fell silent in an instant, and screams erupted in a flash. Except for a few who were too shocked to move, the rest scattered and fled. On the stage, the remaining 3 martial artists exchanged glances and jumped down, blending into the crowd. The 3 ferocious beasts, now without opponents, leaped down from the stage, rushing toward the crowd. The spotlight suddenly went out, and in the dark space blood and flesh flew wildly, the beasts' roars intertwined with the cries of the crowd. Not far away, several audience members rushed to the exit. Open the door. I want to get out. Hurry, the beasts are killing people, let us out. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted, and dozens of people fell at the exit. Blood spread across the ground, flowing down to Qingshan's feet. Coach! Xiao Xiaoyu tugged at Qingshan's clothes, his chubby face pale. Qingshan was trembling, all over, his legs shaking. Hey handsome, don't be afraid, I wouldn't want to lose that pretty face of yours. Qingya laughed, sweetly swirling her wine glass. How about we have a drink together and wait for this feast to end? The wine glass swayed, red liquid sliding down the sides. Qingshan glanced at the blood pooling at his feet, slowly raised his head, revealing a brilliant smile. Sure. Facing the enchanting gaze of Qingshan stepped forward, 1 step at a time. 5 black-clad men watched warily, their guns inadvertently aimed at him. Qingshan seemed oblivious, stopping in front of Qingya with an ever-brighter smile. Ms. Of course I have no problem sharing a drink with you. Qingya's lips curled into a smirk, a hint of pride in her smile. Although they had only met once before, she recognized the young man before her as the charming guy she had almost captured 2 months ago. The opening price of 1 million for a drink was still fresh in her memory. But now that was no longer necessary, all she needed was a single word, and he would obediently comply. Qingya sat in her chair, crossing her legs. Although her height barely reached Qingshan's waist, her gaze carried an air of superiority. Gently swirling the remaining half of her drink, she extended it towards him. Little handsome, this drink is quite good, give it a try. Qingshan smiled and nodded, slowly lifting his hand, but suddenly hesitated halfway. Ms. You wouldn't want to take advantage of our previous agreement of 1 million per drink, would you? What? Yu Qingya was instantly stunned. The fact that he could say that meant he must have recognized her. But her figure, height, hair color, and appearance had all changed. How could he recognize her? In the moment of her shock, Qingshan's right hand had already gripped the hilt of his knife. Since there was no retreat, then there would be no retreat. He drew the knife from its sheath. With a clang, the moment the blade was unsheathed, it transformed into a torrent of blade shadows. Qingshan's footwork shifted, the blade shadows darting past Yu Qingya's back in a flash. The 5 black-clad men quickly reacted, intending to pull the trigger. But no matter how hard they tried, their fingers could not move an inch. Just then a series of bloodlines almost simultaneously appeared on their wrists. The excruciating pain surged, causing their hands to slip. Their hands were severed. However, the 5 ordinary bodyguards were not Qingshan's primary target. Before their hands could hit the ground, the torrent of blade shadows had already descended upon Yu Qingya, who was sitting in her chair. Thud, thud, thud. The blades effortlessly sliced through her limbs, shattering the wooden chair. In the blink of an eye, only a pile of fragments, 4 severed limbs, and a human torso remained on the ground. Is she dead? Qingshan furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed upon the remains. This encounter had been far too easier than he had expected. As the first evil god believer to confront him, Yu Qingya was almost abnormally weak. Ow, I want you dead. A hoarse scream suddenly echoed, and the severed limbs on the ground began to glow with blood light. As the blood light grew more intense, the severed limbs gradually withered and decayed. You forced me to do this. The voice had lost its seductive charm, becoming androgynous. Bloodlights flared up at this moment, drifting towards the now rod-like torso. As the bloodlight merged, the limbs of the torso gradually extended into blood-colored tendrils. Slippery, disgusting, hideous, and twisted. Now this is more like it. Qingshan's eyes brightened, his brow unfurrowing. With a stride, the torrent of blade shadows descended. The blood-colored tendrils reacted swiftly, rising to meet them. As the bloodlight diminished, the tendrils multiplied, becoming dense. In the next moment, the blade shadows clashed with the tendrils. Blood spattered, and severed limbs were sent flying. The blood-colored tendrils were merely ordinary flesh, unable to withstand the sharp blades. You lunatic! Psychopath! I want you dead! In the center of the tendrils, Yu Qingya's voice grew increasingly frantic. All the severed limbs that had fallen transformed back into bloodlight, merging into the main body, forming new tendrils. But it was useless. It could not be stopped. Qingshan seemed like a merciless machine wielding a blade, with the torrent of blade shadows revealing no flaws. Flesh was not endless. As the number of severed parts increased, more and more tendrils fell, without transforming back into bloodlight, directly hitting the ground and turning to ash. In less than a minute, the ground was covered in ash. At the center of the ash, the torso had once again transformed into a rod shape, lying horizontally on the ground. However, it was not dead yet. Guh. You're all going to die. All of you will die. Her once golden hair was gone, her enlarged head exposed with a slippery scalp and 2 bulging eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Qingshan stood beside her, scrutinizing her carefully, and asked seriously, so now you count as a monster, right? Ha ha ha, monster. The mouth full of sharp teeth opened, and the blood-red eyes were filled with mockery and madness. What? Are you afraid now? No, you misunderstood. Qingshan shook his head, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. I think you're even cuter now. Cuter. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the open mouth could not close for a long time, the blood-red eyes filled with dazedness. Until a blade light shone reflecting in the large eye. It finally regained its senses, and in the last moments of its life uttered 2 words. Lunatic. With that, the blade fell, and the ashes rose. Monster killed. Martial arts space experience 5, usable time increased by 5 years. A message flashed across the panel. Qingshan sheathed his knife, revealing an understanding smile. So it turns out that the evil god believers are also monsters. Coach is impressive. Xiao Xiaoyu shouted hoarsely, his voice breaking. He had been stunned when Yu Qingya transformed into a monster. However, as the blade fell and the monster turned to ash, Xiao Xiaoyu instantly awakened, filled with excitement. What of the monster? Under the direction of the long knife, even ghosts and gods would retreat. Stop yelling. Qingshan shook his head, stepping forward to lightly pat the back of his head, using the back of the knife to awaken Chang'an. Boss. Chang'an's legs were still trembling. After glancing at the chaos all around, he stammered, Boss, let's hurry and run. He was just a small gambler, and the events of the night were too thrilling for him. Qingshan turned to look at the hall, where the chaotic scene was intensifying and fierce beasts were slaughtering at will, while the audience cried out and fled in all directions. However, some clever individuals noticed the commotion near the exit and were pushing their way over. Qingshan made a quick decision, pushing Xiao Xiaoyu next to Chang'an. You take this kid and leave first, he'll stay a little longer. Coach, I want to stay and help you. Xiao Xiaoyu was filled with enthusiasm and was not willing to back down. Blocking the monster and saving the people from peril was his chivalrous path. Staying behind would only be a burden. I hurry up and roll. Qingshan waved his hand impatiently, his gaze locking onto the roaring figures in the hall, licking his lips lightly. With the mastermind dead, how could these fierce beasts let it go? Boss righteousness. Qingshan's expression turned serious, bowing to Qingshan. Then he took Cao Xiaoyu and pushed open the iron door running towards the stairs. Righteousness. Qingshan was puzzled, but did not think too much about it. Turning to focus on one of the fierce beasts, his eyes blazing, he charged out with his knife. The iron door swung open, light piercing the darkness, allowing the crowd that was already leaning towards this side to see a glimmer of hope. The crowd gathered, blocking the way ahead. Qingshan frowned, casually swatting away a few obstacles, raising his blade high, exuding a fierce aura. Investigative Bureau in action. Those who block will die. Inspection Bureau. The footsteps of the crowded people came to a halt, and someone's eyes lit up, wanting to seek help. However, upon seeing the young man's cold expression and the bloodstains on the blade, they rationally chose to give up. Eventually, the crowd parted like a flowing river, automatically clearing a path in front of Qingshan. In just a few seconds, he dashed to the front of the target beast. The area had already been cleared. Within a 3-meter radius, only severed limbs and corpses remained as the beast pressed its forepaw on a body, tearing at its arm. This beast appeared slightly leaner than the wolf venom, but had more flowing muscle lines, with its sharp claws glinting coldly. Qingshan stomped heavily with his right foot and charged out with his knife. Roar! The beast suddenly lifted its head, its bloodthirsty eyes fixed on the newcomer, and leaped into the air. In an instant, it had crossed a distance of 7 or 8 meters, with claws and blade about to clash. Faster than wolf venom. Qingshan's gaze sharpened as his left foot stepped forward with supernatural agility. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the beast, slashing upward with his knife. It proved that this move was not only effective against wolf venom, but also against other beasts. A familiar scream echoed, and Qingshan's strikes grew increasingly fierce. The beast before him was indeed faster than wolf venom, yet it still did not exceed the limits of the perfected Mizong step. No matter how it jumped and turned, Qingshan always managed to stay a step ahead, positioning himself behind it. In less than half a minute, with a tearing of flesh and a rupture of the abdomen, the beast's body suddenly collapsed to the ground. Monster killed. Martial arts space experience 1. Available time increased by 1 year. Qingshan sheathed his knife and smiled with satisfaction. It seems that killing beasts still requires a trump card. If he had chosen to engage in a frontal battle, even using the perfected wind shadow blade, it wouldn't have been this quick. Moreover, the consumption of energy from the blade's life form was considerable. It couldn't have been so effortless. But it's just too smelly. Qingshan glanced at the stains on the blade and frowned slightly. However, this was not the time to clean his knife. Qingshan turned to look at the remaining beasts and charged out. 1. Monster killed. Martial arts space experience 1. Available time increased by 1 year. After 5 minutes, the third beast fell under Qingshan's knife. The hall became spacious, with only severed limbs and corpses remaining on the ground. Toward the exit, 200 to 300 people were huddled together in front of the iron door, with cries and screams intertwining in utter chaos. 5 minutes should have been enough for the remaining surviving audience to evacuate. However, under the threat of the beasts, everyone had lost their sanity, pushing, pulling, and cursing. In fact, many people didn't die under the claws of the beasts, but were trampled to death after falling. Qingshan looked at the last beast chasing from the rear of the crowd, choosing not to charge with his knife, but instead lowering his head, his gaze fixed on the ground. In the hall, at least 100 people had died, with severed limbs and corpses scattered everywhere. Logically, the blood should have covered the floor, making it a muddy mess. Yet it was not the case. The ground was clean and tidy, apart from faint hints of dark red bloodstains. Even blood clots were absent. It was as if all the blood had vanished into thin air. No, it hasn't vanished, it's been absorbed. Qingshan's gaze shifted, sweeping over the remnants of the corpses on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, these severed limbs and corpses had already lost their freshness. The blood and flesh had shriveled, with all the bodies decaying at a visible speed, and even faster. Blood, flesh, demon god. Qingshan's expression tightened as he recalled the words left by Qingya before her death. Everyone's going to die, all of you will die. So although Qingya is dead, the sacrifice hasn't stopped. A chilling thought flashed through Qingshan's mind. The sacrificial rites of the evil god were a realm he had never touched upon, who, although he did not know what would happen next, it certainly wouldn't be good. Time to go. Qingshan quickly made a decision, his feet moving as he rushed toward the iron door exit. Behind the crowd, a few men and women pressed close by the beast saw Qingshan charging in, and the despair in their eyes ignited with hope. Quick! Kill the beast. Help me, please save us. Although there had been chaos moments before, they still noticed the actions of this young man from the inspection bureau killing the beasts. With his formidable strength, he could definitely save them from the beasts. Among them, a middle-aged man in a suit stood at the back, seemingly of some status. Seeing the crisis about to be averted, the terror on his face faded, and he shouted angrily, "Why did your inspection bureau only send you?" Hurry up, if I get hurt, I will definitely complain to the Federation. Under the hopeful gazes of the crowd, Qingshan quickly dashed to the back of the beast, sheathing his knife, stepping sideways, and brushing past the beast. Huh. Everyone was stunned watching as Qingshan passed over the beast, moving past them. Roar. The beast roared, its claws swiping, and the first few men and women were instantly torn to shreds. The stench of blood rushed toward him, the beast's massive maw right in front. The middle-aged man in the suit suddenly turned around, tightly grabbing the hem of Qingshan's clothing, pleading, I am the Secretary of Councilman Pei from the city. Oh, save me, your inspection bureau must save me. You've misunderstood. Ooh, I'm not one of the inspection bureau. Qingshan paused, frowning as he pried the man's fingers open one by one. The middle-aged man in the suit froze for a moment, his eyes turning fierce as he raised a hand to point at Qingshan. You? Oh. His words abruptly halted, turning into a scream as the beast bit into his waist, lifting him off the ground. The middle-aged man in the suit froze for a moment, his eyes turning fierce as he raised a hand to point at Qingshan. You? Oh. His words abruptly halted, turning into a What kind of weapon is this? Qingshan gasped, carefully scrutinizing the massive weapon that was faintly visible amidst the dust. The weapon was crescent-shaped, shimmering with a silver-white glow. With a diameter of at least 3 meters, one end was embedded in the ground, while the other reached the ceiling. Moon Essence Wheel. A scene from his previous life watching the movie The Legend of Shu Mountain flashed involuntarily in Qingshan's mind. Although it was currently the interstellar era and had nothing to do with fairy tales, the two were remarkably similar. Cold Moon Flying Shuttle. A shout resounded and Qingshan frowned, looking down to see the middle-aged man in the suit lying on the ground, his waist still caught in the beast's mouth. Although his clothes were already stained red with blood, the beast died too quickly to sever him. The Sky Watchers have arrived. I'm saved. The middle-aged man in the suit was filled with wild joy, his gaze sweeping over Qingshan with an ambiguous meaning. However, the Sky Watchers had not yet arrived, and it was not yet time for revenge. He quickly lowered his head, hiding his thoughts. What are you looking at? A voice rang in his ear, and the middle-aged man in the suit was taken aback as he looked up. Qingshan was already squatting beside him, looking at him intently with both eyes. No misunderstanding. Ew, I wasn't looking at you. The middle-aged man in the suit forced out a smile. No, you were looking. Qingshan shook his head and stood up. Forget it, it no longer matters. He raised his right foot high, aiming at the beast's head. In the desperate gaze of the middle-aged man in the suit, he stomped down heavily. Qingshan stood atop the severed head of a ferocious beast, his gaze lowered. At the very moment the middle-aged man in a suit breathed his last, the skin of the corpse rapidly dried and wrinkled, as if an invisible entity were continuously devouring its flesh and blood. Even the severed head beneath his feet was left with only a patch of desiccated skin. The sacrifice is happening faster. Qingshan murmured softly, his eyes suddenly sharpening. A thin layer of blood mist seeped from the floor, spreading upwards. Qingshan suddenly raised his head, scanning his surroundings. Not just beneath his feet, the entire floor of the hall was covered in blood mist. Faint blood light flickered in the mist, as if all the blood mist possessed life, flowing and converging towards the center of the hall's arena. In just a few seconds, a 3-meter square mass of twisted flesh appeared at the center of the arena. Every inch of the flesh squirmed as slippery hair-like tentacles sprouted and grew rapidly. Strange, horrifying, bizarre, and grotesque. Just a glance was enough for Qingshan to feel as if he were tainted. Every hair on his body stood on end, trembling uncontrollably. This was a suppression from the very essence of life. Not only was his body restrained, but his mind was also shackled. Countless thoughts sprang forth from his mind, frantically pulsating, all conveying the same message. Stay in place and await your slaughter. Why should I? Qingshan's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his forehead. His gaze locked onto the arena, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word deliberately. What blood-flesh demon? Just a mere monster, and you think you are worthy. As he spoke, his will struck like a blade, extinguishing all the frenzied thoughts. His mind cleared, and his stiff body surged with newfound strength. Qingshan gradually suppressed his instinctual fear, reclaiming control over his body. Aren't you going to make a move? He observed the motionless Lin Yuefeisawa before him, stepping back slowly. Regardless of how the battle unfolded next, it was not something he could participate in. The blood-flesh monster in the center of the arena seemed oblivious to the resistance of an ant continuously consuming the blood mist and growing its tentacles. The surrounding crowd had long been terrified, collapsing to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. As Qingshan stepped back, he occasionally trod upon their bodies, yet not a single person cried out in pain or called for help. Everyone was captivated by the monster, becoming true lambs to the slaughter. The blood mist grew increasingly thin, about to be completely devoured. In the center of the arena, the blood-flesh monster had transformed into a blood-colored fur ball, with thousands of tentacles extending and twisting from its body. Does the Inspection Bureau really not care about their lives? Li Qingshan pondered, taking a step back as he crossed the iron gate. He then turned and ran. Buzz. A piercing tremor echoed, causing Li Qingshan to halt and glance back. Within the hall, the blood mist had vanished, and the blood-flesh monster had fully formed, countless tentacles rapidly extending in all directions. But at the same time, Lin Yuefeisua also moved. The 3-meter diameter flying shuttle circled the hall, spinning rapidly, resembling a mad meat grinder, with blood-colored tentacles severed upon contact. Not only was it slicing, but as it rotated, thin beams of laser also ignited from the shuttle, accurately striking the distorted tentacles on the ground, reducing them to ash. Indeed, it is a sci-fi weapon. Li Qingshan mused, softly turning around at a leisurely pace. Now there was no need to run. Though the blood-flesh monster appeared terrifying, it had no power to resist against the onslaught of Lin Yuefeisua. Moreover, Lin Yuefeisua was merely a weapon. The true celestial observer mech had yet to make its appearance. As Li Qingshan anticipated, in just over 10 seconds, all the blood-colored tentacles were obliterated, leaving a layer of ash on the floor. At the center of the arena, Lin Yuefeisua hovered above the blood-flesh monster, its silver metallic surface glowing with a crimson light as a crescent-shaped laser projected downward. Under the laser's illumination, the blood-flesh monster had no power to resist, instantly turning to ash. Even the arena beneath it was melted by the laser, transforming into a mass of scorching lava. Is this the power of a mech? Li Qingshan thought to himself, his eyes sparkling. In textbooks, warriors and mechs were considered equals. Since the celestial observer mech could wield such destructive force, he too would eventually be able to achieve the same with his physical body. I just wonder how many years this blood-flesh monster could be worth. Li Qingshan scanned over the ash floating on the lava, but shook his head in regret. This battle was not something he could partake in, let alone seize a kill. At this moment, Buzz. Lin Yuefeisua moved again, flying back to the previously shattered floorboards. A silver mech silently descended from the sky. The metallic body stood about 2.8 meters tall, shimmering with light. Lin Yuefeisua seemed to possess a spirit of its own, automatically circling and rotating, varying its speed. It's so reminiscent. Li Qingshan couldn't help but exclaim. The scene before him reminded him once again of a similar moment from the movie The Legend of the Swordsman. A solitary moon, breathtakingly beautiful. What does it resemble? A clear, cold female voice rang in his ears, causing Li Qingshan to snap back to reality, glancing around, until his gaze finally locked onto the hovering silver mech, its metallic mask facing him. Is the mech pilot a woman? After a moment of surprise, Li Qingshan could only smile awkwardly. What should he say? He couldn't exactly mention that it looked like a movie he had seen in his past life, could he? Fortunately, the mech pilot seemed to have merely asked out of curiosity, as she had already turned to scan the entire hall. Ultimately, her gaze paused at the remnants of the middle-aged man in a suit before shifting to a pile of ash in front of the iron gate. This pile of ash was different from the other ashes scattered across the floor. It was a lighter color left behind after Yu Qingya transformed. Did she notice? Li Qingshan furrowed his brow, not believing that the mech pilot had merely observed with her naked eye. There must be some unknown means of investigation within that mech. Though the middle-aged man in a suit was considered to have perished in the jaws of the beast, he had stepped down with that foot in front of Lin Yuefeisua. Recalling the scene of Lin Yuefeisua displaying its might, Li Qingshan crushed the last shred of hope in his heart, his expression calm. He did not regret it. The threat posed by that middle-aged man in a suit while alive was absolutely greater than after his death. Li Qingshan, well done. The clear, cold female voice echoed again, causing Li Qingshan to freeze in surprise, exclaiming, "You know me. My name is Yu Man." The mech's right hand lifted and a beam of laser shot forth, reducing the middle-aged man in a suit along with half of the ferocious beast's remains to ash. "Are you Sister Yulei?" Li Qingshan instantly reacted, letting out a sigh of relief. Clearly the death of the middle-aged man in the suit had been glossed over. However, this incident served as a reminder to him that in the era of interstellar travel, there were too many unknown means. Next time, he must be more discreet. Li Qingshan reflected quietly, while the mech in the air showed no signs of responding, seeming rather aloof. Inside the mech, Yu Man's gaze remained fixed on Li Qingshan. 4 light screens unfolding before her. 3 of the light screens displayed images of battles between a person and a beast. The remaining light screens showed a battle scene between a human silhouette and the tentacle monster. These were battle images generated by the mech after scanning the entire hall. Although the images were not clear, they were sufficient to gather a wealth of information. The mastery of mystic steps. The mastery of shadow blade. Just having reached the 2nd level of body tempering, and you can slay the cultists of the dark god, while consecutively hunting 3 ferocious beasts. Oi. As each conclusion was drawn, ripples began to form in Yu Man's eyes. The first time she heard Li Qingshan's name from her uncle, she had not taken it seriously at all. True geniuses had long been sent to New Continent. The martial arts class was merely a glimmer of hope left for many high school students in the Old Continent. Not to mention that there were very few students who could actually enter New Continent Martial Arts University each year. Even if they truly went to New Continent, they would ultimately end up as mere background characters. Martial arts students from New Continent not only boasted better talent and richer resources, but their training requirements were also far stricter than those of the Old Continent. The disparity was predetermined from the very beginning, and it was impossible to catch up just by attending a 3-year martial arts class. Later, after Yu Man learned the basic information about Qingshan from her younger sister, she paid even less attention to him, just starting out in body tempering what could be considered a genius. But now, in just 2 months, Qingshan had mastered both Mystic Steps and Shadow Blade to perfection. Such comprehension was simply astonishing. Even for the most basic grade martial techniques, the fastest training record in New Continent took at least half a year. The 4 light screens converged towards the center, merging into one. As the light images dissipated, they transformed into a clear image. The criminal record of Qingshan stepping on the ferocious beast's head. Yu Man gazed through the light screen at the figure standing outside the Iron Gate. At that moment, the image overlapped with reality, leaving Yu Man in a daze. Perhaps he is the genius my uncle has been searching for all along. A super genius comparable to the martial arts stars and prodigies. One by one, uniformed inspectors from the inspection bureau emerged from the staircase and poured into the hall. Qingshan glanced at the mech suspended in midair, remaining motionless, showing no intention of responding. So aloof. Qingshan sighed, having to abandon his attempts to build rapport, and obediently followed the staff back to the ground. All the details were clearly laid out by Qingshan on the way. Of course, excluding the middle-aged man in a suit. The staff did not ask further questions, meticulously recording everything without missing a word, advising that they would contact him again if necessary, and that a bonus would be credited once the information was verified. Back at the parking lot, as Qingshan stepped out of the staircase, a chubby young man rushed over with open arms, excitedly exclaiming, "Coach, are you alright?" Qingshan extended a finger and pressed it against Cao Xiaoyu's forehead, somewhat disdainfully saying, "Aren't you always talking about being a man? What's with the hugs, eh?" I was just worried." Cao Xiaoyu awkwardly stopped rubbing his chubby hands. Not far away, Chang'an wore a distressed expression, honestly explaining to an investigator. Upon seeing Qingshan, his eyes brightened, and he quickly jogged over, complaining, "Boss, your colleague is unreasonable. He's already finished questioning me about tonight, but he still wants to dig into my background." Ahem. Qingshan cleared his throat, casting a serious glance at the staff beside him, raising a hand, and saying, "Cooperate well, and I guarantee you'll be fine." "Thank you, boss." Chang'an's expression brightened as he hurried back. Qingshan turned to the oddly staring staff member, his expression calm as he stated, "In urgent matters, one must act according to circumstances. He has helped a lot before, or else it wouldn't have been easy to uncover the schemes of the evil god's followers, stop the sacrifices, and save the people from disaster." Understood, I'll take care of it right away." The staff member interrupted with a distressed look, quickly turning to handle Chang'an's situation. Compared to the merits Qingshan spoke of, impersonating the inspection bureau was really nothing. Letting Chang'an off as a mere punter was inconsequential. "Coach, my dad is about to arrive. He wants to meet you." Cao Xiaoyu interjected from the side. "Your dad, eh?" Qingshan raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Aren't your parents coming tomorrow?" Cao Xiaoyu grimaced, saying, "My dad somehow heard the news as soon as he arrived. He just received a call from him." "So soon?" Qingshan's mind raced, quickly guessing the source of Cao Xiaoyu's father's information. The inspection bureau. The news of the Silver Radiance Hotel had not leaked at all before. Cao Xiaoyu's father couldn't possibly have known in advance that his son would be in danger here. Moreover, the timing of his conversation with Cao Xiaoyu coincided with when Qingshan had just sent the reporting information to Wan Keshan. This meant that Cao Xiaoyu's father not only learned about the inspection bureau's reporting information immediately, but also discovered that his son was at the Silver Radiance Hotel. Hiss. Indeed, the background is astonishing. Qingshan gasped, looking at the silly chubby boy in front of him, unable to resist ruffling his hair. Before learning the mystic steps, this astonishingly background chubby boy was often bullied in school. However, Qingshan soon thought of another issue. Cao Xiaoyu's father was in the provincial capital Wui City, over 500 kilometers away from Luoying. Even if he could receive the news immediately, only 20 minutes had passed since then. 20 minutes, 500 kilometers. What vehicle could travel that fast? Boom. A sonic boom interrupted Qingshan's thoughts as he looked up in confusion. A dark shadow accompanied by layers of shockwaves raced towards him from the distant night sky. In just a few seconds, the shadow reached above the Silver Radiance Hotel, suddenly halting. In the extreme motion and stillness, it seemed to defy inertia. The shadow slowly descended from midair, revealing a streamlined body, filled with a sense of science fiction. "My dad is here." Cao Xiaoyu waved excitedly. Qingshan snapped back to attention and expressionlessly uttered 2 words. "Small." "This car is small." Cao Xiaoyu turned back in confusion, saying, "Coach, I've been in this car before. The space inside is quite large." "I'm not saying the car is small, but that my vision has become small." Li Qingshan gazed at the descending flying car, unable to resist ruffling the chubby boy's hairstyle again. A four-wheeled vehicle couldn't travel that fast, but a flying car could. To be able to use a hover car in the old continent, it truly lived up to being background astonishing. The flying car hovered above, and the crowd on the ground instinctively cleared a 10-meter-wide parking space. Soon the flying car landed, and the door opened. A gigantic man, nearly 2 meters tall, and almost 2 meters wide, jumped out of the vehicle. Bang! The ground trembled slightly, the fat on his waist jiggled, yet the giant maintained a calm expression, seemingly unfazed. Dad, Xiao Xiaoyu tugged Li Qingshan forward. I brought Coach Li with me. You little brat. The giant initially glared at his son, then turned to Li Qingshan beaming. Coach Li, I am this little brat's father Xiaoya. I originally intended to thank you in person tomorrow, but it turns out tonight is convenient. Mr. Xiao, you're too polite. I should apologize for bringing him here tonight. No need for Coach Li to shield this little brat. Xiaoya waved his hand, slapping his son on the back of the head. I've looked into it. This little brat has been inquiring about the Silver Radiance Hotel lately. Thank goodness Coach Li came along today, otherwise who knows what might have happened. Xiao Xiaoyu's eyes welled with tears from grievance as he said, Dad, how could this be my fault? Who knew an evil god's follower could infiltrate a fighting arena? You'll get it when we go home tonight. Xiaoya shot him a glare, and then turned back to Li Qingshan, inviting him aside. Coach Li, it's difficult to get a taxi here. Why don't you ride in my car, and we can talk on the way? That would be troublesome. Li Qingshan readily agreed, curious, as he boarded the hovering car. There was no driver inside, nor even a driver's seat. It seemed to operate entirely on intelligent control. Inside the spacious cabin, a circular sofa surrounded the area with a fully transparent window behind. Xiaoya brought his son into the car, inquired about Li Qingshan's address, and set it up simply on the communicator, and the flying car slowly ascended. Li Qingshan sat on the sofa looking through the window as the crowd below gradually shrank. Suddenly a crimson light caught his attention. The red light flew towards the Silver Radiance Hotel from afar. Although it hadn't broken the sound barrier, it was still fast. Strangely, even though the red light was not glaring, Li Qingshan's eyes couldn't help but sting, as if staring directly at the sun. As the red light approached the parking lot, the things inside gradually became clearer. Li Qingshan suppressed his discomfort, widening his eyes to look down. The red light moved swiftly, and in the blink of an eye it dove into the large hole previously created by the cold moon's flying shuttle. Just a fleeting glimpse, but it allowed Li Qingshan to see clearly. It wasn't a mech nor any other technological creation, and with the center of the red light was a robust figure. Moreover, Li Qingshan recognized this person. Teacher 1. On the third underground level, all surviving spectators had been evacuated, and the remaining staff were checking the clues. The silver mech still hovered in midair, stationed at the scene. Suddenly, a robust figure fell from the hole in the ceiling, crashing heavily onto the floor. Bang! Ashes flew up, engulfing the newcomer. Pa pa pa. The smell of these evil god scum is still so pungent. Qingshan vigorously waved his arms, fanning away the dust. Suddenly his movements froze, his nostrils flaring as he sniffed intently. No, this smell isn't right. Qingshan's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the center of the hall. The arena, turned into lava, had become a dark red, its surface covered with a layer of dark ash. Qingshan's figure flickered, appearing beside the lava, scooping up a bit of ash with his bare hands, the magma slipping through his fingers without even burning his skin. Qingshan rubbed the ash between his fingers, bringing it to his nose for a sniff, his brows gradually furrowing. Evil god projection. Just a half-finished product. Human floated down from midair, standing beside Qingshan. The sacrifice planned by the evil god's followers involved over 1,000 victims. If they succeeded in completing the sacrifice, they might truly summon the projection of the blood and flesh demon god. The evil god projection contains a sliver of the evil gods, while it is not on the same level as this previous half-finished product at all. If the evil god projection were truly summoned, regardless of whether she and Qingshan could win, just the aftermath of the battle would be enough to destroy several city blocks and cause countless casualties. Haha, it's still Uncle Me who is smart. I let you come first to preemptively ruin the sacrifice. Qingshan chuckled, stroking his chin, then turned to look around. Where's Li Qingshan? He has already left. Oh, actually. Human's words were interrupted by Qingshan's laughter. Ha ha ha, I knew it. With this kid's cleverness, he must have run away long ago. Qingshan laughed heartily, but inwardly, he felt a sigh of relief. Previously receiving news that to prevent Li Qingshan from being in danger, he had refrained from contacting him. Seeing so many survivors outside but not finding Li Qingshan's figure, Qingshan's heart had been in suspense. Fortunately, he could finally relax now. Uncle Li Qingshan was the last to leave. The mech maintained an expressionless demeanor, but Human's voice carried a hint of helplessness. What do you mean? Qingshan was taken aback. Although I killed this half-finished product, it was Li Qingshan who disrupted the sacrifice. What? Li Qingshan? Qingshan suddenly awakened, turning his head to look at his niece, doubting whether he had misheard. The followers of the evil god, who could orchestrate such a sacrifice, must have already been corrupted possessing transformation abilities. Is this something Qingshan can handle? However, the mech's iron face showed no expression and Yu Man did not speak again. Wan Keshan couldn't hold back and questioned, Qingshan is merely at the second level of body refinement. Yu Man interrupted with a frown impatiently saying, to kill the followers of the evil god at the second level of body refinement, and to consecutively hunt 3 ferocious beasts, Qingshan is indeed a genius. Genius. Wan Keshan was stunned. At that time he merely concocted an excuse for his niece to secure a larger bonus. In Wan Keshan's mind, Qingshan had at most a sliver of a chance to reach the new continent. But now, to kill the followers of the evil god at the second level of body refinement, and even to consecutively hunt 3 ferocious beasts. A spark of realization flashed in Wan Keshan's mind as he asserted, did he somehow acquire a laser gun? This kid is indeed clever. What laser gun? The mystical steps and wind shadow blade are both class martial arts that you taught him, aren't they, eh? Inside the mech, Yu Man's brows furrowed deeper, feeling as if her uncle was pointing at her, showing off. After taking a deep breath, she waved her hand to project 4 light screens. Don't ask, just look for yourself. The light screens displayed the battle scenes previously simulated by the mech. Not a gun. Wan Keshan murmured, his gaze fixed on the figure's right hand. Although the image was not clear, it was recognizable as a cleaver. It was the cleaver he had gifted to Qingshan. As the figure in the image stepped and swung the knife, Wan Keshan's eyes gradually widened in disbelief as he said, is mystical steps perfected? Is wind shadow blade perfected? Is this really Qingshan? Wan Keshan instinctively questioned, but as he watched the figure execute a backhanded slicing motion, he fell silent. The figure in the image was undoubtedly Qingshan. Next to him, Yu Man felt her frustration ease slightly, gradually sensing something was off. She lifted her face mask and asked with confusion, Uncle, you really don't know? I don't know a damn thing. Wan Keshan cursed, having sent the martial arts techniques to Qingshan 2 months ago merely due to that hypothetical scenario of facing a ferocious beast. But a hypothetical is ultimately just a hypothetical. He never thought it would succeed. For the next several days, he watched as Qingshan became lethargic from practicing martial arts. Wan Keshan even regretted sending the martial arts techniques to Qingshan so early. Later, as Qingshan's mental state returned to normal, he assumed Qingshan had listened to advice and temporarily gave up martial arts training. Unexpectedly, in 2 months, mystical steps is perfected. Wind shadow blade is perfected. Ha, this kid is going to give me a surprise. Wan Keshan laughed heartily, his excitement evident as he turned to his niece, reminding her, by the way, don't let this information leak out. Qingshan's realm is too low, it's best not to attract those hyenas' attention prematurely. I know what's appropriate. Yu Man nodded, but her brows furrowed. However, there are too many eyewitnesses on site. Qingshan's achievements might not be concealed from some local companies. It's fine, that kid is very clever and won't be easily trapped. Wan Keshan waved his hand confidently. Survivors are ordinary people and cannot recognize the details. As long as Qingshan's talent isn't exposed, those big companies and consortiums won't act prematurely. The night in Luoying City was not quiet. The streets were bustling with traffic, the sidewalks lit up brilliantly, and countless projection advertisements illuminated the walls of the tall buildings. In the night sky, a hovering flying car glided silently. Qingshan sat on the sofa looking down at the city's nightscape through the porthole. Coach Li, thank you for your guidance to my son over the past month. Chao Ya's smile was sincere as he patted his son's head again. This brat, I always thought he had no talent for martial arts, so I never pressured him. Fortunately, there is Coach Li, otherwise I don't know how much time would have been wasted. Chao Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with tears, his chubby face flushed, but he did not dare to refute. Qingshan found it amusing and shook his head, saying, the talent is his own, I merely guided him. Coach Li is too modest. As Xiaoyu spoke, he lifted the side sofa cushion and took out a long wooden box. Coach Li, this is a token of my gratitude, please don't refuse. How can this be? Qingshan shook his head and waved his hand, saying, I've already accepted. Before he could finish, Xiaoyu had already opened the wooden box. Inside was a long knife in a sheath entirely black with mysterious patterns carved on both the hilt and the sheath, forming a single entity. Xiaoyu pushed the wooden box in front of Qingshan, saying, Coach Li, why not take a look at this knife first? Qingshan did not refuse, picking up the long knife and drawing out half of the blade. A flicker of electric light appeared and vanished in an instant. Electricity. Qingshan blinked, gazing at the silver blade that shimmered with a hint of purple light. However, the electric light did not reappear, seeming as if it had just been an illusion. To be precise, that was not electricity, but thunder. This knife is named Thunder Pattern. Xiaoyu briefly explained, but did not elaborate further, saying solemnly, Coach Li, teaching my son may just be fulfilling your duty. But for this brat, being able to go to the new continent in advance will provide more opportunities in the future. This is a significant matter that can change his fate, and you definitely deserve this gratitude. Moreover, this thunder pattern knife is carefully chosen by me. It is very important for your future martial arts training. Please be sure to accept it. With this said, Qingshan no longer pretended to be polite and accepted the thunder pattern knife with ease. Thank you, Mr. Chow. This knife could be considered a thank you gift from the little fatty. When he goes to the new continent in the future, he can just fulfill his responsibilities as a master. Coach, could you please stop smiling at me? I'm scared. Chow Xiaoyu shivered and involuntarily scooted aside. Brat. Xiaoyu seemingly had a habit slapping him once more. When the little fatty's eyes were brimming with tears, he finally withdrew his hand in satisfaction and looked at Qingshan, saying seriously, Coach Li, there's one more thing I think I need to remind you about. Please say. Qingshan's expression turned serious. The news from tonight will definitely spread, and afterward many companies will likely contact you for signing contracts. Sign contracts. Qingshan raised an eyebrow questioning. Aren't contracts usually signed by companies with martial arts classes in the 3rd grade? Every year only a few students can enter the new continent. Signing with big companies is the path for most martial arts class students. It's different, those are just employment contracts. Xiaoyu shook his head explaining, the contracts I'm talking about are investment contracts. These contracts generally target talents they are optimistic about investing resources in advance to support their initial martial arts training, with the cost being that they must work for the company long-term afterward. A selling contract. Qingshan succinctly pointed out the essence of the so-called investment contract. It's not quite right to say it that way. Xiao Ya's lips twitched, his expression somewhat unnatural. For some ordinary talents from poor families, trading decades of freedom for a smoother martial arts path in the early stages isn't a bad deal. Qingshan nodded, not refuting. The logic was sound, but he had his panel in hand. He would rather endure some hardship in the beginning, work more, and report more evil god followers than sign such a selling contract. However, seeing Xiao Ya's expression, Qingshan couldn't help but speculate whether the other party had some big companies behind them that suddenly brought this up. Just as Qingshan was considering how to refuse, Xiao Ya abruptly changed the topic. Of course, that's only for ordinary talents, Coach Li, you don't need to worry. Oh. Qingshan's eyes flickered, waiting for further explanation. The Federation's training system for martial arts and mechs has been perfected over the years. With your talent, you only need to perform normally in school, gain admission to the new continent martial arts university, and resources for training will not be lacking. The car door opened, and Xiaoyu stopped, his words no longer elaborating, only finally reminding. Coach Li, the reason I brought up the signing contracts is to remind you not to be deceived by companies that are just looking to take advantage. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chow. Qingshan nodded and expressed his gratitude seriously. Although Xiaoyu had always treated him as an equal due to Qiao Xiaoyu's connection, this last piece of advice was like the concern of an elder. The three of them got out of the car. After Xiaoyu sent his son off, he turned and returned to the vehicle. The flying car slowly ascended, with Xiaoyu leaning against the sofa, closing his eyes to rest, while the little fatty skillfully rummaged through the cabinets in search of snacks. Suddenly a bottle of drink was knocked over. Oh no, Dad, this document got dirty. Xiaoyu held a folder. Xiaoyu opened his eyes and glanced at the folder. It's not a document, it's a contract. As soon as he spoke, the little fatty became even more nervous. Seeing his son's anxious appearance, Xiaoyu chuckled lightly and patted his head. If it's dirty, it's dirty, it won't matter anyway. The little fatty breathed a sigh of relief and casually tossed the contract on the ground. The cover of the contract had already been soaked by the drink, with only the beginning of an S barely visible. The door swung open and Qingshan entered the room with a knife in hand. Huh. Finally home. He sighed, eagerly looking at the panel. Qingshan. Realm Body Refinement 20100. Technique. 36 set of broadcast calisthenics. The stars are calling. 13,000 perfected. Martial skills. Shadow Steps 276. 3000 perfected. Wind Shadow Blade 53,000 perfected. Function Martial Arts Space LV 19100. Available time 8 years 150 days. Time flow rate 110. 8 years. This trip to Silver Glow Hotel was truly worth it. Qingshan felt overjoyed, as if he had suddenly acquired wealth after years of poverty. Before departing, his expectation was merely to be lucky enough to encounter 1 or 2 ferocious beasts. He had even prepared for an unexpected twist. To his surprise, not only did he slay 3 ferocious beasts, but he also eliminated a 5-year value, evil god's follower. In the short term, I won't have to worry about available time anymore. Oh, and there's still the uncredited bounty. Thinking of the inspector's words, Qingshan felt even better. Moreover, tonight's harvest was far from over. Qingshan casually tossed the machete into the corner, gripping the thunder pattern blade, and walked to the center of the living room. He drew the blade from its sheath. Clang! The flash of lightning was fleeting, and the blade's light transformed into shadows. Moments later, the blade's glow suddenly halted. Qingshan gazed at the blade shimmering with purple light, murmuring, "It seems faster." Although it was still the transformation of blade light into shadows using the thunder pattern blade clearly felt smoother. It was as if the thunder pattern blade and the martial skill wind shadow blade were inherently compatible. Qingshan couldn't help but recall what Xiaoya had said before. This thunder pattern blade is carefully selected by me. It is crucial for your future martial skill cultivation. I thought it was just a casual remark because you were worried I wouldn't accept it. I didn't expect it was not an empty promise. Qingshan sheathed the blade again, feeling the preciousness of this thank you gift once more. The value of a gift is determined not only by its intrinsic worth, but also by the giver's heartfelt intention. It seems I need to take care of the little fatty more often in the future. Qingshan chuckled lightly, setting down the thunder pattern blade, turning to the table, and opening the insulated box. A cold mist enveloped the area with 10 bottles of shimmering blue liquid neatly arranged inside the box. Only 10 bottles of nutrient solution left. I have to spend again. Qingshan gritted his teeth, taking out a bottle of nutrient solution and drinking it down. The daily consumption of 1 bottle of nutrient solution was akin to swallowing gold. Half of the 1,200 tuition he earned earlier had already been spent, leaving only 6,000 star coins in his account. I wonder how much this bounty will be. If it's too little, I'll have to go to Qinghai and find a new client. With these thoughts swirling, Qingshan returned to the center of the living room, took a deep breath, and cleared his mind. The first move of the stars are calling, twisting the hips and swinging the arms. Qingshan's toes gripped tightly, his waist twisted, and his right arm raised. Muscles bulged and spread to his wrists, with veins appearing on the back of his hands reaching to his fingertips. At the same time, his breathing synchronized with his movements, sometimes short, sometimes long. His heart naturally followed the rhythm of his breath, and the muscles of his waist and arms began to tremble. This was the fourth realm of the stars are calling, mastering the rhythm of muscle movement. Qingshan felt no surprise or shock. At the moment the technique upgraded, all of this had already become instinct. After leisurely completing the first move, Qingshan continued to the next. 1 hour later, all 108 moves were completed. Qingshan was drenched in sweat, steam rising from his body, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. It was the same body refinement practice, but after reaching perfection, he could clearly feel the speed of his bonus enhancement was faster. However, the smile did not last long, as a familiar feeling of hunger suddenly surged. What's going on? How could the nutrient solution be digested so quickly? Qingshan's expression changed, and he didn't have time to think too much. He quickly walked to the corner table and took out another bottle of nutrient solution to drink. Moments later, the hunger subsided slightly, and Qingshan's gaze grew distant as he figured out the reason. The good news was that the stars are calling had reached perfection, and the cultivation efficiency had indeed doubled. The bad news was that 1 bottle of nutrient solution could only support completing 1 body refinement, and the consumption had directly quadrupled. No, even if I drink 4 bottles in a row, I probably want complete 4 rounds of body refinement. Qingshan frowned, recalling the instructions for the nutrient solution. Taking multiple bottles in a short time would cause the body to build resistance and not fully absorb them. However, the solution was simple, and it was also mentioned in the manual. Intermediate nutrient solution, 8,000 per bottle. Martial arts is indeed an endless pit. I hope the bounty from the inspection bureau arrives soon. Qingshan sighed helplessly, but the thought of switching to an intermediate nutrient solution, which might support completing 4 or even 5 training sessions, brought him some comfort. Glancing at the few remaining bottles of nutrient solution, Qingshan shook his head and gave up the idea of continuing body refinement. After a quick wash, he lay back down on his bed. Wait, I almost forgot. Qingshan suddenly flipped over and sat up, walked to the living room, picked up the thunder pattern blade, and returned to the bedroom. Gripping the handle tightly, he drew the blade and sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, the familiar circular platform came into view. Qingshan turned with the blade in hand, looking at a person and 3 beasts 100 meters away, and was not surprised. As expected, just like the wolf poisoned before, the monster projections were directly displayed the first time they were recorded. However, this time Qingshan did not take shortcuts. All 4 monsters were killed by him in a straightforward manner. If I could kill you once, I can naturally kill you countless times. Qingshan raised the long knife high and charged forward. The 3 ferocious beasts roared and rushed at him. The figure followed closely behind, not much slower than them. In the blink of an eye, Qingshan was entangled in a battle with the person and 3 beasts. All 4 monsters had physical attributes comparable to body refinement level 5, and Qingshan dared not be the slightest negligent, constantly changing his steps, almost maximizing the shadow steps to its peak. Even so, it was still fraught with danger, and he narrowly escaped being devoured by the beasts several times. No, even if my stamina is unlimited, dragging this out will eventually lead to trouble. After dodging another beast's jaws, Qingshan frowned. With the 4 monsters working together, he could only keep evading, and the long knife in his hand had no room to unleash its power. He'll risk it. Qingshan's eyes hardened, stepping to the side of one ferocious beast. The other beast immediately reacted, its claws swiping down. Qingshan did not dodge, instead he held the long knife in reverse and slashed upward. With a swoosh, just one strike, the ferocious beast's abdomen split open and its entrails spilled out. So sharp, the thought had barely crossed his mind when the left claw struck his arm, sending Qingshan flying. Cough cough. Qingshan got up quickly, blood at the corner of his mouth, using shadow steps to dodge the incoming attacks. His left arm ached continuously, swaying left and right, and the bones inside had been shattered. However, Qingshan couldn't help but smile, a fierce grin escaping his lips. Not a loss. Compared to the countless times he had perished in the jaws of wolves before, this pain was nothing. Thanks to the sharpness of the thunder pattern blade, trading one arm for a ferocious beast was already beyond his expectations. With one less ferocious beast, there were now many openings in the coordinated attacks of the remaining three monsters. While dodging, Qingshan also found opportunities to counterattack with his blade. Soon the other two ferocious beasts were successively decapitated. It was only at this moment that Qingshan had a chance to carefully examine the figure before him. Yuqingya was still wearing the same outfit as before her death, but her golden hair had turned black and her appearance reverted to how she looked when they first met in the bar. So this is your true form? Qingshan did not rush to attack. Instead, he observed Yuqingya's expressions while dodging and weaving. Previously, the wolf poison was just a low-level ferocious beast, knowing only slaughter, lacking intelligence, and unable to make judgments. Now he wanted to see if the martial arts space would preserve the intelligence of the monsters it recorded. However, he clearly overthought it. Yuqingya's expression showed no change, or rather her wooden face had never revealed any emotion. Like a puppet, she possessed only the instinct to kill. What a pity. Qingshan shook his head in disappointment, dodging another attack. The Yuqingya before him lacked intelligence, but had strength even greater than her real self. Although she did not understand martial skills, she fully exhibited the speed and power of body refinement level 5. As her attacks were continuously avoided, Yuqingya's movements became increasingly fierce. In her wide and forceful actions, her clothes swayed. Qingshan's gaze habitually swept for lightning, and a bold thought just emerged before being swiftly extinguished. Humans cannot, at least should not. Qingshan's expression turned cold, no longer holding back as the blade light transformed into shadows. In an instant, chunks of flesh flew and blood splattered everywhere. Qingshan stood before the corpses, gripping his bloodied long knife, quietly waiting. The bodies of the three ferocious beasts had vanished, transformed into sculptures at the edge of the platform. But Yuqingya was different. Qingshan had not forgotten the repulsive tentacle monster. However, the red light had yet to appear, and the corpses along with the blood on the ground quickly faded away, revealing a human-shaped sculpture at the platform's edge. No transformation. Qingshan furrowed his brow, contemplating two possibilities. The first was that the transformation involved the power of the evil god, and was not recorded by the martial space. The second possibility was that the transformation ability also had its limits. Just now, he had chopped Yuqingya's head into several pieces, so she could not transform. To the martial space, the evil god is merely a monster. There's no reason it wouldn't be recorded. Qingshan leaned towards the second possibility. Validating it was simple. With a thought, Yuqingya appeared once more. I'm sorry, but I have to kill you again. Qingshan grinned as he swung the long knife. Soon the severed limbs fell, and the intact torso lay across the ground, a faint glow of blood emerging from the shattered corpse. Indeed, I was right. Qingshan stood with his knife, watching the tentacle monster take shape. Moments later, ashes scattered, and the human-shaped sculpture returned to the edge of the platform. Qingshan discarded the thunder pattern knife and spread his limbs. It's time to test the growth pattern of proficiency after mastering Starry Sky Calling. The martial space ignored physical exhaustion. Qingshan pressed on, without pause, repeating the process for a full 7 hours before finally stopping. Starry Sky Calling 13,000 mastery, Starry Sky Calling 23,000 mastery. Qingshan glanced at the panel, calculating in his mind. Practiced once, in reality 7 times in the space. That's a total of 8 practices, increasing proficiency by a bit. It really does double. After reaching this conclusion, Qingshan was not particularly surprised. Previously, mastering took 1 practice for a bit of proficiency, while proficiency required 2 and mastery required 4. Now with 8 practices for 1 bit, it meant that if he practiced in the martial space for 24 hours non-stop, he could increase proficiency by 3 points a day. Achieving 3,000 proficiency would require 1,000 days in nearly 3 years. Fortunately, I'm wealthy. Even if I add another year for rest, it should be enough. Qingshan glanced at the available time column, his expression relaxed. With a time flow rate of 1 to 10, a reality would only need about half a year to fully master Starry Sky Calling. That was a 5th realm that even Qingshan had never mentioned. Perhaps I can ask Teacher 1 about it in class tomorrow. As a genius who had comprehended the 4th realm, it was reasonable to look forward to the 5th. The next morning on Bus 72. Since it was the weekend, the bus was not crowded, mostly filled with elderly people going out to buy groceries. The elderly, who had been chatting idly, suddenly fell silent, their gazes turning towards a corner in the back. There sat a young man, conversing on a communication device. It was not strange to make a phone call, but what was strange was that the young man had answered and hung up over 20 times in just a few short minutes since boarding. Are young people this busy nowadays? I saw him carrying a knife. He might be a martial arts student. That's possible. The lad was constantly talking about contracts. He might be in his third year of martial arts class. Definitely. Years ago, the grandson of old Wang next door spent 3 years in martial arts class, and he was always pursued by various companies for contracts. Before long, the entire family moved to Wui City to enjoy a better life. With the conversation open, the elderly began to gossip naturally. In the corner, Qingshan said, "Manager Lin, thank you for your company's kindness, but I really have no intention of signing a contract." Qingshan forced a smile, and without waiting for the other party's reaction, decisively hung up. Phew, these companies respond too quickly. Qingshan let out a long sigh, gently pinching the space between his brows. Since getting up this morning, he had received over 30 calls, all invitations to sign contracts from various companies. These companies were local to Luoying, as well as from several nearby cities. They all gathered together, both known and unknown to him. This can't go on, otherwise he'll be driven crazy. Qingshan lowered his head, tapping on the communication device, directly activating Do Not Disturb, refusing all unknown calls. The communication device's screen unfolded, displaying dozens of new emails, all contracts sent by those companies. Qingshan casually opened a few to check. These emails were mostly similar. Essentially, they offered him around 500 per month during his school years for martial arts training. The funding would double, with time lasting until graduation from the third year. If he could go to Xinzhou, it would increase to 500 per month. This funding seemed generous, but for martial arts training it was like a drop in the bucket. Just the intermediate nutrient solution he needs costs 1 bottle a day, adding up to 200 a month. Moreover, the essence of these contracts was essentially a bond of servitude. After graduation, he would have to work for the company for at least 20 years. They talk of sincerity, but the contract treats me like a beast. Qingshan's expression darkened as he clicked to delete all the emails. He leaned back against the chair and closed his eyes to rest. After a moment, buzzing. His wrist vibrated and Qingshan opened his eyes in confusion, looking at the communication device. Manager Zhou. The screen unfolded, revealing a smiling, bald, middle-aged man, the HR manager of the Yinghai flagship store. Qingshan helplessly spoke. "Manager Zhou, your Yinghai doesn't want to sign me up too, do you?" Manager Zhou was taken aback and nervously asked, "You haven't signed yet, have you?" Qingshan shook his head. "No, I have no intention of signing a contract." "That's good." Manager Zhou sighed in relief and regained his smile. "Our Yinghai is always dedicated to discovering talents and supporting their martial arts journey. A genius like you, of course, we can't miss out on." Qingshan felt even more helpless and could only refuse again. "Manager Zhou." "Wait, don't rush to refuse. Ooh, I've sent you the contract. Take a look first." Manager Zhou interrupted confidently. "Our Yinghai is a well-known brand. The terms we offer are certainly not comparable to those small companies." The call ended, and a new email appeared on the screen. Qingshan casually opened the email and scanned it. Level investment contract. The terms on the contract were indeed much better than those from the previous companies, with all funding basically doubled. However, it was still just that. Qingshan quickly skimmed through the last 30 years of work commitment and clicked the in the upper right corner. Investment is certainly for returns. Qingshan could understand this. But understanding it didn't mean he would sign such a bond of servitude. Qingshan opened his contacts, his finger pausing slightly on Manager Zhou's avatar. "It seems a bit rude to reject him right away. I will wait until tonight when I go to the store to talk about it." Recalling Manager Zhou's confident smile, Qingshan abandoned the thought of calling. To reject him immediately would undoubtedly be slapping his face. The Yinghai flagship store general manager, in a boss chair, a long-haired youth in casual clothes, tapped his fingers on the table, lazily scanning the bald, middle-aged man before him. "Has the contract been sent?" "Yes, it has been sent." Manager Zhou's face was tense and cautious. The young man before him was Fu Wen, the newly appointed general manager who had just moved to Luoying City 3 days ago. More importantly, the regional head of Yinghai and Wui province also shared the surname Fu. "It's fortunate I came here, otherwise you would have missed out on a talent." Fu Wen's tone grew more severe, his lazy gaze sharpening. Manager Zhou began to sweat and explained, "Manager Fu, the news of Qingshan defeating the ferocious beasts only came out last night. If our reaction isn't slow." "Not slow." Fu Wen scoffed twice and pressed a button on the table, projecting a hologram. The projection displayed footage of Qingshan's battle with Yu Zhuo from a month ago. "Last night. Open your eyes and see what this is. You were there at the time. Are you blind?" "This." Manager Fu Yu Zhuo is only at the 3rd level of body refinement. Although Qingshan defeated him, while weaker, he isn't yet at the level for a grade contract, right? "Not only are you blind, but you're deaf." Fu Wen slammed the table, pointing at Yuzhuo in the video. That Yuzhuo already, said Li Qingshan, mastered mystic footsteps. Do you know what that means? There isn't a second person in all of Wui Province's martial arts class, first year, who can do that. So impressive. Manager Zhou was momentarily dumbfounded, something he had never considered before. However, he quickly thought of another question and cautiously said, Manager Fu, aren't geniuses who have the chance to go to Xinzhou always signed to a grade contracts? A grade and grade, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. A grade. Fu Wen glanced at Manager Zhou and scoffed. A grade contracts are signed for those emerging talents before the annual end war. If I given a grade contract, how can I showcase my methods? Fu Wen leaned back against the sofa, fingers interlaced, and said smugly, the earlier the investment, the greater the return. This return is what I deserve. Manager Fu, while that may be true, Manager Zhou carefully glanced at Fu Wen, hesitating, but isn't a grade contract too low? While contracts have binding force, they do not guarantee everything. Especially with this speculative contract, it could lead to conflict in the end. Fu Wen noticed what Manager Zhou was thinking and shook his head, laughing softly. Don't worry, Li Qingshan is merely a public-funded student who must work odd jobs to buy nutrient solutions. How much money has he seen? A simple grade contract with €1 monthly in the first year would relieve him from worrying about the cost of basic nutrient solutions. Moreover, Fu Wen looked at Manager Zhou and said meaningfully, there must be a disparity to create surprises. The grade contract is just a means to stabilize Li Qingshan, so he doesn't become short-sighted and fall into the trap of local small companies. When he arrives at the store, I will appear at the signing and proactively raise the contract to grade. From grade to grade, the benefits will not just double. This kind of recognition of talent would be enough for Li Qingshan to remember for a lifetime. Manager Fu is wise, Manager Zhou flattered with a forced smile. Ha ha ha. In the large office, only Fu Wen's triumphant laughter echoed. Creak. The harsh sound of brakes echoed as the wheels came to a halt. The bus stopped at the entrance of First High School. As Li Qingshan jumped off the bus, he immediately spotted a towering figure at the school gate. Humans cannot, at least should not. Li Qingshan's expression turned cold, no longer holding back as the blade light transformed into shadows. In an instant, chunks of flesh flew and blood splattered everywhere. Li Qingshan had indeed seen Wan Keshan last night, sitting comfortably on the couch of a hovercar. However, at this moment, it was clear that Wan Keshan was not in a good mood. As an advisor of the Inspection Bureau, he had obviously worked through the night. Li Qingshan dared not provoke him further, and could only deflect, saying, last night a parent of one of my students came to pick me up, so I took their ride. A ride? Was it a hovercar? Wan Keshan glanced at Li Qingshan, suddenly changing his expression as his gaze fixed intently on the black long knife in Li Qingshan's right hand. The thunder pattern knife. Did Chow the Fat give that to you? You know him too? Li Qingshan exclaimed in surprise. How could I not know that Chow the Fat, who only takes and never gives? Wan Keshan's eyes lit up with urgency as he asked, did Chow the Fat ask you to sign a contract? What level of contract did you sign? At that moment, he deeply regretted not warning Li Qingshan in advance last night. Initially, he thought that with Li Qingshan's intelligence, he would never fall for the trap set by a local small company. Unexpectedly, he didn't fall into a minor trap, but directly landed in a major pit. He was aware of Chow Ya's visit to the Falling Blossom last night, but he never imagined that Chow Ya, who was there to pick up his son, would focus on Li Qingshan and even present him with such a significant gift as the thunder pattern knife. Feeling uneasy under Wan Keshan's stare, Li Qingshan hurriedly shook his head. Teacher, don't worry, I didn't sign anything. If you didn't sign a contract, how could Chow the Fat give you the thunder pattern knife? That dead fat man is notoriously known for only taking and never giving. Wan Keshan clearly harbored deep resentment towards Chow Ya, and once he started, he couldn't stop. Teacher, I really didn't sign a contract. Li Qingshan quickly interrupted, saying earnestly, this thunder pattern knife is merely a teacher's gift from Mr. Chow. A gift? He gave it to you directly. Wan Keshan paused in surprise, took a deep breath, clasped his hands behind his back, and nodded. Chow Ya is quite a decent person, he has vision. His previously indifferent demeanor seemed to shift, as if he had never just referred to him as Chow the Fat. Li Qingshan was left speechless, and then asked curiously while holding the thunder pattern knife, Teacher, is the thunder pattern knife very valuable? Previously, Wan Keshan had concluded that he must have signed a contract simply upon seeing the knife. Clearly, the value of the thunder pattern knife exceeded imagination. The hovercar you rode yesterday is worth 50 million. Oh, it could be exchanged for 2 of them. Do you think it's expensive? Wan Keshan replied with a smirk, 100 million. Li Qingshan inhaled, sharply staring at the thunder pattern knife with gleaming eyes. What? Do you want to sell it for money? Wan Keshan's voice rang in his ears, and without hesitation Li Qingshan nodded. Although the thunder pattern knife was efficient and sharp compared to 100 million, those attributes became insignificant. With 100 million star coins, he wouldn't have to worry about money for a long time. Are you really in need of money? Wan Keshan's expression darkened as his fingers swiped across the communicator. Ding. 1000000 received. 1 million. Li Qingshan glanced at the notification of the transfer puzzled. Teacher, what is this? It's a bonus from the inspection bureau. It should last you for a while. Wan Keshan's expression was casual. This time he had doubled the bonus effortlessly. However, knowing Li Qingshan's talent, he wouldn't ask further. So much. Li Qingshan's voice wavered slightly. 10 minutes ago 1 million would have made him, but at this moment with the thunder pattern knife worth 100 million in hand, Li Qingshan seemed to enter a sage-like mode. Stop thinking about it. The thunder pattern knife cannot be sold. Wan Keshan's expression turned serious as he said earnestly, this knife can be exchanged for 2 hovercars, but 2 hovercars cannot be exchanged for the thunder pattern knife. It is priceless. So precious. Li Qingshan's eyes widened as he examined the thunder pattern knife closely. He understood the concept of something being priceless, but no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't see why the thunder pattern knife was so special. Chow the Fat choosing this knife for you indeed shows his thoughtfulness, Wan Keshan remarked sighing as he took the thunder pattern knife from Li Qingshan and drew it from its sheath. In an instant a flash of thunder light appeared, and the silver blade gleamed with purple hues under the sunlight. This knife is extremely important for your future martial arts training. Li Qingshan heard the same words from Wan Keshan once again and pondered recalling the battles in the martial arts space last night. Teacher, is it because of the wind shadow knife? That's half correct. Wan Keshan raised his eyelids slightly and shifted the topic. There are numerous level basic martial skills, and they all lack copyrights allowing them to be freely taught. Have you ever wondered why I specifically chose Mizong Step and Wind Shadow Knife? As a newcomer to martial arts, Li Qingshan could only guess in response to such a question. Because these 2 martial skills are more powerful. Since they fall into the same level, they naturally differ only slightly. The specific power depends on the martial artists themselves. Wan Keshan shook his head in denial, no longer keeping it a mystery. The reason for selecting Mizong Step and Wind Shadow Knife is that they are both prerequisite martial skills for a level martial arts. This is also your only opportunity to acquire a level martial arts in Wui Province. Originally this was just my habitual action, I never thought you would actually cultivate to a level martial arts. But now it's different. Wan Keshan turned to look at his student, his gaze filled with an inscrutable meaning. In 2 months Mizong Step will reach perfection. Wind Shadow Knife will also reach perfection. Your talent in martial arts is truly astonishing. After witnessing the prowess of the mech last night, Li Qingshan was not surprised that Wan Keshan knew this. However, Wan Keshan's information was still incomplete. Teacher, it's not just martial skills, Li Qingshan spoke softly, reminding him, my cultivation technique, the cosmos, is summoning, has also reached the 4th level. What? Wan Keshan's pupils contracted in shock. Li Qingshan smiled, silently waiting for Wan Keshan to digest this new information. With the panel and martial arts space at his disposal, his rate of progress would undoubtedly accelerate. Although Li Qingshan never considered himself a genius, and believed all his achievements were the result of his diligent training, others viewed him as nothing less than a prodigy. Since that was the case, he might as well embrace the genius persona. Great. Wan Keshan exclaimed, giving Li Qingshan a hearty pat on the shoulder. In that case, by the end of this year you'll have the chance to learn Thunderclap Knife. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up, asking, Teacher, is Thunderclap Knife the corresponding a level martial arts to Wind Shadow Knife? It's not that simple. Thunderclap Knife is also a prerequisite martial skill like Wind Shadow Knife, but it is a clevel martial skill. Huh, just a clevel. Li Qingshan felt a bit disappointed. What? Do you look down on clevel martial? Wan Keshan shot him a sideways glance. The copyright fee for clevel martial skills is 5 million, for level martial skills it's 50 million, and as for a level martial arts you can only have a chance to access them in New Continent. However, a level martial arts with prerequisite martial skills are exceptions. You only need to perfect the prerequisite martial skills, and naturally, you can merge them together to comprehend the corresponding A-level martial arts. Nine Heaven's Thunderclap Knife is the A-level martial arts corresponding to Wind Shadow Knife and Thunderclap. Wan Keshan picked up the thunder pattern knife, flicked his fingers. Buzz. The blade hummed, vibrating continuously. Nine Heaven's Thunderclap Knife involves the power of thunder. It must be forged with special materials to fully exert its power. The thunder pattern knife made from thunder pattern steel is just right for it. Chao Panzai was indeed thoughtful to bring you the thunder pattern blade. Wan Keshan sheathed the blade and placed it in Li Qingshan's embrace before turning to walk through the school gate. Follow me. Teacher, you haven't mentioned the A-grade martial art corresponding to the mysterious step. Li Qingshan jogged to catch up, feeling restless. Wan Keshan habitually spoke earnestly, do not aim too high. The leap from mastery to perfection has thwarted countless talents. It is not so easy. As he spoke, he turned his head, but upon seeing Li Qingshan's face, his words halted. Considering Li Qingshan's talent, Wan Keshan decided not to waste any more words. The A-grade martial art Heavenly Net Mysterious Step requires the preceding martial arts to be grade Mysterious Step and grade Heavenly Net Step. Li Qingshan nodded, committing the names to memory. Only by mastering the two preceding martial arts can one comprehend the grade martial art. This may be difficult for others. But for him, as long as it could be recorded on the panel, he would definitely be able to grind it to perfection. In front of the progress bar, there was no such thing as a bottleneck. The two walked through the campus heading directly to the martial arts hall. Upon reaching the front door of the hall, Qingshan turned and headed towards the adjacent external staircase. There is still a single-person training room available on the second floor. You will practice there from now on. Qingshan followed behind, feeling no objections. The single-person training room was more convenient for him to utilize the martial arts space during the day. After turning 2 flights of stairs, they entered the second-floor corridor, where a row of classroom doors lined the left side. The first classroom was the largest, with over a dozen second-year martial students practicing martial arts. They all unconsciously turned to look when someone passed by the door. Qingshan paid them no mind and continued forward. Qingshan casually glanced in only to spot an acquaintance and politely nodded at him. Inside the classroom, Yuzhuo wore a face of constipation, unsure how to respond. Fortunately, Qingshan had no intention of waiting for his reply and soon walked past. Inside the classroom, a dozen second-year martial students simultaneously stopped their movements and began to whisper among themselves. Qingshan, why would Teacher Wan bring Qingshan to the second floor? Usually Qingshan just greeted you. Are you too familiar? Do you know why he came up? I'm not familiar with him at all, Yuzhuo retorted, glancing around, and suddenly laughed. On the second floor besides our classroom, there are only those 10 single-person training rooms. What do you think Teacher Wan is bringing Qingshan there for? Everyone clearly guessed it. Why pretend? Or do you not want to believe reality? As these words were spoken, the room fell silent, with 3 or 4 people's expressions noticeably darkening. In the school, or rather the entire Luoying city, there were only these 10 single-person training rooms. The martial arts class expelled students yearly, and there were never more than 5 third-year students each year, with each occupying 1 training room. The remaining rooms would be allocated to the second-year martial students with the condition that their physical training level must be at least at the 5th level. Several in their class had already met the requirement, and now only 1 single-person training room remained. Yuzhuo, being only at the 3rd level of physical training, had no hope, and thus didn't care. But they were different. Every one of them was close to the 5th level and viewed each other as competitors. Recently, they had been working hard on their training, fearing to be overtaken. Why should he? Qingshan is just a newcomer. What use is the training room to him? Exactly. Even if he's given a virtual combat chamber, he would just go in to take a beating. It would be a complete waste. No, I'm not satisfied. I'll go find Teacher Li. I can't let Teacher Wan do as he pleases. Several of them looked anxious and rushed out of the classroom. The remaining classmates watched their retreating figures and shook their heads, not laughing like usual. Anyone with even a slight hope for New Continent cannot afford to ignore the single-person training room. The training room itself is nothing, but the virtual combat chamber inside is what matters. Having a virtual combat chamber provides the opportunity to compete against the geniuses from the entire old continent. More importantly, the selection for the New Continent Martial Arts University occurs within the virtual combat chambers. There's actually a virtual combat chamber. Qingshan exclaimed in awe, carefully stroking the gray-black cape. Qingshan stood beside him, a smirk playing on his lips. You can occasionally go into play. Of course, if you enjoy taking a beating, you can go in every day. Taking a beating? Qingshan raised an eyebrow and turned to ask, are there many experts inside? Experts is a stretch. Qingshan shook his head and explained, in the entire old continent, there are 107 provinces, each with 50 or 60 ordinary cities like Luoying. Each provincial capital has 100 virtual chambers, while ordinary cities have 10. In other words, a province has nearly 700 virtual chambers, and the entire old continent has over 700. These virtual chambers are reserved for martial arts classes and are generally allocated based on strength. Qingshan immediately understood. While they weren't exactly experts, those who can enter the virtual chambers are at least among the top 10 in their city's martial arts class. With his current 2nd level of physical training, even with advanced martial arts, he would surely be beaten. Originally, according to school requirements, one had to be at least at the 5th level of physical training to qualify for this training room, but with your achievements yesterday, it's not a problem. Qingshan glanced at Qingshan, his expression gradually becoming serious. Weren't you all curious about how to qualify for the New Continent Martial Arts University? Now I can tell you. At the end of June each year, the top 100 in the virtual chamber battles qualify to go to New Continent and participate in the final battle. Qingshan gasped. Even with prior mental preparation, he was shocked by such outrageous conditions. Teacher, it's one thing for over 700 people to compete for 100 spots, but what is this final battle? It's not as cruel as you think. The final battle is not an elimination. As long as they go to New Continent, everyone can enter the martial arts university. However, there is more than one martial arts university in New Continent, and everyone wants to go to the better schools, so naturally, they must compete for admission qualifications. Juan Keshin waved his hand and explained that final battle is merely a colloquial term in the old continent for students of the new continent. It's just a normal qualification battle for admission. With hundreds of boats competing and thousands of sails passing, only then can one qualify to stand on the same battlefield as the students from the new continent. Qingshan muttered, shaking his head with a smile. The name Final Battle is quite fitting. Don't overthink it. The vast majority of students from the new continent were also filtered out from the old continent. Juan Keshin gently patted the student's shoulder and said solemnly, the Federation has tried its best to ensure fairness. Talents like you who awakened later will not be overlooked. Teacher, you're worrying too much. I was just casually mentioning it. Qingshan appeared natural with no hint of dissatisfaction. He wasn't awakening, he was just using a cheat. Talent has never been about reason, let alone fairness or unfairness. Juan Keshin didn't mind and waved his hand to change the topic. Alright, the final battle is too far off. Let's first discuss the rookie battle at the end of the year. Teacher, is this the opportunity you mentioned to learn the Thunderblade? Qingshan recalled what Juan Keshin had said before and immediately perked up. The Crade martial art copyright fee was 5 million, which he could not afford. Not just the Thunderblade. Juan Keshin's lips curled into a smile as he explained the rookie battle is specifically held for first and second-year martial students, aiming to provide some resources for lower-year talents in preparation for the final battle. Each grade will have separate rankings. The top 10 not only get to choose a Crade martial art, but also receive a cash reward of 5 million star coins. That's a reward worth 10 million. Qingshan's eyes immediately lit up, and at that moment, he deeply understood the significance of Chao Ya's advice from last night. Indeed, as long as one is talented enough, there is no need to sign those messy contracts. Juan Keshin was not averse to the student's money-loving demeanor. In fact, he was quite pleased. A little greed is good. Having a goal will provide motivation. Train well. With your combat power, there should be no opponents in the first year of Wui Province. Teacher, can martial arts classes skip grades? What do you mean, eh? Juan Keshin was momentarily stunned, unable to react. Qingshan's eyes sparkled as he licked his lips. I mean, after participating in the first-year rookie battle, can I skip a grade and continue to participate in the second-year rookie? You actually dared to think that? Juan Keshin was instantly stunned, scrutinizing Qingshan up and down. I knew you were greedy, but never imagined you'd dare covet this much. Is it not allowed, eh? Qingshan wore an expression of profound disappointment. The ranking rewards for first years permit selection of only one Class C martial technique, meaning he must choose between 9 Heavens Wind and Thunderblade and Celestial Net Mirage Steps. As a grown man, of course, he wanted both. Is this even about permission? Juan Keshin shook his head wordlessly. With only 3 months until year-end, even if you master the Starlight Beckons art to its 4th realm, you'll barely reach bodyforging 5th tier. Top-tier elites among second years are generally 6th tier or higher. Even 7th tier practitioners exist. And though their martial techniques may not yet be perfected, they've at least attained mastery. Beyond bodyforging 5th tier, each successive tier nearly doubles one's fist strength. Tell me, how do you intend to fight? Juan Keshin spoke with fervent intensity, spittle flying. Qingshan instinctively stepped back, waiting patiently until the torrent ceased, then murmured softly, would perfecting Mirage Steps and Wind Shadow Blade truly be insufficient? If you truly achieve that, perhaps you could give it a try. Juan Keshin sneered dismissively. Perfecting 2 techniques would indeed bridge the gap. After all, this is merely about securing a top 10 position. Yet perfection and consummation were worlds apart. How easily could either be attained? Excellent. Qingshan seemed oblivious to his teacher's skepticism, exhaling deeply, as if relieved. Martial techniques demanded far less time than cultivation arts. In just 3 months, while diligently refining his core art, he could easily devote sufficient hours to perfect both. At the thought of his cultivation art, Qingshan voiced a question long brewing in his mind. Master, does Starlight Beckon's art truly possess only 4 realms? Juan Keshin's gaze sharpened with curiosity. Why ask this now? Not so sudden, really. Qingshan shrugged, lifting a finger to point at himself. After all, I've already reached the 4th realm. What then? Shall I simply stop cultivating? Juan Keshin was momentarily speechless, frowning deeply as he pondered before finally replying. I'll tell you this, Starlight Beckon's art does have a 5th realm. Yet in nearly 1,000 years across Seeing Star, no one has ever attained it, so instructors rarely mention it in lectures. Truly that difficult? Qingshan widened his eyes in feigned astonishment, while his gaze flickered almost imperceptibly toward his inner interface. Whether difficult or not remained uncertain, but another half-year of relentless cultivation would render him the first in a millennium to achieve it. Don't dwell on it. The 5th realm centers on the ultimate boundary of body forging, a stage impossibly distant for you. Wait until you reach bodyforging 10th tier before considering it. The ultimate boundary. Another unfamiliar term. Qingshan instinctively recalled his entrance exam where he'd speculated about bodyforging 11th tier. Back then at Bodyforging First Tier, his interface displayed Bodyforging 9100. Later, upon reaching Bodyforging 18100, he'd retested, exceeding the speed threshold of Second Tier, 13 milliseconds, and achieving fist strength of 350 kilograms. Clearly his hypothesis held true. Even Bodyforging 10th Tier would only register as 90,100 on his interface. Since the ultimate boundary required surpassing 10th Tier, it must be intrinsically linked to this progression. Qingshan burned with anticipation, but Qingshan showed no inclination to elaborate. With a casual wave, he turned to leave. Focus your efforts on cultivation first. Raise your Bodyforging tier before entertaining such thoughts. Just then, Master Li, you must uphold justice for us. Exactly. Solo cultivation chambers belong to Luoying City as a whole. How dare Master One unilaterally decide their allocation? Indeed, Qingshan is but a freshman, utterly unworthy of monopolizing a solo chamber. Amid escalating protests and the clamor of hurried footsteps, a group of second-year martial cultivators gathered around a slender male instructor and halted outside the chamber door. Qingshan crossed his arms, a faint, inscrutable smile playing on his lips as he gazed at them. Instantly, as if time itself had frozen, every student broke into cold sweat and clamped their mouths shut. Weren't you all quite eloquent moments ago? What? Struck mute. Qingshan's smile hovered between amusement and menace, intensifying the students' anxiety. Especially the four front row instigators, all Bodyforging 4th Tier, whose faces paled visibly. Master One, must you frighten these youngsters? Master Li sighed, stepping forward, and his gaze settled steadily upon Qingshan. Qingshan, I personally hold no objection to your use of the last solo chamber. Yet, such chambers constitute public resources. Allocating one to you, without justification, would be unjustifiable. A proper explanation must be given. Do you agree? Qingshan met Master Li's gaze, and sensed no malice. He nodded. Master Li speaks wisely. I raise no objection. Excellent. Master Li exhaled in relief, then turned toward the four students behind him. All four of you hover near Bodyforging 5th Tier, the sole candidates eligible for this chamber. Since you contest the decision, settle it with your hands. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the four erupted in excitement, exchanging glances, silently negotiating who would strike first. Spectators roared approval regarding Master Li with reverent awe, as if he'd become the very embodiment of justice. Master Li shifted uncomfortably, his gaze sweeping over his four-star pupils, and sighed inwardly. Though he held no official post at the patrol bureau, he knew full well what had transpired last night at Silver Glow Hotel. Given Qingshan's proven feats, claiming a solo chamber posed no issue whatsoever. Yet since the students had come knocking, he had no choice but to intervene. Some truths resist mere words. They demand witness. In under a minute, the four reached consensus. Qingshan, we won't exploit your newcomer status. Let Yangpeng face you. Win, and we depart without. As he spoke, a tall, broad-shouldered youth stepped forward, radiating confidence. Qingshan's gaze lingered on Yangpeng. Then he asked calmly, so, you're the strongest among you? Yangpeng's expression stiffened, turning awkward. Behind him, the other three furrowed their brows, clearly rejecting Qingshan's assumption. Had Yangpeng truly been strongest, no prior dispute would have arisen. They'd nominated Yangpeng precisely because none stood clearly above the rest, thus sparing themselves the tedium of prolonged contention. Qingshan, why pry so deeply? It matters not. Defeating you is more than enough. Yangpeng drew a deep breath, seizing control of the moment. Did I misjudge? Qingshan ignored the provocation, his brow slowly furrowing. He'd agreed to Master Li's proposal not out of deference, but because such confrontations were inevitable and resolution unavoidable. If Yangpeng were the strongest, victory here would silence them all. That would suffice. Yet plainly none accepted another's superiority. Their promises to depart meant nothing, until they felt the sting of defeat. Next time they'd surely return under some new pretext, wasting his precious time anew. Indeed, to Qingshan this was wasted time. Every passing minute in the mortal world equated to 10 minutes within the martial Dao realm. The realization ignited impatience. Waving dismissively, he declared, enough, no more delays. Come all at once. As Qingshan's words fell, silence enveloped the scene. The onlooking second-year martial students, after a brief moment of astonishment, finally reacted and began to voice their dissatisfaction. Altogether, has Qingshan lost his mind? A first-year student actually thinks he can take on four. Who does he think he is? I think he's been carried away by his classmates downstairs, truly believing that being the top new student makes him invincible. Yangpeng and the three behind him wore grim expressions. Qingshan's actions clearly showed his disdain for them. How could a mere freshman who had just entered the martial arts class for 2 months look down on them? On what grounds? Qingshan, we initially came here just to compete for the single-person training room and had no intention of targeting you. But if you're so oblivious to your own limits, don't blame us for being merciless. Yangpeng's fingers cracked ominously. The other three also moved in closer, surrounding Qingshan. Wait. Teacher Li frowned and called for a stop, fixing his gaze on Yang Peng and the others. It's inappropriate to have 1 against 4. Let's stick to the previous arrangement. One of you can challenge Li Qingshan to a duel. Yang Peng frowned, expressing his dissatisfaction. Teacher, it's not like we want to gang up on him. Haha, it's all good. I think it's quite interesting. Wan Keshan waved his hand, a profound smile gracing his face. Since it's Li Qingshan's own request, let them proceed. The 4 of them were somewhat taken aback, but still politely expressed their thanks. Thank you, Teacher Wan. Teacher Li stood behind them, raising a hand to his forehead, utterly speechless. These 4 students really seemed to have muscles in their brains. Didn't they hear him say 1 against 4 repeatedly? What was he so afraid of not being in accordance with the rules? What he feared was that his 4 students would end up in a state of depression after being beaten. Li Qingshan, holding the thunder pattern blade, furrowed his brows as he looked at the unarmed 4. Puzzled, aren't you using any weapons? A blade is not as handy as a fist. Yang Peng clenched his right fist, bending his knees in a fighting stance, ready to strike. Of course you can use your blade, oh we won't mind. As they looked at the black blade in Li Qingshan's hand, a hint of barely concealed ridicule flashed in the eyes of the 4. The 1st and 2nd year martial arts classes primarily focused on body refinement, and they had invested all their energy into that for the sake of competing for the training room. Without mastery of advanced martial techniques, weapons would only serve as a hindrance. Only a newcomer like Li Qingshan would think holding a blade provided a greater sense of security. The other 3 thought this as they positioned themselves around Li Qingshan, encircling him. With 4 people closing in, Li Qingshan appeared like a lamb awaiting slaughter. The atmosphere grew tense, and the crowd of students outside instinctively held their breaths. At that moment, clang. The blade was drawn, unsheathed. The long blade sang, as if it were a signal, and Yang Peng's 4 moved. In a span of 10 meters, they closed in within 3 steps. Whether it was a punch or a palm strike, 4 attacks nearly arrived at Li Qingshan simultaneously. Li Qingshan's right hand gripping the hilt was already raised. Is he planning to use me as a target? Facing him, Yang Peng's movement slowed slightly, and he didn't have the intention of testing the blade directly. Block if possible, if not retreat. After all, with the other 3 still attacking, Li Qingshan could not evade. Just as he hesitated, the long blade slipped from his grasp and flew to the side. Li Qingshan threw away his blade. Yang Peng was momentarily stunned, only to realize that Li Qingshan was no longer in front of him. What was happening? Behind you. A cry of alarm rang out, and before Yang Peng could react, he felt searing pain in his back and limbs. The flurry of attacks came like a torrential storm, unceasing. In less than 2 seconds, his robust body collapsed to the ground. As expected in this kind of battle, using the blade sheath is much more convenient. Li Qingshan stood behind Yang Peng, twisting his right hand as he twirled the blade sheath. The thunder pattern blade was too sharp. Using it here instead made him hesitant. Altogether, the remaining 3 shouted in anger, suppressing their shock. At this moment, the most important thing was to take down Li Qingshan first. The 3 were within 2 meters of him. Their attacks reached him in the blink of an eye, as if there was nowhere to hide. However, after the special training in the martial space last night, compared to the 5th level of body refinement, the 3 before him were still far lacking. Li Qingshan stepped forward with his right foot, twisting his waist miraculously, avoiding the encirclement. At the same time, his right hand transformed the blade sheath into a continuous shadow. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few seconds, the remaining 3 fell to the ground, grimacing in pain. For a moment, the entire area fell silent. Outside, dozens of eyes were motionless, nearly in a daze. The battle ended quickly, so fast that they hadn't even reacted. In less than 30 seconds, all 4 of the best fighters in their class were lying on the ground. When did first-year students become this formidable? Alright, the fight is over, no need to watch the show anymore. Teacher Li sighed helplessly, once more calling in the students outside to help Yang Peng and the others up. Teacher Wan, we won't disturb you any longer. Wan Keshan grinned widely, revealing his big teeth. It's alright, it's good for the students to interact more. Come again next time when you have the chance. Interaction. It was more like a one-sided beating. Teacher Li wore a face of constipation as he turned to leave with the dejected students. Alright kid, I should be leaving too. Wan Keshan's smile was unending as he patted Li Qingshan on the shoulder and turned to exit the training room. Make sure to train hard and prepare for the rookie battle at the end of the year. Remember, relying solely on martial techniques won't get you far. The body refinement realm is fundamental. Thank you, teacher, I understand. Li Qingshan watched Wan Keshan depart and looked down at the communication device. Wan Keshan was right. The body refinement realm was indeed fundamental. The 1 million bonus was already in place, allowing him to purchase intermediate nutrient solution, and it seemed unnecessary to waste time in Ninghai anymore. Just right, directly refusing face-to-face might hurt Manager Zhou's feelings. Sending a message to decline would be much more tactful. Thinking of Manager Zhou's email from the morning, Li Qingshan decided to reply with a short text mentioning both his resignation and refusal. After sending the message, Li Qingshan began rummaging through his contacts and soon found a number. It was left by the girl who sold nutrient solutions at the mall before. As a major client, there was naturally a door-to-door delivery service. Yinghai Flagship Store General Manager's Office. Knock knock knock. A series of urgent knocks echoed. Fu Wen frowned, speaking in a deep voice. What's the hurry? Come in and talk. A balding middle-aged man pushed open the door and hurriedly said, Manager, Fu Li Qingshan replied to me. Oh. Fu Wen's expression lightened, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. It seems I overestimated him. After all, he's just a poor student from a public upbringing, and he's lost his composure so quickly. No. Manager Zhou swallowed hard, speaking carefully. Manager Fu, the message Li Qingshan sent was a refusal to sign the contract, and he's also resigning from Yinghai. What? Fu Wen's smile froze on his face, unable to believe his ears. Manager Zhou wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and speculated. Mr. Fu, previously Li Qingshan mentioned he had no intention of signing with the company. Perhaps he truly has no plans to sign. Impossible. Fu Wen immediately dismissed the idea without a second thought. On the path of martial arts, one cannot progress without sufficient resources, especially someone like Li Qingshan with his background. Unless he is an idiot or... Fu Wen's expression gradually darkened as his fingers began to tap on the table. Someone is intercepting our deal with Yinghai. Mr. Fu, that's not possible, Manager Zhou said nervously. I've done as you instructed and tried to obscure last night's news. Except for the local companies that received the news first, it shouldn't have spread far at all. Those local small companies don't even understand the contract levels. They couldn't possibly offer better terms than us. Don't rush to explain. I haven't decided to let you make room yet. Fu Wen let out a scoff, lifting his eyelids slightly. How about we find out if someone is intercepting our deal? Manager Zhou had just relaxed when he heard this and asked in confusion, how do we find out? Fu Wen waved his hand decisively, stating, directly send a clever contract to Li Qingshan. Even if someone is intercepting us, they can't possibly offer better than a clever contract. Manager Zhou immediately bowed his head to comply. After sending the contract, he flattered, Mr. Fu, your wisdom is unmatched. The clever contract will surely make Li Qingshan reconsider. Once he arrives in Yinghai, we can propose an upgraded level contract. Level? Fu Wen scoffed, interrupting as he glanced at Manager Zhou, who said I would offer him a level. According to the previous plan, Manager Zhou stammered. He originally thought Fu Wen would follow through with the initial plan. Even if the contract was upgraded, this deal would still be profitable. But evidently he guessed wrong. If a level contract is signed with Li Qingshan, how am I different from those incompetent people outside? Signing a contract requires sincerity, but more importantly, it depends on momentum. Fu Wen slammed the table, suddenly staring at Manager Zhou. Contact Li Qingshan immediately. Oh, I want to speak with him personally. Manager Zhou didn't dare to delay, and quickly found Li Qingshan's contact in his phone book, dialing the number. The screen lit up, and Li Qingshan's image appeared on the display. Manager Zhou, there's no need to discuss the contract anymore. I truly have no intention of signing. Li Qingshan said, his brows slightly furrowed, and his tone carried a hint of impatience. After all, this was already the third time he had rejected Yinghai. As he spoke, Li Qingshan walked over to the wall and picked up the long knife he had thrown earlier. Clang! As the long knife returned to its sheath, Manager Zhou's expression turned awkward, and he could only force a smile, saying, Qingshan, don't be anxious. The previous contract was indeed inappropriate, and I've sent you a revised clever contract with various benefits doubled at the very least. Li Qingshan's frown deepened, and he was about to refuse again when a bald, middle-aged man on the screen was pushed. A long-haired young man appeared on the screen, partially obscured, giving the impression of looking down from above. Is this Li Qingshan? I am Fu Wen, the general manager of Yinghai. A clever contract is not something anyone can sign, especially if you want to obtain this contract from me. It's not an easy task. Fu Wen's gaze was condescending, as if he were offering charity. What a lunatic. With those three words thrown out, Li Qingshan's image disappeared, and the call ended. Fu Wen's confident expression froze on his face, and he was unable to react for a long time. Manager Zhou, his forehead dripping with sweat, quietly reminded him, Mr. Fu, how dare he? How dare he? Fu Wen suddenly came to his senses, slamming his palm on the table, making a loud noise. Manager Zhou trembled in fear, stepping back repeatedly. Bang! The solid wood desk could not withstand the pressure and broke in half. Fu Wen took a deep breath, finally suppressing his rising frustration. Wait a minute, Li Qingshan is just a poor student. Where does he get the audacity to be so arrogant? Fu Wen suddenly looked up, staring at Manager Zhou, who had retreated to the corner. Come here. Pull up the video of the call, just now. Li Qingshan must have other cards up his sleeve. Fu Wen needed to find out what they were. I'm on it. Manager Zhou hurriedly ran forward, quickly pulling up the recorded call. The screen brightened, and Li Qingshan's image appeared once more. Manager Zhou. Fu Wen observed Li Qingshan's expression closely, and his brows gradually furrowed. One thing he had to admit was that he had indeed guessed wrong. From Li Qingshan's expression, there was no room left. It seemed he truly had no intention to sign. Where does Li Qingshan get his audacity from? Just as Fu Wen was pondering, clang, the blade flashed, and the long knife returned to its sheath. Fu Wen suddenly jolted, his eyes widening. Stop! Manager Zhou was startled, and quickly pressed the pause button. Mr. Fu, what happened? Does this knife have a story? Fu Wen completely ignored Manager Zhou, his face nearly pressed against the screen, his gaze locked tightly on the black long knife. Is that really a thunder pattern knife? How could Li Qingshan have a thunder pattern knife? Fu Wen murmured to himself, looking bewildered. Manager Zhou, curious about his demeanor, couldn't help but ask again, Mr. Fu, is this knife very expensive? Expensive? It's beyond expensive. Fu Wen came back to his senses, still in disbelief. The thunder pattern knife has a price, but no market. Even offering 100 million star coins wouldn't buy one. Manager Zhou was dumbfounded, his expression dazed. In just a month, the previously poor student who needed to work part-time at Yinghai was now wielding a battle knife worth 100 million star coins. This world seemed too fantastical. Mr. Fu, do you think a major consortium has already stepped in and signed Li Qingshan? Manager Zhou, coming back to his senses, voiced his only speculation. A major consortium. Fu Wen repeated those three words, and reason in his mind made him agree with this viewpoint. After all, the thunder pattern knife wasn't something that could be obtained from the common people. Yet deep down he instinctively refused to acknowledge it. Involving the thunder pattern knife is not something an S-level contract can offer. Li Qingshan must be signing at least an S-level contract. An S-level contract is not something just anyone can offer. Even his father, as the regional head of Yinghai in the entire Wui province, could only submit an application and wait for someone from headquarters to come for an inspection. More importantly, being the subject of an S-level contract is a symbol of status in itself. An S-level contract is destined to soar to the skies. No one is willing to offend such a person rashly. Just a moment ago he was still a pawn he could manipulate, yet now he had suddenly transformed into a significant figure that even his father must treat with respect. As Fu Wen thought of this, his heart was filled with mixed emotions. Mr. Fu, what should we do now? Fu Wen came back to his senses, waving his hand. Contact Li Qingshan again. Manager Zhou's lips trembled, hesitating to move. Although he lacked experience, he wasn't a fool. Now that Li Qingshan's status was clearly unusual, how could he dare to offend him further? Don't worry. Fu Wen noticed Manager Zhou's thoughts, took a deep breath, and suppressed all his emotions. This time it's an apology. My previous attitude was indeed a bit reckless. Apology? Manager Zhou was shocked. Since taking office for 3 days, Fu Wen had always been high and mighty. Now he was actively lowering his head. However, this was undoubtedly a good thing. Manager Zhou quickly dialed Li Qingshan's number. The two pairs of eyes fixed intently on the communication device, and after a series of short beeps the screen went dark. He had been blocked. With such qualities, can one really become the general manager of Yinghai? Li Qingshan casually commented before shutting down the communicator. After all, his previous relationship with Yinghai had merely been one of cooperation. Since there had been unpleasantness, he decided to cut ties from now on. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, jolting Li Qingshan's spirit. He quickly walked towards the door. Outside stood the delivery girl. Mr. Li, a total of 20 bottles of intermediate nutrient solution, please sign for them. The delivery girl held a thermal box, her smile radiant and her demeanor increasingly friendly. From the initial 10 bottles of primary nutrient solution to now purchasing 20 bottles of intermediate nutrient solution in one go, the young man before her had become her biggest client. Moreover, it was foreseeable that this client's significance would only grow. Li Qingshan took the thermal box and opened it with his arm. Amidst the swirling cold mist, 20 bottles of light red liquid were neatly arranged. No problem, let's proceed with the payment. Li Qingshan nodded, closed the box, and waved the communicator over the payment machine pulled out by the girl. 160000. With a new deposit of 1 million in bonuses, Li Qingshan didn't feel as pained as before. After the delivery girl left, he took out a bottle of intermediate nutrient solution and held it up to his eyes. Compared to the primary nutrient solution, the size of the bottle remained unchanged, only the color transformed from shimmering blue to light red. Logically speaking, the light red should be far less dazzling than the shimmering blue. However, the reality was quite the opposite. The light red before him firmly captured Li Qingshan's gaze. Merely looking at it made him feel a hint of heat, transcending the realm of ordinary colors. Li Qingshan couldn't help but recall the crimson glow on Wang Shan from last night. Their natures seemed similar. Could it be blood qi? The term blood qi was something he had heard from Yulei said to relate to realms after body tempering. However, what Yulei referred to as reportedly had always been lacking in substance, and there was hardly any real information. Forget it, as long as it's useful, I'll naturally figure it out later. Li Qingshan decided not to think too much about it, and opened the bottle cap, tilting his head back to drink. The primary nutrient solution tasted like a beverage, while the intermediate nutrient solution was like strong liquor. No, it was even spicier than strong liquor. The scalding liquid flowed into his stomach like lava, crashing down, splitting into countless scorching tongues of flame, surging toward all parts of his body. His skin reddened and heated at a visible rate, with faint sweat beginning to rise. No wonder the intermediate nutrient solution is strictly prohibited for ordinary people. This absolutely exceeds the category of nutrient solution. Li Qingshan didn't dare to delay. He immediately assumed a stance and began body tempering training. With each movement his skin grew even hotter and sweat seeped from every pore. His body grew stronger little by little, with the stomach resembling a furnace continuously providing the various nutrients needed for strengthening. An hour later all 108 movements were completed. Li Qingshan gathered his stance and closed his eyes quietly, sensing the changes in his body. Although there were no specific numerical feedbacks, the increase in strength from the training just now definitely surpassed that of last night. Moreover, he didn't feel drained. The intermediate nutrient solution in his stomach hadn't been fully consumed and was continuously replenishing his stamina. 800 per bottle, truly worth it. Li Qingshan smiled with satisfaction, his gaze landing on the virtual cabinet. Recovery of stamina would take some time, making it a perfect opportunity to study. After all, it was the core of the entire individual training chamber. Filled with anticipation, Li Qingshan walked towards the virtual cabinet. The cabinet was shuttle-shaped, nearly 3 meters long, with a surface made of gray-black alloy. His fingers brushed over the machine's shell as he pressed the circular button at the center. With a hissing sound, the cabinet lid opened, revealing a chamber 1 meter deep, resembling a metal coffin. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and lay down inside. The lid closed, and the pitch-black space lit up with a faint blue glow that swept over his body, while a mechanical voice sounded in his ear. New user access detected, automatically comparing user information. Pupil confirmation, fingerprint confirmation, genetic information confirmation, confirming new user as Federation citizen Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, you have been authorized. Would you like to access the combat space? Yes. As his voice fell, the world before him suddenly brightened. A sheer cliff towered into the clouds. Li Qingshan stood before the precipice, lightly pinching his brow. Just at the moment of entering the combat space, the intelligent brain transmitted a wealth of relevant information. The combat space can achieve 99 realism. Dying inside will cause no harm in reality. However, dying too many times in a short period will exert immense pressure on the mind, with specific tolerances varying by individual. 99 realism. Li Qingshan moved his limbs, lightly pinching various parts of his body. Although the tactile sensation was already very realistic, it still felt a bit hazy compared to the martial arts space projection. Perhaps that's the last one. Recalling the experiences of dying countless times, Li Qingshan was utterly convinced that the martial arts space was 100 realistic. Due to the nature of its use, the combat space had no entertainment features, leaving the surroundings entirely empty, except for the sheer cliff rising into the clouds before him. Old continent ranking. Li Qingshan's gaze swept across the smooth wall, which was engraved with one name after another, densely packed. As long as one was a martial arts student, they could leave their name on the ranking. Thus there were tens of thousands of names on the cliff at this moment. Li Qingshan hurriedly scanned them, his gaze rising to the top, hidden in the clouds. The clouds automatically parted, and the name at the top gradually enlarged, coming into view. Old continent number 1 Muyu. Li Qingshan nodded and withdrew his gaze. Currently his name was not on the cliff. To ascend the rankings, he must first complete his first battle. Li Qingshan spread his fingers, and a projection screen appeared. In the virtual space, combat opponents were entirely matched randomly by the system, and weapons could be any cold weapon not exceeding the limits. Li Qingshan quickly selected the thunder pattern knife and pressed the match button. Please prepare for combat. Your opponent has been selected in Bao Liang, ranking 68706. Countdown 3, 2, 1. The light and shadow changed, and the sheer cliff vanished. Li Qingshan, holding the thunder pattern knife, appeared on a circular platform with a diameter of 1 kilometer. 10 meters away, a stout fat man was watching him. Junior, is this your first time in the combat space? And Bao Liang approached with a friendly smile. Li Qingshan gripped the knife handle, frowning slightly. And Bao Liang knew it was Li Qingshan's first time in the combat space, which was not surprising. He could see in Bao Liang's ranking so naturally, and Bao Liang could also discover that he had no ranking yet. But in Bao Liang's completely unguarded demeanor at this moment made it somewhat perplexing. The combat space was not meant for casual chit-chat. After thinking for a moment, Li Qingshan didn't rush to strike. Senior, what brings you here? Junior, don't be anxious, it's just a battle. It wouldn't be a big deal if I lost to you. And Bao Liang specially spread his hands, indicating he held no weapon, and then explained, Junior, having more friends means more paths. Why don't we exchange contact numbers and add each other once we go out? Unbeknownst to him, and Bao Liang had already walked up to Li Qingshan, a smirk on his lips. You must know, wanting a high ranking doesn't necessarily depend on strength. Cheating. Li Qingshan raised his eyelids, speaking succinctly. What Bao Liang suggested was indeed feasible, but the precondition was to have a network of connections spanning all 107 provinces of the old continent. Yet this was precisely the most improbable. Such a vast network could not possibly evade the scrutiny of the intelligent brain system. The selection of martial arts students involved the foundation of federal policy. Any such underhanded operation would be a death wish. Moreover, and Bao Liang had boldly spoken of it inside the combat space. If he wasn't a fool, he must have some ulterior motive. But none of that mattered anymore. Li Qingshan faced in Bao Liang's smiling face, returning a slight smile of his own. Clang! He drew the knife from its sheath. The sharp blade cut through the air like a howling tempest, relentless and unyielding. In the blink of an eye, shadows of the knife filled the sky. Have I been discovered? A thought flashed rapidly through his mind, and an Baolian's smile froze on his face. Before he could ponder the reason, the knife shadows had already closed in. A sharp pain surged, shattering his rationality. His consciousness was suddenly pulled back, returning to his physical body. Salmon Province by a city. In the single-person training room, the virtual chamber opened, and a stout figure suddenly sat up. Huff! And Baolian's face was pale as he gasped heavily, then instinctively checked his body, as if still haunted by the memory. Where did Li Qingshan learn such knife techniques? His strikes are deadly. But how did he see through my— And Baolian recalled the previous battle, his brows furrowing tightly. A single win or loss may not be crucial, but no one wishes to see their rank drop. Because the ranking in battles is one of the crucial chips for signing contracts after graduation. Especially for someone like him who was at the bottom with no hope in New Continent. He had chosen a dagger as his weapon, adept at close combat with agile footwork. The earlier chatter was merely to deceive Li Qingshan, a newcomer unfamiliar with the rules, trying to close the distance for a surprise attack. He did manage to close the distance, but he never expected the opponent to strike first. If I had known, I might as well have attacked directly. Thinking of Li Qingshan's smiling face as he ruthlessly drew his knife, and Baolian's expression was one of utter despair. This was a classic case of losing the chicken and not even getting the rice, dying at the hands of a newcomer, while the opponent would replace his rank, making him a true bottom feeder. In the battle space, the projection screen unfolded, and a mechanical voice resounded. Defeated by your opponent, current rank 68,706, or would you like to continue matching? Li Qingshan stood with his knife drawn, glancing at the dagger, mixed among the shattered corpses, casually pressing the confirmation button. Please prepare for battle. Your opponent Ji Ting has been selected, ranking 68,548. Countdown 3, 2, 1. The light and shadows shifted, blood and corpses vanished, and the platform was renewed. On the opposite side, a girl wielding a long spear rushed forward, showing no intention of idle talk. Li Qingshan's expression turned serious as he drew his knife to meet her. An hour later, before the sheer cliff of the battle space, Li Qingshan's figure appeared. You have been killed by your opponent, current rank 60,325. Would you like to continue matching? The mechanical voice echoed in his ears, and Li Qingshan shook his head, pressing the exit button. In 1 hour, he had experienced dozens of battles, achieving almost complete victories, except for the last few. The last few opponents were indeed at the same level as in Baolian, both being at the 5th layer of body refinement. However, they had mastered advanced footwork and martial skills, while Li Qingshan's only achieved techniques, the Mizong Step and Wind Shadow Blade, were insufficient to compensate for the absolute difference in physical prowess. Body refinement is fundamental, there's no need to keep pushing myself. Li Qingshan exited the virtual chamber, resuming his body refinement training. In the single-person training room, there were no class breaks. The training time was solely controlled by oneself. After completing a session of body refinement, Li Qingshan chose not to enter the virtual chamber during his rest. Instead, he leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and entered the martial arts space to continue his training. He continued training until evening, completing a total of 5 sessions of body refinement, exhausting the intermediate nutrient solution before finally leaving the school. The next morning, Li Qingshan brought the remaining and used basic nutrient solution to school, sold it at half price to Zhao Hongzhou, and returned to the single-person training room to continue his training. Time flew by, and the days passed quickly. Li Qingshan traveled daily between school and home, moving in a straight line. The balance on his card was sufficient to sustain the daily consumption of 1 bottle of intermediate nutrient solution, and Li Qingshan was completely focused, dedicating all his time to training. In reality, he practiced body refinement 5 times a day, and his progress was steadily and slowly rising. Aside from body refinement, he spent almost all his time in the martial arts space. Under the time flow rate of 1 to 10, the available time in the martial arts space rapidly decreased. Meanwhile, the proficiency in techniques and martial skills was also skyrocketing. Day after day. 3 months later, at the first high school. In the early morning, the cold wind howled, and a few dry leaves fluttered down from the bare branches. The final exams had already concluded, and there were few shadows on campus. Li Qingshan held his thunder pattern blade, walking hurriedly. Just as he reached the stairs outside the martial arts hall, a rough voice called out from behind. "Shan, go wait." Li Qingshan halted and turned, looking at the burly figure rushing toward him, puzzled. It's only been a short while. How have you gotten so much stronger? The person was Zhao Hongzhou, but compared to Li Qingshan's previous memory, Zhao Hongzhou looked significantly more robust. How long has it been? Almost 2 months. Zhao Hongzhou counted with his fingers, saying earnestly, To be precise, it's been 59 days. The last time we met I was being held back by Teacher Wan for special training, and I only just ran into you as I was leaving late. Has it really been that long? Li Qingshan felt a bit disoriented. Due to the intermediate nutrient solution, he had even skipped lunch, and with his early departures and late returns it was hard to encounter other classmates. Moreover, due to the martial arts space, his sense of time was quite vague while he focused on his training. Zhao Hongzhou scrutinized Li Qingshan with suspicion. The rookie battle is imminent, but we're departing for Wuyi tomorrow. You didn't know, did you? Li Qingshan looked bewildered. No one has told me. Perhaps Teacher Wan plans to Zhao Hongzhou had been reprimanded quite a bit recently, so he naturally dared not speak recklessly. That should be it. Li Qingshan rubbed his temples, not paying much mind. As a key player he couldn't possibly be excluded. The urgent matter was to quickly shift his state from arduous After a few seconds of pause, Li Qingshan suddenly sensed something off about Zhao Hongzhou, turning to say, "Wait, you specifically waited here for me and mentioned the rookie battle, could it be?" That's right, I'm going too. Zhao Hongzhou puffed out his chest proudly, saying, "Teacher once said that aside from you 3 more freshmen can participate this time. Although I haven't reached the second layer of body refinement, my test scores are ranked 3rd. Li Qingshan chuckled, giving Zhao Hongzhou a light pat on the shoulder. Truly gifted, very impressive. Of course. Zhao Hongzhou held his head high, graciously accepting the praise from his peer. Alright, what's there to be proud of? Teacher One only wants you to see the world. A slender woman with a single ponytail wielding a cleaver walked up the stairs while sneering, "Among the 3 of you, only Yu Lei can truly make it to the stage." Senior Zhongxian. Zhao Hongzhou's expression tightened, and his puffed chest deflated. Zhongxian had secured a single-person training room right after entering the 2nd year, truly the top of the class. Zhongxian had been pleased with Zhao Hongzhou's performance, but upon feeling the unrestrained gazes from the side her, "Li Qingshan, Teacher One has high expectations for you. You must have entered the battle space, right? What's your rank?" Li Qingshan withdrew his gaze, replying indifferently, "You needn't worry about that, senior. You've dropped to the bottom, haven't you?" Zhongxian crossed her arms over her chest, understandingly saying, "There's no need to feel embarrassed. After all, the opponents who can enter the virtual space are not comparable to Yang Peng and the others. However, don't let Teacher Wan down in this rookie battle." With a flick of her ponytail, Zhongxian turned and walked. Watching her figure disappear at the staircase, Zhao Hongzhou let out a sigh of relief, feeling frustrated. Senior Zhongxian is really a know-it-all. Li Qingshan patted his shoulders, saying nothing more, and headed upstairs. Li Qingshan had met Zhongxian a couple of times before, but due to his obsession with training they had no interactions. As he entered the training room, the communicator vibrated slightly. Li Qingshan had met Zhongxian a couple of times before, but due to his obsession with training they had no interactions. As he entered the training room, the communicator, "Since I need to adjust my state, why not enter the battle space to relax and see what level I'm currently at?" With this thought, Li Qingshan opened the virtual chamber and lay down inside. The light and shadows shifted, and the towering cliff of the ranking list reappeared before his eyes. After 3 months, logging back into the battle space felt somewhat unfamiliar to Li Qingshan. A series of mechanical voices rang in his ears, notifying him that due to a long absence his rank had dropped from 60,325 to 61,124. Li Qingshan paid no mind to the rank, his gaze shifting upward to the first line. The top of the old continent, Muyu. Still Muyu? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow, recalling that 3 months ago the name at the top of the old continent was the same. Muyu's strength is indeed formidable. Li Qingshan casually commented, retracting his gaze and pressing the matching button. Please prepare for battle. Your opponent Zhongxian has been selected, rank 60,815. Countdown 3, 2, 1. The light and shadows shifted and the cliff vanished. The slender figure he had just seen appeared across from him 100 meters away. Li Qingshan held his long knife, grinning. Senior, what a coincidence. Why is it you? Zhongxian's brows knitted slightly, her eyes filled with bewilderment and disbelief. Just moments ago she thought Li Qingshan ranked at the very bottom and hesitated to reveal his rank. Unexpectedly, upon entering the martial combat space, she immediately encountered him. It seems I have underestimated you before, but alas. The astonishment on Zhongxian's face faded, her crimson lips parted gently. Your luck is ill-favored, matched against me of all people. Nothing unfortunate about that. Li Qingshan shook his head with a wry smile, and casually said, It is my honor to receive guidance from senior sister. Zhongxian frowned more deeply, her eyes fixed intently on Li Qingshan's face. Though he spoke of it as an honor, his expression betrayed a careless indifference. Li Qingshan, while a ranking near 6000 is commendable, it is far from enough to be arrogant. You were matched with me only because I have not logged into the battle space for a month. A month ago she was at the 5th level of body tempering, proficient only in blade techniques. Now not only has she advanced to the 6th level of body tempering, but her Mi Zongbu lost track step skill has also reached proficiency. She chose to enter the battle space today to test the limits of her abilities. Zhongxian gracefully wielded her long blade and declared solemnly, "We focus on cultivation and ignore worldly affairs. Who would have thought that has bred such arrogance in you? Today is just the right day to sober you up." "Senior sister, I wonder if I should say something or not." Qingshan suddenly spoke, causing Zhongxian to pause. "What? You talk too much." With a fierce shout, his figure darted forth like lightning, the long blade slicing through the air. "How bold!" Zhongxian's expression darkened as she raised her blade to meet the attack. 100 meters vanished in the blink of an eye. Blade against blade. Feng Ying Dao Wind Shadow Blade clashed with relentless roaring winds as the two long blades neared collision. Facing Zhongxian's wind-rushing blade, Qingshan neither dodged nor avoided. His Lei Wen Dao Thunder Pattern blade cut faster and faster, transforming into a myriad of blade shadows. Blade light turning into shadows. "Is this your reliance?" Zhongxian gripped her blade tightly and struck with all her might into the blade shadows. Body tempering at level 5 grants a fist force of 1,000 kilograms, while level 6 doubles that to 2,000 kilograms. A vast disparity. Even a perfected Feng Ying Dao could not withstand her. Clang. The clash of metal rang out, and the myriad blade shadows vanished. A confident smile appeared on Zhongxian's face. As expected, Qingshan could not withstand her blade. At that moment, whoosh. A fierce wind howled by the ears, and suddenly another blade light flashed abruptly, striking from under the armpit. The blade light overlapped heavily, as if forged from countless blade shadows. Zhongxian's smile froze, her eyes wide with disbelief as she exclaimed, "Feng Ying Xiang Sui." The perfected ultimate skill of Feng Ying Dao, wind shadow following. The blade light flashed and vanished, and the graceful figure seemed to split in two. Opponent defeated. Current ranking 60815. Continue matching. Qingshan held his blade and paused, glancing at the long ponytail resting in a pool of blood, then casually tapped to confirm. Prepare for battle. Opponent Chai Yi has been selected for you, ranked 60568. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Opponent defeated. Current ranking 50753. Continue matching. Opponent defeated. Current ranking 40132. Continue matching. Opponent defeated. Current ranking 30398. Continue matching. Prepare for battle. Opponent Lu Su selected with ranking 23653. Countdown 3, 2, 1. On the battle platform, two figures twisted and turned, the clash of metal ringing incessantly. Junior brother, the perfected Mi Zongbu is indeed formidable, but my Gue Ingbu Ghost Shadow Step is not so easily subdued. As she spoke, the charming figure suddenly reversed her spear and thrust backward. A counter-thrust. Qingshan's expression tightened, his toes pivoting as the spear tip narrowly stopped in front of his chest. Before he could exhale, the spear shifted again, sweeping horizontally. Qingshan furrowed his brow, his long blade cutting through the wind. The myriad blade shadows condensed into two blade lights, blocking the spear's path. Bang! Bang! Two sharp sounds echoed as the spear's assault slowed, then struck again. Yet Qingshan's palm numbed, he was unable to strike again, to block, forced to rely on the utmost mastery of Mi Zongbu to twist and evade. Junior brother, dodging alone won't win against me. The coquettish voice harassed continuously, while Qingshan's face was filled with helplessness. In over 100 battles before, he had crushed opponents relying solely on his perfected Feng Ying Dao. But beyond ranked 0 opponents were mostly body tempering level 6 or higher, many-wielding perfected martial skills. Especially Lu Su before him, body tempering level 7 and a spear technique perfected. After 3 months of cultivation, even with Qingshan's utmost effort, he had barely reached body tempering level 5. Level 5 body tempering grants a speed of 20 meters per second and a fist force of 1,000 kilograms. Level 7 body tempering offers speed of 30 meters per second and a fist force of 3,500 kilograms. This enormous gap allowed Lu Su to overwhelm him by realm alone. If not for Lu Su's Gue Ingbu only being at proficiency level, Qingshan would have long been pierced through by a spear. Clang! The spear swept fiercely again. Qingshan had nowhere to evade and barely raised his blade to block. Bang! 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 The long blade was knocked aside, and the spear tip plunged violently into his heart. Qingshan collapsed backward, a delicate face appearing before his eyes. Junior brother, looking forward to our next meeting. Lu Su said lightly, waving her hand. After confirming the corpse's eyes were closed, and Qingshan was offline, she exhaled sharply, stuck out her tongue. Are there such monsters in the old continent? Almost capsized in the gutter. At the cliff of the battle space. You have been slain by your opponent. Current ranking 23874. Continue matching. The cold mechanical voice sounded. Qingshan pinched the bridge of his nose, looked up at the cliff, and his gaze gradually rose to 1/3 height, where names enlarged before him. There were his own Lu Su's and some other opponents he had faced. This must be the strongest group in the second year, right? The martial class eliminated students year by year. Only 3 remained in the third year of Luoying City, and other ordinary cities were similar. Wu Yi as the provincial capital might be slightly better, but not much remained. Counting roughly the entire province's third-year martial students numbered fewer than 200. Across 107 provinces, the total third-year martial students numbered around 2,000. Ranking 23874, it's still uncertain to break into the top 10 of the second-year rookie battle. But Mi Zongbu is nearly perfected. My combat power can still rise considerably. After some calculation in his heart, Li Qingshan decisively exited the battle space. The virtual pod opened, and Li Qingshan rolled out, and sat up, his gaze settling on the panel. Li Qingshan. Realm Body Tempering 46100. Technique the 36th Broadcast Gymnastics. The Starry Sky Calls 1235-3000 perfected. Martial Skills Mi Zongbu 2896-3000 perfected. Phone, Ingdao perfected. Function Martial Combat Space LV1 9100. Available time 6 years 213 days. Time Flow Rate 110. 3 months of arduous cultivation. In reality, aside from necessary body tempering and commuting, the rest of the time was spent inside the martial combat space, consuming nearly 2 years of available time. Only a little over 100 proficiency points remain to perfect Michigan Zongbu. It should not take long. I will finish today's body tempering cultivation first. Having just been crushed by Lu Su's realm, Li Qingshan would not neglect real-world body tempering for the sake of martial skills. Stepping out of the virtual pod, he took out a bottle of intermediate nutrient liquid and drank it. Li Qingshan then began his methodical cultivation. The next day, early morning, the cold wind howled, stinging people's faces, and the crowd outside the high-speed railway station was bundled up tightly, moving briskly. Creak. The jarring sound of brakes echoed as the bus came to a stop in front of the station sign. A young man dressed in a thin shirt and carrying a black long knife jumped off the bus, attracting much attention. Li Qingshan ignored the gazes of those around him and walked straight toward the entrance. Due to the thunder pattern knife, he was halted at the entrance. However, after proving his identity as a martial artist, the security staff did not give him much trouble and kindly pointed him in the direction of his companions. Following the directions, Li Qingshan quickly spotted 7 or 8 figures sitting ahead, each holding weapons. They had cleared a circle around them, and the travelers seated a few rows back were curiously observing. Brother Sean, a tall, strong figure, suddenly stood up from his seat, waving and walking towards him quickly. A man and a woman sitting beside him also stood up and followed. Li Qingshan smiled and approached. You guys are quite early. I left home half an hour ahead of schedule, but I didn't expect to fall behind you. Hey, we're going to the provincial capital, of course we have to get up early. The last time I went to Wui, I was still in elementary school. Zhao Hongzhou chuckled, rubbing his hands together, and Li Qingshan nodded without laughing at him. Speaking of which, he had never been to the provincial capital of Wui, whether in his past life or this one. Beside them, Hong Qian curiously asked, Li Qingshan, after such a long retreat, you must be able to achieve first place in the first-year group at the newcomer competition, right? Li Qingshan nodded with a smile, but did not elaborate further. Instead, he retorted, Zhao Hongzhou has already ranked 3rd in the class. You and Yulei should have reached the 2nd level of body refinement, right? Hong Qian nodded, but his expression showed some helplessness. This newcomer competition gathers the top students from the entire province. Reaching the 2nd level of body refinement is probably just the basic threshold. Zhao Hongzhou and I are just going to see the world. The only one with real hope for a ranking is Yulei. Zhao Hongzhou had a good mindset and cheerfully said, Brother Sean, Yulei is impressive. Last time her test score was 15.3 meters second, which exceeds the standard for the 3rd level of body refinement. As he spoke, Zhao Hongzhou couldn't help but reminisce, feeling proud. We weren't wrong back then. Practicing martial arts really relies on someone like Yulei, as someone with a build like Lu Jinjia's. Li Qingshan tightly covered his mouth, glancing at Yulei, whose expression darkened, and awkwardly changed the subject. Do you think you can make it into the top 10, eh? Who besides you would dare to say they are confident? Yulei glared at the two of them with annoyance and said helplessly, my test score was only because I recently mastered the Mizong step, so I had a bit of an advantage. Speed tests not only measure speed but also incorporate techniques and reactions, and the Mizong step provides a significant boost. After pondering for a moment, Li Qingshan said earnestly, as long as you flexibly use the Mizong step in battle, making it into the top 10 should be no problem. Body techniques and martial skills are typically only delved into in the 2nd year. The first-year newcomer competition mainly focuses on physical qualities. However, the differences in speed and punch strength between the 2nd and 3rd levels of body refinement are not very pronounced. In contrast, having mastered the Mizong step can already be applied in actual combat, providing a significant advantage. As Li Qingshan and the others reminisced, they walked towards the seats. There were 3 men and 2 women there, all 2nd-year martial artists participating in this competition. Oh, isn't this our top freshman? A woman, robust and burly, pretended to speak in a delicate voice. You came so early, I thought you would be the finale. What filthy thing. Zhao Hongzhou shivered and took a step back. Yulei and Hong Qian couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. The plump woman's face turned pale as she suddenly stood up, pointing her sword at Qingshan and the others. You first years, do you understand what it means to respect your seniors? Yulei's smile faded as she looked at the sheathed sword and said solemnly, Lu Haibing, do you want to make a move at the station? Why are you scared? Lu Haibing sneered, her gaze fixed on Qingshan with insinuation. When there are no tigers in the mountains, the monkeys claim to be kings, but even monkeys should know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. As she spoke, the four beside her also stood up, all their eyes fixated on Qingshan, amusement gleaming in their eyes. Qingshan defeating Yang Peng and the others claiming the last single cultivation room was reasonable. But it was not to their liking. Not to mention Yang Peng and the others' relationship with their classmates. Qingshan's act of challenging four at once was a slap in the face to the entire second year. Previously they had been too engrossed in their own training to pay attention to Qingshan. Now that they encountered him, they naturally had to teach him a lesson. He heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Qingshan placed his hand on Yulei's shoulder, pushing her behind him. Brother Shan, let's take them on. Zhao Hongji's expression was invigorated. He absolutely trusted Qingshan. Hong Qian looked worried and Yulei frowned anxiously, saying, Are you going to make a move? This is a station. A few months ago she learned about Qingshan's achievements from her sister, so she was naturally not worried about him losing. But making a move in public at the station might jeopardize their chance to even go to Wui. Qingshan chuckled and shook his head. Relax, it won't be a problem. As soon as these words came out, it seemed to ignite a powder keg, and Lu Haibing and her group exploded in anger. Qingshan, what are you pretending for? Do you really think that just because you defeated Yang Peng and the others you're invincible, eh? You don't know when to back down, and you don't know your place. Qingshan ignored the noisy remarks from the other side, and took a step closer to Lu Haibing, seriously examining the long sword in her hand. You should consider yourself lucky. Lu Haibing was taken aback. Lucky for what? Lucky that your sword hasn't been... The fierce wind howled and shadows flitted past. The blade's shadow appeared amidst the raging winds, attacking the five from all directions and corners simultaneously. Wind Shadow Blade perfected, the Wind Shadow followed. Neither Lu Haibing nor the other four had time to react before excruciating pain surged through their bodies. Bang bang bang. The sound of strikes continued, and the five fell to the ground in succession, crying out in pain. A figure flashed, and Qingshan returned to his original spot. His blade too had not been drawn. Yulei and the others were left dumbfounded, staring blankly. Indeed, it hadn't taken much effort, it was only a few seconds. If it weren't for the wails of Lu Haibing and her group, they would have thought they had just witnessed an illusion. Stop! A late but urgent cry rang out. Zhao Hongji's expression tightened as he turned to see a figure rushing towards them, her single ponytail swaying in the wind. Senior Zhongxian is here. It's fine, Senior Zhongxian is always fair, but... Yulei wanted to comfort them, but recalled Zhongxian's tendency to be teacher-like. Let alone Qingshan, even the three of them who were spectating would probably get scolded. The five on the ground also saw Zhongxian's figure, their cries slightly diminishing. However, the five still perked up. After all, Zhongxian was the leader among the second-year students. Lu Haibing in pain gritted her teeth, glaring fiercely at Qingshan. Qingshan, don't get carried away, the senior will give us justice. Is that so? Qingshan smiled slightly, and turned to look at the approaching ponytail. Senior, what a coincidence. The familiar greeting sounded warm and friendly, but Zhongxian almost instinctively turned to flee. She halted her heavy footsteps, forcing herself to suppress the urge to escape, and looked at the smiling face across from her. Yesterday, after a month's absence, she returned to the battle space, brimming with confidence and eager to challenge her limits. Yet it was this very man who had effortlessly shattered her into pieces. After that battle, Zhongxian nearly fell into depression. It also made her deeply understand a principle: to make others obey, one must first possess the power to command obedience. Zhongxian's chest heaved with conflicting emotions. The reprimands she had prepared were swallowed back and transformed into a thin explanation. It's not a coincidence, I'm also heading to Wui City, I just arrived late. Qingshan nodded in satisfaction, seemingly approving. It's not late, I just got here too. That's good, Zhongxian sighed in relief. The conversation between the two was calm, resembling an ordinary chat. Yet everyone around was dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Zhao Hongji's mouth fell open, exchanging astonished looks with Yulei and Hong Qian. Didn't Zhongxian rush in to reprimand everyone without distinction? How did it turn into this boring small talk? When did senior sister Zhongxian change her ways? Compared to the shock of Zhao Hongzhou and the others, Lu Haibing and his four companions were even more anxious. Was senior sister Zhongxian blind? Didn't she see Qingshan ruthlessly take them all down? Senior sister, you have to take charge for us. Qingshan is too overbearing, he clearly doesn't take our second-year students seriously. That's right, senior sister. It's one thing for him to look down on us, but he doesn't even respect you. Exactly, he's just a first-year student, and he's already so arrogant, beating up seniors. What if this continues? The other four followed Lu Haibing, embellishing their tales of grievances to the utmost. 5 pairs of eyes frequently darted toward Li Qingshan, filled with a sense of triumph. They understood Zhong Xian well. Given her character of wanting to be a mentor, she would never ignore this. You guys are talking nonsense. When did Brother Shan provoke you? It was clearly you who came looking for trouble. Zhao Hongzhou was angered by their twisted words and immediately wanted to kick a few of them. Yulei stopped Zhao Hongzhou and anxiously said to Zhong Xian, "Senior sister, don't listen to their nonsense. They were the ones who provoked first," and Li Qingshan. No need to say more, I saw everything. Zhong Xian frowned slightly, raising her hand to interrupt. It's over, it's over. Yulei, Zhao Hongzhou, and Hong Qian's faces all turned pale. It's coming, it's coming. Even if they all got punished equally, Li Qingshan wouldn't escape. Lu Haibing and the 5 of them perked up, their eyes fixed on Zhong Xian. Bang! Lu Haibing's outstretched hand was kicked back, and he fell flat on the ground. Zhong Xian withdrew her foot and coldly said, "Crying after losing, what's the point of practicing martial arts?" Off. The 5 on the ground were stunned, unsure of what to do. Is the ground comfortable? Or do you want to continue embarrassing us at the station? As she spoke, Zhong Xian clenched the hilt of her sword. The 5 of them shivered and hurriedly scrambled to their feet, cautiously eyeing Zhong Xian. Wasn't it agreed that they would all be punished equally? Why did she only strike them? What about Li Qingshan? Unfortunately, no matter how they looked, Zhong Xian showed no intention of striking again, her cold gaze fixed on them, not sparing Li Qingshan a glance. At that moment, a hearty laugh rang out. "Ha ha ha, my classmates are full of vigor." Wan Keshan stroked his chin as he walked over from a distance, followed by a somewhat helpless-looking teacher Li. Li Qingshan's gaze shifted closely, observing Wan Keshan's slight clicking of his tongue, feeling as if there was a hint of regret in it. Given Wan Keshan's past mischievousness coupled with teacher Li's helpless expression, he could almost conclude that Wan Keshan must have arrived long ago and had been watching the show all along. Li Qingshan took the initiative to step forward, meaningfully saying, "It's us who are late, making the 2 teachers wait for so long." The words "for so long" were heavily emphasized, causing a hint of embarrassment to flash across teacher Li's face. Ha ha ha. Wan Keshan maintained his usual demeanor, seemingly unconcerned. Since the train hasn't departed, yet there's no need to rush. With that, he waved his hand and led the group toward the platform. The journey to Wui City only took 2 hours with plenty of trains, so the platform wasn't very crowded. Before long, the martial arts class successfully boarded the train. Once everyone was seated, Wan Keshan pulled Li Qingshan aside and called out to teacher Li. "Teacher Li, you keep an eye on these little rascals, they'll come over later." Under numerous curious gazes, Li Qingshan followed Wan Keshan to the next carriage. This carriage was quite empty, with only a few scattered passengers. As soon as they entered the carriage, Wan Keshan suddenly spoke. "You fought with Zhong Xian, right?" Li Qingshan nodded. "That's right, we had a match in the battle space yesterday. I knew it, otherwise with that girl's temperament, how could she possibly endure it?" Wan Keshan smiled, curious, and asked, "You won, of course, but what's your current ranking?" 23,874. Over 20,000. Wait. Wan Keshan's smile froze, glaring at Li Qingshan. "Are you saying you're currently over 20,000? Li Qingshan nodded. "Hiss." Wan Keshan gasped, rubbing his temples. No, how could you possibly match up with Zhong Xian at over 20,000? "Teacher, I was around 60,000 when I matched with senior sister Zhong Xian yesterday," Li Qingshan admitted. Wan Keshan was momentarily speechless, rephrasing his words. "So you're saying that yesterday in the battle space you rose from 60,000 to 23,874. "Teacher, there's no need to be so surprised." Li Qingshan's expression was calm as he said, "I just wanted to see what level I was at among the second-year students. 23874 should still be insufficient to secure a spot in the top 10, right? You really think you're a second-year student?" Wan Keshan was both amused and exasperated. "You shouldn't be surprised. A first-year martial arts student ranking among the top of the second-year students. Who wouldn't be surprised? 3 months ago it was thought to be just talk, but Li Qingshan was serious about achieving it." With this in mind, Wan Keshan's expression gradually became serious. "Ranking 23874. You should be at the 5th level of body refinement with Foaming Blade perfected, but still at the major completion stage with Mizong Step, right? Teacher, your insight is truly remarkable." Li Qingshan flattered casually, not surprised at all. As a martial arts teacher, it would be strange if he couldn't deduce that. Wan Keshan waved his hand and analyzed carefully. "You weren't wrong before, simply ranking 23874 is indeed insufficient. To secure a spot in the top 10, your Mizong Step must reach perfection and your ranking needs to be within 21,000. However, now that we're going to Wui City, the formal competition is tomorrow. There's no time for you to break through now. Let's set aside the issue of cross-level challenges for now. There will be other opportunities in the future for you to obtain clever martial arts." "How can that be set aside?" Li Qingshan immediately became anxious and said, "Don't worry, teacher. I've gained some insight and I can definitely break through early tomorrow." "Hee hee, you really think you can break through with such precision?" Wan Keshan scoffed, utterly skeptical. The last part of Mizong's step, the faintest trace of understanding, is incredibly profound. Understanding is understanding, and not understanding is not understanding. Even I had to give up on Tianluo Mizong's step, because I got stuck at that step. Teacher. Qingshan's expression turned serious as he looked at Wan Keshan and said earnestly, I truly have confidence. Woo. The train's whistle sounded long as it slowly moved forward, the scenery of the platform sliding past the windows on either side. Wan Keshan wanted to refute, but thinking of how Qingshan had always followed through on his words since school began, he couldn't help but retract his words. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. Alright, I believe you can do it, but are you really sure you want to skip a grade? Qingshan looked at Wan Keshan's serious expression and, recalling their previous conversation, couldn't help but ask, Teacher, is skipping a grade very troublesome? Not troublesome as long as I fill out the paperwork and submit it. Wan Keshan shook his head and countered. But have you considered that the martial arts class only has 3 grades, and there's no such thing as staying back? Once you skip a grade, it means you'll have 1 less year in the martial arts class. Qingshan finally understood what Wan Keshan was worried about, and said without hesitation, Teacher, no problem, there's enough time for me to break into the top 100 of the old continent, and head to the new continent. No problem, my foot. Wan Keshan raised his hand to his forehead, speechless. Of course I know you can go to the new continent, but the new continent is just the beginning. Qingshan's heart stirred as he recalled their conversation from 3 months ago, and murmured, is Teacher worried about the final battle? The final battle refers to the entrance qualification battle for the new continent martial arts university. Exactly, the gap between martial arts universities in the new continent is not to be underestimated, Wan Keshan briefly explained, glancing at Qingshan. You should know who the current top of the old continent is, right? Muyu. Qingshan certainly remembered the name that dominated the rankings. Muyu is a super genius from Tianfu province, and in her second year, she already had the strength to rank in the top 50. But she has always kept her ranking outside the top 100 and hasn't gone to the new continent early. If I'm not mistaken. Wan Keshan paused and said solemnly, her goal should be the Xing Academy. Wan Keshan didn't explain just how strong the Xing Academy was, and Qingshan didn't press for details, for it was unnecessary. The planet beneath their feet is called Xing Star. To be named after Xing suggests an extraordinary existence. I originally thought you might become the second Muyu, but with 1 less year after skipping a grade, I'm afraid. Wan Keshan glanced at his student and finally smiled lightly. Well, I've said what I needed to say. The path is yours to choose. Thank you, teacher. Qingshan slightly bowed, sincerely expressing his gratitude. Wan Keshan didn't know he was using a cheat, so it was natural for him to have concerns. After all, from the outside, skipping a grade just for the rewards of the rookie battle seems unwise. But for Qingshan, with a panel in place, his rate of progress would only accelerate. A step forward leads to further steps forward. He wouldn't even wait to graduate from a normal 3rd year before heading to the new continent. In fact, he might even have a chance in the final battle next June. Becoming the second Muyu is naturally impossible. After all, he is Qingshan. The teacher-student duo finished their conversation and returned to the martial arts class train car. The train car was very quiet. Everyone was focused, listening to Teacher Li explain the precautions for this rookie battle. Our Wui province has a vast area and is considered a major province. In addition to the provincial capital Wui City, there are 65 ordinary cities. The spots for the rookie battle are equal to the number of virtual warehouses each has, with 10 spots per city, and each of the 10 high schools in Wui has 10 spots. In total, there are 750 participants, while the specific numbers for 1st and 2nd years depend on the distribution from their respective schools. However, they should be similar to us, in line probably about 1/3 of the 1st years. Teacher Li said this while glancing at Qingshan, then turning to look at Zhongxian and others. This means your opponents will number around 500. With Qingshan in the 1st year, there was no suspense at all. But for the 2nd year, even Zhongxian would find it extremely difficult to compete for rankings. After hearing Teacher Li's words, everyone's faces grew heavy. Although they had already mentally prepared, hearing such a large number of participants still made them feel uneasy. After all, they had boarded the train, and who wouldn't want to achieve good results to take home? But among these hundreds of people, each one was no weaker than them, and some were even stronger. To compete for a spot in the top 10 was no easy feat. The group fell silent, and the train car fell completely quiet. The scenery outside rushed by as Qingshan leaned against his seat with his eyes closed. Dear passengers, the train is about to arrive at Wui Station. Please prepare your luggage if you are getting off at Wui Station. With the announcement, the train came to a stop at the platform. Grab your weapons and disembark. Wan Keshan called out, leading everyone off the train. Just a few steps out, Zhao Hongzhou suddenly grabbed Qingshan's arm and exclaimed, Brother Shan, look, the opponents are here. Qingshan paused his steps, following his gaze. He saw a group of people disembarking from another train, their configuration similar to theirs, also with 10 armed students following 2 teachers. Qingshan paused his steps, following his gaze. He saw a group of people disembarking from another train, Yulei also glanced over and explained, they're all from within the province, and even if it's far, it's only a few hours by train. The teams from other cities should also be arriving today. As they spoke, another battle team disembarked. Qingshan had seen enough and casually swept his gaze, continuing to walk forward. Yulei was right. The martial arts classes from 65 cities were probably all arriving this morning. As they approached the exit, the number of similarly configured teams increased. Outside the exit, a banner was raised. Welcome to the martial arts classes from all cities in Wui City for the rookie battle. Under the banner, busy people were coming and going, resembling a university orientation in his past life. Teacher Li Xian, long time no see. A slender male teacher smiling approached Qingshan and his group. However, when he saw Wang Keshan beside Teacher Li, his smile froze. Wang Keshan, what are you doing here? What kind of talk is that? Wang Keshan frowned displeased and said, Wang Yuji, is this how you treat guests at Wui High? No. Wang Yuji quickly waved his hands, forcing a smile. It's just been a while since I saw you here. I was just a bit surprised. Haha, don't worry, there will be plenty of surprises this time. Wang Keshan replied playfully, not wanting to pursue the matter further. Although Wang Yuji was puzzled as to why Wang Keshan suddenly became so agreeable, he didn't think much of it, and turned to say, You two come with me back to school. The school has prepared a conference room to discuss the specific matters regarding this rookie battle. A meeting? Teacher Li looked puzzled. There was no such process in previous years. If there's a meeting, then so be it. Wang Keshan, however, didn't care, waving his hand. Lead the way. I want to see what tricks you all are up to. What you said is true. Any changes must be agreed upon by everyone, right? Wang Yu chuckled lightly and waved to summon a student. Ren Ming, these classmates from Luoying City are in your charge. Do not neglect them. Rest assured, teacher. Ren Ming was sturdy and had a resolute expression. After Wang Keshan and Teacher Li exchanged glances, they felt at ease to follow Wang Yu and leave. With the two teachers gone, Qingshan naturally stood out at the front of the group. Ren Ming approached Qingshan with a warm smile. Classmate, are you the team leader? Qingshan glanced at the nearby Zhongxian, noticing her indifferent expression, and nodded lightly. Classmate, let's exchange contact information, shall we? You can reach out to me if you have any questions in the next couple of days. That would be troublesome for you and classmate. Qingshan readily agreed, exchanging communication device numbers with Ren Ming. The group then followed Ren Ming as they walked towards the exit. Classmate, our school bus is right ahead. On the roadside, a row of blue vans was parked neatly, each adorned with the emblem of Wui City First High School. The van was not large, accommodating only a dozen people. From time to time, groups boarded the van under the guide's direction, and it departed immediately. Ren Ming led them towards one of the vehicles. However, as they got closer, Ren Ming's expression gradually soured. Qingshan glanced over and quickly understood the reason. The van they were to board was already full. Standing outside the van was a young man dressed extravagantly, his golden watch glinting in the sunlight, looking provocatively at them. To be precise, he was looking at Ren Ming. Ren, classmate, is there a problem? It's nothing, just a minor issue, we'll handle it. Ren Ming forced a smile and stepped forward. Yu Yuanjuan, that van is assigned to me. Oh, why are you occupying it? We are all classmates. Why differentiate between you and me? Yu Yuanjun crossed his arms and replied leisurely, My vehicle broke down halfway. I just need to borrow yours for a while. Ren Ming clenched his fists, suppressing his anger as he said, If your vehicle is broken, go ask the school for help or take a taxi. How can you take my vehicle when I need to send people back? What? Do you want to fight? Yu Yuanjun raised an eyebrow, smiling as he said, Actually, you have a point, but my team is already aboard the van. Why don't you invite them to get off? Yu Yuanjun pointed at the van door. Don't say I didn't warn you. Those inside are from the martial arts class from Wuyuan City. The martial arts class from Wuyuan City was renowned for its strength, occupying several spots in the newcomer battle every year. Ren Ming's face turned pale as he remained motionless. He knew the reputation of Wuyuan City, but even for the martial arts classes from other cities, he shouldn't force anyone off the bus. If he did that, he would fall into Yu Yuanjun's trap. However, he couldn't just abandon the vehicle, which would delay Qingshan and the others. Just as Ren Ming hesitated, the van door was suddenly pushed open. A young man with a crew cut leaned out and said in a deep voice, Why aren't we leaving yet? Classmate Lin Fan, please wait a moment, we will set off soon. Yu Yuanjun replied with an ingratiating smile, then turned to Ren Ming and waved. You guys can take a taxi, we are leaving first. By the way, I almost forgot you come from a public upbringing and probably don't have much money. Yu Yuanjun adjusted his golden watch and snickered. Make sure to ask the driver for a receipt, and you can claim it back from me later. We can't leave. Ren Ming's gaze became resolute as he stepped forward. No matter what, Yu Yuanjun was targeting him, and he had to bear it himself. This van cannot be given up. Just then a hand suddenly reached from behind and landed on his shoulder. Ren, classmate, let me handle this. The voice came from behind, and Ren Ming was stunned. Li, classmate. Behind Yu Lei and the others were not surprised, but Zhongxian frowned and reminded, Qingshan Lin Fan is very strong. There's no need to confront him over this matter. Don't worry, I'm not foolish. Qingshan chuckled and stepped forward. Yu Yuanjin's brows furrowed as he looked at Qingshan. Classmate Yu. His words halted abruptly, his expression turning horrified in an instant. Despite taking only a few steps, the other party was already before him. Slap. A resounding slap knocked Yu Yuanjun down to the ground. You dare hit me? Yu Yuanjun covered his swollen cheek in disbelief, asking, "Are you standing up for Ren Ming? Do you know him?" "You." "Oh." Before he could finish his question, several kicks rained down, and Yu Yuanjun screamed in agony. Crack. With a crisp sound, Qingshan looked at Yu Yuanjun's twisted arm and sighed, shaking his head. "You really haven't practiced your body refinement enough. Your physique is too weak. Crazy. You lunatic." Yu Yuanjun wailed, desperately turning his head to look at Lin Fan by the van, begging, "Classmate Lin Fan, save me please." "Idiot." Lin Fan coldly spat out 2 words, ignoring him. Yu Yuanjun had used their scheme against him, and while Lin Fan chose not to respond, it didn't mean he was unaware. Since he brought this upon himself, he naturally had to face the consequences. Bang bang. Qingshan lightened his kicks and sent out 2 more blows. Yu Yuanjin's body curled up like a shrimp, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Everyone around was dumbfounded by Qingshan's actions. It seemed he was going to beat Yu Yuanjun to death. Ren Ming was the first to react, quickly stepping forward and firmly gripping Qingshan's arm. Enough. I don't have such a deep feud with him. If this goes on, the inspection bureau will be coming. Ren, classmate, don't misunderstand. Qingshan shook his head, his expression serious as he said, "I'm not hitting him to stand up for you, but because I feel discriminated against." Discriminated against? Ren Ming was taken aback, never expecting Qingshan to say those words. On the ground, Yu Yuanjun was nearly spitting blood. No, he was truly spitting blood. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out, and Yu Yuanjun was on the verge of tears. He was clearly the one discriminating against Ren Ming. What did this lunatic have to do with it? I come from a public upbringing as well. According to the public discrimination law, even if I beat him to the point of serious injury, I won't be committing a crime. Qingshan briefly explained, and then kicked out 2 more. Bang bang. Yu Yuanjun screamed, his eyes nearly popping out. But he could only bury his head and dare not let the other party see the anger in his eyes, nor could he dare to threaten back. Because the public discrimination law truly exists. The public discrimination law was born alongside the public upbringing policy, successfully curbing the atmosphere of discrimination in society with its strict various clauses. As the atmosphere of discrimination faded, this code gradually faded from memory. But being forgotten does not mean it does not exist. As long as the other party firmly asserts the fact of his discrimination, even if he were beaten to death, it wouldn't be a big deal. Upon realizing this, Yu Yuanjun was filled with terror, his eyes rolling back as he fainted directly. Is he that fragile? Qingshan regretfully withdrew his foot, lightly patting Ren Ming's shoulder, and said earnestly, "Ren, classmate, in the future, when faced with discrimination, learn to use legal means to protect yourself." Protect? Ren Ming swallowed hard, looking down at the presumably unconscious Yu Yuanjun on the ground. It was the first time he realized that the word protect could be used in this way. I originally thought that Qingshan was the only one in Luoying City who could barely be my rival, but I didn't expect you to be a character too. Lin Fan jumped down from the van facing Qingshan and extended his hand. Wu Yu and Lin Fan. Qingshan smiled slightly and shook his hand. Luoying Qingshan. Do you still want this van? Lin Fan pointed at the van door behind him, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities to exchange contact information tomorrow. We won't need this van. Above the city skyline, silent flying cars glided through the air. Inside the vehicle, silence reigned. Neither Zhao Hongzhou and his companions, nor the second-year martial arts students, including Zhong Xian, had yet recovered from the violent scene they had just witnessed. Especially Lu Haibing and his group, who were trembling in fear. It was only at this moment that they realized how gentle Qingshan had been during the incident at the falling pedal station. The chubby Chao Xiaoyu looked around anxiously, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, and moved closer to Qingshan. Coach, why don't we go eat first? I just discovered a hidden gem of a restaurant a couple of days ago. As soon as the topic of food came up, Chao Xiaoyu's expression brightened with excitement. Qingshan shook his head and chuckled, gently ruffling the little guy's hair. You've been in Wui for only 3 months, and you've already learned how to find food. This kid seemed to have heard news about the rookie battle from somewhere. Earlier, when Ren Ming and Yu Yuanjun were negotiating, Chao Xiaoyu had already taken off in the flying car, so Qingshan simply sent him the location. After all, the flying car was fully controlled by intelligence systems, so there was no need to worry about the chubby boy driving without a license. Coach, I'm not just good at eating. Chao Xiaoyu lifted his head proudly and declared, I've already reached the second layer of my starry sky, calling, and mastered the techniques for exerting force. Upon hearing this, the others in the car were momentarily stunned and involuntarily turned to look at the chubby boy. They had initially thought he was just a spoiled rich kid, but to their surprise, he was a genius. If one could reach the third layer of starry sky calling before the age of 15, they could directly go to New Continent. The goals they had struggled so hard to achieve were merely the starting point for those geniuses. For a moment, everyone felt a sense of melancholy. Qingshan had long known about the chubby boy's talent, so he wasn't surprised. He patted his head again, and said then work hard and strive to reach new continent as soon as possible. We promise to meet in new continent, but don't let me go there and not find you. Coach, stop boasting. Qiao Xiaoyu pouted his chubby face and retorted, you are only in the first year of martial arts class. By the time you get to new continent, it will take at least another 2 years, so it will definitely be me waiting for you. Fine, then let it be my boast. Qingshan smiled, but remained silent. Ren Ming, who had been watching from the side, chose his words carefully before speaking up. We should probably head back to school first. Apart from arranging dormitories for you, there is a conference this afternoon to announce the specific details of the rookie battle. Huh, we can't even have a meal. The little chubby boy's face fell in disappointment. It's just one meal, let's eat after the rookie battle. Qingshan patted his head, and Qiao Xiaoyu could only pout as he reset the destination. The flying car quietly turned and flew towards Wuino. One high school. At Wuino, one high school in the conference room. In the spacious conference room, over 100 figures were scattered around. Qinghan slumped on the sofa holding a teacup and gazing at a short, stout figure in the center of the room. Lu Jing, are we almost ready? It's time to discuss matters. Lu Jing, the martial arts teacher of the first high school, was also the strongest person in Wui City. Hee old one, it's been a while since we last met, and you're still so impatient. Lu Jing replied with a smile, scanning the conference room before clearing his throat. Ahem, since everyone is here, I won't keep you in suspense. The main purpose of this meeting is to discuss some changes to the rookie battle rules in Wui province. As his words fell, martial arts teachers from various cities in the province either frowned or looked puzzled. In the past, rookie battles were conducted through random draws where contestants fought each other. The matches continued until a winner was determined. Each participant had 3 opportunities to match, preventing strong contenders from being eliminated by even stronger opponents, ensuring fairness to the greatest extent. Now that Lu Jing suddenly wanted to change the rules, they could hardly fathom what improvements could be made. For a moment, quiet discussions erupted in the venue, with many teachers speculating on Lu Jing's intentions. Old Lu, changing the rules isn't impossible, but you at least need to clarify the reasons. A clear voice rang out, belonging to a beautiful middle-aged woman. Upon recognizing the speaker, the martial arts teachers fell silent. She was Yuan Hongyan, the anchor of Wuyuan City. Yuan Hongyan had only started teaching in Wuyuan City 10 years ago. Before she arrived, the martial arts classes in Wuyuan City were ordinary, just like those in other cities. Every year, the rookie battle could only contend for half of the remaining qualifications in Wui City. This was unavoidable, as Wui City was the provincial capital, naturally gathering talent and resources from across the province, and thus holding an advantage. However, everything changed after Yuan Hongyan's arrival. First, her students consistently shone in the rookie battles, and in the following years, she taught several geniuses who placed in the top 100 of the old continent and went to the new continent. Now the reputation of the martial arts class in Wuyuan City could rival that of the 10 high schools in the provincial capital. Many talented students even chose to forego Wui City to enroll in the martial arts class in Wuyuan City. Ahem, our previous rules weren't bad, just too ordinary. Lu Jing lightly cleared his throat, bringing everyone's attention. The purpose of the rookie battle is to identify promising students in the first and second years in advance and provide them with some resources for support. However, what they lack is not just resources. In the past, our province's best luck would yield 3 or 4 students to the new continent. When luck was poor, there would be none. Yet even if they made it to the new continent, they would merely blend in with the crowd. I almost forgot, except for you, man. Lu Jing paused, glancing apologetically at Qinghan. Other martial arts teachers also turned their gaze towards Qinghan, filled with envy. Yu Man had indeed gone to the new continent with the top score from the old continent, and notably ranked high in the final battle, gaining admission to Xing Academy. Under the envious gazes of many, Qinghan did not show any pride, when in fact his expression darkened. The matter of Yu Man was like a thorn in his heart. Given Yu Man's talent, she would have been able to enter Xing Academy regardless, as it had nothing to do with his teaching. On the contrary, Qinghan always believed that it was precisely due to his education that he misled Yu Man, causing her to lose the opportunity to further her studies at Wudao Daxing. Let's stick to business and not stray into irrelevant matters, Qinghan said sharply. The other martial arts teachers were baffled by his sudden outburst. Lu Jing, however, understood the reason and could only smile apologetically as he spoke. The case of Yu Man is just an exception. What I want to convey is that our students lack not just resources, but also a heart for martial arts. Our goal shouldn't just be to send students to the new continent, we should ensure that they can advance vigorously once they arrive there. 5 years ago, Tianfu Province changed the model of their rookie battle, and I intend to follow their example. Tianfu Province. All the martial arts teachers present widened their eyes in astonishment. They were well aware that the current old continent No. 1 Muyu hailed from Tianfu Province. The rookie battle in Tianfu Province adopted a free-for-all mode. Hundreds of participants simultaneously entered the battle arena, engaging in chaotic combat until only one remained standing. There were no scoring mechanisms, no top 10. The last person standing was the victor, the first place. In the spacious conference room, the sound of chatter gradually rose. The martial arts instructors from various cities could no longer care about their volume and started discussing eagerly. Finally, someone could not help but voice a question. LV Jing, how will the rewards be calculated after the rule change? As soon as this was said, the discussion quieted down. The martial arts instructors fixed their intense gazes on the short and stout figure in the center of the venue. The top 10 of the new talent battle would receive the same reward, 5 million star coins, and a clever martial skill. They brought their students here to allow them to compete for resources. In a free-for-all mode, there can only be one victor, and naturally all rewards go to the winner. LV Jing grinned and replied confidently, whether it's first-year or second-year students, the reward is worth 100 million star coins. The anxious hearts of the martial arts instructors finally settled, looking at LV Jing's wide grin, which resembled a gaping maw. LV Jing's appetite was anything but ordinary. In an instant, the crowd was indignant. No way, we don't agree. That's right, all the good seeds are in your martial arts city. You want to monopolize the rewards. LV Jing, everyone is at the same level. The rules of the new talent battle cannot be decided by you alone. Everyone calm down. Oh, aren't we discussing this in a meeting? LV Jing raised his hand to impose silence, his smile gradually fading into seriousness. Ladies and gentlemen, ask yourselves, even if the rules do not change, do your students really have what it takes to make it into the top 10? Within the conference room, many martial arts instructors darkened expressions, as this was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Someone could not help but stand up, expressing dissatisfaction. Even if your martial arts city has more geniuses, at least our other cities' good seeds should have a chance. That reasoning is correct. The previous rules were indeed set for that reason, but LV Jing shook his head and sighed. Have you all considered why the Federation established martial arts classes? The topic suddenly escalated, and the martial arts instructors found it difficult to refute, each looking at LV Jing with uncertainty. In the new talent battle, each grade has 10 spots, but among those 10, at most only 1 or 2 can go to the new continent. I want to ask you all, where do the rest go? LV Jing surveyed the room, his expression growing more serious. You must all understand that the vast majority of them have signed contracts with major corporations, securing bright futures. But this is not the purpose of the martial arts classes. The Federation established martial arts classes to discover the fallen geniuses of the old continent, those who can withstand fierce beasts and fight in the starry skies. Since only 1 or 2 people go to the new continent each year, why should we distribute resources to train talents for those companies and consortiums? As his words settled, the venue fell silent for a moment. All the martial arts instructors calmed down, pondering what LV Jing had said. Perhaps LV Jing indeed had ulterior motives, but his reasoning was undeniable. At this moment, Yuan Hongyan suddenly stood up, smiling brightly. Old LV, it's been a year since we last met, and you still enjoy lecturing on grand principles. However, I am pleased to hear it today, though I agree with the rule change. Moi. LV Jing was taken aback, never expecting Yuan Hongyan to be the first to agree. You must know that every year the top 10 new talents besides Martial Arts City, the most spots are taken by Wuyuan City. After the rule change, they would suffer the greatest loss. Unless... LV Jing noticed Yuan Hongyan's mischievous smile and suddenly felt a bad premonition. The other martial arts instructors exchanged glances, suspecting that Yuan Hongyan must have a hidden card. However, since Yuan Hongyan agreed, they found it hard to refute under LV Jing's grand principles. In the end, everyone unconsciously turned their gaze to the front row. Wan Keshan was slouched in his chair, holding a teacup, watching the drama unfold without saying a word. Why is everyone looking at me? Under the gathered gazes, Wan Keshan fidgeted in discomfort. The crowd's expressions darkened, and LV Jing cleared his throat. Old one, what do you think about this matter? He had to ask, even though he was the strongest martial arts instructor in Martial Arts City. But in this conference room, Wan Keshan was the true powerhouse. Moreover, Wan Keshan was notoriously unreasonable and had caused trouble before. Don't worry, in the most reason. Wan Keshan chuckled, his gaze drifting between LV Jing and Yuan Hongyan. The rule of nurturing the strong is evident. It seems you all have great confidence in your students. Yuan Hongyan fell silent and did not respond to Wan Keshan. Old one, that's going too far. LV Jing said solemnly. Even if my student wins the championship, it will still cultivate talents for the Federation. If a genius like Mu Yu were to emerge, it would bring honor to our entire martial arts province. Wan Keshan interrupted with a wave of his hand, impatience evident in his tone. Alright, stop preaching to me, though I never said I disagreed. LV Jing was taken aback, hesitating as he asked, you agreed? Yuan Hongyan's gaze also sharpened as he looked at Wan Keshan. Old LV, there's one thing you didn't say wrong. Wan Keshan set down his teacup and stood up, looking at LV Jing. Resources are better concentrated, otherwise it would be a waste. With a meaningful smile, Wan Keshan pulled over Teacher Li and turned to leave. Then it's settled. Yuan Hongyan decisively stood up and left his seat. LV Jing stood there watching the two retreating figures, feeling uncertain. The meeting concluded successfully, and the new rules were established as wished. Logically, he should have been pleased. However, Yuan Hongyan and Wang Keshan's swift agreement left him feeling insecure. Li, this is your dormitory. Ren Ming led Li Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou into the room. The room was simply furnished with only 2 single beds and some disposable toiletries. But besides that, there were also 2 items that should not have appeared in a dormitory. Virtual pods. Zhao Hongzhou exclaimed, quickly stepping forward to gently touch the metallic shell of the virtual pod. Li Qingshan stared at the 2 virtual pods, equally puzzled. Ren, does your martial arts high school have so many virtual pods? According to Wang Keshan, there should only be 10 virtual pods per high school in martial arts. Li, you misunderstood. These 2 virtual pods are prepared for tomorrow's new talent battle, though every dormitory. Ren Ming briefly explained, looking at the eager Zhao Hongzhou and reminding him. These virtual pods were temporarily allocated by the Federation for the school. The system has been locked by the intelligent brain and can only be used for the new talent battle. They cannot connect to the virtual battle space. It's fine as long as I can experience a virtual battle tomorrow. This trip won't be in vain. Zhao Hongzhou rubbed his hands excitedly, his enthusiasm unabated. Li Qingshan, on the other hand, was contemplating Ren Ming's words. In this new talent battle, there would be a total of 750 participants from first and second years combined, which means there would be 750 virtual pods. The total number of virtual pods in the entire martial arts province's martial arts class was around 750. Such a large scale meant that the rules for the new talent battle must have changed significantly. Unfortunately, Ren Ming also had a vague understanding of this, and Li Qingshan did not ask for an answer. However, Ren Ming did bring up another matter. Liu Yuanjin's cousin Fu Wu will also participate in this new talent battle. You should be careful. Fu Wu. Upon hearing this somewhat familiar name, Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Is Fu Wu very strong? Very strong. Fu Wu is the first in the second year at martial arts high school. Ren Ming thought for a moment and added, Li, since you are participating in the first-year competition, you won't run into him. Just be cautious in these 2 days, and you should be fine. Alright, I understand. Li Qingshan noted the name, but did not take it too seriously. He could always rely on the law to protect himself if someone sought revenge for this matter. After confirming the dormitory location, Li Qingshan and Zhao Hongzhou followed Ren Ming downstairs to meet with other classmates and walk towards the playground. The playground was crowded with students and teachers from various cities. Soon a short and stout figure took the stage with a microphone. Hello students. I am LV Jing, a martial arts teacher from Martial Arts High School. I will now announce the rules for this new talent battle. There was no lengthy and tiresome speech. LV Jing simply stated the rules of the new talent battle in a few short sentences. But those few sentences were like a huge stone thrown into a calm lake. The entire playground erupted in an uproar. What free-for-all mode? It's clearly meant to cut off our paths. The first prize is worth 100 million star coins. It sounds nice, but who besides your martial arts city can seize it? I clearly had a chance to compete for the top 10, and now the reward is directly gone. Under the new rules, only the first place in the first and second years will receive rewards. Although the reward of 100 million is tempting, they cannot reach those 2 spots at all. Such aggressive rules were difficult for the vast majority of students to accept. Especially those who originally had hopes of contending for the top 10 were even more furious, all finding their martial arts instructors to protest. In an instant, the entire playground seemed to turn into a bustling market filled with noise. Amidst the clamor, one figure stood motionless. Li Qingshan stood there, his eyes shining brightly. On the playground in the southeast corner, the Weiyuan city team stood in a circle around Yuan Hongyan. Compared to the noise around, it was quite peaceful here. However, the expressions on the students' faces fluctuated, clearly indicating their inner turmoil. Finally, a chubby girl couldn't help but speak up. Teacher, this isn't fair. Wang Jie from Wuino. One high school has reached the 3rd level of body refinement and is proficient in both movement techniques and martial arts. Who in the first year can compete with him? Unfair. Yuan Hongyan raised an eyebrow, responding calmly. Your strength, Lin Mingxiao, is earned by your own efforts, just as Wang Jie's body refinement level movement techniques and martial arts are his own achievements. What's unfair about that? Moreover, martial arts focus on strength rather than fairness. When you face fierce beasts or the followers of evil gods, can you still talk about fairness? Lin Mingxiao was momentarily speechless, yet her brows remained furrowed in defiance as she stammered, But, Mingxiao, that's enough. Lin Fan spoke up, stopping his sister. You can secure the top spot in the second year, so you obviously don't mind the change in rules. Lin Mingxiao muttered under her breath, and Lin Fan frowned, about to scold her. Yuan Hongyan shook his head, gesturing for silence as he looked at Lin Fan. You must have fought against Fu Wu in the battle space, right? What was the outcome? I've matched with Fu Wu a few times. He's also at the 7th level of body refinement with great movement techniques and martial arts, and we have each won and lost against each other. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the long spear, confidently stating, Rest assured, teacher, I've gained new insights into my spear techniques in the past 2 days, and I should be able to defeat him. Yuan Hongyan listened, and a meaningful smile from Wang Keshan flashed through his mind, prompting him to ask, by the way, have you encountered any martial arts students from Luoying City in the battle space? Luoying. Lin Fan looked stunned, recalling the encounter from the morning, and shook his head. The strongest from Luoying should be Zhong Xian. With her ranking, she wouldn't have matched with me. This morning I did encounter someone named Qingshan. His movement techniques are quite good, but his body refinement level should not exceed 6. He is no match for me. That's good to hear. Yuan Hongyan nodded, not dwelling on it further as he returned to the main topic. Even though you are confident in defeating Fu Wu currently, it's a free-for-all mode, and there may not be a fair chance for you to battle him. Lin Fan pondered. Are you saying they will form groups? What's wrong with grouping? If they can group, so can. Lin Mengxiao proudly spoke up, and several around her puffed out their chests. Their average strength was not inferior to that of Wu No. One high school. Yuan Hongyan glanced at his students, shook his head, and turned to look at the center of the playground. Wu City has more than one high school. In the center of the playground, Lu Jing stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the slender youth before him. Wang Jia, are you ready? Don't worry, teacher, I've already contacted students from several other high schools. They promised to help me. Wang Jia replied with a smile, looking confident. The rule change was proposed by Lu Jing, and as the ace of the first year, he naturally received the news first. Lu Jing nodded and reminded him. That's good. Just remember not to be careless. Nearby, a tall youth with a stern expression furrowed his brows and spoke up. Teacher, if we group in advance, what's the point of a free-for-all mode? Fu Wu, you really have some guts. Wang Jia laughed mockingly, taunting, what? Do you really think you can take on 100 by yourself? Fu Wu's expression darkened as he glared at Wang Jia. Don't forget you are just the top student of the first year, don't challenge my limits. Wang Jia was momentarily taken aback, closing his mouth. Alright, now is not the time for you to argue with each other. Lu Jing waved his hand to stop the two from quarreling, and turned to Fu Wu, speaking earnestly. Have you considered what is most important to win first place in a free-for-all mode? Fu Wu's lips moved, wanting to say the word strength, but seeing the teacher's expression, it was clearly not that simple. It's survival. Lu Jing immediately provided the answer. In a free-for-all mode, the battle continues until only one person is left standing. What you all need to do first is to find a way to survive until the end. Lu Jing paused, his gaze lingering between the two students. I asked you to form groups mainly for self-preservation. Self-preservation. Wang Jia and Fu Wu were both taken aback. Sai, if you group up students from other cities will do the same. Lu Jing shook his head and sighed. In fact, because you are from Wu No. One high school, you are likely to face their combined targeting. Important principles should be discussed in a meeting room. A chaotic battle involving hundreds of people does not mean one must face 100 alone. At least in the current shallow waters of Wu province, such a dragon cannot be raised. This point is clear not only to Lu Jing, but also to other martial arts teachers. The rule change for the rookie battle is primarily to cultivate true talents in the martial arts classes in the upcoming years. Once this was said, both Wang Jia and Fu Wu's expressions became considerably serious. The situation of the rookie battle was more severe than they had imagined. Teacher, I will contact a few more classmates I get along with. Wang Jia called out, and was about to leave. Wait. Fu Wu stopped Wang Jia, speaking coldly. Tomorrow morning in the first-year rookie battle, help me teach a lesson to a martial arts student from Luoying named Qingshan. Wang Jia paused, amused. Is that your way of asking for help? Can't you handle this Qingshan yourself? Fu Wu frowned as he spoke deliberately. I mean for you to teach him a lesson in the virtual battle space. He didn't want to get involved with the matter concerning Yu Yuanjuan, but he had no choice. However, regarding the Public Support Discrimination Act, Fu Wu did not dare to act rashly in reality. Lu Jing was indifferent to the disputes among students. After all, the path of martial arts was not about being amicable. However, when Fu Wu mentioned Luoying, it became impossible for him not to care. Luoying. Qingshan. Lu Jing looked at Fu Wu, inquiring, what grade is this Qingshan in? How strong is he? Qingshan is in the first year, and his strength should be quite strong. Fu Wu was also unsure. Mainly Yu Yuanjun was only at the second level of body refinement, and was instantly defeated, so he had no idea of Qingshan's true strength. Lu Jing nodded and earnestly reminded Wang Jia. Be careful of this Qingshan, don't be careless. Remembering Wang Keshan's performance in the meeting room, Lu Jing felt somewhat uneasy. He then stood on tiptoe, gazing towards the northwest direction of the playground. That was the location of the Luoying teachers and students. A young man stood out conspicuously among the crowd. Just as Lu Jing was about to take a closer look, a tall figure stepped forward, blocking his view. On that rugged face hung a meaningful smile. Lu Jing had to retract his gaze, lowering his head to curse under his breath. One madman. Lu Shorty. Wang Keshan grinned with delight, turning to face a group of students. After the new rules were announced, the impact on Luoying students was similarly significant. The most affected were Yu Lei and Zhong Xian. This time they truly wanted to fight for a spot in the top 10. However, some time had passed, and both had calmed their emotions. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Qingshan. With the rule change, Qingshan was undoubtedly the biggest beneficiary. With Qingshan's strength, securing first place in the first year was a sure thing. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qingshan still stood dazed in place, his eyes almost sparkling with golden light. Qingshan's face darkened, and he stepped forward with a slap. Smack! Kid, wake up. You look like you're here for the money, but don't tell others you're my student. Qingshan rubbed his shoulder, grinning, and said, Teacher, that's 100 million star coins. Just 100 million. Qingshan shook his head and turned to walk towards a secluded corner. Follow me. Qingshan's eyes lit up, and he followed behind. Once there were no people around, Qingshan stopped, looking at Qingshan with a smirk. What? Don't you want to cross level? Teacher, it might be difficult to contend for the top spot in the second year, right? Qingshan hesitated slightly. Crossing levels wasn't a big deal. After all, he wouldn't stay in the martial arts class for 3 years. But his previous plan was solely to compete for a spot in the top 10 of the second year. As for first place, Qingshan felt that even if he mastered the Mizong step, it seemed unlikely. Whether it's hard or not depends on whether you can truly grasp the essence of the Mizong step and perfect it. Qingshan's piercing gaze made Qingshan's heart race, and he couldn't help but ask, Teacher, I can certainly keep my word, but is the Mizong step really that strong? It's not the Mizong step that's strong, but the essence of the technique. Qingshan gently shook his head, sighing. It's one of the cores of the grade martial arts heavenly net misty step. The essence of the technique maximizes the ability to twist and turn, making it most suitable for chaotic battles. So, Qingshan's lips curled up. You understand, right? Thank you, teacher, I understand now. Qingshan's heart settled, and a smile appeared on his face. Teacher, please help me prepare the materials for the level-up application. The conference came to an end and hundreds of figures bustled away. Despite the students' discontent, the rules for the rookie battle could not be changed with all the teachers in agreement. In the cafeteria of Wui High School, the atmosphere was lively. All the students were still discussing the brawl mode, speculating who had the chance to claim the top spot. The table where the Falling Leaves team sat was particularly quiet. Yu Lei and Zhong Xian sat at the table, staring in astonishment at Qingshan. They watched him crazily devour his food with chopsticks, finishing one plate in less than a minute before grabbing a second. Zhao Hongzhou swallowed hard and hesitantly asked, Brother Shan, are you very hungry? Just a bit, Qingshan replied casually, swiftly clearing his plate before putting down his chopsticks and getting up. I'm in a hurry, I'll be leaving first. The others were taken aback, and Yu Lei asked in confusion, the rookie battle is tomorrow, where are you going? Going back to sleep. The voice floated away, and his figure was already 10 meters away. The group stared at the retreating back, filled with questions. Back in the dormitory, Qingshan quickly washed up and lay back on his bed, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, the familiar round platform came into view. At the edge of the platform, 5 statues stood silently. With a thought, Qingshan made the statues disappear. A roar echoed from 100 meters away as 1 person and 4 beast figures appeared. Though your strength is a bit lacking, you'll have to make do. Qingshan grinned and charged at the 5 monsters with bare. Since his strength had increased, he could easily slay ordinary body refining 5th realm opponents like Lang Du and Yu Qingya with a mere wave of his hand, thus losing the training effect. However, the characteristic of the Mizong step is its evasiveness. It can only be improved at the fastest speed. Qingshan weaved between the ferocious beasts, deliberately suppressing his own speed to meet his training goals, relying solely on his Buddhist instincts to execute the Mizong step and evade attacks. As time passed, the proficiency of the Mizong step gradually increased bit by bit. Meanwhile, more and more wounds appeared on Qingshan's body, soaking his clothes with blood. He had suppressed his speed down to the body refining 2nd and 3rd realms, and relying solely on the accomplished Mizong step, he could only manage to fend off the attacks of 5 body refining 5th realm opponents. Fortunately, the martial arts space had limitless stamina, and external injuries did not affect his movements. After several hours, he finally felt his spirit could no longer hold on. Qingshan suddenly accelerated, launching a full counterattack and killing 1 person and 4 beasts with his bare hands. Then he lay down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, he summoned the monster projections once again to continue his training. This cycle repeated, and he had no idea how much time had passed. Surrounded by 5 monsters, Qingshan, who was barely dodging, suddenly brightened his eyes and stepped back with his right foot. The claws of Lang Du were coming from behind, and this step seemed to actively invite the attack. But just as the claws were about to make contact, he slightly shifted his back, narrowly evading the attack. Not only that, this miraculous step also allowed him to break free from the encirclement of the 5 monsters. The brilliance of the moment. So this is the brilliance of the moment. Qingshan laughed heartily, his mind clearer than ever. At that moment of breakthrough, it felt like being enlightened, allowing him to instantly grasp the brilliance of the moment. The brilliance of the moment is profound and inscrutable. At Li Qingshan's current realm, he could neither describe nor explain it, but he instinctively knew what to do. At that moment his speed had been suppressed to the body-refining second realm, but under the attacks of the 5 monsters Li Qingshan moved, as if he were strolling in a garden. All attacks seemed imminent, but always missed by a hair. Unlike the perception of danger in the accomplished Mizong step, which is about predicting in advance, this was the approach of being inside the situation. The perfected Mizong step had already allowed Li Qingshan to step outside the fray, where every inch was a point of landing. The brilliance of the moment lies beneath his feet. In the dormitory at night, Zhao Hongzhou snored like thunder. Li Qingshan opened his eyes quietly, and a virtual panel unfolded before him. Li Qingshan Realm Body Refining 46100 Technique 36 Set of Calisthenics. The stars are calling 12373000. Accomplished martial skills, Mizong Step Perfected Wind Shadow Blade, Perfected Function Martial Arts Space, LV1, 9100. Available time 6 years, and 203 days time flow rate 110. The panel had changed slightly, but it wasn't worth calculating in detail. Li Qingshan glanced at the perfected Mizong Step, closed his eyes, and gradually slipped into a dream. Brother Shan, it's time to get up. Zhao Hongzhou's voice rang in his ears, and Li Qingshan opened his eyes drowsily, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. To be honest, he hadn't slept in reality for a long time. Under the time flow rate of 110 in the martial arts space, sleeping in reality was undoubtedly a waste of training time. Brother Shan Renming brought us breakfast. Zhao Hongzhou raised his right hand holding a large bag of buns. Li Qingshan nodded, quickly washed up, and then he and Zhao Hongzhou finished their breakfast in the dormitory. Afterward the two stood next to the virtual pod. The first-year rookie battle would take place in the morning, and they only needed to lie down and wait for it to begin. Brother Shan, what weapon do you think I should choose? Zhao Hongzhou rubbed his hands excitedly. Even though he had never used one, he had gathered plenty of information. Li Qingshan glanced at the machete in the corner which he had given to Zhao Hongzhou after he cleared out some space. Just choose your machete. Switching to a new weapon at the last minute will only backfire. Although the virtual space allowed the free selection of cold weapons, most students still chose the weapons they used. After all, reality is fundamental. Becoming accustomed to divine weapons in the virtual space is not conducive to performance in real battles. Alright, I'll follow your advice. Zhao Hongzhou was very receptive to advice, eagerly lifting the lid of the pod and lying down inside. Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile and also laid down in the virtual pod. Wui High School conference room. It was still the same conference room as yesterday, with over 100 teachers seated around the table. In the center, 100 projection screens were neatly arranged. Each projection screen corresponded to a square platform with a side length of 100 meters. LV Jing stood below the screen and introduced the entire battle platform has a side length of 10 kilometers, and with 100 screens we can see all the details of the battles clearly. The martial arts teachers nodded in satisfaction. Although there could only be one first place, they at least needed to understand the specific strengths of the students for future targeted guidance. There are only 256 first-year students participating, and a 10-kilometer battle platform is surely enough for them to run. A teacher commented jokingly, prompting a burst of laughter. In the first-year rookie battle, the strength was generally in the second and third realms, and indeed the current battle platform was too large for them. Don't worry, the 10-kilometer platform is mainly designed considering the strength of the second-year students. LV Jing pointed, and the scenes on hundreds of screens suddenly enlarged, changing from a 100-meter square to a 10-meter square. The first-year students will be concentrated in the center of the platform within a radius of 1 kilometer. As the words fell, figures appeared on the screens. The teachers quickly found their own students, and then began searching for the teams from Wui City. Among the 10 high schools in Wui, once they banded together, they were undoubtedly the strongest. The Wui team was easy to spot, mostly consisting of 3 to 4 members, all positioned in the center of the platform. However, upon seeing the specific distribution, all martial arts teachers frowned. Because in the center of the platform, there were not 10 teams, but 11. Moreover, the additional team comprised 3 men and 1 woman situated right in the center, surrounded by the other 10 teams. LV Jing has played dirty. The thought flashed through all the teachers' minds, and their gazes involuntarily shifted to Yuan Hongyan. The only target worthy of LV Jing's attention was 5 Yuan City. However, Yuan Hongyan merely frowned and remained silent. Ha ha, you've managed to trap our falling leaves in the middle, well arranged. Wan Keshan raised his teacup and laughed heartily. What the heck? Is LV Jing so bold? All the teachers were taken aback and immediately prepared to intervene. Wan Keshan's reputation was not earned for nothing. LV Jing involuntarily took 2 steps back, forcing a laugh. It was random by the system. I really didn't aim to target you guys from Falling Leaf City. Of course it was intentional. Since he heard Li Qingshan's name yesterday, LV Jing couldn't sit by idly. But in front of Wan Keshan, he wouldn't dare to admit it, even if he had 10 times the courage. It's fine, don't worry, I'm genuinely praising you. Wan Keshan said with a smile, walking over to LV Jing. In the cafeteria of Wui High School, 4 large projection screens floated in the center. Although not as refined as those in the conference room, they provided a clear view of the situation. All the second-year students gathered here. In the center of the platform, surrounded by others, Qingshan and his group naturally attracted all eyes. I knew they would definitely pull some tricks at Wui. Yesterday they spoke so grandly, and today they directly resort to underhanded tactics, not even putting on a show. Which team is being targeted? It should be Yuan's, right? Only they could be treated this way. No, I've seen Lin Mengxiao from Yuan, she isn't so fragile. Damn it, even at this time you still have the mind to look at these things. I recognize this team, they are from Luoying. Luoying. Everyone looked towards Zhong Xian and the others with confusion. Zhong Xian had participated in the first-year rookie battle last year, so they naturally recognized him. But they could not understand how Luoying's first-year students could be so strong, now deserving of such targeting from Wui. Amidst the curious and sympathetic gazes, Zhong Xian and his group appeared calm, showing no signs of worry. In one corner of the cafeteria, all the second-year students from Wui were gathered. At this moment, everyone was silent, afraid of attracting the public's anger. Yu Yuanjuan, with a bruised face, an arm in a sling, leaned over to Fu Wu, eager to ask, "Cousin, is everything arranged? We mustn't let that Qingshan die too easily." "Alright, I've already notified Wang Jie," Fu Wu replied, frowning impatiently and waving his hand. "With such serious injuries, you should hurry back to the hospital." "No way. I must see Qingshan scream in agony with my own eyes." Yu Yuanjuan grinned, his gaze fixed on the screen, filled with anticipation. "You might be disappointed," a light laugh sounded. Before Yu Yuanjuan could react, a buzz-cut youth walked by. Fu Wu looked at the youth's back, his frown deepening. "Lin Fan. What does he mean by that?" With Lin Fan's arrival, several students from Wu Yuan couldn't help but express their anger. Lin Fan Wui is being too shameless this time. Xiaoming is probably done for. She didn't have a chance to begin with. Lin Fan glanced at the spot where his sister was, then shifted his gaze to the center of the platform, his eyes filled with curiosity. Qingshan is only a first-year student. In the combat space, among the 256 students, only a few had used the virtual pod before. Thus, after entering the platform, most of them were filled with wonder and did not act immediately. After a brief moment of astonishment, vigilance grew on their faces as they assessed the surrounding teams. At such a time, acting rashly could easily make one the target of everyone's ire. In the center of the platform, Qingshan scanned his surroundings. Unlike the distant teams that remained motionless, a few small teams of 3 or 4 were advancing towards them with great coordination. "Qingshan, it seems we are surrounded," Yulei whispered, while Zhao Hongzhou and Hong Qian realized something was off, gripping their knife handles tightly. "It's fine." Qingshan returned a reassuring smile, causing Yulei and the others to relax slightly. If Qingshan said it was fine, then surely there wouldn't be any problems. Unknowingly, over 30 people had surrounded Qingshan and his 3 companions. "Qingshan, I didn't intend to help Fu Wu, but since you're from Luoying, I have to deal with you first." Wang Jie, holding a longsword, appeared bored. If it weren't for the arrangement by teacher LV Jing, he wouldn't have bothered with Fu Wu's trivial matters. However, he quickly noticed something was off. Despite being surrounded by more than 30 people, neither Qingshan nor the other 3 showed any signs of tension. "Brother Shan, who is this kid? Did we get involved with Luoying?" Zhao Hongzhou asked, bewildered. He had heard about Fu Wu's incident yesterday, but the mention of Luoying left him confused. "Who knows?" Qingshan replied, equally perplexed, but he didn't care, not even glancing at Wang Jie. His gaze shifted to Zhao Hongzhou and the others, instructing, "When the time comes, you guys should run far away and find opponents to hone your skills. You don't have much time left if you don't want to die under my blade. Act quickly." "Understood." The 3 nodded, swallowing hard. No one understood better than them the weight of Qingshan's. Wang Jie initially dismissed it, but he was now thoroughly enraged by Qingshan's attitude. Drawing his longsword, he pointed it at the 4 in front of him, growling, "Run. None of you will escape." "Moi." Qingshan turned around, finally looking directly at Wang Jie. He placed his right hand on the knife handle and smiled slightly. "What you say doesn't count." With a clang, he drew his sword. Leaping forward, he crossed the 10-meter distance in the blink of an eye. The myriad of knife shadows expanded in Wang Jie's pupils, and before he could react, the blade was already upon him. Swish, swish, swish. Body parts flew, blood rained down. Behind Wang Jie, 3 students were drenched on the spot, standing dazed. The knife shadows swept by like the wind, and the 3 followed Wang Jie's lead. No way, how could he be so strong? "Run quick. Mom, I don't want to fight anymore. I want to withdraw from the competition." The students from the other 9 high schools were all shocked. It was their first time using the virtual pod, and they had never seen such a bloody scene. Some were so frightened that their legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. Unfortunately, the knife shadows would not stop there. The high-speed moving Qingshan had become indistinguishable. Only the myriad of knife shadows and the howling wind remained. As the wind blew and the knife shadows flashed, blood rained down. In just a few seconds, over 30 students from 10 high schools at Wui met their end beneath the blade. "Brother Shan has revealed his true form." Zhao Hongzhou stammered, his lips trembling, unable to articulate. Yu Lei and Hong Qian swallowed hard watching the knife shadows advance, and quickly turned to run away seeking opponents. Hey, wait for me. Zhao Hongzhou shouted, following with his sword, his legs moving quickly. The weight of Li Qingshan's last instruction was still rising. With such a killing method, they really didn't have much time left. The remaining 200 or so had long since noticed the commotion in the center of the platform. However, they had no time to be shocked. The swiftly moving knife shadows resembled a merciless meat grinder advancing towards them. Aside from a few who were paralyzed with fear, some still tried to resist. What are we afraid of? We won't really die anyway. I don't believe we can't block a single strike. Lin Mengxiao and her two companions tightened their grips on their weapons. Though fear was evident on their faces, they bravely charged forward. Unfortunately, it was futile. The three disintegrated in the blink of an eye, unable to withstand even a second. Within the knife shadows, Li Qingshan's expression remained calm, devoid of any excitement. In the first-year rookie battle, the strongest were merely at the third level of body refinement. In such a crushing scenario, he didn't even need to use missed step. Merely swinging his knife repeatedly was enough to clear the field. The retreat of Lin Mengxiao and her group completely shattered the morale of the remaining students. Everyone's emotions collapsed, discarding their weapons and fleeing for their lives. Indeed, the virtual space wouldn't lead to real death. But at this moment, it was no longer a matter of life or death. Amidst the flying knife shadows, no one could be seen. Body parts, sword and blood rained down. This scene could rival even that of an evil god. The melee mode quickly transformed into a desperate survival scenario. In the conference room of Wu No, one high school silence enveloped the space. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. In the center, hundreds of screens continued to display the Great Escape. However, all the teachers present did not look at the screens. There was no need to. For the moment Li Qingshan drew his blade, the outcome was already sealed. They had originally planned to provide targeted guidance, but that should now be replaced with psychological counseling. Wang Kexin. Lu Jing slammed his hand on the table, his eyes blazing. Fifth layer of body refinement. Perfect mastery of Wind Shadow Blade. Are you sure Li Qingshan is just a first-year student? Hey, he's getting agitated. Wang Kexin exclaimed, pointing dramatically. Unfortunately, no one cooperated. The other teachers also looked at him with faces full of suspicion. With no choice, Wang Kexin slumped back in his chair, pouting. What? Do you think I would fool around in the rookie competition? Once these words were spoken, the teachers shifted their gazes, suppressing their doubts. Even Lu Jing, who had voiced the first question, no longer pressed him. The old continent rookie competition was set by the Federation. No one would challenge the Federation's rules for a mere reward. Moreover, given Wang Kexin's character, he would never stoop to cheating. After a moment of silence, Lu Jing spoke in a muffled voice. Could it be that Li Qingshan is your second man? Before the age of 15, genuinely talented students had long been filtered to the new continent. Li Qingshan's level of combat power should not be present in the first year. Over the years, the one exception in Wui province was Yuman. If we are talking about things, why bring up Yuman? Wang Kexin's face instantly darkened, and he said angrily, Li Qingshan's information is not hidden. Can't you all just look it up yourselves? Upon hearing this, many teachers lowered their heads to look at their communication devices, starting to access student records. Li Qingshan came from a public welfare background, having entered Luoying No, one high school directly after leaving the public welfare center, and all his records were clear and traceable. After confirming Li Qingshan's information, all the martial arts teachers looked at Wang Kexin, their eyes filled with envy. How did such a good seedling end up in Wang Kexin's hands? Yuan Hongyan closed the communication device and analyzed. From the current situation, Li Qingshan should be considered enlightened. The term enlightened is not used lightly. The selection of martial arts talent has never had a specific standard and can only be roughly judged based on the training progress of the stars are calling. There are always exceptions. Some geniuses may miss the selection before the age of 15. Thus the martial arts class was born. Enlightened refers to those who make rapid progress, surpassing their peers in the new continent, and are true geniuses who rise later. Just like the current No, one of the old continent Muyu recognized as an enlightened genius. Haha, he's just average. That kid is only a little more perceptive. Wang Kexin waved his hand politely, yet the proud smile on his face could not be suppressed. Lu Jing, initially looking frustrated, gradually calmed down after taking a deep breath. I was just wary of your trump card, but I didn't expect you were hiding a royal flush. But this is good, at least we won't have to wait a few more years. A smile gradually appeared on Lu Jing's face. With Li Qingshan's talent, the No, one of the old continent in 2 years will definitely be from our Wui province. Once these words were spoken, all the martial arts teachers laughed. Competing for resources was only temporary. Nurturing talents for the Federation was their true pursuit. Wang Kexin opened his mouth, just about to speak. Buzz. His wrist vibrated slightly as a message arrived on his communication device. Meanwhile, the central screen in the conference room was nearing the end of the Great Escape. Lu Jing clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. Let's disperse for now. Although Qingshan emerged, we cannot overlook the second-year rookie competition this afternoon, with 494 participants. Wait, Wang Keshan suddenly interrupted. Lu Jing, Yuan Hongyan, and the other teachers looked over in confusion. Ahem, you seem to have missed something. Wang Keshan cleared his throat twice and pointed to the communication device in his hand. Qingshan will also participate in the rookie competition this afternoon. His cross-level approval has just been granted. What? Mr. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Teacher Li suddenly stood up from the side, his face filled with shock. Since they set out, he hadn't heard a whisper about this. Moreover, with Qingshan's talent crossing levels meant losing a whole year of training time, wasn't this self-sabotage? Isn't it too late to say that now? Wang Keshan awkwardly responded. He guessed that this would be the reaction. Of course, he didn't want to create trouble for himself. Wang Keshan, are you insane? Lu Jing spat, even more agitated than Teacher Li. Just for a rookie competition reward, you're letting Qingshan cross levels. Do you realize this might completely ruin his chance to attend Ziying Academy? Old one, you are overestimating your confidence. Yuan Hongyan sighed, and shook his head as well. Qingshan does indeed have great talent, but he is just a first-year student. He won't be able to get the rewards from the second-year rookie competition. Mr. Lu, if you're going to speak, then just speak, don't spit nonsense. Wang Keshan disdainfully wiped his face where the saliva had landed and explained, I don't want Qingshan to cross levels either. I've said all that needs to be said. This is that kid's own decision. His decision? You just agreed to it like that. Lu Jing looked pained, indignant. As a teacher, won't you stop him? Planning his martial arts path is your responsibility. Is that how you think? Wang Keshan was taken aback, and his expression gradually turned serious. After scanning the room, he found that the overwhelming majority of teachers wore expressions of agreement. You all think the same way. I used to think the same too. Wang Keshan smiled self-deprecatingly, the smile hiding an unmistakable bitterness. You man is my niece. I instilled my martial arts beliefs in her, and the training plan was meticulously crafted down to the minute. But I failed. The other teachers were left in confusion. In their eyes, you man who had gained entry to Ziying Academy could hardly be considered a failure. Only Yuan Hongyan and Lu Jing's expressions changed, knowing the implications of the failure. Wang Keshan had no intention of elaborating further, simply looking at all the teachers, seriously stating, since then I've understood one principle. Our thoughts may be correct, but they are not necessarily suitable for every student. Each person's martial arts path is unique. What we teachers can do is only guide, the real choices must be made by them. After finishing, Wang Keshan turned and left. All the teachers present fell silent, contemplating Wang Keshan's words. In the center of the conference room, the screen silently played as the last figure collapsed at Qingshan's feet. Oh no, I couldn't hold back. Qingshan's face stiffened as he looked down at the ground. The head of the corpse was nowhere to be found, only a torso remained. Yet Qingshan recognized it, as you lay at a glance, for the torso was so flat, it was indistinguishable from either side. A vision of a floating shiny silver mech flashed in his mind, and Qingshan's expression tightened. No, next time I face you, Lei, I must be gentler. Next time for sure. At Wui No, one high school, in the cafeteria. As Qingshan exited the battle space, the screen quietly dimmed. The entire cafeteria was silent, as everyone had yet to recover from the earlier great escape. In a corner of the cafeteria, Fu Wu withdrew his gaze, and after a moment of silence looked at his cousin. Yu Yuanjun trembled all over his mind in a daze. The previous look of anticipation had long vanished, leaving only endless fear. Fu Wu frowned and said coldly, withdraw from the martial arts class. This path is not suitable for you. And hurry back to the hospital. Qingshan is not someone you can provoke. Okay. Yu Yuanjun did not refute, forcing his weak legs to stand up and stagger towards the cafeteria's door. Outside the door, several figures gradually appeared, all first-year martial arts students who had just finished battling. Each of them wore a look of terror, clearly still shaken from the recent battle. Suddenly a panicked shout came from behind, Qingshan is coming, and everyone hurriedly fled again. Am I really that frightening? Outside the cafeteria, Qingshan awkwardly touched his nose, having left his knife behind to avoid alarming his classmates. Shango, we're all on the same side, stop pretending. Zhao Hongzhou rolled his eyes, expressing his disbelief. Who wouldn't be afraid after witnessing the scene in the battle space? Fortunately, he and Hong Qian ran far enough, and due to their lack of strength they died at the hands of others beforehand. Otherwise, Zhao Hongzhou and Hong Qian involuntarily glanced at Yulei, their eyes filled with sympathy. Due to her agility, Yulei survived until the end, but her death was the most tragic. What are you looking at? Yulei's face darkened. The two immediately withdrew their gazes, looking around. Qingshan glanced at Yulei's expression and awkwardly said, well, I truly didn't mean to, I just lost no need to explain. Yulei frowned, her face emotionless. In a chaotic battle there can only be one victor. It is only natural for me to die at your hands since I am outmatched. She genuinely didn't care about dying by Qingshan's knife, even if she was dismembered. However, She clearly remembered the decisive cut before her death, without any hesitation. Li Qingshan didn't lose control, he simply didn't recognize her. More importantly, after dying in the battle space, as long as you haven't exited the virtual chamber, you can still see the platform's footage. Li Qingshan didn't lose control, he simply didn't recognize her. More importantly, after dying in the battle space, as long as you haven't exited the virtual chamber, you can still see the platforms. Instantly, her expression darkened further. Li Qingshan paused, roughly guessing the reason behind Yulei's scowl, but it was best not to mention such things. Considering Yulei's personality, she probably wouldn't complain to her sister about something like this. Li Qingshan decided not to dwell on it, and stepped towards the cafeteria entrance. Outside the cafeteria, there was no one around. The first-year students had already fled inside. As Li Qingshan and his group stepped through the door, countless gazes turned toward them. Shock, curiosity, fear. Naturally, it was the first-year students who were terrified, but fortunately, there were many seniors present, so their anxiety was somewhat alleviated. Li Qingshan did not pay attention to the surroundings. Instead, he turned his gaze toward a figure slumped on the ground. It was a familiar face. What a coincidence. Don't come any closer. Yu Yuanjin's face was filled with terror, wanting to cry, without tears. Just now he had intended to run away in advance. But upon suddenly hearing Li Qingshan's name, he, like the first-year students, panicked. His legs turned to jelly, and he couldn't get up. Li Qingshan, a tall and stern-looking youth, approached, blocking Yu Yuanjin's path. I apologize for what happened in the battle space before, but Yu Yuanjun is my cousin, and I will take responsibility for his grievances with you. You are Fu Wu. Li Qingshan looked Fu Wu up and down, and nodded. You and your brother look quite similar, but your hair is shorter, making you more pleasant to the eye. You know Fu Wu. Fu Wu furrowed his brows. Not really, I've just seen him once. Li Qingshan waved his hand, glancing at the slumped Yu Yuanjun, and said seriously, I think you've misunderstood. I really have no grievances with your cousin. I am someone who always abides by the law and never seeks revenge for personal grievances. Fu Wu was momentarily speechless. Just then, buzzing. Fu Wu's wrist began vibrating. Not just him, all the second-year students in the cafeteria looked down at their communicators. It was a notification about changes in the list of participants. The changes were minimal, just the addition of one name. Li Qingshan. Everyone's eyes widened as they simultaneously looked up at Li Qingshan, disbelief written all over their faces. Li Qingshan is going to participate in the second-year rookie battle. Is he insane? Competing up a level for a rookie battle? I think he's overconfident, truly believing that we second years are as easy to deal with as those first-year rookies. That's right. He could just focus on stabilizing his cultivation for a year and naturally claim the top spot in next year's second year. Why is he in such a hurry to compete now? Not necessarily, he has already used the wind shadow technique and his strength is still quite strong. But so what? Fu Wu and Lin Fan are both at the 7th level of body refinement. Their agility and martial skills are fully developed. Can Li Qingshan win? Aren't you all focusing on the wrong aspect? The biggest impact of Li Qingshan competing up a level isn't this rookie battle, but the future final battle. That's right. Losing a year means that even if he makes it into the top 100 of the old continent in the future, he probably won't get far in the final battle. He clearly had the potential to become the second Mu Yu yet. Sigh. At that moment, sighs filled the air, and the overwhelming majority of second-year students couldn't help but express their regret. Fu Wu stared blankly at the notification on the screen. After a moment, he raised his head and looked at Li Qingshan, puzzled. Are you in desperate need of money? That's the only explanation he could think of. That's a strange thing to say. A martial arts is a gold-sucking beast who isn't in need of resources. Li Qingshan chuckled, his expression calm, completely unfazed by the surrounding discussions. The completion of the Wind Shadow Blade is indeed rare enough to allow you to surpass the vast majority of second year. Fu Wu paused, shaking his head. But your realm is too low, your agility likely isn't strong enough. You could never be my or Lin Fan's opponent. Martial arts training requires both comprehension and a significant amount of time. Perfecting a single sword technique is already impressive. He doesn't believe Li Qingshan has time to train his agility. Li Qingshan did not refute, he merely looked at Fu Wu with a smile. This was merely a prelude for Fu Wu, he definitely had other intentions. Sure enough, join us, and once I claim first place, I'll give you 10 million star coins. Fu Wu did not act domineeringly, he simply extended the invitation as a matter of course. Since Li Qingshan needed money, he offered it. Li Qingshan's strength was considered elite, worth 10 million. But he was only worth 10 million. After all, in the end, the competition still relied on himself. 10 million. Li Qingshan's eyes flickered with surprise, then he shook his head with a smile. You are quite generous, but I'm not interested. Saying this, he led Zhao Hongzhou and the others towards Zhong Xian and the others. 10 million is indeed a lot, but what he wanted was everything. Halfway through, two figures blocked their path. Li Qingshan looked at Lin Fan, whom he had met before, and the girl behind him, with baby fat on her face. The two had somewhat similar features. She must be your sister, right? Quite brave, good for her. Li Qingshan revealed a friendly smile, nodding slightly. He still had a bit of an impression of those few who dared to draw their swords against him. Lin Mingxiu's face went pale as she quickly hid behind her brother. Li Qingshan had no choice but to look at Lin Fan. You don't want to recruit me into your group for safety, do you? Lin Fan shook his head. I just want to remind you that with nearly 500 people participating, surviving is the most important thing. He shared the same viewpoint as Fu Wu. With Li Qingshan's perfected sword technique, he couldn't possibly excel in agility. However, in a chaotic battle, agility is the most crucial factor. Without enough agility, one would inevitably be dragged into the mire and hacked to death by chaotic blades. Lin Fan pursed his lips, suppressing his thoughts, and finally said, I hope we can have the opportunity to fight each other in the end. Don't worry, since I promised you yesterday, there will definitely be an opportunity. Li Qingshan smiled, saying earnestly, I always keep my promises. Once lunchtime was over, the second-grade students hurriedly dispersed. The first-grade students remained in the cafeteria. Now it was their turn to watch. Everyone looked towards the central screen, filled with enthusiasm. I wonder who will win first place, Lin Fan or Fu Wu? Hee, haven't you heard the news? Someone smugly retorted, and when everyone turned to look, feigned mystery. Don't ask, just know that nearly 500 people are in a free-for-all, and it's not easy to survive until the end. Hee, it doesn't matter who wins first, I just want to see Li Qingshan get beaten. Those words immediately resonated with all the first-grade students. That's right, it doesn't matter who wins, Li Qingshan must die. No way, a quick death would be too easy for him. We have suffered, so he must taste it too. Yes, he dared to cross levels, I just want to see him torn apart by a chaotic onslaught. In an instant, everyone was filled with anticipation. The door opened, and Zhao Hongzhou accompanied Li Qingshan back to the dormitory. Li Qingshan turned to Zhao Hongzhou and raised an eyebrow. Aren't you curious? The news of crossing levels spread, and the outsiders were shocked, not to mention during lunch. Even Zhong Xian couldn't help but ask, while Yu Lei and Hong Qian were equally skeptical. Yet Zhao Hongzhou, who usually talked a lot, remained silent. Brother Shan, I was actually going to ask too, but... Zhao Hongzhou smiled broadly. I suddenly remembered the scene when we filled out the application form back in class, so I won't ask anymore. Back then in class 7A, everyone looked down on Li Qingshan. But as it turned out, they were all wrong. Smart. Li Qingshan lightly patted Zhao Hongzhou's shoulder, opened the pod cover, and laid down in the virtual pod. In the conference room, the teachers gradually arrived. Wang Kexin picked up his teacup again and sat in the front row. Lu Jing stood up to operate the screen projection, but Yuan Hongyan suddenly blocked him. Old Lu, if you pull any tricks this afternoon, don't blame me for being rude. In the second-grade competition, the strongest were undoubtedly Fu Wu and Lin Fan. If Lin Fan gets caught in the middle of Wu Yi's team, it will truly be over. What are you talking about? How could I possibly pull any underhanded tactics? Lu Jing frowned and said with righteous indignation, this morning was really just the result of random allocation. A look, old one has no objections. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of laughter erupted from the other teachers. Old Lu, come on. Still pretending. If it weren't for Li Qingshan being the ace, I reckon you would have been skinned by Wang Kexin this morning. Hee, I really have no objections. Wang Kexin took a sip of tea and casually spat out a couple of tea leaves. Lu, why don't you try placing Li Qingshan in the middle? Don't worry, I promise I won't take action. Wang Kexin could be indifferent, but Yuan Hongyan could not. Her sharp gaze was fixed on Lu Jing. Even Lu Jing's thick skin couldn't handle it, and he could only awkwardly laugh. Don't worry, it's definitely random, really random. How about we take a look before we decide? While speaking, he tapped on the communicator. 100 projection screens appeared simultaneously, each covering 100 meters in radius. The entire platform, spanning 10 kilometers, was the main battlefield for the second graders. Shadows quickly appeared on the screens, and in the blink of an eye, 495 participating students appeared on the platform. All the teachers quickly scanned over the hundreds of screens, confirming the distribution of students' positions. The deployment was still based on schools, and since the battlefield was large enough, there were at least 100 meters separating each team. Notably, Wu Yi's 10 high schools with a team of over 60 people were all placed in the upper left corner. Clearly, Lu Jing was afraid that the events of the morning would provoke public anger and lead Wu Yi's team into a siege. In addition, the other 3 corners were occupied by Luoyi and Wuyuan and the only slightly weaker team, Qingshan City. The 4 corners were the furthest from the other teams. In a chaotic battle mode, being in a remote position meant being able to conserve strength and delay entering the fray. Yuan Hongyan took a glance and said no more. Teacher Li sat beside Wang Kexin and whispered, Old Lu, placing Luo Ying in the lower left corner should be because of this morning's incident, wanting to apologize to you. Who needs his apology? Wang Kexin raised an eyebrow and grumbled, Lu likes to play tricks. I would rather he put Li Qingshan in the very center. The very center? Teacher Li frowned. In the lower left corner, he can drag it out until the end, giving him some chance. But placing him in the center, even with Li Qingshan's perfected shadow step, he can't last long. He who said he's just perfected it. Wang Kexin chuckled. Teacher Li's pupils contracted, and his eyes gradually widened. You mean? I don't know, just wait and see. Wang Keshan took a sip of tea and looked up at the screen. He genuinely didn't know, but he believed that Qingshan could deliver on his promises. Old Lu's random allocation, this time, is really interesting. In the back row, a teacher commented with amusement, while the other teachers around displayed knowing smiles. Lu Jing placing the strong teams in the corners seemed reasonable, but undoubtedly treated the students they brought as supporting roles. Let's see if Fu Wu and Lin Fan can survive until the end under the attack of over 400 people. In the battle space, the 10 teams from Wu Yi quickly gathered around. Let's see if Fu Wu and Lin Fan can survive until the end under the attack of over 400 people. In the battle space, the 10 teams from Wu Yi quickly gathered around Fu Wu. In less than half a minute, over 60 people huddled together, firmly occupying the upper left corner. Each drew their weapons and stood ready. Something's not right. Fu Wu pushed aside the students in front of him and walked to the front of the team. The reason they gathered so quickly was to avoid being targeted by other smaller teams due to the events of the morning. But right now, not only were there no pursuers, but all the smaller teams were ignoring them, and instead moving toward the center of the platform. Strangely, some teams were less than 10 meters away, yet still hadn't made a move. This scene made the hearts of Wu Yi's students tense. Senior, they haven't even drawn their blades, of what do they want to do? Fu Wu looked toward the harmonious center of the platform, his brows furrowing. They must have discussed it in advance, and are planning to band together. Band together. The tension in their hearts finally eased. Indeed, there was no other explanation besides banding together. But over 400 people banding together. Everyone looked towards the still gathering center of the platform, swallowing hard. Once those people finished gathering, Wu Yi would definitely be the primary target. In the upper right corner of the platform, a group of 7 from Wuyuan also sensed something was off. Someone couldn't help but mockingly said, "Who told them that Wu Yi has done too many unethical things? Now Fu Wu is going to be besieged." But Lin Fan didn't look happy at all. He said solemnly, "If Fu Wu dies under the chaotic blades, who do you think the next target will be?" The laughter immediately stopped, and everyone fell silent. In the lower left corner of the platform, both Fu Wu and Lin Fan are in trouble. Qingshan looked relaxed as he gazed into the distance. With over 400 people banding together, their targets were naturally the strongest, Fu Wu and Lin Fan. This undoubtedly eased his pressure greatly. Cough cough. "Junior, did you forget your achievements from this morning?" Zhong Xian cleared his throat and reminded, "Over 60 cities band together, but excluded us from Luoying. Have you never wondered why?" "Why?" Qingshan's expression darkened as he quickly realized. Of course it was because of Luoying. No, it was because of him, Qingshan, who was also one of the targets. In terms of strength, he was naturally not considered the strongest among the second-year students. However, after the battle that morning, all the first-year martial arts students had perished under his blade. In other words, he had already filled the hatred meter to the brim. Qingshan's gaze sharpened as he looked several kilometers away. The distance was too far, and the figures had already turned into small dots. He could vaguely see numerous small dots converging towards the upper left corner, and both sides were about to engage in battle. No, I can't wait any longer. Completing the Mizong step does not mean invincibility. With over 60 cities and more than 400 second-year students, even the weakest had the strength to single-handedly kill the wolf poison. The finesse of combat is unafraid of chaos, but the premise is that it has to get chaotic. If more than 400 people were all targeting him. Upon thinking of this, Qingshan's expression grew more urgent. He drew his sword and took off running. The 6 members of Luoying were stunned, and Zhong Xian hurriedly said, "Junior, what are you going to do?" "You all do as you please. I'm going to start the battle." As the voice faded, his back was already over 100 meters away, swiftly approaching them. In the conference room, 100 screens clearly displayed the changes in the battle platform. LV Jing's face turned red as he scanned the room. Good. I didn't expect you to have this up your sleeve. Old LV, that's not right. Wasn't random, always arranged by you. The teachers all smiled, feeling quite pleased. LV Jing was choked with anger, but he had no way to refute. If he could manage the first year, others could certainly manage the 15th. Next to him, Yuan Hongyan looked equally displeased. Before the battle began, she hadn't received any wind of the situation. Clearly their Wuyuan city had also been targeted. In the front row, Wang Keshan held a teacup, looking quite composed. LV Jing and Yuan Hongyan frowned, unable to help, but asked, "Old one, aren't you anxious?" In 4 corners, 4 teams were present, among which the team from Qingshan City had already joined the main force. And Luoying's situation was similar to their students. They were obviously also targeted. "What am I anxious about?" Wang Keshan took a sip of tea and glanced at the screen, gesturing. "Look, isn't Qingshan attacking proactively?" "Proactive attack?" Everyone looked at the screen, puzzled. The battle had already begun, and more than 60 students from Wuyi were trapped in a corner facing fierce combat. On the right side of the battlefield, the Wuyuan team rushed forward quickly, with Lin Fan leading the charge. Clearly they planned to support the Wuyi team. In the back of the battlefield, Qingshan was also rushing forward, with several Luoying students trailing behind him. However, compared to Lin Fan and others, their overall strength was undoubtedly far weaker. Li Qingshan's swordsmanship was indeed impeccable, but his realm was only at the 5th level of body refinement. If they were surrounded, they would undoubtedly fall into a quagmire and die under the chaotic blades. Proactive attack. The teachers looked at Wan Keshan, who wore a calm expression with strange gazes. Are you sure Li Qingshan isn't seeking death proactively? In the battle space. Haha, weren't you from Wui very arrogant? Now the retribution has come. Charge. Let's eliminate all the 10 high schools from Wui. Fu Wu, your rookie battle is about to end. Kill. Everyone, don't be afraid of death. If we can trade one for one, it's worth it. The clamor of battle erupted, swords flashing. In just a minute, 2 to 3 dozen people fell into pools of blood. Fu Wu's expression was cold as he swung his long knife, once again decapitating 2 charging figures. Beside him, the youth who had just been rescued was still in shock, his face pale. Senior, what do we do? If this continues, we won't hold on. In less than a minute, their casualties had already exceeded double digits. Although people from other schools were dying even more, the disparity in numbers was too great. Furthermore, they were currently in a virtual battle space. Those with lower strength who had no hope of competing for first place were even braver. Each one was fearless, willing to exchange their lives for injuries without hesitation. Hold on a little longer. Fu Wu frowned tightly, but had no way out. In this situation, even if he wanted to charge out alone, it was impossible. At that moment, what's going on? How did Lin Fan arrive early? What nonsense, he's not stupid, he definitely wouldn't wait for us to finish dealing with Wui before coming to deal with him. Don't be afraid. You all go forward, no matter how strong Lin Fan is, he can't take on 100. On the right side of the battlefield, chaos erupted as Lin Fan, leading the Wu Yuan team, had already engaged. Fortunately, Lin Fan isn't stupid. Fu Wu breathed a sigh of relief and whispered, hold on, try to move to the right side, and find a way to join Lin Fan and the others. Senior, it seems like there's more than just Lin Fan coming. The youth looked puzzled and pointed towards the back of the battlefield. Fu Wu casually blocked 2 attacks and strained his eyes to look. He saw hundreds of meters away a wild wind wrapped around countless knife shadows rapidly moving towards the end of the battlefield. Wind shadow. Li Qingshan. Fu Wu raised his eyebrows in surprise. How did he come here too? Lin Fan came to support, naturally fearing that if they were wiped out, Wu Yuan would suffer the same fate. Although Luo Ying's situation was similar to Wui and Wu Yuan, there was one fundamental difference. If Fu Wu and Lin Fan could hold on, they had a chance to compete for final victory. But for Li Qingshan, if they were still alive, Li Qingshan would have no hope of victory. Could it be because of my previous proposal? Fu Wu's heart stirred as he recalled the proposal that had been rejected in the cafeteria. Perhaps Li Qingshan realized that it was futile, so he understood. This was the only explanation Fu Wu could think of. Li Qingshan, the previous promise still stands. As long as I can secure first place, I will not withhold a single star coin. Fu Wu shouted with all his might. His shout was so loud that it momentarily drowned out the surrounding clamor of battle. However, Li Qingshan was still at least 200 meters away from the battlefield and could not possibly hear it. However, Fu Wu wasn't shouting for Li Qingshan to hear. What? Li Qingshan is coming too. He's crossing levels and still so arrogant. He really doesn't take our second-year students seriously. This is good, gets just in time to help the juniors take revenge. Remember, it's agreed. Oh, we must kill him with a chaotic blade. The surrounding offensive slightly eased, and many people turned back to focus on Li Qingshan. Fu Wu smiled and his attacks grew fiercer as he moved closer to the right side of the battlefield. Whether the previous guess was right or not did not matter. As long as Li Qingshan could play a role, that was enough. At the back of the battlefield, a group of people stopped their forward rush and turned to face the swiftly approaching knife shadows. Initially, only a few had noticed Li Qingshan, but because of Fu Wu's shout, the news spread, and now dozens were on high alert. Li Qingshan's swordsmanship is very strong, but we are not first-year rookies after all. Don't be afraid of getting hurt, don't be afraid of death, fight with all your might to block his blade. As long as we can slow down his knife momentum, we can take him down. As they spoke, the knife shadows were already in front of them. The wind howled and the knife lights spread, making it seem like shadows of blades were everywhere, without visible bodies. A group of people raised their weapons and gave it their all. Knives, guns, and sticks sliced through the wild wind, charging towards the myriad of knife shadows. Whoosh! The wild wind suddenly dissipated, and the myriad of knife shadows vanished without a trace, as if everything just now had been an illusion. Bang! 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 All attacks landed in empty spaces. Oh no, not everything missed. What the hell, why did you hit me? My bones are broken. It hurts so much. Who cut my hand? Are you all blind? Stabbing my back. Many people covered their wounds, gritting their teeth and screaming in pain. However, some quickly calmed down and looked around. Wait, where did Li Qingshan go? Suddenly a hand reached from behind and rested on his shoulder. A light laugh echoed in his ear. Are you looking for me? What the hell? The man's face turned pale, but his hands moved swiftly, slashing backward with a knife. Thud! The blade sank into flesh. I hit. The moment joy flickered on his face, a voice of anger came from behind. You daringly attack me, Gong. The young man with the surname Gong froze. He recognized that voice. Wang Liao. He quickly turned around, only to be met with a flurry of sword light. Wang Liao, it's a misunderstanding. I aim to slash Li Qingshan. As the young man with the surname Gong explained, he hurriedly defended himself. Li Qingshan. I didn't even see a shadow of him, and you still want to deceive me, eh? Wang Liao's left arm was slashed, blood gushing. In immense pain, his eyes were already bloodshot and his sword strikes became increasingly fierce. I see you've been harboring resentment since you lost to me last year. Wang Liao, don't be so arrogant. The young man with the surname Gong's face flushed, no longer holding back. The clash of blades created sparks, and the two gradually ignited their true fire. Not far away, the group that had intended to surround Li Qingshan was also watching the battle. However, at this moment they all looked as if they had seen a ghost. In their eyes, besides the two fighting, there was also a shadow. Li Qingshan circled around them, his footsteps following their movements. Unlike the fierce battle between the two, Li Qingshan appeared calm, as if strolling leisurely. Clearly only a step away, yet neither the young man with the surname Gong nor Wang Liao noticed anything unusual. Everyone swallowed hard, struggling to speak. What kind of ghostly movement technique is this? As the two fighters became increasingly intense, they were already at a life-and-death juncture. Finally, someone could not hold back any longer, leaning on his spear and shouting, "Who cares what movement technique it is? Let's surround him together and not give him a chance to block our view." Block view? Li Qingshan chuckled, turning to look at the more than 30 people surrounding him. He turned his steps and proactively approached them. Be careful, don't rush to attack. Everyone learned from the previous lesson and did not act rashly. Instead, they tightened their formations, trying to force Li Qingshan to the center of the encirclement. Li Qingshan scanned the ground beneath everyone's feet, his brow slightly furrowing. His previous concerns were not without reason. To maneuver requires a landing point. Once too many people focus on him at once, even mastering the slightest nuances would not allow him to evade all attacks. Among the 30 or so people in front of him, no more than 5 were at the 6th level of body refinement. The rest were merely at the 5th level, with martial skills only at an elementary level. If he drew his sword and fought with all his might, he could certainly win. But the virtual space was not the same as the martial arts realm. His stamina was limited. Once the others around him reacted, he would be dragged into a quagmire. Li Qingshan's gaze shifted, his speed suddenly increasing as he charged straight towards one person. If there were no flaws, he would create one. Faced with Li Qingshan's sudden acceleration, that person clearly panicked and raised his spear to block. Several companions around him immediately reacted, drawing their swords. A flaw appeared. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up as the ground beneath him seemed to glow with points of light. In that moment, there were landing points everywhere. He slid forward, heading directly towards the opponent's spearhead. Just as they were about to collide, he slightly shifted his body and gently pushed the waist of the spear wielder. Thud, thud, thud. The blade sank into flesh, and the spear-wielding youth met a gruesome fate at the hands of his companions. Li Qingshan. As the furious roar rang out, everyone looked around, and Li Qingshan's figure suddenly appeared. The nearest person reacted quickly, drawing his sword to stab. But at the moment the long sword was thrust out, Li Qingshan vanished again. The sword pierced through his companion without hindrance. Are you blind? A long knife swung in, and vengeance was immediate. The world of martial arts was not the same as military formations. As Li Qingshan disrupted things a few times, the scene quickly became chaotic. Just moments ago, allies stood united against a common enemy, yet now their blades turned against each other. Amidst the chaos, Li Qingshan grew increasingly adept. The nuances of his movement were all beneath his feet. His figure completely vanished from everyone's sight as he took a step and dashed towards other nearby battlefield. In the conference room, the slaughter on the screen continued. Fu Wu and Lin Fan's factions had combined, working together to fend off the onslaught of the main force. The Wu Yi team had fewer than 20 members left, and beside Lin Fan, there were only 2 teammates still alive. Yet the enemies before them were densely packed with at least over 300. Moreover, each was fiercely fearless, willing to exchange their lives for injuries. Severed limbs and splattered blood made the scene extremely gruesome. However, such a brutal battlefield received no attention. At this moment, all the teachers' eyes were fixed on another screen. A figure darted through the back of the battlefield, brushing past one student after another. Clearly not moving too quickly, yet it seemed as if everyone had failed to notice him. Furthermore, as the figure moved, the originally advancing encirclement gradually descended into chaos, with many raising their weapons against their companions. The ghostly figure, akin to a chaotic deity, roamed freely on the battlefield. Where he passed, chaos arose. The true melee had commenced. In the conference room, there was a deathly silence. All the teachers held their breath, their gazes fixed on that figure, seemingly unable to believe their eyes. After a long while, Lu Jing spoke with difficulty. The nuances of movement. These 4 short words seemed like a life-saving remedy. A group of teachers returned from their shock, catching their breath. In the next moment, everyone turned to look at Yuan Hong. Achieving mastery in martial skills is a hurdle. Even if it's just level martial skills, it remains the same. The Mizong step as a prerequisite for the level martial art, Tianlua Mizong step, is arguably the most difficult to master among all level martial skills. Although all the teachers present had learned a level movement techniques, only Yuan Hongyan had truly perfected the Mizong. Under everyone's gaze, Yuan Hongyan nodded gently, her expression complex, as she said, "When I first entered the martial arts university, I set my sights on the Tianlua Mizong step, but it wasn't until just before graduation that I miraculously comprehended the nuances of movement." And Qingshan. He has only been in the martial arts class for half a year. He has opened his mind. This is what is known as enlightenment. Lu Jing's lips trembled, his voice filled with uncontainable excitement. Qingshan's talent, even compared to the top students in Xinzhou, is not lacking in the slightest. The martial arts teachers, upon receiving confirmation from Yuan Hongyan, felt a mix of shock and helplessness on their faces. "Old one, you've really been hiding deep. Who would have thought that this shallow area in Wui province would truly raise a dragon?" With Qingshan causing chaos, their previous plans were about to fall apart. Hiding. Wan Keshan was stunned, as if just coming back to his senses from shock. He shook his head and lamented, "Hiding what? I only just found out this kid has perfected the Mizong step, and I never expected he could truly comprehend the nuances of movement." Pretending. Keep pretending. A group of teachers scoffed, completely disbelieving. On the screen, the situation unfolded just as these teachers had anticipated. The battlefield grew even more chaotic, but Fu Wu and Lin Fan's group did not lose their composure. On the contrary, with the pressure greatly reduced, their offense and defense shifted. The group banded together, quickly eliminating nearby opponents. On the platform, the large force, composed of over 60 city students, was decreasing at a visibly rapid pace. One after another, bodies fell either by their companions' blades, or were killed by Fu Wu, Lin Fan, and others. 300. 200. 100. The teachers withdrew their gaze, unwilling to watch any longer, and instead focused on Wan Keshan sitting in the front row. "Old one, your hidden move has indeed ruined our plans. But at this rate, it seems Qingshan will only end up being a mere garment." With Qingshan's mastery of movement techniques, he indeed qualified to compete with Fu Wu and Lin Fan. However, the premise is that it must be a fair, unowned battle. Yuan Hongyan glanced at the screen, her expression equally grim. At this point in the battle, only Lin Fan from Wuyuan was left fighting alone. Meanwhile, Fu Wu still had 7 or 8 people alive beside him, all among the strongest. Once the area was cleared, both Qingshan and Lin Fan would face an encirclement from Wui. What a twist of fate. Lu Jing smiled broadly, walking up to Wan Keshan, feeling accomplished, as he said, "Old one, thank you." Qingshan taking first place in the first year, and Fu Wu taking first place in the second year, makes for a lovely story. The so-called reward of 100 million star coins for the rookie battle is not simply just 100 million star coins. 100 million star coins can be easily offered by those big companies and consortiums outside. However, trying to buy a weapon equivalent to a thunder pattern blade is exceedingly difficult. The rookie battle rewards, however, are different. They are issued directly by the Federation, and as long as the quota is sufficient, any scarce resource can be obtained. Previously, the rewards were divided into 10 shares, leading to not being able to obtain anything good. This is also one of the reasons why all the teachers agreed to change the rules and concentrate resources. You're thinking too early. Wan Keshan's lips twitched, and his eyelids lifted slightly. To be just a garment. Qingshan is not that foolish. Lu Jing frowned, turning to watch the screen with the other teachers. It seemed that Qingshan had stopped his ghostly movement technique at some point. As Qingshan emerged, the more than 100 people in the center of the chaotic battle gradually halted, all pairs of red eyes fixated on him. The target of everyone's hatred. The 4 characters flashed through the minds of all the teachers. As the one who disrupted the entire battlefield, Qingshan undoubtedly had drawn all the animosity towards him. In the battle space, corpses lay scattered, weapons strewn about, and the ground was covered in a layer of crimson blood. Stomp! 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 At that moment on the screen, Qingshan smiled slightly, and turned running towards the front line of the battlefield, charging towards Fu Wu and his group. In the battle space, corpses lay scattered, weapons strewn about, and the ground was covered in a layer of crimson blood. Stomp! 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 Feet pounded down, splattering blood. Qingshan, stop right there. Hurry, we can't let this culprit escape. Kill. Even if we lose our first place, Qingshan must die under a rain of blades. The shouts of slaughter rose and fell. More than 100 students with bloodshot eyes raised their long blades, tightly pursuing Qingshan. 100 meters away, Qingshan did not stop his steps, his expression showing no panic, his gaze firmly fixed on the front line of the battlefield. There were still about 30 people there surrounding Fu Wu. No, to be precise, it should be that Fu Wu and his group were clearing them out. Although Fu Wu had only 17 members left, they were all the top students from several other senior high schools in Wui, immensely powerful. Those 30 or so students, even if they risked their lives, found it hard to inflict serious injuries on them. Lin Fan was also making a move, but it seemed he was not using his full strength intentionally or unintentionally distancing himself from Fu Wu's group. Are you afraid they will turn their weapons against you? Qingshan could guess Lin Fan's concerns, and he also understood that if Fu Wu's 17 members survived, he would not fare any better. I've worked hard to create chaos on the battlefield, how could I let you guys take advantage of it? Qingshan grinned, accelerating once more, stepping into the battlefield. Qingshan, you can't escape. More than 100 people pursuing Qingshan followed closely, sweeping into the battlefield in a mighty wave. Qingshan. Fu Wu's eyes widened with fury as he swung his long blade to block the incoming attacks. Although this 100-plus strong force claimed to be chasing Qingshan the moment he entered the battlefield, he vanished. All the anger and attacks were directed at him, the biggest target. Fu Wu and his group found themselves once again trapped in heavy encirclement, the pressure rising sharply. While Fu Wu struggled to defend himself, he scanned the scene. Qingshan seemed to have disappeared completely, leaving no trace, while he noticed Lin Fan moving leisurely outside, casually wielding his spear. Damn! Fu Wu was so angry, he almost spat blood. If this continued, even if he held on until the end, it would be difficult for him to compete with Lin Fan in peak condition. Qingshan, aren't you short on money? He'll double it. Fu Wu yelled at the top of his lungs, exerting all his strength. 30 million. Regardless of victory or defeat, as long as you lure him away, he'll give you 30 million. The attacking force around him hesitated, stunned by Fu Wu's offer. Is that so? A voice floated out from behind a sword-wielding youth, startling him into charging a few steps forward, presenting himself before Fu Wu's blade. Thud! The head fell, the body collapsed. Qingshan emerged from behind the corpse, instantly drawing all attention. Of course. Before Fu Wu's words could finish, his long blade swung down violently. Of course it was a trap. His sole purpose was to lure Qingshan out. At this point he dared not trust Qingshan. The best approach was to incapacitate Qingshan's movement techniques and trap him in a quagmire. I knew it. Qingshan shook his head, taking a sideways step, willingly placing himself under a Wui student's sword. Clang! The thunder-patterned blade was drawn, blocking the long sword, and causing the sword wielder to stagger. He stumbled, his left foot stepping right into Fu Wu's blade. Thud! Fu Wu's face changed, hurriedly retracting his blade. Though he managed to pull it back in time, it still cut into the flesh of his thigh. However, it was already too late. Qingshan vanished once more, and several attacks rained down upon him. With his leg injured, the Wui student had no time to dodge, and was directly killed under the chaotic blades. Fu Wu poured all his strength into his blade, each strike heavier than the last, toppling several surrounding individuals one after another. Then he looked around, but could no longer find Qingshan. Qingshan. 10 meters away, a Wui student was entangled by a dozen people fighting in a chaotic melee. Qingshan moved on the edge of the battlefield, as if strolling in a garden, even taking time to observe the situation on Fu Wu's side. The Lianshan blade. Quite the blade technique. The Lianshan blade is also a grade martial skill, emphasizing immense force and continuous strikes with power compounding. Previously, many opponents had used this technique during virtual battles for rankings. However, it was not until today that he saw a truly perfected Lianshan blade. Qingshan withdrew his gaze, refocusing on the battlefield before him. The dozen or so attackers, though merely at the 5th level of body refinement, were all fearlessly fierce. In less than half a minute, half of them had fallen in a pool of blood. Of course, they did not die in vain. The Wui student who was besieged paid the price of an arm. That's enough, it's my turn now. Qingshan paused his steps and drew his blade. Whoosh! A gust of wind surged, and the myriad of blade shadows descended like a dark cloud. With Qingshan actively intervening, the scale of the battlefield shrank visibly. Whether Wui or other students from the city, they continued to fall. In just a few minutes, all 7 previous Wui students were slain. Only a dozen figures remained on the battlefield. Suddenly, a long rainbow pierced the sun. The Lianshan heavy blade. A myriad of blade shadows. As if in perfect harmony, 3 powerful attacks appeared simultaneously, sweeping across the battlefield. The clash of killing moves instantly turned a dozen students caught in the attack range into a rain of blood. The battlefield was momentarily cleared, and 3 figures emerged. Qingshan, Fu Wu, Lin Fan. Qingshan, let's see where you can hide. Fu Wu shouted coldly and charged towards Qingshan. Without the chaos of battle, Qingshan's advantage in movement techniques was undoubtedly greatly reduced. Bang! The spearhead struck from the left, jabbing into the blade. Fu Wu was forced to halt, looking at Lin Fan, who stood before him, spear pointed directly at him. Aren't you afraid Qingshan will ambush you? At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Qingshan any longer. Qingshan smiled slightly, stood with his blade retracted, and said nothing. He always kept his promises. If he couldn't do something, it was better not to make commitments. Regardless of whether it was a chaotic battle or a unknown duel, he was not afraid. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged as he replied calmly, "Do you still wish for a 3-way brawl?" Fu Wu paused for a moment. Li Qingshan's movement techniques were extraordinary. In a chaotic battle, he undoubtedly held the greatest advantage. More importantly, in a three-way brawl, he could easily become the target of a Tunon. Alright then, let's do as you wish. Fu Wu growled, drawing his blade while Lin Fan met him with his spear. Bang! The clash of blade and spear erupted, sending sparks flying. Li Qingshan lightly tapped his right foot, retreating 10 meters to observe the battle. Both Fu Wu and Lin Fan were at the 7th level of body refinement, their techniques and martial skills having reached great mastery. Their exchange was so fast, it was almost impossible to see their silhouettes, only the continuous clash of blades and spears. Fu Wu utilized the Lianshan blade to its utmost, with each strike heavier than the last. However, this blade technique was not unsolvable. Lin Fan's spear angles were often bizarre, allowing him to timely jab the blade after several strikes, disrupting the buildup of force. Long rainbow piercing the sun. Is this also breaking rainbow spear? The more Li Qingshan watched, the more strange it seemed. Long rainbow piercing the sun was the ultimate move of breaking rainbow spear which he had encountered before. Yet this spear technique emphasized great force and weight, overpowering the opponent. Just like in his last battle in the virtual space, Lu Su's breaking rainbow spear was executed this way. It was nothing like the current focus on tricky angles. Regardless, they should be able to rank in the top 2, surpassing some third-year students. Li Qingshan commented while comparing himself with Fu Wu and Lin Fan. In a direct clash, even with a threefold difference in strength, he could not withstand their attacks, even with Wind Shadow accompanying him. Li Qingshan commented while comparing himself with Fu Wu and Lin Fan. In a direct clash, even with a threefold difference in strength, he could not withstand their attacks. Lin Fan's breaking rainbow spear after its mutation was indeed stronger, but not by much. Their battle was not something that could be resolved in a short time. Forget it, I won't wait any longer. Li Qingshan moved his feet, his figure vanishing. Previously, observing the battle was merely to understand the strength of the two better. Now was a chaotic battle mode, not a unknown arena for Fu Wu and Lin Fan. Fu Wu's mind always kept apart, focused on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan suddenly vanished, startling him greatly. Did Li Qingshan make a move? Just as this thought flashed by, a force struck from his lower back. Fu Wu's body, originally retreating, involuntarily halted. Thud! The spearhead pierced his heart, and Fu Wu fell to the ground. Li Qingshan paused his steps, appearing beside the corpse. No, not yet a corpse. Fu Wu's eyes were filled with rage, glaring fiercely at Li Qingshan. You ambushed me. That's what you're saying. Li Qingshan frowned, raising his right foot to Fu Wu's eye level, indicating, I clearly used my foot. Moreover, didn't you try to deceive me earlier? Looking at the smile at the corner of Li Qingshan's mouth, Fu Wu's eyes widened, the last glimmer of hope fading away. Li Qingshan withdrew his gaze and looked toward Lin Fan. Choosing to target Fu Wu was not only due to their enmity, but also to fulfill a prior promise. Li Qingshan smiled slightly and drew his blade. Now the opportunity for a showdown has arrived. In the cafeteria of Wui High School, all first-year students stared wide-eyed at the projection screen. Previously, except for Zhao Hongzhou and two others, almost everyone was waiting to see Li Qingshan being torn apart. However, as the situation developed, their emotions fluctuated. Now all anticipation had vanished, leaving behind a deathly silence. On the screen, as Fu Wu fell to the ground, a student from Wui suddenly stood up and slammed the table. Despicable. Senior Fu clearly surpassed Lin Fan, yet he perished under Li Qingshan's sneak attack. It's utterly unfair. Oh, you Wui people are also talking about fairness. Laughter erupted and countless mocking gazes were cast their way. To discuss fairness at this stage of the rookie battle was simply laughable. In a chaotic battle mode, the only fairness lay in one fact: the victor lives and the loser dies. You think Fu Wu is stronger than my brother? Are your eyes blind? Lin Mingxiao suddenly stood up, retorting fiercely, not conceding an inch. My brother's skills go beyond just the broken rainbow spear. He started practicing the crank martial art, 1000 machine spear, a month ago. Can Fu Wu win with his head? Crank martial art. The revelation from Lin Mingxiao made everyone gasp in shock. For them, crank martial arts were far beyond reach. In fact, more than half of those present might never have the chance to practice crank martial arts in the future. This was not just a matter of copyright fees, but also the difficulty of martial arts cultivation. However, this news also brightened the eyes of many. If that's the case, Senior Lin Fan will definitely be able to take down Li Qingshan. Right, I don't want to see Li Qingshan win again. No problem, just wait and see how Li Qingshan meets his end. For the vast majority of first-year students, it didn't matter who won. Li Qingshan must die. Amidst the discussions, Li Qingshan and Lin Fan had already engaged in combat on the screen. They faced each other with weapons, yet this battle was entirely different from the previous one. After the initial two clashes of weapons, Li Qingshan suddenly withdrew, no longer attacking, and instead relied on his agility to maneuver around Lin Fan, evading attacks. Ha, 5th level body refinement against a 7th level body refinement. Even with superior martial techniques, the threefold disparity in strength cannot be compensated. Exactly. I bet Li Qingshan's palm is definitely numb right now, which is why he dares not strike again. Many first-year students were filled with interest, their previously low spirits gradually rising. In a corner of the cafeteria, the trio of Luoying sat in silence. It's just a step away. If Li Qingshan loses, won't that be a wasted level up? Han Qian clenched his right fist, his face full of reluctance. Although Yu Lei frowned tightly, she still spoke to comfort him. It's not so easy to lose, aren't they still in a stalemate? Besides, in just a month Lin Fan can only grasp a bit of the basics of Thousand Machine Spear. Alright, you two don't worry anymore. Zhao Hongzhou waved his hand, impatiently interrupting their conversation, confidently saying, since Brother Shan chose to battle across levels, he will surely win. In the conference room, all the teachers focused intently on the screen. Li Qingshan and Lin Fan were still locked in combat, one wielding a long spear with impenetrable precision, while the other deftly dodged. For a moment no victor could be discerned. The mastery of subtle movements is indeed extraordinary. Lin Fan, at the 7th level of body refinement, has perfected his agility, yet he still cannot touch the hem of Li Qingshan's clothing. However, this should be Li Qingshan's limit. If it drags on, the disparity in stamina will gradually become apparent. Indeed, there's still a 2-level gap in body refinement. Li Qingshan will definitely tire first, and be caught by Lin Fan's opening. Other teachers around nodded in agreement. Wan Keshan frowned, but could only shake his head. This kid miscalculated. He should have targeted Lin Fan first before facing Fu Wu in a duel. Agility is not just for evasion. While dodging, counterattacking with the blade is the right approach. But Lin Fan's long spear is impenetrable, coupled with the influence of Thousand Machine Spear. The spear moves like a spiritual python. The flexibility far surpassed the ordinary perfected broken rainbow spear, and Li Qingshan simply couldn't find an opportunity to counterattack. Old one, it seems your practical combat theory lessons aren't that effective. If Fu Wu ends up being the last one standing, Li Qingshan might actually win, but he just had to choose Lin Fan. An inch longer means an inch stronger, an inch shorter means an inch more dangerous. How could such a simple principle escape Li Qingshan's understanding? Wan Keshan slammed the table, rising abruptly, and muttered, Lu, if you want to practice, just say so. No need to beat around the bush. Are you angry out of shame? Lu Jing stepped back a few paces, but his words were relentless. If the teaching is poor, am I not allowed to speak? What are you fighting about when victory is still undetermined? A ringing sound suddenly interrupted their argument. Wan Keshan and Lu Jing paused, turning to look at Yuan Hanyan. Logically, Lin Fan should be celebrating his assured victory, yet at this moment her brows were deeply furrowed. Lu Jing asked in confusion, what do you mean victory is still undetermined? Do you think Li Qingshan still has a chance? Wan Keshan was equally puzzled. Although Lu Jing's words were harsh, they were factual. From his perspective, he simply couldn't see where Li Qingshan's opportunity lay. You underestimate the mastery of subtle movements. Yuan Hanyan sighed, raising her hand to point at the screen. Just watch. As the teachers collectively gasped, wait, why has Li Qingshan stopped? He plans to forcefully contend. Against a 7th level body refinement, even if his wind shadow blade is perfected, he can't withstand a few strikes. What is he thinking? It seems the battle is about to end prematurely. Wan Keshan and Lu Jing's expressions changed, and they quickly turned to look at the screen. Within the screen, Li Qingshan had already retreated 10 meters. The howling wind roared, and the myriad of blade shadows gradually coalesced into 2 beams of light. Wan Keshan stared at the blade light, puzzled. Is this kid really planning to clash Hedon? The flashing blade light, ever-changing in the wind, revealed the true nature of the wind shadow. Following closely, the blade light was formed by the overlapping of hundreds of shadows, its power unfathomable. Moreover, as his strength increased, the number of blade lights would multiply, and their power would exponentially increase. By using this move, Li Qingshan clearly had no intention of dragging it out any longer. The disparity in strength is too great. The blade light can barely block Lin Fan's long spear, but Li Qingshan only has 2 beams of light. Lu Jing shook his head, unable to see where the victory lay. Wan Keshan couldn't see it either, but he recalled Yuan Hongyan's earlier words. The mastery of subtle movements. Wan Keshan gazed at the screen, his expression enigmatic. Regarding this technique, he had never fully comprehended. A hint of anticipation arose in his heart. At present, it seemed that this was the only thing that could provide Li Qingshan with the slightest chance of victory. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Qingshan moved. His figure charged straight ahead, seemingly abandoning the advantage of agility. The fierce wind swept through, and the blade light followed. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, his right hand trembled, and the spiritual python transformed into a flood dragon. Long rainbow through the sun. The spear blade and blade light clashed, sparks flying. In the instant of collision, the first beam of blade light was extinguished, yet it simultaneously dissipated the force from the spearhead. Li Qingshan advanced rather than retreating. His foot shifted slightly, the blade edge grazed the spear shaft, and he smoothly moved up. You want to get close? Lin Fan's eyes shifted, recognizing Li Qingshan's intention. Not that easy. Just as the blade edge slid past a third of the spear's shaft, the long spear suddenly quivered, pushing the blade edge away. The force was overwhelming, sweeping with great momentum. An inch longer means an inch stronger, an inch shorter means an inch more dangerous. Within a radius of 3 meters, everything lay within the attack range, and no agility could help. If Qingshan did not retreat, he could only endure the blow. As expected, the second beam of blade light flashed in the raging wind, blocking before the spear shaft. The long spear paused slightly, but did not stop. One beam of blade light could not withstand the sweeping momentum. Yet Lin Fan bore no trace of joy on his face. His eyes suddenly widened. In that fleeting moment, when the long spear hesitated, Qingshan vanished. How is that possible? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a line of blood suddenly appeared, rapidly spreading from his lower body to the top of his head. Lin Fan was split in two from bottom to top. The corpse fell to the ground. Sorry, I couldn't hold back for a moment. Qingshan stood behind Lin Fan, looking apologetically at the corpse on the ground. When it came to the crucial moment, the upward slash from behind was indeed effective. The conference room fell silent. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Wan Keshan and Lu Jing stared at the screen, lost in a daze. Yuan Hongyan stood behind them, glancing at Lin Fan's corpse with a sigh. The mastery of subtle movements does not fear the danger of being an inch short. She had anticipated this outcome from the very beginning. The subtlety of a single moment. Is this the true marvel of that minuteness? Even after Yuan Hongyan's explanation, all the teachers present were left not merely astonished, but pervaded by doubt. With their discerning eyes, they still could not make out how Qingshan had managed in one stride to position himself behind Lin Fan. LV Jing quickly bowed his head, fingers flicking over his communicator. At the center of the hall, the screen showing Qingshan and Lin Fan was magnified 100-fold, displacing the others. The footage played in reverse, and the final engagement began looping. Wan Keshan's eyes widened, and the other teachers leaned forward, intent not to miss a single detail. In a matter of minutes, the scene had been replayed dozens of times. A fleeting opportunity. That single instant. Could that boy have seized it? Wan Keshan murmured, his uncertainty undiminished. Qingshan's final step was deceptively simple, a slanted stride, a sidestep, and turn, and he stood behind Lin Fan. Yet beneath the sweeping spear there existed only the briefest of openings. Moreover, that fleeting chance is something one notices from outside the fray. How could Qingshan in the midst of combat still take a step that so precisely coincided with that instant? Incredible! LV Jing exclaimed, and the surrounding teachers were equally full of admiration. There is nothing incredible about it. Yuan Hongyan cast them a glance and shook his head. You have it wrong. It was not that Qingshan seized the moment. That instant had always been at his feet. This, then, is the wonder of the minute. Over 100 hungry gazes turned to him, but Yuan Hongyan had no inclination to explain further. Stop searching with the intellect. When one understands, words cannot enlighten the unready. The teachers all fell silent, keenly aware of the disparity in comprehension. Wan Keshan, the strongest among them, frowned darkly. In his youth, his mentor had used the very same words to dissuade him from pursuing Tian Luo Mizongbu. The screen returned to normal. Qingshan had already exited the combat space, leaving the platform strewn with corpses. LV Jing shut down the projection and turned to Wan Keshan, saying gravely, he fought up a grade and stands first across both years. Old one, you should consider the path Qingshan will walk from here onward. Wan Keshan frowned and asked uncertainly, you mean those hyenas? The freshman tournament is held once a year and serves as the best opportunity to scout talent. Nearly every major company in the province will take notice. The news cannot be kept quiet. The other martial instructors laughed. Huh, old one, you are as blunt as ever. Amid the laughter, LV Jing shook his head helplessly. Don't put it so harshly. I do not wish my students to be bound by contracts. But every advantage carries drawbacks, and for Qingshan that is doubly true. The mention of his name silenced the room, as everyone turned to consider the matter more carefully. If Qingshan were only marginally stronger than Fu Wu or Lin Fan, then those companies could be ignored. He could break through to the Qixue realm, and later go to Xinzhou to contest resources on his own. LV Jing paused and sighed. But he is so exceptional that even if he loses a year by leaping grades, I still believe he has the potential to become the second Mao Yu. Old LV, you are mistaken. Not the second Mao Yu, one teacher cut in. If Qingshan after leaping grades can still reach Mao Ye's stature, then his talent would surely surpass Mao Ye's. The others smiled and nodded in agreement. Indeed. Then other provinces should be looking for the second slip of the tongue, LV Jing replied with a smile. Before today, being called the second Mao Yu would never have offended Qingshan. After all, Mao Yu in his second year already possessed the strength to place in the top 100 of Jiuzhou. Now he even dominates Jiaozu's leaderboard. But after today, Qingshan also has the chance to achieve that. With that thought, LV Jing turned to Wan Keshan and said solemnly, Old one, talent alone will not be enough for Qingshan to reach Mao Ye's height. Putting other resources aside, at the very least he needs a jigging Maifa, does he not? Jigging Maifa. Wan Keshan's eyes narrowed as he finally grasped what LV Jing meant. The jigging Mifa pertains to body forging beyond the 10th tier. Such secret arts are not inherently rare. Cultivation manuals do not degrade with use. Yet any jigging Mifa commands an outrageous licensing fee. Rest assured I will try to find a way to help that lad, Wan Keshan promised. Wan Keshan nodded solemnly and rose to leave. LV Jing watched his departing figure and stood momentarily stunned. Everything he had said was merely meant to prod Wan Keshan to action. For a prodigy like Qingshan, the conglomerate's offers would not be unduly harsh. Signing would not be out of the question. But Wan Keshan's answer. He will think of a way himself to help Qingshan. Outside the meeting room, Wan Keshan paused, recalling past lessons. He tapped his communicator, sent a terse message, and hurried away. In the dormitory, his communicator buzzed. Qingshan set down his cup and looked at the screen. The message from Wan Keshan was short, conveying one clear instruction. After the freshman tournament, many will reach out to him. He may review contracts, but must not sign anything nor agree to any conditions. About to be bombarded again. Qingshan pinched his brow, recalling unpleasant memories. The tournament spans the province. The number of suitors this time would multiply several times over. While he considered this, a stranger's number buzzed in. Qingshan's face darkened. He immediately declined the call and reactivated Do Not Disturb. No matter what terms those companies proposed, he would never sign away his life. His wrist buzzed again, and he frowned as he looked down. Yet when he saw the caller name, his frown eased. The ID read Xiao Pongzi. In the Wu Eno, one high cafeteria, the entire room fell silent, as if struck dumb. Zhao Hongzhou was nearly bursting with excitement and seemed ready to leap onto a table to shout. Yu Lei and Hong Qian on either side quickly restrained him and forced him down. They lacked Qingshan's strength to taunt him, now might leave the three of them unable to leave the dining hall. After a long tense moment, someone muttered, "He lost." "My brother actually lost," Lin Mengxiao whispered, desolate. The first-year students around could not share his despair. They cared about only one thing. He won. Qingshan actually won. A sour bitterness settled over them all. At that moment, the second-year students who had been defeated began to trickle into the cafeteria. The seated first-years looked up at their seniors, feeling for a moment a bond of shared misfortune. "Brother." At Lin Mengxiao's call, all eyes swung to the entrance. Seeing the buzz-cut youth's silhouette, everyone tightened, instinctively recalling Qingshan's final move. By the way, what blade technique did Qingshan use at the end? So sinister. Nonsense. Can't you recognize the Liao Yin Dao? Does that technique really exist? Whether it exists or not, I'm asking if it was the Liao Yin Dao. True. Thank goodness Qingshan didn't use that on us. Compared to what happened to Lin Fan being torn to pieces, suddenly seems like nothing, someone said. By the way, Lin Fan is here. Where are Fu Wu and Qingshan? Fu Wu certainly has no face to show up. As for Qingshan, if he actually came, wouldn't you be afraid? Amid the whispers, glances kept darting toward where Luoying sat. Yu Lei and the others found themselves ill at ease, neither sitting nor standing comfortably. At that moment, Zhao Hongzhi's wrist vibrated. A message arrived, and his face brightened as he read it. "Brother Shan has invited us out to eat. Hurry up." The three rose, and braving dozens of stairs fled. On the outskirts of Wui City, inside a villa, Fu Wu had just crossed the threshold when a call request pinged on his wrist. He glanced at the caller, frowned, and accepted. A light screen unfurled, and a long-haired youth appeared, smiling. "My dear brother, I suppose I am the first to congratulate." Fu Wu's expression suddenly darkened as he coldly said, "Fu, when did you come here, just to mock me?" "What do you mean?" Fu Wen was taken aback, frowning in confusion. "You didn't get first place? Is Lin Fan from Wuyuan City really that strong?" Fu Wu carefully observed Fu Wen's expression, confirming that he was not pretending, and couldn't help but sneer. "Fu Wen, father was right to kick you to Luoying City. With your level, I doubt you're even fit for the position of general manager. Don't forget him, your brother." Fu Wen's face darkened as he expressed his dissatisfaction. "Just say what you need to say, stop beating around the bush." "Ha ha ha, am I beating around the bush?" Fu Wu laughed angrily, pointing at the screen. "Qingshan came from your Luoying, and you're asking me?" Qingshan. Fu Wen was completely stunned, never expecting Fu Wu to mention that name. "No way." Fu Wen shook his head, affirming, "Qingshan is only a first-year student. Even if he got first place, it has nothing to do with your second-year new talent battle." Fu Wu's chest heaved as he was utterly speechless with anger. Suddenly, footsteps approached. A middle-aged man in a suit walked in, looking at the screen. "So you know Qingshan too?" The middle-aged man's expression was calm, as if he hadn't missed any of the earlier conversation. "Father." Fu Wen's expression tightened. The newcomer was his father, Fu Ziming, who was also the head of the entire Wui Prop. Fu Ziming looked at his son on the screen and said in a deep voice, "Your brother is right. With your performance, you are not qualified to hold the position of general manager in Luoying." "Dad, Fu Wen's face was filled with frustration as he attempted to explain. But the issue was he still didn't know. Fu Ziming shook his head in disappointment, saying, "Qingshan took first place in the first-year new talent battle this morning, and then participated in the second-year battle." And just half an hour ago he defeated your brother and Lin Fan to take first place. As the general manager of Luoying, how could you fail to find out this information? What? Fu Wen's pupils contracted and his mind went blank. The news Fu Ziming spoke of was beyond shocking, it completely challenged his understanding. First place in the first year happens every year. But to compete and take first place in the second-year battle. In nearly a century of new talent battles in Wui province, such a freak had never emerged. Before today, he had never even considered such a possibility. Fu Wen's lips moved wanting to question. But the person on the other side of the screen was his father Fu Ziming. Regardless of the truth of the news facing Fu Ziming, he had no courage to doubt. In the end, he could only dryly open his mouth. Father, it is indeed my negligence previously. I didn't come here to hear your excuses. Fu Ziming interrupted him with a frown, saying seriously, since you know Qingshan's name, you must have his information. Tell me, why didn't you sign him in advance? Why not? The regrettable experience from 3 months ago flashed through Fu Wen's mind. He carefully chose his words and cautiously said, Father, 3 months ago there was a disturbance caused by evil cult followers in Luoying. It was during that time I discovered Li Qingshan's talent. But I acted too late. Li Qingshan happened to be the coach of Chao Ya's son. That very night Chao Ya signed Li Qingshan, and I believe it was in class contract. Fu Wen found out about Chao Ya later, and the class contract was just his speculation. In the information I received, Li Qingshan has never signed any contracts, and knowing Chao Ya's personality, if he had signed in class genius, he would never keep it a secret. Fu Ziming shook his head in disapproval, his gaze turning suspicious. One more thing, discovering a talent of this level should have been reported no matter what. Don't tell me you didn't know. As his words fell, Fu Ziming's gaze sharpened further. He was well aware of Fu Wen's character. He was definitely hiding something regarding Li Qingshan. Clarify everything. I don't want to ask you again. Fu Wen's face turned pale, and he dared not hide anything anymore, recounting everything that had happened. Fu Wu frowned as he listened, sneering. After learning from father for so many years, you only learned how to While they had been cunning against each other in the battle space, his earlier promise of 10 million in the cafeteria Fu Wen's actions were no different from someone who only thought about taking advantage. You? Fu Wen was furious, but considering Fu Ziming's presence, could only remain silent. 3 months ago, Li Qingshan had been merely a class genius in his eyes. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye he would soar to such heights? Enough. Fu Ziming interrupted with a frown, looking at the anxious Fu Wen without expressing any anger. Fortunately, you haven't lost your head and escalated the conflict. Just some verbal offenses can still be dealt with. Fu Ziming thought for a moment and recited a series of numbers. This is Li Qingshan's contact number. Contact him immediately to apologize. On the other side of the screen, Fu Wen heard the number, but remained still, awkwardly saying, Father, I've been blocked by... Fu Ziming furrowed his brow and turned to look at Fu Wu. Fu Wu, who had been spectating, stiffened, having just been ambushed and defeated by Li Qingshan in the battle space. Now, he was being asked to make contact. Father, it's already been 3 months. There's no need to rush to apologize, right? Is that all you think about apology? Fu Ziming glared at his 2 sons, his voice rising in anger. Apologizing is just a means to build relationships. I want to sign a contract with Li Qingshan. Fu Wu dared not delay any further and quickly dialed the number. A series of short beeps indicated that the call did not go through. Fu Wen remembered what Li Qingshan had done 3 months ago, and reminded, Father, Li Qingshan must have turned on Do Not Disturb. Fu Ziming frowned, looking at Fu Wu. Go get this class contract from my safe. I will personally go find him. Fu Wu turned to leave, but the communication device was left behind. On the screen, Fu Wen asked with confusion, Father, isn't in class contract supposed to be applied for in advance and reviewed by the headquarters before signing? I already submitted the application. Let's sign it first. If we really wait for someone from headquarters, it will be too late. Fu Ziming glanced at Fu Wen and said flatly, prepare a transfer application for me shortly. Transfer. Luoying is not suitable for you. Go back to Wui City and distribute flyers. Cheers. 5 cups of drinks clinked together, and Xiao Xiaoyu was full of excitement. Coach, you are competing across levels in the new talent battle, taking first place among 2 grades. There's no one like you in the entire old continent. Li Qingshan shook his head with a smile ruffling the little chubby boy's hair. Alright, I'm not here to listen to your flattery. Let's eat first. Although the new talent battle took place in a virtual space, it was still quite exhausting. Whether it was Li Qingshan or Zhao Hongzhou, they were all famished, especially the little chubby boy who had a good appetite. The 5 of them feasted heartily. Just as they were nearing the end, there was a knock on the door. Come in. Li Qingshan looked up towards the door and saw a middle-aged man in a suit enter, followed by Fu Wu. Li Qingshan scanned the somewhat similar faces of the 2 men, his brows gradually furrowing. Did they send the younger one before the older one? Even in the age of interstellar travel, such clichés still existed. Li Qingshan had just relaxed his brow halfway when it wrinkled up again. The good news was that the situation was not as cliched as he had imagined. The bad news was that the person, Qingshan, had just relaxed his brow halfway when it wrinkled up again. The good news was that the situation was not as cliched as he had imagined. The bad news was that the person who wanted to sign the contract had blocked his door. Qiaoya, what brings you here? Fu Ziming frowned, his face filled with disbelief. He had originally planned to revisit the matter of Fu when hoping to resolve misunderstandings through an apology and strengthen their relationship. But now this fat fool has come to stir up trouble. No matter how he tries to build connections, he cannot compete with the closeness between Qiaoya and Qingshan. Qiaoya laughed heartily as he stepped forward, lightly patting Fu Ziming on the shoulder. Come learn from me, smiling more brings good fortune. Fu Ziming shrugged off the pad and said solemnly, I underestimated your information network. Qiaoya waved his hand with a smile, moving beside the little fatty and giving him a playful slap on the back of the head. My son invited the coach to dinner. As a parent, how could I not be present? Xiaoyu covered the back of his head, looking aggrieved. Fu Ziming glanced at the chubby face that seemed to have been molded from the same mold, feeling even angrier inside. It wasn't that Qiaoya's information network was powerful, it was that his subordinates were too incompetent. They only found out that Qingshan was dining at Shenghao, but didn't clarify who he was dining with. However, with things having come to this point, he had no way to retreat. If he backed down, Qingshan would surely be signed away by Qiaoya. Fu Ziming took a deep breath, picked up the contract, and handed it to Qingshan, getting straight to the point. Qingshan, this is our Yinghei's level contract. You can take a look first. Qingshan glanced at the contract, reluctant to take it, but not accepting it seemed impolite. Just as he was in a dilemma, a fat hand grabbed the contract. Oh, it really is level contract. Qiaoya flipped through a couple of pages and glanced at Fu Ziming. Fu Ziming, I remember that your Yinghei's level contracts have a review system, right? Fu Ziming quickly glanced at Qingshan and said, don't worry, Li, I assure you the contract is genuine, and the headquarters review will definitely not have any issues. That's not untrue. Qiaoya nodded, placing the contract back on the table, not wanting to further disrupt the situation. Fu Ziming breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze fixed intently on Qingshan. Li, why not take a look first? No need, Fu. Qingshan shook his head, directly refusing. I have no intention of signing a contract. Li, you should at least take a look. Fu Ziming sighed, speaking earnestly. This level contract comes with more than just resources. Most importantly, it includes an extreme realm secret method. Extreme realm secret method. Aside from Qiaoya, who was in the know, all the younger generations present, including Fu Wu, were left puzzled. But not Yulei. Yulei stared at the contract on the table and reminded Qingshan, you can look at it first before deciding. Qingshan frowned. Is the extreme realm secret method really that precious? Yulei nodded affirmatively. I don't know much, but my sister has practiced the extreme realm secret method. It means nothing to us, but it is very important for you. Then I definitely can't look at it. Qingshan relaxed his frown and smiled lightly. Fu, you should take the contract. I'm afraid I won't be able to resist. No matter how generous the investment contract is, it ultimately needs to be profitable. Moreover, it would be in the form of a sold contract. This is something he absolutely cannot accept. Fu Ziming frowned, never having thought that Qingshan would refuse so decisively. Come on, what's so impressive about its level contract? Qiaoya waved his hand and pulled out a crumpled folder from his pocket. My S-level contract is still waiting to be showcased. What? Fu Ziming's expression changed, astounded. How could you have the authority to offer an S-level contract? Qiaoya's background is mysterious and significant, something the entire martial arts community knows. But for an S-level contract? Hey, guess if I have this authority. Qiaoya didn't explain, merely rolling the contract into a circle and lightly tapping it on the table. Fu Ziming's expression changed again. After taking a deep breath, he retrieved the contract on the table. Qingshan, my apologies for the disturbance. All Yinghai stores in Wui province welcome your patronage in the future. Regardless of whether Qiaoya has the authority to provide an S-level contract, he could definitely offer an S-level contract. With Qingshan's clear refusal, there was no need for him to stay any longer. Fu, you were too polite. Qingshan watched Fu Ziming and his son leave, then controlled his gaze, trying not to glance at the contract in Qiaoya's hand. An S-level contract is already that precious. How valuable is an S-level? He feared that if he let his guard down, he might sell himself. Qingshan's self-control is indeed strong. Qiaoya smiled and casually tossed the folder. The folder rolled to the center of the table, opening automatically. Everyone except Qingshan looked on with curiosity. Yulei and the others frowned immediately. Compared to Fu Ziming's brand new contract, this one was too dirty. The entire cover was stained, and the beginning only mentioned an S-level, not the S-level contract that Qiaoya. Dad, isn't this the document I messed up last time? The little fatty exclaimed in surprise. It's been 3 months, why are you still keeping it? Qingshan finally couldn't contain his curiosity and looked at the table. He observed the evidently expired contract and recalled what the little fatty mentioned about 3 months. Qingshan's eyes moved as he looked at Qiaoya. Mr. Qiao, was this contract prepared for me 3 months ago? Indeed. Qiaoya nodded with a smile. Then why? Qingshan paused, perhaps guessing the reason. When it comes to investment contracts, it's best if the party is willing. Xiaoya took a sip of his drink and said with a smile, although this contract was prepared back then the moment you uttered the word sold contract, I knew you would never sign it. That thunder pattern knife was merely a token of gratitude from the little brat. If I brought out the contract again, the nature would change. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Chao. Li Qingshan sincerely thanked him. Yu Lei and her companions were even more impressed with Chao, filled with admiration. Chao Yu observed their expressions, feeling even more pleased. Some words don't need to be said immediately. After time has passed, they carry more weight. Of course, 3 months ago, he never would have thought that Li Qingshan could become this talented. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Li Qingshan's wrist suddenly vibrated, displaying a call request. Teacher 1. The projection screen opened, connecting the call. Zhao Hongzhou, Yu Lei, and Hong Qian also gathered around. On the screen, Wan Keshan glanced at the surroundings and asked suspiciously, aren't you all at school? Uncle, we came out with Li Qingshan to grab a meal. Yu Lei replied, and after a moment of consideration, Li Qingshan vaguely said, one of my students' parents treated us to dinner, so I brought them along. Parents? That fat man. Wan Keshan's voice suddenly rose, anxious. You didn't sign a contract, did you? You can't trust a word from that fat fool. Oh, be careful not to fall into his trap. Across the table, Chao Ya's smile froze, and he muttered, crazy one, it's quite unethical to speak ill of others in front of them, isn't it? Although Wan Keshan couldn't see Chao Ya's face, it didn't affect his performance in the least. You fat fool, let me make this clear, if you dare to trick my student, I will beat you to death. After finishing that, Wan Keshan turned his gaze to Li Qingshan. You should know about the extreme realm secret method, right? Don't worry, I'm prepared. Oh, we'll discuss it when you return. The call ended, and the projection retracted. Li Qingshan and the others felt embarrassed. Wan Keshan spoke boldly, without considering that they had just finished a meal someone else treated them to. Xiaoya, however, remained unconcerned, his smile returning. It's been 2 years since we last met. Your teacher is still the same, with too much temper. Alright, since he's anxious, let's disperse. Li Qingshan and the others all sighed in relief as they exited the private room and left the hotel. The flying car slowly descended, but Xiaoya did not prepare to get in. He only asked the little fatty to take Li Qingshan and the others back. After everyone else got in the car, Xiaoya called out to Li Qingshan. Coach Li, I don't lack the authority to offer an S-level contract. I just know you dislike being constrained, so I didn't prepare one. But I can give you a promise, a 1 billion star coin interest-free loan with no additional conditions. You can contact me anytime you need. 1 billion star coins. Li Qingshan's pupils contracted as he quickly shook his head. Don't be too quick to reject it. Xiaoya waved his hand with a smile. Just wait until we get back and see what your teacher says. Perhaps there will be a time when it's truly needed. Don't feel pressured, for your future 1 billion is nothing. Let's just consider it a good connection. Li Qingshan took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. Clearly the extreme realm secret method is not that simple. Oh, Xiaoya doesn't believe Wan Keshan can resolve it. Although he doesn't want to ask unless absolutely necessary, since Xiaoya has made a promise, he must accept this favor. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Oh, I'll remember this. Li Qingshan expressed his gratitude again as he boarded the flying car. The flying car slowly ascended, disappearing into the night sky. The dazzling starry sky reflected in his eyes. Oi Chao Ya's brows curved down as he smiled like a Methriya Buddha. Regardless of whether Li Qingshan borrows or not, a good connection was established tonight. Returning to Wui No. One high school, as soon as the flying car landed, Li Qingshan was taken away by Wan Keshan. Along the way, under Wan Keshan's questioning, Li Qingshan recounted everything that had happened that evening in detail. 1 billion star coins, when did this fat guy level up? Is he really that generous? Wan Keshan gasped, then recalled the character of his student, and immediately became anxious, saying, you didn't borrow it, did you? Li Qingshan's expression darkened as he replied helplessly, teacher, I know my limits. I'm not that greedy for money. It's not about the money, the key is that word, fate. Wan Keshan sneered, Chao Paozi is no small fry, but he also brings a lot of trouble. Getting involved with his fate is not a good thing. Furthermore, have you considered why Chao Paozi still kept that contract, even though it's useless only bringing it out today? Li Qingshan had already thought about this at the dining table. Xiaoya had laid everything bare, so it was easy to see his intentions. However, this subtle and silent means of communication was really hard to dislike. Moreover, he had genuinely received a thunder pattern blade, and there was also the connection with the little fatty. Rest assured, teacher, I will act according to my capabilities in the future. Li Qingshan smiled slightly, putting aside these mundane troubles. With the panel and martial arts space in place, even if he acted within his limits, his strength would surely exceed everyone's imagination. As long as you know your limits. Thinking of Li Qingshan's consistent performance, Wan Keshan ceased to speak further. The two of them walked through the campus and arrived at Wan Keshan's temporary office. As soon as they sat down, Li Qingshan couldn't wait to ask, teacher, can we talk about what the extreme realm secret art is now? To understand the extreme realm secret art, we must first discuss several realms of martial arts. Wan Keshan made a cup of tea and said, leisurely body refinement blood chi, opening the acupoints. Opening the acupoints is too far for you. Once you go to New Prefecture Martial Arts University, there will be teachers to teach you. Now let's first talk about the Blood Qi realm. Wan Keshan paused, placed the teacup down, and extended his palm towards Qingshan. With fingers spread apart, a crimson glow surged from between his fingers, gradually spreading. Teacher, is this the Blood Qi? Qingshan instinctively leaned back, trying to distance his body. 3 months ago, when he saw Wan Keshan flying towards him on the flying car, he was also enveloped in the same crimson glow. At that time he was at least 1,000 meters away, but just by looking his eyes felt a sharp pain. And now, Qingshan suppressed his discomfort, his gaze fixated on the hand enveloped in crimson light. The pain in his eyes intensified, but strangely his eyes were unharmed, and even the basic physiological reaction of tears did not occur. It seemed as if the pain was merely an illusion. Or perhaps it was a fear stemming from the instinct of life urging him to look away. Even more strangely, although the surrounding temperature did not rise, that wisp of red light made Qingshan feel incredibly hot, as if it were the flames of a star. Very good. Being able to suppress the Buddhist instincts means you have the qualification to face the evil gods in the future. Wan Keshan nodded in satisfaction, dispersing the crimson light in his palm. To be precise, it should be called Blood Qi Rainbow Light. The Blood Qi realm is essentially the process of refining Blood Qi divided into 3 stages based on Blood Qi status. Gathering mist, condensing liquid, transforming into rainbow. As he spoke, a faint red mist rose from his palm. Accompanied by his words, the red mist suddenly gathered, condensing into liquid. Like a red liquid resembling essence blood, it formed a ball shape, collapsing towards the center. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a small point. The rainbow light flickered, then vanished. Qingshan swallowed hard. The earlier process, making him involuntarily draw associations. Teacher, are you sure this isn't nuclear fusion? It's not that exaggerated, it's just that the principles are somewhat similar. Wan Keshan chuckled and waved his hand, changing the subject. Actually, in the first 100 miles of the old prefecture, many top-ranking students have already broken through to the Blood Qi realm, and New Prefecture goes without saying. But whether it's the top student Muyu from the old prefecture or the best batch of students from New Prefecture, they are still stuck at the body refinement realm. Is it because of the extreme realm? Qingshan's expression brightened as he focused. Exactly. Wan Keshan nodded, continuing at body refinement level 10. The speed is 50 meters per second, and the punch strength is 10 tons, which is sufficient for Blood Qi to gather mist. But the limit of body refinement is not just that. The extreme realm secret art can raise speed and punch strength again, and the body quality can at least double. Qingshan frowned, puzzled. Teacher, can doubling the body quality really suppress a Blood Qi martial art? The process of refining Blood Qi has 3 stages, and each step is extremely difficult. To unleash the power of Blood Qi, at least Blood Qi must be condensed into liquid. Wan Keshan simply explained and glanced at Qingshan. Don't forget, doubling is just the baseline of the extreme realm. Moreover, their purpose in stepping into the extreme realm is not solely for combat power. The physical body is the source of Blood Qi, and Blood Qi can also nourish the physical body. The two complement each other. The extreme realm is about first strengthening the physical body to the extreme, then triggering an even stronger Blood Qi. Some exceptional individuals can even leap directly over the gathering mist stage and achieve Blood Qi condensation in one go, saving at least several years of time. I see. Qingshan nodded in understanding while his eyes involuntarily glanced at the panel. Realm Body Refinement 46100. According to previous estimates, Body Refinement Level 10 would mean Body Refinement 90100. The so-called Extreme Realm refers to the last 10 points of progress. However, according to Wan Keshan, it seems that there are also distinctions within the Extreme Realm. I wonder how much my Extreme Realm can enhance. While Qingshan pondered, Wan Keshan turned around and took a piece of paper from the desk, handing it to him. Take a look and choose a suitable one. Choose. Qingshan was taken aback, looking down at the page filled. Mystic Snake Secret Art focuses on speed, difficulty of cultivation moderate. Rampaging Bull Secret Art focuses on strength, difficulty of cultivation moderate. Spirit Ape Secret Art balanced in speed and strength, difficulty of cultivation somewhat difficult. A quick glance revealed more than 30 arts, and the names were quite casual. The mysterious filter surrounding the Extreme Realm Secret Art shattered completely. Qingshan looked up in shock, puzzled. Teacher, are all of these Extreme Realm Secret Arts? Isn't that name too? What do you think the Extreme Realm Secret Art is? Wan Keshan laughed scornfully and explained the so-called Extreme Realm Secret Art is what the Federation compiled while integrating the stars are calling referencing countless body refinement arts. Wan Keshan laughed scornfully and explained the so-called Extreme Realm Secret Art is what the Federation compiled while integrating the stars are calling referencing countless guiding techniques are the key to stepping into the Extreme Realm. Wan Keshan clicked his tongue, saying, with a toothache, what you have in hand is just a catalog. Although it doesn't compare to the secret transmissions of the great martial stars, it still embodies the essence of various ancient martial arts schools. Li Qingshan looked at Wan Keshan's expression and guessed teacher the copyright fees for these secret arts must not be cheap, right? Of course. Do you think Xiao Paozi is lending you 1 billion for no reason? He calculated that I would be looking for these kinds of extreme realm secret arts. Wan Keshan raised an eyebrow somewhat pleased. However, he still miscalculated. He didn't expect I could gather enough myself. This 1 billion counts as a loan from me. My money is easier to manage than Xiao Paozi's. You can pay me back later. He spent the entire afternoon raising funds. He pieced together 100 million, and then shamelessly borrowed 900 million from his niece Yu Man. However, there was no need to mention this to Li Qingshan. Thank you, teacher. Li Qingshan sincerely expressed his gratitude, then shook his head saying, however, I probably won't need these extreme realm secret arts. I haven't even received the 200 million bonus yet, and now I'm burdened with 1 billion debt. Moreover, it seems I have a better option. Kid, now is not the time to be sentimental. Wan Keshan frowned. Teacher, you misunderstood. Li Qingshan quickly interjected, explaining, I remember 3 months ago you mentioned that the 5th level of the stars are calling seems to involve the extreme realm. You're still thinking about that? Wan Keshan was somewhat surprised. In the entire Xiing star, no one had achieved it in nearly 1,000 years. If it weren't for Li Qingshan bringing it up last time, he would have almost forgotten that the stars are calling even had a 5th level. Wan Keshan carefully recalled the information in his mind and said slowly, the stars are calling is a comprehensive masterpiece. If one can cultivate to the 5th level, they can indeed comprehend guiding techniques, and this guiding technique is recognized as the strongest. However, Wan Keshan shook his head, changing the subject. The reason the stars are calling is strong is due to its characteristic of adapting to the individual. The movements, breathing, and muscle rhythms that each cultivator comprehends are the most suitable for themselves. In the same vein, the final guiding technique also only suits the cultivator themselves and cannot be passed down. No one has achieved it in our Xiing star for nearly 1,000 years except for those peerless geniuses pursuing the extremes of martial arts. Wan Keshan's voice trailed off as he noticed that Li Qingshan's eyes were growing brighter. This scene felt eerily familiar. Wan Keshan paused, his words swallowed hard, and asked in suspicion, kid, you wouldn't? The panel flashed before his eyes as Li Qingshan focused on the martial arts section. The stars are calling 123730000 great achievement. After some deliberation, he slowly spoke, teacher, I have a slight understanding of the 5th level of the stars. You grasped it again. Wan Keshan sprang up in astonishment, his expression inexplicably unsettled. Indeed, his guess had been right. Yesterday on the train, Li Qingshan had worn the same expression and tone, remarking that he had gained insight into the subtlety of the mind. At first, Wan Keshan had scoffed, yet in the space of a single night, Li Qingshan truly had a breakthrough. At that thought, Wan Keshan's eyes glittered, his gaze keen with eagerness. When will you break through? Tomorrow. The day after. Li Qingshan faltered. He had not expected Wan Keshan to show such faith in him, and could only wave his hand in helplessness. Master, not so soon. I only have a slight insight, just a little. Is that so? Wan Keshan sank back into his seat, disappointed, sipped his tea twice, composed himself, and then asked earnestly, boy, are you sure you can break through the 5th level of Xingkong? Zaijiawan Starry Sky is calling. Absolutely. Li Qingshan nodded without hesitation. With the panel visible, he only needed to farm the requisite experience. There was no bottleneck to hold him back. Good. Wan Keshan repeated, his voice trailing off to a whisper. His eyes fixed on the steam above his teacup, losing focus as if caught in a memory. Li Qingshan remained silent, sitting nearby in quiet patience. After a moment, Wan Keshan's eyes regained their spark, and he set the cup down. He did not ask why he had just stared off. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, the rookie tournament is concluded. That 200 million star coin reward, isn't that pressing on you? Li Qingshan's eyes brightened at once. He was indeed anxious. But the moment the match ended, he had been whisked away by the chubby boy and had no chance to inquire. Soon Fu Ziming and Xiao Ye came calling as well. Strength contracts, pinnacle secret techniques, a 1 billion loan. Each item worth far more than the 200 million star coin prize. Yet none of those offerings meant as much to Li Qingshan as the 200 million star coins. After all, the rookie tournament reward was his to earn. Seeing Li Qingshan's eyes practically shining with greed, Wan Keshan smirked and teased. Ha, so you are swayed by money after all. Crossing grades to compete and clinching first across 2 years. It's truly an extraordinary feat. Lu Jing had originally planned to stage a grand ceremony to celebrate publicly and elevate his status before the other provinces. No need. Li Qingshan hurriedly declined. Award ceremonies are for winners to mount the stage and receive others' blessings. But his situation was awkward. He had trampled through both the 1st and 2nd grade martial students relentlessly. Blessings. If he avoided being smothered with rotten eggs, it would be a miracle. Better to keep a low profile and not provoke his classmates further. I knew you wouldn't want to go, so I pushed it off for you, Wan Keshan said with a wry smile. He tapped the communicator. The reward has been sent to you, check it yourself. A faint vibration trembled across his wrist, though no pleasant arrival chimes sounded. Li Qingshan bent his head and saw only a single URL in the message. He clicked it, and an account confirmation notification popped up. The notice recorded his details and indicated a credit of 20,000 points. Lianbang Points Mall account. Li Qingshan lifted his head in puzzlement, a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Wasn't it supposed to be 200 million star coins? How did it become only 20,000 points? Wan Keshan sipped his tea and explained, the truly valuable things cannot always be bought with coins. The Lianbang Points Mall consolidates high-tier resources on Ziying Star and prices them in points. Ostensibly 1 point is worth 10,000 star coins, but on the old continent points are distributed only by the Federation, so few are willing to trade points for cash, even at a premium. 20,000 points. That is the real value of the rookie tournament reward. Li Qingshan exhaled in relief. On reflection, he had not lost out, but had actually profited. He scanned the notification window. Besides account details, there was a breakdown of account tiers. In short, the goods you can view and purchase depend on your account level. Account tiers are determined by cumulative points. 100 points for level 100, for level 200, for level 3, and so on. The notification did not say how many total tiers existed. A level 2 account is enough for you to redeem Tianluo Bu and Laming Dao, Wan Keshan prompted. Li Qingshan recalled his original purpose in entering the rookie tournament, closed the notification, and opened the mall page. The offerings were dazzling: advanced nutrient serums, laser rifles, virtual storages, hover vehicles, thunder pattern blades. Beyond the familiar items were countless objects he had never seen before. Technology, sustenance, martial techniques, bespoke weapons, even mech components. Everything was stacked together in a chaotic profusion. Li Qingshan rubbed his brow and clicked the martial techniques category. The page refreshed and filled with techniques, almost exclusively brank techniques. It seems a level 2 account can at most buy brank techniques, he thought, and began to turn the pages. Yet after several pages the price still read 5,000 points for the brank techniques. How long will you keep flipping page by page? Can't you see the search at the top right? Wan Keshan put a hand to his forehead. I was dazzled for a moment. Li Qingshan gave a nervous chuckle and tapped the search box. Soon 2 technique entries appeared. Beside the 500-point price there were detailed descriptions. Tianluo Bu, a crank footwork technique, excels at long-distance raids and significantly increases straight-line burst speed. Its training difficulty is moderate. Note: training difficulty refers only to reaching completion prior to the perfect boundary. Tianluo Bu is a prerequisite to the rank art Tianluo Mizong, Bu Tianluo Labyrinth step. Achieving perfection in that art is exceedingly arduous. Laming Dao, a crank saber technique, strikes like thunder with tremendous burst power. Its training difficulty skews toward the difficult. Note: Laming Dao is a prerequisite to the rank art Jiuxiao Feng Lei Dao 9 Skies Thunderblade. It involves lightning attributes and requires a specially forged weapon to unleash its full might. Attaining perfection is extremely challenging. Tianluo Mizong, Bu Jiuxiao Feng Lei Dao. Li Qingshan drew a deep breath and exchanged without hesitation. No matter the difficulty, if the techniques were recorded on the panel, he would grind them to completion. A rank arts required at least a level 3 account to view, and copyrights might cost who knew how much. This purchase was a windfall. His wrist vibrated. The technique files had been sent to his mailbox. Wan Keshan, seeing this, could not help but warn, remember, the Federation protects copyrights meticulously. Do not entertain any risky ideas. I understand, master. Li Qingshan nodded and continued exploring the mall. With the 2 techniques acquired, his account still held 19,000 points, and for a moment, he felt oddly adrift. There was so much credit he did not know how to spend it. Search for Xingyuan Yi, Wan Keshan suggested with a smile. It's expensive, but its boost to body refinement speed dwarfs ordinary nutrient serums. Li Qingshan obeyed and searched. Soon a bottle of blood-red liquid appeared on the page. Super nutrient serum. Li Qingshan arched an eyebrow in surprise. When he had gone to markets before to view serums, the display bottles of the so-called super serums looked identical to this Xingyuan Yi. But the super nutrient serum was priced at 1,200 star coins per bottle and required pre-orders. The Xingyuan Yi cost only 10 points per bottle. Wan Keshan shook his head and explained, super nutrient serum is the common name. Xingyuan Yi has long transcended the category of ordinary serums. It is not for ordinary people. Li Qingshan read the product description. Wan Keshan's words were confirmed. Xingyuan Yi is a body-refining elixir that greatly accelerates body refinement. Note: Xingyuan Yi's effects are fierce and should not be taken by those below the 5th rank of body refinement. If one has not awakened to the muscle rhythm, much of the elixir's efficacy will be wasted. A purchase is not recommended. Perfect for me. Li Qingshan did not hesitate and ordered 30 bottles of Xingyuan Yi, having them delivered to Luoying First High. He could collect them when he returned tomorrow. 300 points, ignoring any exchange premium. That equated to 3 million star coins, and it was only a month's supply. Half a year ago he would never have imagined spending like this. Now Li Qingshan's wealth felt abundant. His account still showed 18700 points remaining. Master, what else should I redeem? Li Qingshan turned to Wan Keshan again. Though his points were generous, he wanted to spend them wisely. This time Wan Keshan did not answer at once. His mouth opened and closed several times. His eyes clouded with complex emotion, and he again seemed to drift into memory. Li Qingshan pondered. He recalled the earlier moment when he confirmed he could fathom the 5th level of Shinkong. Zai Zhaohuan Wan Keshan had gone equally absent for a beat. Although curiously, Qingshan did not press. He simply sat quietly on the sofa and waited with patience. After a long while, Wan Keshan returned to himself, shook his head, and laughed ruefully. I never imagined Wan Keshan would have such bashful moments. Li Qingshan's gaze shifted slightly, but he did not ask further. He waited for Wan Keshan to speak. Wan Keshan focused on him, no longer hesitant. You are my student. If there is a better path, I have no reason to hide it. Body refinement to the extreme realm has always been the pursuit of top talents on Ziying Star, and a shortcut toward the congealed Kiblet elixir, yet few are aware. Wan Keshan paused, then sighed. That shortcut can actually be extended even further. There is more beyond the extreme realm. Li Qingshan exclaimed in surprise. Because of the panel during the entrance assessment, he had already harbored guesses about an 11th rank of body refinement. So upon hearing of the extreme realm, he had not been overly shocked. But he could not have imagined that after the extreme realm there might still be further advancement. Indeed, Wan Keshan nodded with certainty, his eyes shining with longing. On the martial star, this path is called Peixian, the limit-breaking road, meant to shatter boundaries. The path of breaking limits. Li Qingshan repeated, pondering the meaning of these 4 words. Wan Keshan watched quietly, his gaze somewhat dazed. This scene felt familiar. Back then in the office of Luoying High School, he and Yu Man had sat facing each other in the same manner. The path of breaking limits was the road Yu Man had not completed in her past. It was also the culprit that hindered Yu Man's progress in cultivation, the reason why she was unable to reach the martial arts great star. Therefore Wan Keshan had always been troubled by it. His previous 2 bouts of distraction were precisely due to this reason. He was hesitating whether or not to guide Li Qingshan onto this path. However, he was no longer the Wan Keshan of those days. Although the achievements on the path of breaking limits would be higher, this path is destined to be fraught with difficulties, and I can tell you how to walk this path, but the choice is entirely yours. Li Qingshan regained his focus and nodded earnestly. Please teach me, master. First go to the Points Mall and search for Yanyang 9 turns. Wan Keshan pointed to the communication device, and Li Qingshan followed suit. Soon information about Yanyang 9 turns appeared on the screen. Yanyang 9 turns of great technique priced at 5,000 points. Note 9 turns to heaven, but merely a fleeting illusion. This technique is extremely difficult and costly. Without a teacher's guidance, do not attempt it, or the losses will outweigh the gains. Fleeting illusion. Losses outweigh the gains. Li Qingshan looked at the last 3 exclamation marks and could sense the strong warning from the person who made the note. Moreover, Yanyang 9 turns was unlike other martial techniques, lacking any introduction. If it weren't for Wan Keshan's guidance, he might never have known of this technique's existence. Fleeting illusion. Wan Keshan looked at the warning in the note with an indifferent smile. As martial artists, if we can set aside the desire to compete, how can we strive against the evil gods? If there is a chance to reach the pinnacle, what if it is merely a fleeting illusion? As soon as he finished speaking, Li Qingshan had already moved his finger away from the screen. 5,000 points deducted, purchase successful. Wan Keshan's smile froze and he exclaimed, I haven't even clearly explained how to walk this path. Why did you buy it so quickly? It was clearly agreed that he would explain everything first before allowing Li Qingshan to choose. Unexpectedly, this kid just glanced at the name of the technique and directly made the purchase without the slightest hesitation. Li Qingshan smiled and said earnestly, Master, I believe you are right. As martial artists, we should have the desire to compete. Since there is a stronger path, why not take it? Is the cultivation difficulty great? With a panel in place, it just means needing to grind for a bit more proficiency. Wan Keshan's lips twitched, left speechless. What he had just said was merely his own understanding of martial arts. When he first heard about the path of breaking limits, he was already in a state of blood and chi condensation with no opportunity to try it, which is why he had always been obsessed with it. Well, let me explain what the path of breaking limits truly means. Wan Keshan waved his hand, no longer tangled in his thoughts, and began to speak slowly. The extreme realm aims to temper the physical body to its utmost limit, then stimulate the blood and chi. But before that, blood and chi do not simply cease to exist. Blood and chi are always contained within our bodies, they only completely disappear when the body decays. The guiding technique is to further strengthen the physical body by mobilizing the blood and chi within. And Yanyang 9 turns is even more aggressive. Wan Keshan paused and said solemnly, burning blood and chi returning to the physical body. Burning. Li Qingshan exclaimed in surprise, puzzled. Master, blood and chi and the physical body complement each other. Wouldn't burning blood and chi alone cause issues? Of course there are issues. The note saying costly is precisely addressing this point, which is why it was written down. Burning. Li Qingshan exclaimed in surprise, puzzled. Master, blood and qi and the physical body complement each other. Wouldn't burning blood and qi alone cause issues? It requires reaching perfection in the extreme realm, and at the moment of stimulating blood and qi there must be extreme burning to extract its essence and replenish the physical body. Only then can one break through the limitations of the extreme realm and further strengthen the physical body. In an instant, exhausting all the blood and qi in the body, so before each breakthrough of a turn one must prepare a large amount of resources to compensate for the deficit after the breakthrough. Li Qingshan listened intently, gaining some insight. Blood and qi and the physical body support each other. After reaching the 10th layer of body refinement, one qualifies to stimulate blood and qi. After reaching perfection in the extreme realm, blood and qi will regenerate on their own. Yin-Yang 9 turns achieves the goal of breaking limits by repeatedly interrupting the blood and qi stimulation process, continuously purifying the blood and qi. Master, does the so-called 9 turns mean that one must continuously purify blood and qi 9 times? Exactly. Wan Keshan first nodded, then shook his head, but things are not that simple. The difficulty of cultivation for each turn of Yin-Yang 9 turns will increase exponentially. To burn blood and qi, one must completely control the blood and qi in the body. Only by achieving this can one qualify to simulate the rainbow transformation process. Otherwise the blood and qi will be exhausted in an instant, and even a deity cannot save you. At this point Wan Keshan's voice grew more serious. This is the treacherous aspect of the path of breaking limits. A moment's carelessness could lead to the loss of life. Li Qingshan could sense the warning in his words, and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Master, I will remember. Just remember that. Wan Keshan smiled, and suddenly changed the subject. In fact, many people can only complete the first turn and have to give up. Even those with great talent in martial arts often stop at the 5th turn. The path of breaking limits, can one give up? Li Qingshan felt a bit of discomfort. Earlier it had sounded so serious that he thought there was no turning back, and one had to go all the way. Wan Keshan noticed what his student was thinking, and shook his head with a sigh. The word give up is easily said. But those who walk the path of breaking limits are all geniuses pursuing the ultimate. Only when you reach that point will you truly understand how difficult it is to give up. Wan Keshan paused, seeing that Li Qingshan seemed to understand, and continued. Yin-Yang 9 turns is merely for purifying blood and qi and replenishing the physical body. As long as one does not operate the technique while stimulating blood and qi, they can naturally break through to the blood and qi realm. Even if it's just one turn, the gains will still be astonishing. The path of breaking limits is little known on Xing Star, but that doesn't mean no one walks it. The guiding technique of the ancient martial arts hall is not inferior to the stars, or calling, yet few can truly cultivate to perfection in the extreme realm. Without reaching perfection in the extreme realm, blood and qi condensation is just empty talk. But as long as one can complete the first turn of Yin-Yang 9 turns, even if it is not the first turn perfected in the extreme realm, they will surely achieve blood and qi condensation after breaking through to the blood and qi realm. And those martial art prodigies usually stop at the 5th turn. Once they break through, their blood and qi will inevitably transform into a rainbow. Moreover, those who have cultivated Yin-Yang 9 turns will have a physical body superior to that of normal blood warriors. 1 turn for condensation, 5 turns for transformation. Li Qingshan's eyes grew brighter. The road is winding, but the future is very promising. Master, what about the 9th turn? The 9th turn only exists in legend. Only a few words have been passed down. Wan Keshan's eyes gleamed with longing as he slowly said. Yin-Yang 9 turns can forge the strongest foundation beneath the awakening of the mind. The saying 9 turns to heaven also comes from this. 9 turns to heaven, the strongest foundation. Li Qingshan's eyes erupted with unprecedented brilliance. This path was exactly what he desired. Wan Keshan watched this unfold, but sighed. Each turn of Yin-Yang 9 turns is more difficult than the last. I act according to your abilities. Back then, man was stuck at the 3rd turn, unwilling to give up, which led to wasted years and missed opportunities to reach the martial arts great star. Although Li Qingshan's talent was stronger, if he stubbornly pursued Yin-Yang 9 turns, he might not escape the same fate as you, man. Master. Li Qingshan's eyes dimmed, but did not lower his head. Instead, he looked seriously at Wan Keshan and said with determination, even if it is merely a fleeting illusion, I will break the mirror and pluck the flowers and scoop the moon from the water. Wan Keshan was taken aback, then suddenly burst into laughter. All despair was swept away, and a heroic spirit surged. Good. Martial arts should be like this. Night deepened. In the dormitory, Zhao Hongzhou snored thunderously. Li Qingshan pushed open the door, performed a quick wash, and lay back on his bed. He activated his comms device. The holoscreen flickered to life, revealing 3 compressed files at the top of his inbox: Sunflame 9 Revolutions, Celestial Net Steps, and Thunderclap Saber. The path beyond limits begins here. Li Qingshan's gaze grew profound as his finger hovered over Sunflame 9 Revolutions and tapped. The archive unfolded. Text and diagrams flooded the projection screen, which expanded until it spanned 1 full meter. Bathed in soft luminescence, Qingshan tilted his head upward, scrutinizing the screen with meticulous attention. Sunflame 9 Revolutions offered no video guidance. The displayed material was all there was. An hour passed before the screen retracted. Qingshan rubbed his temples. Familiarity with Qiblud, mastery over Qiblud, that is the core of Sunflame 9 Revolutions. Every line of text and diagram revolved around the single word mastery. Even the simulated visualization of the Rainbow Ascension combustion process occupied only a fraction of the document. For once full mastery over one's Qiblud is achieved, breakthroughs present no obstruction, yet mastery itself remains profoundly elusive. Especially for martial cultivators still in the body-forging realm, it is near impossible. Qiblud flows invisibly, and most cultivators cannot even sense it, let alone command it. Only those who have reached the apex of guiding arts, the pinnacle of body refinement, can barely stir the Qiblud latent within their flesh, thus gaining the barest foothold for attempt. Yet mastery over Qiblud is in truth the final step before condensation of blood, preparing the body for Rainbow Ascension. To accomplish this feat solely through guiding arts while still at the apex is unimaginably arduous. But the greatest difficulty lies in discerning whether one has truly attained perfect mastery. Qingshan murmured softly, piercing straight to the crux. Mastery is in essence an ambiguous concept. Though Sunflame 9 Revolutions provides certain physiological markers as benchmarks, it explicitly cautions that individual variation renders universal standards untenable. Unlike martial techniques such as Wind Shadow Saber, whose perfection is objectively verifiable, e.g., manifesting the Wind Shadow resonance, this path offers no such external confirmation. Premature assumption of mastery may well invite fatal catastrophe. Moreover, with each completed revolution, Qiblud grows increasingly refined, and mastery grows exponentially harder. Sunflame 9 Revolutions, each turn surpasses the last in difficulty. 9 Revolutions to ascend heaven. Perhaps the title also implies 9 revolutions as arduous as scaling heaven itself. Qingshan sighed, faintly, gaining deeper insight into the sheer magnitude of the path beyond limits. Treading this path is akin to scaling a sheer cliff barehanded. Any misstep plunges one into an abyss 10,000 zhang deep. Fortunately, I have my interface. A silent smile curved his lips as he cast aside his doubts. Relying solely on subjective sensation, one cannot ascertain perfect mastery, but the progress bar on his interface would deliver irrefutable truth. Yet for now, integration into the interface remains impossible. Sensing Qiblud is the prerequisite for entering Sunflame 9 Revolutions. Without first cultivating guiding arts and attaining the apex, practice cannot commence. It was already deep night. Zhao Hongzhou continued to snore thunderously. Knowing the other 2 martial arts were accompanied by instructional videos, Qingshan chose not to open them yet. He switched off his comms device and closed his eyes, entering the martial Dao realm to continue practicing. The next morning at dawn, bang, bang, bang. Urgent knocking shattered Zhao Hongzhou's slumber. Who is it? It's not even sunrise. Do you want me to sleep at all? Zhao Hongzhou squinted groggily, muttering complaints as he dressed. Classmate Zhao, it's me. Open up quickly or we'll miss it. Renming. Qingshan opened his eyes, swung his legs off the bed, dressed swiftly, and opened the dormitory door. Classmate Li. Renming's pupils visibly contracted. 1 day apart, and facing Qingshan again. He could no longer maintain his earlier composure. Cross-tire combat dual-grade champion Fu Wu, the very opponent who had troubled Renming just days prior, had been utterly subdued beneath Qingshan's feet. Gazing upon him now, Renming felt as though an entire lifetime had elapsed. Classmate Ren, thank you for breakfast. Qingshan smiled, gently, his eyes drifting to the steamed bun in Renming's hand. Yesterday morning Renming had delivered breakfast too, though Qingshan hadn't seen him then. No need to thank me. Dazed Renming handed the bun to Qingshan. Then, remembering his purpose, he hurriedly added, this morning the school gate was completely blocked. Cars from major corporations and conglomerates filled every inch. They're all here for you. Teacher Lu sent me to alert you. Prepare yourself. Classmate Li, hurry. We're already on our way upstairs. Blocked again. Qingshan frowned. Suddenly the bun in his mouth lost its flavor. Facing these smiling, persistent figures, he couldn't strike, but neither did he wish to waste time placating them. As he pondered, heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor. Qingshan swallowed the remaining bun in 2 bites and turned toward Zhao Hongzhou. Our train departs at 10 o'clock, right? Yes. The tickets were booked collectively by Teacher Li. Zhao Hongzhou nodded. Good. I'll meet you at the station. Qingshan seized his Thundervein saber and bolted toward the balcony, leaping outward. What the? Zhao Hongzhou gaped, jaw slack. Classmate Li, that's the 5th floor. Renming rushed to the balcony, only to see Qingshan land cleanly below and stride swiftly toward the school gate. Later that morning at 9:50 a.m., aboard the train bound for Luoying, passengers settled into their seats. The Luoying delegation, 11 strong, occupied a single carriage. A seat beside Zhao Hongzhou remained empty. The train's about to depart. Where's Li Qingshan? Yulei checked her chronometer, voice edged with concern. When we entered the station, luxury vehicles lined the plaza outside. Could he be trapped? No matter. If he's delayed, he can simply take the next train. Hong Qian seemed unruffled, even envious. Those conglomerates are relentless. But Li Qingshan clearly has no intention of signing any contract. Those second-year students had maintained low profiles since boarding. Zhongxian, unable to resist her old habits, blurted, Li Qingshan won't sign. Zhongxian furrowed her brow. If he refuses to sign, thank you for your concern, senior sister. Li Qingshan appeared from behind, smiling faintly, as he seated himself beside Zhao Hongzhou. Zhongxian instantly fell silent. Zhao Hongzhou burst into stifled laughter, clapped a hand over his mouth, then leaned close to Li Qingshan, whispering conspiratorially, Brother Shan, guess who I saw at the platform? Li Qingshan tilted his head slightly, a soft, curious murmur. Zhao Hongzhou's social circle overlapped almost entirely with his own, confined to Luoying City. Logically, he shouldn't know anyone from elsewhere. Liang Mingyu, Yulei interjected, sparing Zhao Hongzhou the suspense. He arrived with a delegation from Luoping City, likely transferred schools. Hong Qian, seated nearby, couldn't help but add Liang Mingyu was expelled from the martial Dao class. Yet he re-enrolled in Luoping City and even qualified for the new talent tournament. With both speaking in succession, Li Qingshan finally recalled that classmate who'd always loved posturing. But no, Liang Mingyu did not participate in the first-year new talent tournament. His tone held quiet certainty. Though he'd fought swiftly in the combat simulation space, Liang Mingyu's figure had never appeared among his opponents. Perhaps he's merely tagging along to observe. Yulei ventured. The group dismissed the thought and shifted to another topic. Whoa! A long, resonant whistle pierced the air as the train began moving smoothly toward Luoying City. Later that noon, at Luoying No. 1 High School, Mr. Li, here are the 30 bottles of Star Source fluid you ordered. Outside the security booth, a middle-aged man in black attire held out a custom-insulated case toward Li Qingshan. Thank you. Li Qingshan accepted it with a smile, opened the case for verification, then nodded. All items accounted for. I returned later than expected. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Not at all. It's our duty. Should you require anything else, please place future orders through our marketplace. The man bowed courteously and departed. Li Qingshan carried the Star Source fluid into campus. As winter break continued, few students lingered. Only martial cultivators who'd opted not to vacation passed occasionally. With each step forward, nearly everyone who glimpsed Li Qingshan paused, curious, lingering. First-year martial cultivators from his former class greeted him warmly, faces alight with enthusiasm. Li Qingshan exchanged friendly nods with several acquaintances, then quickened his pace toward the cultivation chamber. The door clicked shut. Silence reclaimed the space. So news of the new talent tournament has already spread. Li Qingshan exhaled, scanning the chamber before opening the insulated case. Cold mist swirled as 30 vials of crimson liquid rested in precise alignment. The pale red hue of mid-tier nutrient solution must stem from trace Star Source fluid infusion. Eyes gleaming with anticipation, Li Qingshan withdrew a vial, uncorked it, and drank deeply. A searing magma-like fluid coursed down his throat and pooled in his stomach. Intense heat radiated instantly throughout his body. His temperature soared. His first intake of mid-tier nutrient solution had produced similar warmth, but this sensation dwarfed it utterly. And then, he'd only been body forging level 2. Now he stood at level 5. Its potency is overwhelming. Li Qingshan exclaimed, immediately assuming a stance and commencing body forging practice. Each movement flowed with precision. Force application, breath coordination, and muscular rhythm fused seamlessly, reinforcing his physique incrementally. After 1 hour, having completed all 108 prescribed motions, Li Qingshan did not pause. He launched directly into another cycle. Within his stomach, Star Source fluid pulsed, ceaselessly fueling his cultivation. As the sun sets in the west, golden rays of twilight shine from the horizon, casting shadows of a figure in meditation through the window. Huff! With heavy breaths, Li Qingshan slowly comes to a halt, his body steaming with sweat. 10 times. A bottle of Star Source liquid can actually support 10 sessions of body tempering training. Despite the fatigue etched on his brow, Li Qingshan could not contain his excitement. The price of 10 points is indeed not cheap, but it is undoubtedly worth it. Over the past 3 months, he had progressed from the 2nd to the 5th level of body tempering, averaging 1 level a month, which was already his limit. Moreover, the difference in strength and speed at each stage of late body tempering is enormous, and the difficulty of improvement would multiply. He initially thought that his progress would slow down from here. Unexpectedly, the efficacy of the Star Source liquid brought him a great surprise. Just 10 points a day, as long as the Star Source liquid continues, my progress in body tempering will definitely not fall behind. With the 13700 points in the shop in mind, Li Qingshan felt confident. After resting for a while, he glanced at the insulated box, suppressing his inner excitement. Too much of a good thing can be counterproductive. Every session of body tempering must push the body to its limits. After 10 sessions, he was close to exhaustion. Furthermore, 10 sessions of body tempering equate to 10 hours, and the remaining time must be fully devoted to the martial arts space. I cannot slack off in terms of technique and skill training either. Qingshan lowered his head and activated the communicator, the projection screen unfolding as he decompressed the clever movement technique, Skynet Step. Soon graphic materials and accompanying videos appeared on the screen. The video started and a middle-aged teacher stood in the center of a plane beginning the explanation. Sky refers to the sky-high places and boundless space. Net means to ensnare, encompass, and cover. The Skynet Step implies that wherever the sky covers one can reach. The Skynet Step pursues the ultimate speed. To master it, one must first learn the technique of explosion. As Qingshan listened to the teacher's explanation, he referred to the graphic materials, gradually gaining a clearer understanding of the Skynet Step. Skynet Step resembles the lightness of martial arts films from his past life. With a single step one can traverse several genres. However, Skynet Step lacks the ethereal quality of lightness. Its only characteristic is speed, blindingly fast speed. The entire process of entry, proficiency, and mastery focuses on how to adjust muscles to unleash extreme velocity. It looks as though a sprint coach is teaching techniques. However, the techniques involved in Skynet Step are 100 times more complex, and the detailed movements are not something an ordinary person can achieve. Only through mastering muscle rhythms can one accomplish the subtle adjustments of muscles. This means that without comprehending the fourth level of the stars or calling, one does not even qualify to start. The teacher's meticulous explanation in the video lasted a full half-hour before reaching the mastery stage. The Skynet Step is not only fast, but also excels in long-distance pursuits. The teacher paused and suddenly began to run across the plane. The camera moved swiftly to catch up. Pay attention to your breathing rhythm, allowing your internal organs and leg muscles to harmonize as one. Feel the wind. As his words fell, the teacher's speed increased. If it weren't for the video following him, to an ordinary person's eyes he would have appeared as nothing more than a fleeting shadow. Yet the teacher, running at such a speed, remained calm, explaining the specific techniques as he went. After more than 10 minutes having completed the explanation, the middle-aged teacher didn't stop, but spoke seriously. The reason I had you feel the wind earlier is that mastering Skynet Step requires understanding the rhythm of wind to achieve Skynet treading wind. This stage cannot be taught, it must be understood by yourselves, and only those who have reached the 10th level of body tempering have the opportunity to use it. I will suppress my physical condition to the 10th level of body tempering and demonstrate it for you. In the frame, the figure accelerated again, leaping into the air. While in midair, the steps continued to ascend, as if stepping on solid ground, gaining height continuously. Qingshan's pupils constricted, exclaiming in surprise. Flight. Flight is something only mastered after the transformation of vital energy into a rainbow. Only with the rainbow light can one resist the gravitational pull of a planet. Just like that night 3 months ago when he raced at Wank Mountain, his body was covered in a crimson glow. But at this moment in the footage, the middle-aged teacher had no trace of rainbow light, accomplishing this solely based on physical prowess. The teacher in the video seemed to have anticipated this, stepping lightly in midair while explaining, "This is not flight, it is merely mastering the rhythm of wind using the slightest wind to tread the air. This is what Skynet treading wind is." Just as Qingshan began to grasp the concept, the middle-aged teacher had already landed from midair, coming to a stop. At the 10th level of body tempering, limited by physical capacity, one can only tread the wind for a brief moment. However, once you enter the vital energy realm with the enhancement of the physical body, the duration of treading the wind will extend, and the speed will be even faster. After transforming vital energy into a rainbow, the speed will far exceed ordinary flight. With this, all the key points of Skynet Step had been explained. However, the video did not end. After a moment of silence, the middle-aged teacher spoke seriously. "Since you have chosen to cultivate Skynet Step, I believe your goal must be the A-level martial arts Skynet Phantom Step. In every inch of space, there are landing points. The wonders of every inch lie beneath your feet. Skynet treading wind, and the wonders of every inch once combined can reach anywhere under heaven and earth." Qingshan's eyes suddenly lit up with anticipation. Since the teacher mentioned Skynet Phantom Step, it would be unreasonable for him not to reveal a hand. "Unfortunately, I wish you success." The middle-aged teacher sighed lightly, and the video ended. "That's it," Qingshan exclaimed in surprise, murmuring, "No demonstration. Is it because he cannot do it? Has this teacher not comprehended the wonders of every inch?" Shaking his head, Qingshan stopped pondering, glancing at Thunderblade, but did not rush to view it. One cannot be greedy. First, he must master Skynet Step. Closing his eyes, he entered the martial arts space. Mastering Skynet Step requires grasping the details of leg muscles and unleashing extreme speed. Although this is quite challenging, Qingshan felt that at least it wasn't as uncomfortable as when he first entered Phantom Step. 10 minutes later, Qingshan opened his eyes, and a panel flashed before him. Martial Technique Sky Net Step 1500 Entry. Is 500 proficiency required for entry? Is it because the levels of martial techniques differ? Previously, whether it was Phantom Step or Wine Shadow Blade entry required only 100 proficiency. 500 proficiency is the requirement for the proficient stage. Luckily, it only raised the requirement by 1 tier, which isn't exaggerated. Qingshan did not dwell on it further and opened the communicator again to decompress Thunderblade. Graphic materials and teaching videos appeared successively on the projection screen. The video started and a refined female teacher holding a long blade smiled at the camera. Children, the copyright fee for Thunderblade is only 500 points, but to cultivate it you must have a lightning attribute long blade. Specially crafted weapons are not cheap. At the very least you need to buy a lightning pattern blade right. If you haven't bought a weapon yet, you can contact the teacher for a 20 discount. The teacher's name is Lu Jing and her contact number is 823. Qingshan looked on in disbelief as teacher Lu Jing recited her contact number. How did this video pass the review with such blatant commercialism? After reciting her contact number 3 times, Lu Jing still reluctant paused. It's okay if you can't afford it for now. I'll first watch the teacher's demonstration, and I believe after watching you'll be more motivated to save money. Drawing the blade from its sheath, a flash of purple lightning flickered. In Lu Jing's hand was also a lightning pattern blade. Finally it's starting. Qingshan's spirit surged as he focused intently. In the footage, Lu Jing drew her blade swiftly, the blade slicing through the air, soundlessly, layers upon layers. With entry, proficiency, and mastery the stages progressed. The blade shadows grew increasingly numerous, coalescing into a black cloud. This step was something Qingshan had previously done to the fullest during the rookie battle, but he could achieve it as well. However, the 2 black clouds were fundamentally different. Wind Shadow Blade was purely about speed, while Thunder Blade emphasized force. The black cloud before him was silent, yet the blade shadows kept overlapping, giving off a suffocating feeling at a mere glance. The first 3 levels of Thunderblade focus on building momentum. Lu Jing's voice broke the silence as she explained, only after reaching mastery does the true explosion occur. Thunder descends upon the world. With a fierce shout, the heavy black cloud suddenly condensed, forming a dazzling bolt of lightning that struck down from the sky. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated akin to real thunder. Qingshan stared blankly, his brows gradually knitting together. The final bolt of lightning could not be achieved merely through blade technique. Moreover, he had used the lightning pattern blade for so long, aside from the lightning glow, when drawing it, he could not produce it normally. Fortunately, Lu Jing had stopped her movements and began to explain. To achieve thunder descends, you must have your vital energy in harmony. As for the final perfection, it can only be done after transforming into a rainbow. While speaking, Lu Jing leaped into the air and swung her blade. Thunderclouds suppressed the city. The black clouds formed again, but this time no lightning struck. Threads of electric light spread among the blade shadows, resembling a true thundercloud. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder rumbled, relentless, each strike possessing the power of the previous mastery. Moments later, the thundercloud dissipated. The explanation of Thunderblade was complete, yet Lu Jing did not sheath her blade. Thunderblade is a prerequisite martial technique for 9 Heavens Wind Thunderblade, and I believe many students aspire to this. Lu Jing looked at the camera smiling as she said, "Today you all hit the jackpot. The teacher will give you a free demonstration of 9 Heavens Wind Thunderblade. I see this is just to entice students to buy blades." Qingshan saw through Lu Jing's intentions, yet this did not hinder his opportunity to benefit without cost, his eyes glued to the screen. In the footage, Lu Jing, covered in rainbow light, leaped into the air and rapidly flew to a height of 1,000 meters. The figure quickly shrank and the camera did not follow. Just as Qingshan was puzzled, Lu Jing began to swing her blade at a distance of 1,000 meters in the sky. It was too far for Qingshan to see the specific details. But it was unnecessary to see, as Lu Jing's movements accelerated, her figure was soon enveloped by the howling wind. The wind howled, and even from 1,000 meters away the sound of the rushing wind could still be heard. The wind speed increased, swirling around Lu Jing, as the force plunged straight down to the ground. The gale swept across the earth, tearing up turf and sending dust flying. A tornado with a diameter of 100 meters took shape. Boom! A muffled thunderclap echoed at the center of the eye of the storm. Thunderclouds appeared and gradually expanded. Thunder roared from the heavens, wind and thunder converging. Bolts of lightning seemed to possess life, writhing and climbing. The massive tornado, 1,000 meters high, carried countless lightning serpents, wreaking havoc across the plain. A human calamity. Qingshan's eyes widened in shock, utterly astonished by the scene before him. The path of a martial artist is long, and in the future, he could even cross the stars with his physical body, directly confronting evil gods. He had known all this for a long time. However, what is learned from books feels shallow, it cannot compare to witnessing it firsthand. Only at this moment did he truly understand what a level martial arts meant. Students, have you seen the power of Nine Heavens Wind Thunderblade? Those who haven't bought weapons must work hard to... In the scene, the natural disaster has vanished without a trace, and Lu Jing sheathed her sword, restoring her refined appearance. Her smiling eyes were directed towards the camera. Li Qingshan's expression was emotionless as he pointed at in the upper right corner. The video closed, and Li Qingshan grasped the Leiwen knife, closing his eyes, and entering the martial arts space. Clang! Drawing the sword from its sheath. The long blade felt sluggish, far from the ease it once had. Li Qingshan did not rush, but practiced the sword technique methodically. After a few minutes, the entire set of sword techniques was completed. Martial skill, Thunderblade, 1500 entry level. Li Qingshan's eyes sparkled. The blade sliced through the wind, growing increasingly faster, leaving behind afterimages. This was no longer the Thunderblade, but rather the Wind Shadow Blade. However, it was somewhat different from the previous Wind Shadow Blade. At this moment, every strike was not only fast, but also left him wanting more. He was building momentum. As Li Qingshan swung the blade, he couldn't help but recall Lin Fan's variant breaking rainbow spear during the newcomer's battle. Lin Fan must have learned a clever spear technique, which is why the breaking rainbow spear was so tricky. The Thunderblade and Wind Shadow Blade were both sword techniques with many commonalities, making it not too difficult to blend them. The Heavenly Net steps and Mystic steps were entirely different. One emphasized explosive power and was adept at rapid attacks, while the other focused on evasion during combat. Li Qingshan couldn't find any common ground between the two. After a moment, he sheathed the sword and tossed the Leiwen knife aside. Once again, he assumed a stance and began practicing The Stars Are Calling. In the following days, apart from returning home to sleep, Li Qingshan spent all his time in the training room. The news of the newcomer's battle had spread widely. Even the elderly and children in the neighborhood could occasionally recognize him. However, since returning to Luoying, those companies and conglomerates had not sought him out. This was thanks to the warning issued by Wan Keshan in the name of the Inspection Bureau. In the blink of an eye, it was already the last day of December. At 8 p.m., Li Qingshan, having completed a day's training, dragged his weary body out of the training room. A crescent moon hung in the sky, and the winter night campus felt particularly desolate. Li Qingshan, holding a long knife, walked through the cold wind. Suddenly, a loud shout came. Brother Shan. Zhao Hongzhou rushed in from the school gate, followed closely by Yu Lei and Hong Qian. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. Aren't you guys going back? Brother Shan, we specifically waited for you here, Zhao Hongzhou said boldly. Yu Lei walked up from behind and said, today is New Year's Eve, let's go out and relax together. Hong Qian chimed in, that's right, you've been training all day long, it's time to take a break. Li Qingshan met 3 pairs of eager eyes and nodded. Alright then. Ziying Star does not distinguish between the solar and lunar calendars, and naturally there is no notion of the Spring Festival. New Year's Eve is considered the biggest holiday of the year. Neon lights flickered and the streets were bustling with people decorated with festive colors. From the quiet campus, they suddenly stepped into the lively streets, leaving Li Qingshan momentarily dazed. The warmth of human life flashed through his mind. Let's go, I've already booked a private room at the hotel. Hong Qian led the way and the 4 of them weaved through the crowd. As midnight approached, the commotion outside grew louder and fireworks soared into the sky. Inside the hotel box, 10 and 9. 3, 2, 1 cheers. As the countdown ended, the 4 glasses clinked together and cheers erupted. The year 5627 has arrived. The year 5626 of the Ziying calendar has passed, and the new year has come. The next morning at dawn, the streets were sparsely populated as if they had not yet awakened from a night of revelry. Li Qingshan hurried his steps straight to school. The New Year's training began. Time flowed, and the years passed like a shuttle. Li Qingshan traveled daily between school and home, a straight line. Apart from the unchanging 10 hours of physical training, only 2 hours were left for commuting and meals. The remaining 12 hours were fully devoted to training in the martial arts space. Progressing in the Stars Are Calling, Heavenly Net steps, and Thunderblade simultaneously. With the daily support of a bottle of Star Source liquid, the speed of his physical training ascended without slowing down. On January 20th, he reached the 6th level of body refinement. On February 18th, he reached the 7th level of body refinement. On March 23rd, he reached the 8th level of body refinement. On April 25th, in the year 5627 of the Ziying calendar. In the silent training room, 2 light walls stood 20 meters apart, facing each other. A figure moved back and forth between the light walls at an extremely fast speed, almost leaving afterimages. In just a few seconds, the figure completed 10 back-and-forth runs and rushed towards the punch force tester on the opposite wall. Bang bang bang. The straight punches left afterimages as all the force poured onto the leather wall. Huh. Standing still, Li Qingshan's expression was relaxed as he looked at the test results. Speed 50 meters second, punch force 7 tons. Indeed, I've reached the 9th level of body refinement. Li Qingshan smiled slightly. Although the panel accurately indicated his progress, he still preferred to test himself after each upgrade. At the 9th level of body refinement, the speed should have been 40 meters second. However, due to the advantage of the subtlety of a moment, in a situation like a shuttle run, it had a significant benefit. Coupled with the proficiency level of heavenly net steps, which emphasized explosive speed, it made sense that he exceeded that much. As for the punch force, it was spot on. He pointed at the communicator, closed the light wall, and shifted his attention to the panel. Qingshan Realm Body Refinement 81100 Technique 36 Set of Radio Gymnastics. The stars are calling 264-23000 Major Completion, Martial Skills, Heavenly Net Steps, 1210-3000 Proficient Thunderblade, 1238-3000 Proficient Mystic Steps, Perfect Wind Shadow Blade, Perfect Function Martial Arts Space, LV1, 9100, Available Time 4 years, 238 days. Time Flow Rate 110 in 4 months. The available time in the martial arts space had consumed 2 years. About 2.5 years of hard training. Qingshan sighed, gently rubbing his forehead. Teachers, classmates, and everyone who heard about the newcomers' battle said he was a genius who opened his mind. But only he understood that all these achievements were the result of time spent painstakingly cultivated little by little. There are still over 4 years of available time. I should plan ahead. All right. Qingshan stared at the panel deep in thought. The stars are calling is almost perfected, which won't take much time. But this is just the beginning of breaking through limits. Flame, Sun 9 transformations is the priority. The proficiency requirement for level martial skills has been raised a stage, and the proficiency requirement for level techniques will certainly be increased again. If only I could encounter a few more like Qingshan who are so oblivious. When I killed Qingshan, I was only at the 2nd level of body refinement, yet it took almost no effort to earn 5 years of available time. That was far more cost-effective than killing ferocious beasts. Moreover, it seemed that the ferocious beast from the Silver Radiance Hotel was also summoned from the Star Realm by Qingshan through a sacrifice. The more Qingshan thought about it, the more restless he became. Initially, he only wanted to have enough. He didn't want to stir up trouble. But now that he had reached the 9th level of body refinement, his courage naturally grew a bit. Tomorrow I'll ask Teacher Wan and see if the Inspection Bureau accepts part-time jobs. The news about the cult of the evil god is certainly most available from the Inspection Bureau, which is also the biggest backing in the old continent. If danger arises, I can call for mecha support immediately. After making the decision, Qingshan glanced at the virtual chamber. He hadn't entered the virtual combat space for 4 months. First I'll rush the rankings and see how strong I am now. Qingshan opened the chamber cover and lay down inside. The light and shadows shifted, and the towering cliff reappeared before his eyes. A series of notification sounds rang in his ears. Due to not logging in for a long time, his ranking had dropped from 23,874 to 25,632 consecutively. Qingshan did not pay attention to the ranking. His gaze shifted upward to the top of the cliff. As expected, it was still Muyu. He really is the number 1 on the leaderboard. Qingshan sighed with emotion and initiated matchmaking. Please prepare for battle. Your opponent Xiao Yuan has been selected, ranking 25,234. Countdown 3, 2, 1. You have defeated your opponent, current ranking 22,435. Would you like to continue matchmaking? You have defeated your opponent, current ranking 18,436. Would you like to continue matchmaking? Please prepare for battle. Your opponent Fu Wu has been selected, ranking 10,627. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Qingshan's gaze shifted to the young man holding a knife. What a coincidence. Qingshan, I didn't expect to be matched with you. Fu Wu drew his long blade, his expression cold and sharp, yet an undeniable excitement flickered beneath his brows. Last time you ambushed me, and I died under Lin Fan's spear, but that doesn't mean I am truly inferior to you. I know your martial skills are peerless. These past months I have arduously cultivated a crank sword technique, all to avenge my humiliation. Today your misfortune begins. A few months. Arduous cultivation. Qingshan raised an eyebrow, fixing his gaze on Fu Wu's confident face. After confirming he was not joking, he slowly shook his head. A few months' time, and you call that arduous cultivation? For months ago you fell beneath my hands, and now you still hope to reverse the tide. You are deluded. As his words fell, he stamped his right foot heavily and shot forward like lightning. Swift, impossible. Fu Wu's eyes widened as Qingshan's figure rapidly grew larger in his vision. Such speed rivaled that of a 10th level body tempering practitioner. 100 meters vanished in the blink of an eye. Clang. Both long blades were unsheathed in rapid succession. Qingshan first, then Fu Wu. The difference was mere milliseconds, yet in those fleeting moments it was as if a chasm separated them. The thunder pattern blade grazed just under a centimeter above Fu Wu's long blade. No intricate technique was used. A simple horizontal slash cut across his neck. A fine head was flung onto the ground. Opponent defeated, current rank 10,627, continue matching. Qingshan sheathed his blade and stood still gazing at the severed head. The eyes wide open in disbelief still shone with incredulity. Qingshan spoke softly. In truth, you should have focused first on improving your body tempering realm. In the instant of their clash, he had discerned Fu Wu's realm 8th level body tempering. Not low by any means, but far too slow for Fu Wu. Both shared the same 4th level insight in the starry sky summons, technique, mastering muscle rhythm. Fu Wu's family conditions were also decent. If he focused solely on body tempering, the 10th level was not unattainable. Yet Fu Wu, spurred on by the thrill of the rookie battle, spent his time honing martial skills. It was precisely because of this that Qingshan experienced the rare sensation of realm dominance in battle, deploying only the explosive technique of heavenly net step, not even employing sword methods. The wide eyes refused to close. Qingshan knelt down and politely closed them for him. No need to be resentful, I am simply more diligent than you. Matching continued. Opponents around rank 100 were mostly in the latter half of 3rd grade, with strength hovering around 8th or 9th level body tempering. However, generally speaking, body tempering cultivation demands vast amounts of time, so these opponents' martial skills were usually weak. Naturally, Qingshan faced no pressure, cutting them down effortlessly. Upon reaching rank 50, 10th level body tempering practitioners began to appear, prompting Qingshan to finally employ sword techniques. Prepare for battle. Your opponent Lu Su has been selected, ranked 4,627. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Lu Su. Qingshan was stunned, gazing at his opponent 100 meters away. A delicate figure leaned on a more than 2-meter-long spear, returning his stare. It really is her. Astonishment filled Qingshan's eyes. The Lu Su before him was the same girl who 4 months ago, in their last virtual battle, had called him junior. At that time, both were ranked beyond 2000. He had not yet grasped this subtlety of dimensions, his strength barely within the top 10 among second-grade rookies. In 4 months, through raw stats and hard cultivation, Qingshan had climbed into the top 5000. Unexpectedly, Lu Su was already waiting here. Has she also cheated? Qingshan doubted. Or is she truly a genius who has awakened? Across from him, Qingshan. The real Qingshan. Lu Su's eyes widened, her surprise no less than, no, to be precise, her heart was in turmoil. Born in Xinzhou, blessed with talent and ample resources, she began cultivating martial skills in the first year of middle school. Mastering 2 techniques, Ghost Shadow Step and Rainbow Piercing Spear, she achieved great success within 2 years, but remained stuck just short of perfection. According to the usual cultivation path, perfection was not always pursued vigorously. After all, they were merely drank martial skills. It was wiser to cultivate higher-grade techniques early. Yet Lu Su was stubborn and refused to accept this. In Xinzhou's virtual battles, where the strong were abundant, she refused to be overwhelmed. So she found a way into the old continent battle space. While in Xinzhou, she was just a freshman high schooler, in the old continent, she could dominate as a senior. In 4 months under intense combat, she finally broke through a bottleneck that had held for over a year, surging to rank 4,627. Lu Su never imagined she would encounter her former vanquished opponent again at this moment. She had climbed here through years of accumulated skill breakthroughs in movement and martial arts. And what about the other party? Could it be an awakening? Lu Su doubted. An awakened genius. Is the old continent about to produce a second Mao Yu? The atmosphere was eerily silent. The battle platform had welcomed a rare peace. A man and a woman stood 100 meters apart, exchanging doubtful glances. Both mentally labeled the other as an awakened genius. Finally, clang. Qingshan drew his sword, breaking the silence. Lu Su, long time no see. He had not forgotten lying beneath her last time. So what if she's an awakened genius? Today he sought revenge. Months apart, and you don't even call me senior sister anymore. Lu Su laughed coquettishly, raising her spear. Today, sister, will teach you what respect truly means. Awakened genius or not, he still had to call her senior. Whoosh. A sudden gust of wind, as both moved simultaneously. Their figures, traced afterimages of 100 meters, vanished in an instant. A rainbow streak pierced the sun. Lu Su's gaze sharpened as her spearhead pierced the void, sending ripples of white waves radiating from its tip. Boom. A sonic boom erupted right beside their ears. Qingshan remained composed, his blade silently slicing through the air. His strike came from behind, brushing aside the spear and deflecting it. Ha ha, junior, today sister will teach you the meaning of an inch long, an inch strong. Accompanied by her laughter, the spear retracted slightly before sweeping out fiercely. Sweeping 1,000 pounds. Qingshan's expression was calm, as if time had returned to 4 months ago during the final moments of the rookie battle. Back then he had narrowly won by utilizing the subtlety of dimensions. Now, although Lu Su had reached 9th level body tempering, and her spear technique was stronger than Lin Fan's, he was no longer the same man he had been. Whoosh. Gale howled as countless sword shadows swirled into a dark cloud, more than a dozen blades dancing around him. Perfected Wind Shadow Blade. Lu Su raised an eyebrow unsurprised. Junior, you used this move last. The spears swept relentlessly at the dark cloud. Both were perfected drank martial skills. In terms of force, the spear definitely held the advantage. Is that so? Qingshan leapt up the dark cloud, rising with him. In Xinzhou, within a villa, the virtual chamber slid open, and Lu Su suddenly sat up, still shaken. The thunder descends upon the world. Qingshan's final move was undoubtedly the thunder descending upon the world. Though there were no flashes of lightning, she could still see the shadow of the thunderclap blade at a glance. Little girl lost again. A woman dressed in a small suit and white shirt, looking refined, approached with a plate of grapes. The martial arts class in Jiuzhou is not to be trifled with. To say nothing of it, just the current top student Mu Yu has already made those senior year students anxious. The martial arts class is limited to Jiuzhou, while all students in Xinzhou have been practicing martial arts from the very beginning. Each year's admission qualification battle is a competition between senior students from Xinzhou and the top 100 from Jiuzhou. Lu Su looked up at the woman who was speaking. The reason she could recognize the thunder descending upon the world at a glance was precisely because of this woman in front of her. Her Aunt Lu Jing. Lu Su pondered for a moment and asked out of curiosity, "Aunt, can someone at the body refinement realm master the thunder descending upon the world move?" As far as she knew, only blood energy could stimulate the power of thunder. Moreover, logically speaking, the body refinement realm should not be able to reach the great success of Thunderclap Blade. Is he the opponent who just defeated you? Lu Jing raised an eyebrow in curiosity, pinching a grape and putting it in her mouth. Lu Su nodded and described the final battle in detail. Qingshan, another genius with enlightenment. Lu Jing exclaimed in surprise, dropping a grape back onto the plate. It seems the strategy set by the Federation for the martial arts class in Jiuzhou is indeed correct. Just as one Mu Yu has emerged, now another Qingshan has appeared. His Thunderclap Blade should not have reached great success yet. He merely integrated the momentum into the Wind Shadow Blade using the gathered blade light to simulate the thunder descending upon the world. This idea is indeed quite creative. Lu Jing praised, picking up the fallen grape and putting it back in her mouth to crush it. At the same time, she offered the plate to Lu Su. "Try it, your dad brought these back from Qihuang Star. They're quite precious." Lu Su leaned back, her eyes filled with disdain. "You little brat." Lu Jing could naturally see what her niece was disdainful about and scolded. "I think you've never experienced hardship. You don't understand the value of saving it all. By the way, since Qingshan is practicing the Thunderclap Blade, he must have seen my teaching videos, right?" As Lu Jing spoke, she began to flip through her contacts. After quickly scanning through thousands of names, her brow gradually furrowed. "He didn't add me. Could it be that he already has the Thunder Pattern Blade? No, wait. You said he was still ranked behind Zero before. He must just be in his second year of the martial arts class, so it doesn't make sense that he could afford the Thunder Pattern Blade." "Exactly. It must be that he is saving up," Lu Jing mused. "But with his talent, he probably won't even need to come to Xinzhou too." Lu Jing muttered to herself, her expression becoming more and more conflicted as she began to feel anxious. Lu Su rolled her eyes and lay back in the virtual chamber, closing the lid tightly. In Jiuzhou, within the combat space. Defeated the opponent, currently ranked 3,589. Do you wish to continue matching? Another opponent fell under the blade, and Qingshan hesitated, not pressing the confirm button. In Jiuzhou's 107 provinces, there are nearly 2,000 third-year students combined. After battling this far, the opponents encountered can be considered upper tier. Each one has reached the 10th level of body refinement and possesses at least level body techniques and martial skills. However, for him the difficulty is not too great. Qingshan fought his way through, having gone through dozens of battles. "Please prepare for battle. Your opponent has been selected. Mao Kai, ranked 1843. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Qingshan drew his sword, ready to make a move. Qingshan. A voice of surprise came from the opposite side, causing Qingshan to pause and look intently. He saw a thin youth holding a long sword looking at him in astonishment. Qingshan's gaze fell on Mao Kai's face, and he frowned. He didn't know the other party at all. "Qingshan, I didn't expect it to really be you." Mao Kai leisurely looked him up and down, smacking his lips. Tisk, I heard you were leaving the care center. They all said you did it for Guan Xiao to fight for a spot in the senior martial arts class. I didn't believe it. I never expected. Not only did you enter the martial arts class, but you also managed to match with me. Wait. Logically, you should only be a first-year martial arts student. It shouldn't be like this, right? Mao Kai stopped his evaluation and began to frown in thought. Meanwhile, upon hearing the name, Guan Xiao, Qingshan's previously furrowed brow relaxed as he finally remembered who Mao Kai was. In his past life, he grew up in the care center and naturally had a few gifted classmates that were selected to be sent to Xinzhou. Guan Xiao was one of them. Moreover, Guan Xiao was considered the first love of his past life. As for Mao Kai, he was merely a little sycophant of Guan Xiao. However, that has nothing to do with Qingshan. When he crossed over, his past self had already left the care center. Furthermore, how can he talk about feelings with a kid he has never even held hands with? Li Qingshan, you haven't awakened, have you? Mao Kai took an exaggerated step back, then shook his head and chuckled. 2 years ago you might have really made it to Xinzhou and paired up with Guan Xiao for a double flight. Unfortunately, Guan Xiao has awakened her mental power talent and was directly recommended to Ziying Academy. By the time you get to Xinzhou, she will probably have become a mecha master studying at the planetary fortress. Mao Kai wore a smug expression, waiting to see Li Qingshan's face of heartbreak upon learning the truth. 3 years of hard work, and it was about to succeed, yet it ended in failure. Such a blow. TSK, TSK. The more Mao Kai thought about it, the more he anticipated his gaze fixed on Li Qingshan. Back then, when he learned of this matter, he had been heartbroken for a long time. Now he could finally find a bit of solace through this former lover of Guan Xiao. Are you done talking? Li Qingshan furrowed his brow, slightly looking impatient. You? Mao Kai was shocked on the spot, exclaiming, why aren't you sad? Sad about what? Too much nonsense. Li Qingshan stomped heavily with his right foot and swung his long knife. The wind howled, and the blade light followed, sweeping towards Mao Kai. The clash of swords occurred, twisting. In just a few seconds, Li Qingshan stepped behind Mao Kai and executed a backward thrust. Puff! Blood rained down, the corpse split in two. Defeated the opponent, currently ranked 1843. Do you wish to continue matching? Li Qingshan looked down at the dismembered corpse, wrinkling his face in disgust. Spouting nonsense, not a single useful piece of information. Previously, he listened to Mao Kai's ramblings merely to know why the other party was in Xinzhou, while he could still enter the combat space in Jiuzhou. He also wanted to hear if there were any new happenings in Xinzhou. Unfortunately, Mao Kai's words revolved around Guan Xiao, and Li Qingshan was too impatient to ask further. As expected, sycophants meet a bad end. Li Qingshan withdrew his gaze and continued to start matching. Please prepare for battle. Your opponent has been selected. Hong Bin, ranked 1789. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Defeated the opponent, currently ranked 1684. Do you wish to continue matching? Defeated the opponent, currently ranked 1472. Do you wish to continue matching? Defeated the opponent, currently ranked 1053. Do you wish to continue matching? By the corpse, Li Qingshan stumbled, leaning his long knife on the ground. A bloody hole pierced through his abdomen. This battle had been quite perilous. Approaching the top 1,000, the opponent's martial skills were already not far inferior to his. Coupled with the realm difference of 1 level, the recent battles had been mutually contested. Even if he could win, it would come at a terrible cost. That's enough. The top 1,000 is not so easy to enter. Li Qingshan muttered, pressing the exit button. This ranking challenge was merely to test his own strength. Now the answer was clear. In the top 1,000, averaging across 107 provinces, there were fewer than 10 people from each province. His current strength is already close to the top 10 of the 3rd year in Wui province. At noon, after class at Wank Mountain, he returned to his office and had just taken a seat. Knock knock. A knock sounded at the door, a smile flickering at the corner of Wank Mountain's mouth. No one comes to the Sambao Hall without a reason. You've been in seclusion for the past few months, and suddenly you come to see me. There must be something on your mind, right? No one comes to the Sambao Hall without a reason. You've been in seclusion for the past few months, and suddenly you come to see me. There must be something on your mind, right? Teacher, you truly have a keen insight. Li Qingshan flattered him and eagerly picked up the water bottle to start mixing water. All right, stop flattering me and get to the point. Wank Mountain chided with a smile. Li Qingshan set down the water bottle and spoke up. Teacher, I just wanted to ask if it's possible to take a part-time job at the inspection bureau. Part-time? Wank Mountain's gaze turned curious, and Li Qingshan quickly added. A temporary position would be fine. It's all the same. Is this about part-time work or a temporary position? Wank Mountain chuckled with anger. Your goal is Xinzhou, the Ziying Academy. Weren't you doing well with your cultivation a while ago? You don't lack points, so why have you suddenly thought of taking a part-time job at the inspection bureau? Li Qingshan pondered for a moment and concocted a reason. Teacher, although I still have plenty of points left, the resources consumed by the Yin-Yang 9 transformations are terrifying. I need to prepare for the future. Preparing for the future doesn't require joining the inspection bureau. Wank Mountain waved his hand, pointing out, focus on your cultivation, and after June this year you'll be able to secure your position at the top of the old continent. The top 100 of the old continent offers point rewards awarded monthly. Starting from the 100th position, each rank increases by 10 points. By then you'll be earning 1,000 points each month. Moreover, seeing Li Qingshan's eyes lighting up, Wank Mountain continued to tempt him. Every June, after confirming the top 100 of the old continent, a one-time reward of 100 times the points will be distributed. The reward for being first in the old continent is 100 points, enough for you to master the first 3 transformations. Once you go to Xinzhou, there will be even more ways to earn points. 100,000 points. Li Qingshan swallowed hard, his mind filled with a single thought. Mu Yu is truly wealthy. The temptation of 100 points made him consider competing for first place in the old continent this year. No, I need to stay calm. There are only 2 months left, and I can't compete. Thoughts flashing wildly, he finally suppressed the golden light in his eyes. Li Qingshan hesitated for a moment and changed his excuse. Teacher, I'm not just after points, mainly I've been in seclusion for too long and need practical combat training. The last time at the Silver Bright Hotel, I gained some insight into the subtlety of the moment during practical combat. Insight. Upon hearing those words, Wank Mountain had to take it seriously and did not refuse any longer. After pondering for a moment, he said, I can put in a word for you to get a position as an investigator at the Inspection Bureau. You can find a few informants yourself. Just focus on your cultivation. I'll wait until your informants have news before taking action. Thank you, teacher. Li Qingshan sighed in relief and was about to take his leave. Don't get too happy too soon. Wank Mountain shook his head, reminding him, the last incident with the cultists can only be considered an exception. Before that, in the past decade or so, Lying and several nearby cities have not had any incidents. I'll remember that, thank you, teacher. Li Qingshan thanked him again and left through the door. First, he would take a temporary position. If he could slay a few monsters, it would be worth it. If all else fails, he would wait until he went to Zinzu. Zinzu is where a gate is suppressed. The Inspection Bureau is close to the city center. It is a small 3-story building, not very imposing. To be precise, this is just an office. Each province's Inspection Bureau has only one headquarters located in the provincial capital. Regular ordinary events are handled by the investigators at the office. When faced with tricky issues, they will ask the local martial arts teachers on temporary assignment to step in. Martial arts teachers are the strongest combat force in a city. As for the Skywatcher's mechas, every mecha pilot holds at least the position of deputy director. Mecha patrols cover the entire province, reaching speeds up to 10 times the speed of sound in the atmosphere, allowing for rapid support throughout the province. Lying Square has arrived. Passengers wishing to alight, please prepare. The bus slowed to a stop, and Li Qingshan opened his eyes, exiting the martial arts space. As for the Skywatcher's mechas, every mecha pilot holds at least the position of deputy director. Mecha patrols cover the entire province, reaching speeds up to 10 times the speed of sound in the atmosphere, allowing. You're quite bold to dare to loiter at the door of the Inspection Bureau. The figure shivered and turned around. With a sharp chin and a thin frame, it was Chang'an who had guided him at the Silver Bright Hotel. Boss, don't joke with me. Chang'an sighed in relief upon recognizing Li Qingshan, then puffed out his chest. After the last time, my previous matters have been wiped clean, and now I am a legitimate informant. Change careers. Li Qingshan's eyes brightened. An informant should be someone familiar with all walks of life and well-informed. Furthermore, at the Silver Bright Hotel, Chang'an had wanted to back out at the slightest hint of danger. This kind of prudence was perfect for being an informant. Perfect. Be my informant. You won't miss out on benefits. Boss, are you sure you're not joking? Chang'an hesitated to speak. Having been at the Inspection Bureau for so long, he already knew that Li Qingshan had been bluffing that night and was not an investigator. Don't worry. Li Qingshan saw through Chang'an's thoughts and smiled slightly. I'll be starting the job soon. That's good. Chang'an sighed in relief and agreed. Boss, rest assured I will definitely do my job well. Just then a hoarse voice came from behind. A little brat like you wants to join the Inspection Bureau. Li Qingshan turned around, but saw no one. Director Zhu. Chang'an's expression tightened, and he gently tugged Li Qingshan's sleeve, glancing upwards. Li Qingshan looked up to see a kindly old man floating down from the air. More importantly, the old man's lower legs were empty. The old man hovered in front of them and corrected him. It's deputy director, don't misname it in the future. Yes. Chang'an nodded repeatedly. Every deputy director of the Inspection Bureau is a mecha pilot. Li Qingshan, understanding the situation, greeted him first. Hello, Director Zhu. Little fellow. The old man smiled, but did not correct him further, his gaze scrutinizing. Before Li Qingshan could react, the old man had already withdrawn his gaze. Bone age 18, a body refinement 9th level, you must be Li Qingshan. Wank Mountain has taught a good student. The old man expressed with admiration, looking at Li Qingshan. Now tell me, why do you want to join the Inspection Bureau? Li Qingshan replied with righteous resolve. Martial arts are meant to be used to kill enemies. I want to slay cultists and ferocious beasts. This was the truth, but Wank Mountain's deep-seated prejudice against him would likely prevent him from believing it, even if he had said it before. The old man before him was different. The Inspection Bureau was always hostile towards evil, and they would surely appreciate this answer. No lies, not bad. The old man nodded in satisfaction and floated toward the door. Let's go. Follow me in to complete your employment procedures. The process for a temporary investigator was not complicated. It only took 10 minutes for Li Qingshan to walk out of the Inspection Bureau again. Boss, I'm here. Chang'an waved outside the door. As Li Qingshan approached, he nervously asked, Boss, did it work out? It did. Li Qingshan nodded, noticing Chang'an's visibly relieved expression, and couldn't help but ask. It was just a procedure. Why were you so nervous? That's Deputy Director Zhu Ping, who wouldn't be nervous facing him. Chang'an replied with a bitter smile. Moreover, usually no mecha pilots come here. At most, Deputy Director Yu, who resides locally, might drop by occasionally. Who would have thought that Deputy Director Zhu would come today? Zhu Ping. Li Qingshan was also quite curious about the kind-looking old man. Who would have thought that Deputy Director Zhu would come today? Zhu Ping. Li Qingshan was also quite curious. Chang'an hesitated, pulling Li Qingshan toward the center of the bustling shopping mall, and only then did he whisper, "Boss, I only have some hearsay." Deputy Director Zhu's first half of life was quite difficult. Chang'an emphasized the last 4 words. Li Qingshan nodded, waiting for more. It is said that Deputy Director Zhu was also a martial arts class student in his youth, but he ultimately fell short in strength and couldn't go to Xinzu. After leaving the martial arts class, he directly joined the inspection bureau. His legs were lost during an operation to encircle cultists. Director Zhu also awakened his mental power talent as a result, and went to Xinzu for further training, becoming a mecha pilot. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshan frowned and asked in confusion. Although saying that misfortune brings fortune sounds a bit harsh, but isn't Director Zhu's experience not so difficult? And besides, can't they reattach 2 legs in Xinzu? Boss, we haven't gotten to the main point yet. Chang'an looked around at the crowd and lowered his voice even further. With Xinzu's medical conditions, Deputy Director Zhu was indeed able to heal his legs back then. However, his wife and children did not go to Xinzu with him and were waiting for his return in Luoping City. Li Qingshan's expression changed. Upon hearing this, he could easily guess what happened next. Did the cultists take revenge on Deputy Director Zhu's wife and children? Whether it was revenge or not, nobody can say for sure. Chang'an shook his head, sighing. In any case, when Deputy Director Zhu flew back from Xinzu, his wife and children were already dead. It was on that day that Deputy Director Zhu severed his own legs, cutting off his path forward, and from then on settled in Luoping City. Deputy Director Zhu 30 years ago was nothing like he is now. He was famously ruthless against evil and acted swiftly and decisively. Even now, Luoping City is entirely clean, with not a trace of any gray industries. Hearing this, Li Qingshan finally understood why Chang'an was so fearful and couldn't help but chuckle. "You're my informant now, not a gambler. No need to be so timid." "True enough." Chang'an nodded, relaxing. "Boss, rest assured I have plenty of information that will guarantee I can help you make achievements. Whether or not I make achievements doesn't matter." Li Qingshan shook his head, lightly patting Chang'an's shoulder with a meaningful look. "What I want are leads like the ones from the Silver Bright Hotel last time." "Boss, you're not joking, right?" Chang'an swallowed, nervously, feeling apprehensive. "Don't worry, I'm not asking you to charge into battle." Li Qingshan's smile faded, and he said seriously, "Just try to gather information and send me any suspicious leads." Chang'an sighed in relief, puffing out his chest. "Boss, don't worry, I will complete the task." After explaining everything, Li Qingshan hurried back to school to continue his cultivation. In the evening, Li Qingshan returned home, washed up briefly, and lay back on his bed. Inspection Bureau. Zhu Ping. Thinking of the old man's empty legs, Li Qingshan couldn't help but be curious and activated his communication device. Although he was only taking a temporary position, he still had the status of an investigator, and some permissions in the Inspection Bureau's database were open to him. However, there was very little information regarding Deputy Director Zhu, and after some searching, he finally settled on a photo. It was a family photo of 3. In his youth, Zhu Ping appeared gallant, and beside him his wife had a gentle demeanor. Between the two was a boy around 10 years old. There was a small red star-shaped birthmark on the boy's forehead. It looked not only unugly but also made him appear even cuter. Cultists. Li Qingshan murmured softly, gazing at this warm family photo from 30 years ago. Zhu Ping's story. When facing cultists, one must eradicate them at their roots. Buzz. His wrist vibrated, and a message popped up. Chang'an. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows after reading the message. According to Chang'an, he had organized all the recent messages from the past 6 months and discovered a suspicious location. Chang'an was already keeping watch and asked if Li Qingshan would take action. So soon. Li Qingshan was a bit surprised, but adhering to the principle of better to kill the wrong one than let one go, he replied with a message to Chang'an to wait for him. He rolled out of bed and picked up the thunder pattern blade. Li Qingshan paused for a moment, thinking before pointing to the contact list. A projection screen popped up displaying a groggy face. Li Qingshan put on a smile and said warmly, "Teacher, you're not asleep yet, right?" In the dead of night, at the entrance of a small inn, a dozen investigators formed a circle, a caution tape stretched around them. Disheveled men and women covering their heads and faces emerged from the doorway. Outside the caution tape, hundreds of enthusiastic onlookers gathered, pointing and discussing. Shameless, they deserve to be caught. Exactly, the Inspection Bureau did a great job. How dare such a place open next to our neighborhood? No way, I need to go back and interrogate that deadbeat. He took 2 hours just to buy soy sauce a few days ago. I think he doesn't want to live anymore. 2 hours. A gasp arose as a group of women looked enviously at the departing figure. They hurriedly made their way home, each absorbed in their thoughts. At this moment, the remaining men dared to discuss in low voices. A newly opened shop, how could it have been raided? I haven't even spent any money there yet. Is the Inspection Bureau just bored? They're so diligent in cracking down on vice. Nearby, is this the stronghold of the evil god's followers you mentioned? Juan Qingshan spoke in a muffled voice, his expression gloomy. Teacher, just in case, just in case. Qingshan awkwardly smiled and replied, besides cracking down on vice contributes to our luoing too. I despise those who only talk about money and not feelings and transactions. Alright, I'm going back to sleep now. Juan Qingshan waved his hand speechless and turned to leave. In fact, he had guessed this outcome from the beginning. After all, Qingshan's information, no matter how well-informed, wouldn't lead to catching traces of the evil god's followers right after entering the job. Take care, teacher, Qingshan said with enthusiasm, waving goodbye. After Juan Qingshan's figure faded into the distance, he turned to look at the disheveled individuals. They weren't bad-looking at all. Reluctantly pulling back his gaze, Qingshan shook his head in despair. Free reconnaissance was nice, but it wasn't what he wanted. Boss-I, Qingshan stood by at a loss. This lead came from a foreman at the Silver Radiance Hotel, so he thought he had some confidence, but didn't dare to probe further. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a blunder. It's fine. Qingshan smiled reassuringly, saying, keep gathering information, even if it was a blunder, there's nothing to fear. Just wasting an hour at most. If we actually catch a lead on the evil god's followers, it'll be a big win. Qingshan regained his confidence and assured, don't worry boss, I will do my best. In the following days, Qingshan followed a regular training regimen and occasionally received messages from Qingshan. However, after the investigations, they all turned out to be ordinary cases. Qingshan didn't blame Qingshan. Instead, he gave some informants fees and offered words of comfort. After all, according to Juan Qingshan, Luoying and nearby cities had been peaceful for a long time, and after the incident with Yu Qingya, they had thoroughly cleaned up. Finding traces of the evil god's followers was not an easy task. However, Qingshan seemed to be increasingly discouraged by the consecutive failures, resulting in fewer messages. Qingshan was not in a hurry. His position at the inspection bureau was merely a precaution. The time in the martial arts space was still sufficient, and self-cultivation was key. Days passed by. Soon it was May 31st. In the training room, the light walls stood erect, and the punching strength tester was making loud sounds. After a few seconds, Qingshan stopped his fists and looked at the results. Speed 65 meters second, punching force 10 tons. Finally reached the 10th level of body tempering. Qingshan sighed lightly. Upon first learning about martial arts after his journey, he was struck by the standard for the 10th level of body tempering. A speed of 50 meters second and a punching force of 10 tons, he could be considered a human-shaped beast. In 3 years, he had finally transformed from a frail student to this level. With the 10th level of body tempering, I should be able to attempt the guiding technique, right? Qingshan's eyes sparkled as he looked at the panel. Qingshan Realm Body Tempering 90100 Technique. The 36th set of radio calisthenics. The stars are calling perfect martial skills. Heavenly Luo Steps 23583000. Proficient Thunderblade 22933000. Proficient Misty Steps. Perfect Wind Shadow Blade. Perfect Function Martial Arts Space LV1 9100. Available time 4 years 69 days. Time flow rate 110. 10 days ago, the stars are calling had reached perfection. At the moment of perfection, Qingshan intuitively understood the guiding technique and sensed the blood and qi within his body. Although not reaching the 10th level of body tempering made it hard to stir his own blood and qi, there was still a significant increase during the tempering process. This was also the key to his rapid breakthrough to the 10th level of body tempering. Guiding directing. Qingshan swallowed a bottle of Star Source liquid, assumed his stance, and repeated the 108 actions of body tempering once again. The techniques of exerting force, coordinating breathing, and muscle rhythm no longer required his divided attention. The first 4 important principles of the stars are calling had completely transformed into instincts, perfectly synchronizing with his bodily movements. Qingshan's mind sank into his body, sensing the contained blood and qi. Blood and qi flowed everywhere, circulating throughout his body. The essence of the guiding technique was to follow the 108 body tempering movements and direct the flow of blood and qi, providing deeper reinforcement to the physical body. As each movement was completed, the Star Source liquid in his stomach was rapidly consumed. An hour later, Qingshan steadied himself, looking fatigued. After exhaling, he touched his belly. He could clearly feel that the burning sensation in his stomach had lessened significantly. Digestion has sped up. Qingshan pinched his brow, but showed little joy on his face. It was too difficult. Using the guiding technique to direct blood and qi felt like holding a hoe trying to modify the flow of a vast river. Just one session of body tempering consumed more mental energy than 10 times combined in the past. No wonder few people step into the extreme realm. Qingshan realized with the difficulty of the guiding technique, if one's talent was insufficient, forcibly pursuing the extreme realm might even lead to slower cultivation speeds than directly breaking through the blood and qi realm. And the extreme realm was like this, let alone the path of breaking limits that followed. The primary condition for breaking limits was to perfectly control one's own blood and qi. however thinking about it from another perspective. Li Qingshan murmured softly, his eyes gradually shining. If I can first achieve perfect control over blood and qi, then I wouldn't even need the guiding technique. I could cultivate just by sitting. This notion to others on the path of breaking limits sounded like a fantasy. Although refining the physical body was tough, time could always be spent grinding it out. But mastering blood and qi control was the heavenly obstacle of every turn in Flames of the Sun 9, turns taking even more time and requiring greater comprehension. Usually, even if one reached the end of the extreme realm, a lot of time would be needed to grasp it before one could control blood and qi. However, for Li Qingshan, Flames of the Sun 9 turns could be cultivated in the martial arts space, and what he feared the least was hard training. Li Qingshan suppressed his excitement and once again called up the information on Flames of the Sun 9 turns. After carefully memorizing it, he directly entered the martial arts space. If the guiding technique was like using the 108 movements as hose laboriously directing the flow among the vast rivers and lakes, then Flames of the Sun 9. If the guiding technique was like using the 108 movements as hose laboriously directing the flow among the vast rivers and lakes, then Flames of the Sun 9 turns relied solely on will. Using will to pry the water flow until calling the wind and rain, altering the course of rivers. Li Qingshan's mind sank into his body, quietly sensing the flow of his blood and qi. He then focused all his attention on the Tanchishang point in the center of his chest, a crucial juncture of blood and qi. The blood and qi flowed steadily, appearing to change not at all. Yet fine beads of sweat gradually surfaced on Li Qingshan's forehead, and finally the flowing blood and qi stirred up a tiny wave. Li Qingshan let out a sigh of relief and shifted his focus to another blood and qi node in the lower left part of his chest, repeating the previous process. There were over 1,000 similar nodes. The cultivation of the yin-yang jiuzhuan relies on willpower to successively pry open all the nodes, gradually familiarizing oneself with the blood and qi. Through continuous repetition, one ultimately gains complete control over them. After half a day's time, Li Qingshan felt a weakness throughout his body and fell back, lying on the ground. The first attempt to pry open the blood and qi node had exhausted all his energy. Yet a smile could not help but emerge from the corner of Li Qingshan's mouth. Cultivation method: Yin-Yang Jiuzhuan 11,000 first turn grade technique, with proficiency requirements raised by 1 level. Li Qingshan was not surprised, rather the change in the suffix drew his attention. Is it not the entry level? Is it because of the peculiarity of the technique? After pondering a moment, he no longer thought much of it, and let his mind sink back into his body. This time he no longer felt powerless like before, facing rivers and lakes alone. At the moment of entering the Yin-Yang Jiuzhuan, all the previously pried blood and qi nodes began to connect in some way. Though he was far from controlling them, prying them open was no longer as laborious. With his focus on the Tanchishang point, the calm river of blood and qi soon began to ripple. He then shifted to the next blood and qi node. Half an hour later, all the 1,000 blood and qi nodes had been pried open, and Li Qingshan opened his eyes. Half a day turned into half an hour. Li Qingshan nodded at first, then furrowed his brow in confusion. But after just one session of cultivation, the connections between the blood and qi nodes have not strengthened at all. Normally, cultivation involves repeatedly prying open nodes to comprehend and familiarize oneself with the blood and qi. Is it because my comprehension is insufficient? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow, seemingly unconcerned. Not enough comprehension is fine, improving proficiency will do. Cultivation method: Yin-Yang Jiuzhuan 21,000 first turn half an hour yields 1 proficiency point, that's 48 points in a day, plus a time flow rate of 110. Li Qingshan murmured calculations, his eyes gradually brightening. Even excluding the commuting time in reality and the rest time in the space, it won't take more than a few days for the technique to break through. Once I break through, it means I can perfectly control the blood and qi in my body. At that time, I could even sit and guide the blood and qi, drinking the star source liquid as if it were water without issue. Upon thinking of this, Li Qingshan could hardly wait to close his eyes again and begin his cultivation. In the martial arts space, there was no day or night, and he lost track of how long had passed. Li Qingshan's wrist trembled, and he opened his eyes in confusion. Is someone looking for me? Exiting the martial arts space, the communication device was buzzing. Upon thinking of this, Li Qingshan could hardly wait to close his eyes again and begin his cultivation. In the martial arts space, there was no. The so-called old place refers to a cafe next to the school. It was chosen also because several martial arts teachers lived nearby. When Li Qingshan arrived, Chung and was already waiting in a corner waving at him. Go ahead, what's going on? Li Qingshan set down his long knife and took a seat. Boss. Chung glanced around, lowering his voice. I seem to have found something quite significant. As he spoke, he placed a stack of documents on the table. Li Qingshan looked down. The first few pages were organized wholesale lists from slaughterhouses. The lists belonged to different slaughterhouses and only recorded one type of product. Pork. Li Qingshan raised his head in confusion. Boss, this pork is all purchased from a company called Li. Qingshan continued, pulling out a sheet of paper beneath the shopping list. It was his own handwritten notes. Boss, I've tallied it up. This Linha supermarket takes away dozens of pigs every week from different slaughterhouses. They claim that the meat here is cheap and that they will sell it in Qingshan City. However, after investigating in Qingshan, I found that there are only 2 small storefronts of Linha supermarket on the street, and it is impossible for them to sell that much meat. Later, on one occasion, I quietly followed the delivery truck and discovered that they directly piled all the pork in an abandoned house in the suburbs. Qingshan spread out the documents, revealing several photos. Some showed a moving truck, while others depicted the process of unloading in front of a shabby little house. They unloaded the pork and left immediately. I kept watch until nightfall, when a black car without license plates arrived to load the goods. In the end, I followed it all the way here. Qingshan pulled out a photo and placed it in front of Qingshan. The photo depicted a desolate yard with a long sign hanging at the entrance, black letters on a white background. Songbai Funeral Home in Luoying City, a crematorium. Qingshan's expression turned serious. A crematorium couldn't possibly consume dozens of pigs in a week, and it was all so mysterious. Recalling the nature of a crematorium, Qingshan's first reaction was replacing corpses. Qingshan frowned. According to the information from the Inspection Bureau, there had never been a precedent of cultists stealing corpses for sacrifices, at least not fresh corpses killed on site. According to the records, to successfully sacrifice to the evil god, one must please it. A corpse that is not fresh is no different from feeding the evil god a mouthful of excrement. However, no matter what, this Songbai Funeral Home was already suspicious enough. Qingshan gathered the documents and spoke. You've only uncovered this much, I'll handle the rest. Boss, I haven't finished yet. Qingshan swallowed hard, his expression growing increasingly anxious. This photo is already a week old, though I was worried it was another false alarm, so I watched for a while longer. Until last night, that black car without license plates drove out again. It didn't go to the shabby house to collect pork, but instead went straight onto the highway. I followed it for a while. In the end, it drove into Luoying City. I didn't dare to follow any further. Luoying City. Qingshan's expression changed dramatically as he finally understood what Qingshan was afraid of. The funeral home's vehicle, surely, wasn't entering Luoying City for the first time. Regardless of whether it was involved with the cultists, it was definitely not clean. Yet in everyone's memory, Luoying City had been clean for 30 years with no shadow of any gray industries. Either these dark and murky things were too concealed to be discovered, or someone had acted to cover up various traces. A kindly old face flashed through Qingshan's mind, sending a chill down his spine. Zhu Ping. He'll handle the next steps. Once the matter is settled, the reward will be directly credited to your account. Qingshan picked up his knife and stood up, grabbing the documents while reminding him, remember, you've seen nothing of these documents. Do not intervene further. Phew. Boss, don't worry. I'm not very brave. Qingshan sighed in relief, lying back on the sofa. Qingshan nodded and turned to leave. Leaving the cafe, he walked straight towards the school gate. At the same time, a message was sent out. Teacher, are you in the office? I have something to report. In the office, the documents lay on the desk, and Qingshan had recounted everything in detail. Your idea is not wrong. Although these pieces of evidence do not involve Zhu Ping, the fact that this vehicle can enter Luoying City is the biggest issue. Teacher, Zhu Ping is after all the deputy director. It might be difficult to investigate, right? Qingshan spoke softly. Wan Keshan let out a scoff, stating firmly, it is precisely because of his position that a thorough investigation must be conducted. The higher-ups of the Inspection Bureau must not be tainted by evil forces, and the Mecha Masters must not fall. Don't worry, I will contact you, man, right away. This time we will make sure to investigate Luoying City thoroughly. Qingshan sighed in relief, his expression relaxing. As an investigator, he also had the contact information of Mecha Masters in his phone book. The reason he sought Wan Keshan first was precisely because of Yu Man's uncle. After all, the information on the documents was too scarce, making it impossible to judge whether there was any involvement with evil forces. Zhu Ping had severed his own legs and had been confined for 30 years. His reputation had long been established. As a mere part-time investigator, it would yield no good results to raise suspicions based on such scant information. Something feels off. Wan Keshan suddenly paused, his gaze filled with suspicion. You don't expect me to just wait for that phrase, do you? Am I just your sounding board? That's not what I meant, Qingshan replied with an awkward smile. When students face difficulties, of course, the first person they think of is their teacher. All right, go back and focus on your training. Wan Keshan waved his hand helplessly, giving a reminder. Don't wander around, just concentrate on your cultivation. Teacher, I understand. Qingshan nodded earnestly and turned to leave. Not just wandering around, he planned to stay in the training room for the next few days. He would not leave the school until matters were resolved. Arriving at the cafeteria, it was peak meal time. Tomorrow was June 1st, and with the college entrance exams approaching, the ordinary third-year students were both anxious and excited. Everyone was discussing their college applications, dreaming of future university life. In contrast, the atmosphere in the martial arts class was much more somber. Li Qingshan took a glance, picked up a tray, and sat down next to Zhao Hongzhou. There shouldn't be too many in the class who have broken through to the third level of body refinement, right? The threshold for the second year in the martial arts class was the third level of body refinement. Yu Lei and Hong Qian sitting across from him whispered, "There are only a bit more than 20. Zhao Hongzhou shook his head regretfully. Actually, a few classmates have recently comprehended the breathing technique, but they haven't had enough time to break through. The speed of body refinement training depends on the level of the cultivation technique, which is why Wan Keshan focused his teaching on the stars are calling. It is indeed a bit regrettable." Li Qingshan nodded, not saying more. In fact, most classmates, even if they stayed, would only be able to remain for another year. In the third year of the martial arts class, the threshold was the 7th level of body refinement. It was very difficult to reach the 4th level of the stars are calling. Only 3 or 4 people made it each year. "Tell me about yourself. Didn't you say you had some understanding of muscle rhythm a while ago? How is it going?" Almost there, almost there." Zhao Hongzhou chuckled foolishly while Yu Lei and Hong Qian across from him looked enviously. Although Zhao Hongzhou was still only at the 3rd level of body refinement, 1 level lower than them. But as long as he could comprehend the muscle rhythm, he would soon catch up and surpass them. "Take it slow, it's alright, keep it up." Li Qingshan encouraged, drawing the attention of the 3. "Is this slow? When I say I have an understanding, I usually break through the next day." Li Qingshan's expression remained calm, and the 3 rolled their eyes in unison. Back in the training room, Li Qingshan's gaze swept toward the soft mat in the corner, and he smiled slightly. "He'll sleep here for a few days. It's perfect for training the fiery sun 9 turns." Lying down with his clothes on, he closed his eyes, as if falling into a deep sleep. Just as Li Qingshan slept away, 3 mechas rushed in from different directions, arriving at Luoping City, and capturing Zhu Ping at the first opportunity. The so-called Linha supermarket in Qiang City, the shabby house in Luoying suburbs, and the Songbai funeral home simultaneously welcomed the investigators from the inspection bureau. Following the clues, several nearby cities also got into action. A large number of investigators were dispatched, sealing off various suspicious locations. Soon all investigators gathered in Luoping City, following the leads and unraveling the truth. 3 days later in the martial arts space, the fiery sun 9 turns 999, 1000 first turn. The fiery sun 9 turns 13,000 second turn. After a month of arduous training, I finally broke through. Li Qingshan sighed softly and opened his eyes. Although he was merely sitting quietly in place, there was an indistinct sound of water waves surging forth. His qi and blood surged endlessly, synchronized with his heart. The control of qi and blood was perfect. Li Qingshan smiled, faintly glancing at the panel displaying the fiery sun 9 turns. The proficiency still remained the same, not increasing. This was not a bottleneck. Rather, each turn of the fiery sun 9 turns corresponded to the path of breaking limits. Moreover, he had already completely mastered the control of his internal qi and blood, leaving no need for practice. Only by refining the rainbow could he start the training for the second turn after breaking through the first. "It's time to try my previous idea of practicing the guidance technique while sitting." Li Qingshan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was back in the training room. He got up, took a bottle of star source liquid, and sat cross-legged. His mind sank into his body, and his qi and blood moved according to his thoughts, flowing in the direction required by the guidance technique. Compared to the previous stagnation, it was now smooth, without any obstruction. With just a thought, he could easily redirect his qi and blood. Soon a session of body refinement was completed. Li Qingshan looked down at the communicator. Did it only take 10 minutes? He nodded in satisfaction. Not only had the time shortened, but he felt no fatigue at all. With his eyes closed, a new round of body refinement began. After completing 2 more sessions of body refinement, Li Qingshan had to stop. The star source liquid in his stomach had been fully consumed. Half an hour, 3 sessions of body refinement, consumed 1 bottle of star source liquid. Li Qingshan's eyes flickered as he took another bottle of star source liquid. Then let me see where the limit is. As time passed, the star source liquid in the insulated box dwindled, and empty bottles were thrown on the ground one after another. In the evening, with only a few bottles of star source liquid left, Li Qingshan finally stopped his training, opening his eyes with a mix of exhaustion and excitement in his gaze. 10 hours, 60 sessions of body refinement, 20 bottles of star source liquid. This intensity and consumption of training was equivalent to what he had done in the previous month. But the results were equally gratifying. Level body refinement 90100, level body refinement 91100. Have I already reached the peak? Li Qingshan's gaze swept across the panel, and he suddenly stood up, rushing towards the power measurement device opposite him. He threw a straight punch, his hands creating afterimages. Bang bang bang. After a series of muffled sounds, Li Qingshan looked up at the display screen. Punching power 15 tons. With just a 1-point increase, my punching power has risen by 5 tons. This is the significance of reaching the peak. Li Qingshan calmed himself down, pointed at the communicator, and entered the points mall. First he ordered 100 bottles of star source liquid, and then glanced at his account balance. Points 11000. One turn is definitely enough, but the consumption will only increase from here. Li Qingshan pondered, recalling the ranking rewards Wan Keshan had mentioned earlier. First place in the old continent 100 points. A month ago he couldn't even see the hope of competing for first place, urging himself to hang in there. But now he had reached the peak and could maintain an improvement rate of 1 point per day. In 10 days he would achieve perfection in the peak. Moreover, with his chi and blood already perfectly controlled, there were no obstacles to simulating the rainbow purification. Li Qingshan's eyes grew brighter as he murmured to himself, "It seems like I can indeed compete with Mu Yu for the first place in the old continent." Moments later Li Qingshan calmed his emotions, his gaze gradually firming. The most important thing is still self-cultivation. The new prefecture only recognizes the top 100 on the leaderboard, and the final decision won't be made until the last day of June, so there's no rush. Currently my cultivation method is already complete, and as long as I proceed step by step, I should be able to catch up to Mao Yu in realm. But combat power is not solely determined by realm, martial skills are equally important. Although Li Qingshan's past opponents had martial skills inferior to his own this time, it would be different. Faced with the top contender, the old prefecture now, 1 inch, and a true genius Mao Yu who had reached enlightenment, no amount of emphasis would be too much. Li Qingshan closed his eyes and once again entered the martial arts space, beginning to cultivate the Tianluo steps and the Thunderblade. However, this time the cultivation did not last long. Buzz. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and looked at the communication device. Master 1. The projection screen popped up and Wan Keshan, holding a teacup, smiled and said, "You brat, I told you not to run around, yet you went and directly occupied the training room." "Safety first," Li Qingshan replied nonchalantly and asked, "Master, is there any result?" "Yes, there is." Wan Keshan's smile faded as he pondered. Zhu Ping was controlled immediately. The director took action and personally checked, confirming there were no traces of evil god contamination. Not contaminated. Li Qingshan frowned. This result was indeed unexpected, but not being contaminated does not mean there are no issues. "I know what you're thinking," Wan Keshan said, lifting his eyelids and shaking his head. "However, this incident is indeed unrelated to him. We've already clarified the clues you provided. The Songbai funeral home is indeed replacing corpses. It's not just us in Luoying, but several nearby cities are experiencing the same situation. All the corpses were sent to a pharmaceutical company in Luoping City." "A pharmaceutical company?" Li Qingshan exclaimed in surprise, never expecting this outcome. "That's right, the pharmaceutical company conducts experiments and needs some human materials," Wan Keshan nodded. "I applied to the higher-ups earlier, but there was no response, so they resorted to desperate measures 3 months ago." "Are those corpses still there?" Li Qingshan's doubts did not diminish. "You can see for yourself." Wan Keshan picked up a stack of photos from the table and displayed them on the screen. The photos showed a very advanced laboratory with cold corpses lying on the examination tables. Dozens of photos captured the details of the corpses, all showing dissection marks, but they were processed very professionally, completely unrelated to evil god sacrifices. Li Qingshan withdrew his gaze, but his brow did not relax. Indeed, given the current situation, it seemed he had truly wronged Zhu Ping. However, Zhu Ping had been stationed in Luoping City for 30 years. Even if the Inspection Bureau conducted a thorough investigation, it wouldn't necessarily clear all the filth. More importantly, this pharmaceutical company was right under Zhu Ping's nose, taking desperate measures. How dare they? After pondering for a moment, Li Qingshan looked at the screen. "Master, do you believe it?" "It's not a matter of belief." Wan Keshan shook his head helplessly. "Involving the deputy director of the Inspection Bureau, the severity of this review exceeds your imagination. Not only was this pharmaceutical company thoroughly investigated to confirm it has no ties to Zhu Ping, but all missing and death cases in Luoping City over the past 30 years were also reviewed. What can be guaranteed is that no one in Luoping City has died from evil god sacrifices in the past 30 years. Li Qingshan nodded, not questioning the Inspection Bureau. Based on the clues he provided, achieving this step showed that the Inspection Bureau had taken it seriously enough. However, he still did not withdraw his gaze. Wan Keshan did not answer his question. "All right." Wan Keshan's expression was complicated as he smiled helplessly. "I don't believe it. Before this, although I wasn't familiar with Zhu Ping, I admired him greatly. But from the fact that he severed his own legs back, then one can see his stubborn character. Having a similar viewpoint is not unique to me, but..." Wan Keshan shifted his tone and looked at Li Qingshan, saying seriously, "In the face of concrete evidence, our viewpoints are merely subjective conjectures and can even be regarded as prejudices. Cultivate with peace of mind. Oh, as long as you stay in Luoying City, I can guarantee your safety." Li Qingshan took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "Thank you, Master, I understand. Remember, your own strength is fundamental. In the presence of sufficient power, all evils will collapse on their own." Wan Keshan left these final words before disconnecting the communication. Strengths. Li Qingshan looked back at the empty training room, laid back on the soft mat, and entered the martial arts space. 5 days later in the evening. Realm Body Refinement 95100 Realm Body Refinement 96100. After completing extreme realm cultivation, once again Li Qingshan picked up the Thunderblade and exited the training room. Although Wan Keshan had said the matter was settled, just to be safe he had stayed in the training room for an additional 5 days. The sun was slanting to the west, and the summer campus felt somewhat oppressive with few figures around. So quiet. Li Qingshan was initially puzzled, and then suddenly realized. Today is June 9th, and the college entrance examination just ended. Except for the martial arts class, all the ordinary students were on vacation. At that moment 3 figures appeared in the distance ahead. Upon seeing him they paused and turned to leave. Stop! Li Qingshan shouted, and leaped to catch up to the 3. What's wrong with you 3? Why do you run when you see me? Zhao Hongzhou, Yulei, and Hong Qian all lowered their heads stammering. Li Qingshan scanned the 3 of them, his brows gradually furrowing. Did you get beaten? The faces of the 3 were bruised, and their clothes were wrinkled. Brother Shan, don't ask, it's too embarrassing. Zhao Hongzhou muttered while Yulei and Hong Qian also kept their mouths shut, seemingly unwilling to speak. Outside the school in a hotel room. Don't worry, I severely humiliated them. Those 3 will definitely seek Li Qingshan's help for revenge. Liang Mingyu said proudly, glancing at a plain-looking young man beside him. A year ago the humiliation suffered in the Luoying martial arts class was all recovered today. However, thinking of Li Qingshan's presence, Liang Mingyu felt somewhat nervous. 5 Li Qingshan could win against Lin Fan last year. Now he might even be able to contend with third-year students. Do you really have the confidence to deal with him? The young man before him was not named Wu. He had only given Liang Mingyu a number. No. 5. No. 5 glanced at Liang Mingyu, his expression unchanged as he spoke. Don't ask what you shouldn't err. As long as you see Li Qingshan, your task will be complete. No problem. Liang Mingyu patted his chest and vowed, I have already agreed on the time and place with him. Li Qingshan will definitely show up. Did Liang Mingyu beat you 3? Li Qingshan's eyes widened in shock. Under his repeated questioning, Hong Qian was the first to succumb and honestly confessed. However, the answer was too surprising. Liang Mingyu's talent was at most comparable to Hong Qian's, yet in just 1 year apart, he could now brutally defeat the 3 working together. Wait. Li Qingshan frowned, rubbed his temples, and looked at Yulei. I remember you mentioned seeing Liang Mingyu on the platform when you returned on the train last year. That's right, Yulei nodded gloomily. At that time Liang Mingyu was with the Luoping City team. He must have transferred here. What a coincidence. Li Qingshan muttered to himself, his brow gradually relaxing. Brother Shan, you don't need to avenge us. Wait until I break through, and we'll go to Luoping City ourselves to settle the score. Zhao Hongzhou murmured, and Yulei and Hong Qian nodded in unison, their eyes firm. Li Qingshan turned in confusion, scanning the 3. When did I say I would avenge you? The 3 were stunned, caught off guard. Li Qingshan ignored them, thought for a moment, and directly dialed the internal number of the Inspection Bureau. The Inspection Bureau is also one of the career paths for previous martial arts classes, with many Qi and Blood Realm seniors inside sufficient to handle the situation. Thank you, senior brother. Li Qingshan smiled as he hung up the phone and walked back. Zhao Hongzhou and the others exchanged puzzled glances, both at a loss. Brother Shan, it can't be that serious, can it? It's just a fight, right? It shouldn't be reported to the Inspection Bureau. No, the problem is very serious. Don't meddle in this, just go to the infirmary and apply some ointment for your wounds. Li Qingshan waved his hand to dismiss the 3 and walked to the school gate, boarding the bus. In the hotel room, Liang Mingyu was still feeling pleased with himself, while number 5 sat silently in a chair. Suddenly number 5 stood up abruptly. What's wrong, number 5? The plan has changed to follow me. Number 5 said expressionlessly, turning to open the door and leave. Liang Mingyu followed behind in confusion, completely unaware of where number 5 had received the news. Moreover, number 5 hadn't even brought the communication device. Creak. The wheels stopped turning as Li Qingshan stepped off the bus with a knife in hand. Ha ha, Li Qingshan, today is your unlucky day. Moi. Li Qingshan turned his head to see Liang Mingyu wearing a smug expression. Clearly something unexpected had occurred. However, this was not the time to investigate the reason for the surprise. Li Qingshan gripped the knife handle with his right hand. Since there was no way to avoid it, then let's fight. Clang. He drew the knife, unsheathing it. Countless knife shadows accompanied by a howling wind swept forward. Liang Mingyu's eyes widened in shock, never expecting Li Qingshan to act without saying a word. The fierce wind brushed against him, the knife shadows closely following. The only thing Liang Mingyu could do was glance at number 5 for help. Unfortunately, number 5 had retreated 10 meters away, at some point his expression cold, showing no intention of intervening. Blood rained down, fragments flying everywhere. This time Li Qingshan was very meticulous in his cuts. As all the body parts fell to the ground, the chaos turned to blood rained down, fragments flying everywhere. This time Li Qingshan was very meticulous in his cuts. As all the body parts fell to the ground, the chaos turned to ashes, vanishing without a trace. Li Qingshan was not surprised. He had seen the same scene play out with Yu Qingya hundreds of times. The so-called immortality of the followers of the evil god also has its limits. Monster killed martial arts space experience 5. Usable time increased by 5 years. The notification flashed before Qingshan's eyes, but there was little joy on his face. Since Liang Mingyu was a monster, it undoubtedly proved that Zhu Ping was indeed problematic. Now he had been targeted. Qingshan turned to the indifferent young man watching from the side and stomped his right foot heavily. A fierce wind suddenly arose and 30 knife lights danced in the wind. The shadows of the wind followed. Countless tentacles burst forth from the young man's chest, armpits, and limbs, exposing raw flesh in a twisted and hideous manner. Knife shadows and monsters intertwined. Tentacles were sent flying, and blood rained down. Yet whether it was the flying tentacles or the falling blood, they transformed into blood light before hitting the ground, reintegrating into the monster's body, with new tentacles sprouting again. The monster stood still, its tentacles writhing freely, spreading evil. At the community entrance in the evening, it was a bustling time. After a brief skirmish, the passing crowd finally reacted. Monster! A monster is attacking our community. Run, it's the evil god. The evil god has occupied Qingshan, everyone run. Amidst the screams and cries, the crowd scattered in panic. Something's not right. Qingshan frowned. The monster before him was indeed stronger than Qingya, but to him now, it was far too weak. Amidst the screams and cries, the crowd scattered in panic. Something's not right. Qingshan frowned. The monster before him was indeed stronger than you. Could it be that my strength was misjudged? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, boom. A sonic explosion erupted and a red beam of light descended from the sky, accurately hitting the monster, causing 1/3 of its body to evaporate in an instant. Steal the kill. Qingshan suddenly awakened, his figure shooting out like lightning. The knife shadows were dense, coalescing into a black cloud that enveloped the monster. No matter what doubts there were, he would first seize the benefits. The knife shadows wrapped around the monster, slicing through every inch of its flesh, turning the black cloud into a bloody hue. After a few breaths, the long knife abruptly halted, suspended in midair. The blood cloud dispersed, suddenly ashes scattering with the wind. Monster killed martial arts space experience 8. Usable time increased by 8 years. Fortunately, it wasn't stolen from me. Qingshan let out a sigh of relief and looked up at the sky. A black mech radiating a metallic sheen hovered silently in midair, seemingly positioned there to provide support. Isn't that you, man? Qingshan was somewhat surprised. He clearly remembered that Yuman's mech was bright silver along with the iconic crescent-shaped weapon, the Cold Moon Shuttle. However, the black mech before him was not unfamiliar. He had often seen it patrolling the skies before. The mech slowly descended, and Qingshan took the initiative to greet it. Hello, Director. Didn't I say last time? I am the Deputy Director. A voice somewhat weary yet kind echoed in his ears, as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him. Qingshan felt cold from head to toe, his whole body stiff. What? Are you scared, dumb? The black mech landed beside him, teasingly said. Weren't you very brave when you were cutting down the followers of the evil god just now? Director Zhu, you jest. Qingshan forced a smile, looking towards the end of the street in the distance. The inspection bureau's vehicle had already arrived. Zhu Ping probably wouldn't make a move, would he? As this thought crossed his mind, Qingshan placed a hand on his chest, feigning a look of lingering fear. Just now I was caught up in the heat of the moment. Now that I think about it, I realize I was scared. It's better to feel fear after the fact than to be paralyzed with fear on the spot. When facing the followers of the evil god, one must act decisively. The mech's expression was unreadable, but there was indeed a tone of praise in Zhu Ping's words. Would he really not strike? Just as Qingshan was bewildered, Zhu Ping spoke again. Little guy, go back and rest for now. Leave the rest to them to clean up. 3 vehicles from the inspection bureau had already arrived on the scene. Thank you, Director Zhu, then I will take my leave. Qingshan turned on his heel and walked towards the bus stop. Creak. The bus came to a stop before him, and Qingshan, expressionless, stepped aboard randomly, finding a seat to sit down. The vehicle started swaying as it left the community. It wasn't until several streets later that Qingshan let out a long breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He didn't know why Zhu Ping had sent people to lay an ambush, nor did he understand why Zhu Ping hadn't acted just now. For now he only knew one thing. He must return to school immediately. Qingshan glanced around, raised his hand to touch the communication device, sending out a message. Buzz. His wrist vibrated slightly, and the reply contained only 2 words. Rest assured. Looking at the words on the screen, Qingshan's eyes flickered. Moments later, Qingshan looked up at the window. It would take at least another half an hour to reach the school. Rubbing his brow, Qingshan closed his eyes and entered the martial arts space. On a circular platform, 2 figures stood side by side 100 meters away. After the martial arts space was recorded, the monster projection would appear for the first time. Qingshan was used to it, drawing his knife. However, when he clearly saw the faces of the 2, his pupils suddenly constricted. Zhu Ping. To be precise, it was a younger version of Zhu Ping. The previously unremarkable young man beside Liang Mingyu had now transformed into the appearance of Zhu Ping in his youth. No one should say that this face was indeed his original appearance. The ability to change form was that of the flesh demon's followers, but after the martial arts space recorded a monster, it would revert to its original form. The same was true for Yu Qingyao back then. But why was a younger version of Zhu Ping appearing? With various doubts in mind, Qingshan charged out with his knife, engaging in a fierce battle with the two monsters. 1 minute later on the bus, Qingshan opened his eyes, recalling the face that was identical to the one in the photo, and a flash of inspiration suddenly struck his mind. Cloning. Cloning technology had matured in the ancient era of the Federation and had even been quite prevalent. However, it also triggered a massive rebellion. There were no records of this rebellion in textbooks, and all historical records had been erased. One could only hear fragments of it passed down orally, unable to discern their truth. However, ever since then, public welfare policies emerged, and cloning became a strictly prohibited technology in the Federation. If it is cloning, then everything makes sense. Qingshan's brows relaxed, his thoughts turning. For 30 years no one in Luoping City has died from sacrifices, because Zhu Ping has been cultivating clones to sacrifice to the evil god. Moreover, that pharmaceutical company collecting corpses should also be for cultivating clones. They surely have other laboratories hidden away. But if they have been hidden for 30 years, why take the risk of exposure to act? Could it be that there is a larger conspiracy? His previously relaxed brows furrowed again. Just then, little guy, have you encountered some difficulties? A weathered voice drifted in from outside the window, and Qingshan stiffly raised his head. He then realized that the bus had quietly come to a stop at some point, with all the passengers slumped over their seats, falling into a deep sleep. Zhu Ping was not in a mech, just hanging, his empty legs suspended outside the bus window. He was looking at him with a friendly expression. Director Zhu, you jest. As Qingshan's mind raced, the blood and energy within him suddenly sank, suppressing the flow of blood and forcibly stifling his stress response. Controlling your qi and blood. Truly worthy of being a genius. Zhu Ping exclaimed, as if seeing through everything. Let me teach you a lesson. Never try to lie in front of a high-level mech master. You can control your botus reactions, but you cannot hide your emotional tension. Honestly, I really can't understand why a little guy like you have caught your attention for no reason. Today, I originally intended to kill the followers of the evil god in front of you to dispel your wariness towards me, so I wouldn't be entangled all the time. But I found that you seem to have never considered the truth or evidence, but directly regarded me as a great enemy, and became extremely tense the moment you heard my voice. Zhu Ping's voice was filled with confusion, looking at Qingshan with great interest. Can you tell me why that is? Is this a reveal? Qingshan looked through the bus window, his expression unchanged. Seeking truth and evidence is the responsibility of the Inspection Bureau. For me, determining a threat is sufficient with mere conjecture. No. Zhu Ping frowned. It wasn't that Qingshan's answer was wrong, but rather his state was wrong. Apart from the initial moment he appeared, when he was extremely tense, his emotions had completely calmed down now. Clearly he was terrified before getting on the bus, yet he can now remain calm. Zhu Ping examined him from top to bottom, unhurriedly stating, "You man has already been sent away. The nearest one is merely Wan Keshan, but at most he has just opened his mind and cannot save you. Do you have any other reliance?" Director Zhu, you misunderstood. Qingshan calmly shook his head and said nonchalantly, "I have no reliance, I just believe in my teacher." And he paused, looking into Zhu Ping's eyes with profound meaning, and said, "I wonder if Director Zhu has considered why you were able to quickly obtain information about me, the whistleblower, right after your review. Don't you think that was too easy?" Zhu Ping's expression froze. The strategic demeanor he had been maintaining vanished. "Are you suggesting a trap?" "Although I don't want to admit it, back in my hometown." Qingshan shrugged, giving a helpless smile. "This is usually referred to as baiting the hook. You crippled bastard dare to touch my student." A furious roar reverberated through the skies as golden light pierced through the heavens, descending. "Wank Mountain!" Zhu Ping exclaimed in shock, raising his head, momentarily lost in thought. Qingshan seized this opportunity, stepping against the car wall with his right foot, using the momentum to retreat, and crashed through the window on the other side. Crash! The glass shattered, and as Qingshan landed, he pushed off with his toes and surged forward. Boom! An explosion resounded in the air behind him, but Qingshan didn't look back. In the blink of an eye, he crossed 100 meters and finally halted at the end of the street, turning to look back. High above, Wank Mountain was enveloped in a radiant glow of vitality, wielding twin hammers the size of human heads, their surfaces shimmering with golden light. "I knew it." Qingshan felt no surprise. When he saw the response was only 2 words, "rest assured," he guessed this was a trap set for him. Opposite Wank Mountain, Zhu Ping had already been enveloped by a mech once more. Qingshan stared at the black mech, his gaze flickering. Could it be spatial compression technology? There had been no trace of mechs around Zhu Ping just moments ago, yet he had managed to don his armor in the brief moment before Wank Mountain's assault. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly just now. Just as Qingshan was secretly relieved, a deep voice emanated from the black mech. Wank Mountain, you have merely opened your mind, and you dare to block me alone. Merely open my mind. Wank Mountain shook his head and laughed loudly. You don't even understand the significance of opening your mind, yet you dare to boast. Daring to look down on martial arts while clad in a shabby mech. Today I will open your eyes. With a thunderous shout, Wank Mountain's figure shot up, and the heavy hammer came crashing down like a falling meteor. The black mech remained unmoving, its hands outstretched. Red beams shot out from its palms like a torrential rain sweeping towards Wank Mountain. Are you tickling me? Wank Mountain laughed wildly, making no effort to dodge. The beams struck him, but were all blocked by the radiant aura surrounding him, causing no harm. No way, the vitality aura cannot block my blazing rays. Zhu Ping found this hard to believe, but the heavy hammer was already upon him, leaving him no time to think. With his hands clasped and fingers interlaced, the arm of the mech moved, as if it had a life of its own, surging forward along the wrist. In the blink of an eye, a 3-meter-long black greatsword appeared before the heavy hammer. Bang! A sonic wave erupted, and a visible shockwave spread through the air, dissipating only 100 meters away. Crack! A fissure appeared on the sword's surface, rapidly spreading. Crack, crack, crack! Amidst the continuous sounds of cracking, the black greatsword shattered into thousands of tiny iron shards, raining down on the street. Ha ha, your junk mech is too brittle. Wank Mountain laughed arrogantly, showing no mercy as he swung his heavy hammer down again. With his strongest weapon destroyed, Zhu Ping could only endure with his mech. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, there were dozens of clashes. Taking advantage of the moment when the heavy hammer was retracted, Zhu Ping seized the opportunity and quickly retreated. In just a brief skirmish, the surface of the mech was already covered in cracks. Impossible, opening my mind cannot break my mech nor destroy the black flame greatsword. Your strength is definitely beyond mere enlightenment. You know nothing. Wank Mountain sneered. I just told you don't understand martial arts at all. With that, he swung the heavy hammer once more. Inside the mech, Zhu Ping's face turned ashen. He knew he couldn't fight back, but even if Wank Mountain was incredibly powerful, he wouldn't be able to catch up to the speed of the mech. The black mech trembled slightly, moving horizontally through the air, creating a blast of air as it sped toward the horizon. Trying to escape. Wank Mountain remained calm, watching as the black mech reached 10 kilometers away. He swung his right arm in a wide arc, releasing a heavy hammer. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of sonic booms erupted in succession, sending a series of circular white shockwaves outward. The heavy hammer transformed into a golden light, darting through the layers of shockwaves, vanishing in an instant. Boom. The ground shattered. The black mech exploded into countless fragments, along with the heavy hammer plummeting together. It's over. Qingshan sighed in relief, about to withdraw his gaze. Suddenly, a dazzling light flickered, and a bright silver mech appeared, catching the heavy hammer along with the oblivious Zhu Ping. You man has arrived too. Qingshan shifted his gaze back as the burly man landed before him. Wank Mountain grinned smugly. Kid, see. I told you I would ensure your safety, and there's no problem at all. Teacher fishing must be quite enjoyable, right? Qingshan smiled wryly, and Wank Mountain's grin froze. This has nothing to do with consultant. One of the plan was devised by me, and he only learned about it after you left the school. The bright silver mech landed, throwing the heavy hammer and Zhu Ping onto the ground. Zhu Ping was gasping like a flickering candle in the wind. Yet he still struggled to prop himself up with his hands, looking at the others. There was no hatred, only a calmness remained. Perhaps we will have another chance to meet. This sentence took away his last ounce of life, and he suddenly slumped to the ground. Bah! Old beating, even in death you still want to provoke me. Wank Mountain spat, retrieving his weapon. Qingshan, on the other hand, gazed at Zhu Ping's corpse, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. In fact, he had been contemplating whether or not to see off Zhu Ping. However, considering the mech master's mental strength and the inspection bureau's confirmation that Zhu Ping had not been contaminated, he ultimately restrained himself from taking action. Now it seemed that the inspection bureau's examination methods were indeed reliable. Zhu Ping was not considered a monster. The bright silver mech approached Zhu Ping's side, and the faceplate glowed, as if scanning for confirmation. After a moment, the light dissipated, and the faceplate lifted, revealing a cold, beautiful face. It was Qingshan's first time seeing Yu Man's true appearance, and he couldn't help but look a few more times. Yu Man bore some resemblance to Yu Lei, but her facial features were harsher and more mature. Qingshan, the plan to lure the snake out of its hole was devised by me. Yu Man spoke calmly, explaining, you should understand that with Zhu Ping's identity, it was only a matter of time before they would trace it back to you. As for why I didn't notify you in advance, it was because... No need to explain, I don't mind. Qingshan waved his hand to interrupt, not bothering to dwell on it. He already knew from Zhu Ping why he hadn't been notified in advance. Never attempt to lie in front of a high-tier mech master. Although being used as bait was somewhat unpleasant, ensuring safety, while luring out Zhu Ping was undoubtedly the best outcome. Because no matter what, Zhu Ping would keep an eye on him. Now at least he wouldn't have to worry about being ambushed in the future. Once Yuman confirmed that Qingshan truly didn't mind, she ceased to say more. Teacher, I think I already know what Zhu Ping used as a sacrifice. Qingshan spoke up, voicing his speculation. Of course the location of the discovery shifted from the martial arts space to the entrance of the residential area. He only mentioned catching a glimpse of the monster's face during the intense battle. Cloning. This old bidding really has some guts. Wank Mountain's expression turned angry. This won't do, we must act immediately. Buzz buzz buzz. Wank Mountain's communicator lit up with a red glow and buzzed urgently. Yuman's faceplate also automatically covered, as if transmitting information. Qingshan glanced at his wrist, his communicator remained silent. Not enough rank. Qingshan sighed, helplessly shifting his gaze to Wank Mountain's projection screen, hoping to glean some information. On the screen information flowed rapidly, almost refreshing every second. In less than a few seconds the screen shut down. Ugh. Qingshan felt confused, turning to look at Wank Mountain, who seemed lost in thought. Teacher, have you finished reading? I've finished reading. Wank Mountain's expression turned serious, his voice deep. This old bidding really left a hand. The sacrifice has already been completed outside of Loping City. I don't know what conditions the evil god promised, but he actually dared to forge a gateway for this. The boundary gate. Qingshan's gaze flickered subtly. The boundary gate connected to the stellar realm, and all known aberrant beasts originated from that realm. Whether fanatics of the abyssal deities or monstrous entities from the stellar realm, they were all anomalies, or rather living repositories of experience, to the martial Dao domain. The boundary gate sealed beneath Xinzhou had long been regarded by Qingshan as an entrance to a high-yield trial dungeon, and one of his primary motivations for journeying there. Yet he never anticipated hearing news of a boundary gate before even setting foot in Xinzhou. Gazing at Wan Keshan's solemn expression, Qingshan asked, Master, is this boundary gate different from the one in Xinzhou? Of course it is. Wan Keshan shook his head gravely. The boundary gate in Xinzhou emerged spontaneously from the stellar realm. Its only immediate threats are the swarms of aberrant beasts and indigenous tribes gathered near its threshold. But the gate now being forged by Zhu Ping through sacrificial offering to the flesh-devouring deity is inevitably infused with the abyssal deity's own laws. The cosmos stretches infinitely. The vast star seas were meant to forever separate humankind from the myriad abyssal deities. Yet the emergence of the stellar realm and the boundary gates has shattered that cosmic divide. Unlike our reality, the stellar realm exists beyond conventional spacetime, capable of bridging billions of light-years in an instant. Should the flesh-devouring deity anchor its perception to this gate's coordinates, our entire planet will be laid bare before its gaze. Doom imminent. The flesh-devouring deity. Qingshan's expression hardened, his prior understanding of the boundary gate irrevocably revised. It was no mere conduit of opportunity, it harbored existential peril capable of annihilating a world in the blink of an eye. Uncle, the boundary gate has yet to fully coalesce. We still have time to intervene. Let's go first. Yuman urged aloud. At that very moment, boom. A black aerial vehicle materialized on the horizon, shattering successive sonic barriers as it hurtled forward with blinding speed. Within seconds it hovered directly above the three figures, and halted midair with startling abruptness. From violent motion to absolute stillness, no inertia betrayed its deceleration. The craft descended smoothly, hovering 20 meters above ground, then parted its doors. A round smiling face peered out. Wan the madman, long time no see. Chow the fat one, you've already caught wind of this. Wan Keshan's brow furrowed. Chow Ye's intelligence network was unervingly swift. He and Yuman had only learned of the incident minutes ago, yet Chow Ye had already piloted his craft to Luoying City. As a model citizen, I naturally monitor federal developments closely and actively support the Patrol Bureau's operations. Chow Ye patted the doorframe, gesturing invitingly. Happened to be passing by, so I thought I'd give you a lift. His words barely faded when Lu Jing's voice drifted calmly from within the vehicle. Old Wan, don't dawdle. Get aboard. Uncle, let's go. Yuman launched herself toward the open doorway. Midair, her battle armor dissolved like shedding scales. Truly spatial compression technology. Qingshan focused intently, determined to witness how the armor retracted. Yet no matter how keenly he observed, not a single trace of mechanism revealed itself. In mere seconds the armor vanished entirely, and Yuman slipped inside. Young man, return home first. Wan Keshan began instructing, when Chow Ye interrupted with a cheerful smile, Coach Li, why not join us in Luoping City? Master, may I go? Qingshan turned to Wan Keshan. Clearly the situation in Luoping City was exceptional, best guided by his mentor's expert judgment. Wan Keshan did not immediately refuse. Instead he asked, what's your current rank in the virtual combat arena? 1053. 1053. Reaching roughly the top 1,000 in half a year is indeed commendable. But after a brief pause, Wan Keshan slowly shook his head. To intervene in boundary gate affairs, you're simply not strong enough yet. Li Qingshan's eyes sharpened. Clearly this trip to Luoping City was far more than mere observation. There would be a role for him. And that was precisely why Qingshan had inquired about his rank. Master, that rank is from a month ago, Li Qingshan interjected promptly. I believe I can now secure a place among the top 100 in Old Zhou. Having reached the apex threshold, each incremental advancement conferred 5 tons of fist force. His current physical prowess exceeded that of an ordinary 10th rank body-forging cultivator by over 3-fold. Top 100 was well within reach. Top 100 in Old Zhou. A startled cry erupted as Lu Jing craned his neck, forcibly squeezing past Qiaoya to claim a vantage point. Among Old Zhou's top 100, the overwhelming majority had already condensed their vital energy into mist, achieving formal status as Qi condensation martial artists. Defeating them, even with extraordinary martial techniques, was impossible for Li Qingshan, unless... Qiaoya's eyes widened, locking onto Li Qingshan with sudden intensity. You've reached the apex threshold? Half a year. In just 6 months, Li Qingshan had leapt from 5th rank body forging to the apex threshold. Even interstellar travel couldn't be this swift. Does that even need asking? Qingshan grinned, suppressing his inner astonishment as he clapped Li Qingshan firmly on the shoulder. Let's go. Board the vehicle. Though he himself had only just learned the news, he could not afford to appear flustered before Lu Jing. Master and disciple sprang upward in unison, landing gracefully aboard the craft. Inside, besides Qiaoya, Lu Jing, and Yu Man, who had just boarded, stood 2 students, each gripping a long saber. Their gazes instantly fixed upon Li Qingshan, astonished yet deeply curious. The groin-slicing saber, Li Qingshan. Champion of the rookie tournament across both junior and senior divisions, he'd defeated top contenders Fu Wu and Lin Fan in cross-dire combat. For the past half year, Li Qingshan's name had echoed throughout every martial academy. Yet neither student imagined that in just 6 months Li Qingshan had ascended to the apex threshold. Li Qingshan's face darkened abruptly, not at their awe, but at the title itself. Senior brothers, might I ask what groin-slicing saber actually means? A dangerous smile played upon Li Qingshan's lips, but the 2 remained oblivious, instead replying with genuine bewilderment, you don't know. It spread right after the rookie tournament. As they spoke, admiration crept into their voices. Now anyone in Wui Province's martial academies who hears groin-slicing saber knows instantly. It's you, Li Qingshan. It spread across all of Wui Province. Li Qingshan stared at their envious expressions, feeling utterly mortified. Was groin-slicing saber really something to be proud of? What on earth are you admiring? Li Qingshan. I'm Jin E, ranked 384 in Old Zhou. The round-faced youth rose and introduced himself, then gestured toward his stoic companion beside him. This is Yang Bo, ranked 235 in Old Zhou. Though Yang Bo's features remained stern, his eyes now burned with fervent anticipation. I hope when you climb the rankings we'll have the chance to test our skills against one another. That chance will come. Li Qingshan nodded perfunctorily, his interest waning. He'd merely secluded himself for half a year, and yet his reputation had been so grotesquely distorted. Most infuriating of all, he, the very subject, had been the last to learn of it. Yet the presence of these 2 young men reaffirmed his earlier suspicion. This journey to Luoping City definitely required his. Indeed, any body-forging cultivators. Jin E and Yang Bo had both attained 10th rank body forging. While stronger seniors existed in Wui City, they'd already ignited their vital energy and ascended to the Qi condensation realm. Lu Jing bringing only these 2 further confirmed Li Qingshan's deduction. Boom. A sonic detonation roared. The vehicle shot forward toward Luoping City. Once seated, Lu Jing turned immediately to Yu Man. Frankly, Zhu Ping's betrayal, the abyssal deity ritual in Luoping City, and the forging of the boundary gate, all unfolding in rapid succession, had occurred with dizzying speed. From his first alert to this moment, 15 minutes. And Yu Man's so-called Lurid Serpentado Fit's whole strategy had been entirely self-initiated. Everyone received Yu Man's report only after Zhu Ping began his ritual. While attention remained fixed on Luoping City, the sacrificial ceremony commenced simultaneously on the outskirts of Luoping City. Deputy Director Yu, your Lurid Serpentado Fit's whole plan was indeed effective in neutralizing latent threats. Lu Jing chose his words carefully, adding gently, however, I suspect Zhu Ping anticipated this move beforehand. Otherwise the timing of the Luoping sacrifice would hardly be so precise. You're absolutely correct. Yu Man nodded, showing no trace of defensiveness, her expression cool and composed. I suspect Zhu Ping deliberately allowed himself to be lured away, diverting our focus to ensure the ritual's success. As she spoke, Yu Man swept her right hand. A holographic display shimmered into existence at the center of the cabin, replaying Zhu Ping's final moments and Li Qingshan's hypothesis regarding cloning. Sacrificing clones. No wonder we could never trace his trail. Lu Jing's eyes lit with sudden clarity, then clouded again with deepening concern. Why would Zhu Ping risk his life solely to misdirect us? To beg the abyssal deity to resurrect his wife and child. Does he truly believe such nonsense? And what did his final words mean? Could he think cloning himself would bring him back to life? Spiritual imprint. Qiao Yi suddenly interjected. Silence fell, as everyone turned startled. Old Qiao, what does that mean? Lu Jing asked puzzled. I'm answering your last question. Cloning cannot resurrect Zhu Ping, but he very likely employed the spiritual imprint technique. As for what spiritual imprint entails, that calls for an expert's explanation. Qiao Yi smiled warmly, shifting his gaze meaningfully toward Yuman. An aerospace mechanist was unquestionably the authority here. Yuman cast Qiao Yi a faintly curious glance. She herself had only just arrived at that conclusion, yet he'd voiced it first. Spiritual imprint was a longevity technique devised by certain aerospace mechanists unwilling to accept mortal limits. They would imprint their entire consciousness, memories, instincts, even subconscious patterns, into a cloned vessel, then nurture that clone over an extended period, verifying that every critical decision mirrored their own. Thus they achieved a form of transcendental rebirth. Her voice remained calm, yet profound. Inside the cabin, brows furrowed in silent contemplation. Identical memories. Identical choices. Was such a being truly the same person? I thought that old fool had left some hidden contingency. Turns out it's nothing but self-deception. Wan Keshan scoffed, breaking the silence. Yuman pressed her lips together, then nodded. Consultant Wan is correct. Martial aptitude hinges foremost upon insight, a quality no clone can replicate, for it springs from the soul's fundamental essence. The same holds true for spiritual imprint. Without identical soul origin, the clone cannot awaken spiritual energy. And while external influence may compel identical choices now, it cannot guarantee permanence. Over time, the clone will inevitably evolve into a wholly distinct individual. Thus was this forbidden art abandoned to oblivion, only to be unearthed once more by Zhu Ping. Hearing Yuman's explanation, a collective sigh of relief rippled through the cabin. The veil of mystery lifted. At that moment, the vehicle abruptly halted, descending smoothly. Luoping City had been reached. Outside the city of Luoping, the flying car slowly descended from the sky. Qingshan looked through the window at the ground below. A security perimeter had been established within a kilometer, with numerous investigators stationed outside, blocking curious reporters and ordinary citizens. At the center of the secured area was a square pit 100 meters on each side. The pit was strewn with the ruins of buildings, and skeletal remains lay haphazardly, with shriveled skin clinging tightly to bones, as if all flesh and blood had been drained away. In the center of the pit, a blood-red glow slowly swirled, forming a vertical vortex 3 meters high. A portal. Qingshan's gaze sharpened as he observed carefully. Outside the portal, many investigators had already gathered, with some entering and exiting the vortex intermittently. Most of the investigators who came out were injured, clearly having encountered danger within the star realm. At that moment, an investigator with blood at the corner of his mouth pushed half his body out of the vortex. His right arm tensed as he struggled to pull something out. As he pulled, a tail was dragged out of the vortex, followed by a gruesome hind leg with dark red skin. Wolf! Qingshan's eyes suddenly brightened. Even from over 100 meters away, despite only seeing a hind leg, he recognized it immediately. The flying car landed, and the door opened. Qingshan reined in the brightness in his eyes and followed the crowd as they poured out. Just as he jumped out of the car, an indescribable odor surged into his nostrils. Dark, damp, slippery, bloody. It was hard to imagine that such a foul smell could evoke so many words in his mind. This smell felt vaguely familiar. He had detected it on the 4th underground level of the Silver Radiance Hotel, but it was even more pungent now. The smell of the evil god's remains is still so overwhelming. Wan Keshan sniffed hard, frowning as he walked towards the pit. Deputy Director Yu, Consultant Wan, Consultant Lu. An investigator approached, briefly greeting them before starting to explain the situation. It has been confirmed that remnants of Zhu Ping's faction have fled into the Star Realm, apparently preparing for a second sacrifice to communicate with the flesh and blood demon god and anchor the location of this Star Realm. Originally, our investigators in the body forging realm had roughly located the position, but there is a high-level wolf venom nest near the portal. Zhu Ping's remnants must have used the evil god's tactics to lure this group of wolf venom here, making it difficult for us to hold our ground. Understood. We will first withdraw our people, and I will handle the next arrangements. Yuman scanned the situation in the pit and spoke. The investigator turned to leave, beginning to command the evacuation. Wan Keshan looked at Qingshan, Jin Yi, and Yang Bo, raising his hand to point at the vortex in the center of the pit, and said in a deep voice, "Little ones, this is the purpose of bringing you here. Every portal that opens disrupts the rules of the Star Realm. Even an evil god's sacrifice can only barely open a temporary portal. However, this applies only to the real universe. The evil god's power cannot span the vast star sea and lock onto our Ziying star. In the Star Realm, the situation is different. Once they successfully hold the second sacrifice in the star realm, the power of the flesh and blood demon god will immediately anchor onto the star realm behind this portal, thereby solidifying the portal and beginning an invasion. Your task is to enter this portal and cleanse the evil god's filth. Us. Jin E and Yang Bo both swallowed nervously. Although they had been psychologically prepared, hearing such a daunting task assigned to them still left them somewhat at a loss. Qingshan, however, looked at the investigators who were evacuating and asked a previous question. Master, can only those in the body-forging realm enter this portal? That's right. This is the rule of the star realm. Qingshan nodded and explained. To be precise, an unformed portal only permits first-stage life forms to enter, and all ordinary technological items in the star realm cannot function. First stage? Qingshan's eyes lit up. Does that mean Zhu Ping's clones are also no more than first stage? After learning about Zhu Ping's last words, everyone present had tacitly agreed that the so-called remnants of Zhu Ping were definitely Zhu Ping's clones. After all, for such a significant matter to be entrusted to another, it surely would not be as reliable as doing it yourself. Moreover, over the years there had been no trace of other evil god believers in Luoping City. Qingshan nodded affirmatively, saying, That's right, the rules of the star realm are supreme, and even evil gods cannot violate them. Qingshan looked around the vortex where several wolf venom corpses had been carelessly placed on the ground by the investigators, and his gaze couldn't help but flicker. Not to mention that stopping the sacrifice was imperative. The wolf venom nest behind the portal alone was worth the spiritual imprint merely creates a seemingly true clone and does not inherit power, and the portal also limits the ranks of those who can enter. If Zhu Ping's clone is to preside over the sacrifice, its power must come from the evil god, and it should be stronger than the clones that died at his hands before. But having already reached the extreme realm, how could he fear an evil god believer of the same rank? As Qingshan's eyes grew brighter, suddenly a voice called out, Liao Yin Dao Qingshan. The call abruptly pulled him back to reality. Qingshan's expression darkened as he looked towards the sound. A carefree young man carrying a long gun was walking in behind Yuan Hongyan. Behind them a line of silver-white mechas floated in tow. Jin Yi leaned close to Qingshan's ear and whispered, Kong Hao from Wuyuan City, ranked 117th in the old continent. Qingshan, now that you're here, I guess your strength has improved again. Kong Hao, showing no signs of formality, shook his head and chuckled. It's a pity that Lin Fan has been practicing hard since returning, wanting to redeem himself, though it seems he won't have the chance. When we have the opportunity, let's duel in the virtual space, and see if I, as your senior, can help him take revenge, Kong Hao said confidently, and Qingshan couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, there will definitely be that opportunity. Yuan Hongyan paid no mind to the two juniors' duel challenge, but frowned, staring at Qingshan. Are you sure you want to let Qingshan enter the portal? Although Qingshan was a genius, he still needed time to grow. It had only been half a year, and in her view, it was quite risky. Qingshan offered no further explanation, merely smirking as he uttered two words. Extreme realm. Huh. Yuan Hongyan's pupils constricted, and she fell silent. Kong Hao initially stiffened, then became uncomfortable, awkwardly saying, About the duel earlier. Don't. Qingshan waved his hand to interrupt, stating earnestly, I always keep my word, and I will never go back on it. Jin Yi and Yang Bo couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Lu Jing glanced at them and shook his head, saying, Don't be careless. Zhu Ping has been preparing for so many years, surely. He has made thorough preparations, perhaps he is waiting for you inside. Upon hearing this, the two students quickly restrained their laughter. Yuan Hongyan and the silver-white mecha behind her were equally taken aback. Zhu Ping is not dead. Yuman raised her right hand and a projection lit up with information scrolling like a waterfall. In just a few seconds the two understood the context. The silver-white mecha nodded knowingly and sighed softly. It seems the director's decision was correct. Do you know where the director went? Yuman asked with a frown. After the incident, she had only received orders to take full responsibility and had no idea where the director had gone. The silver-white mecha nodded, stating, After confirming the appearance of the Star Gate, the director set off for Tianfu Province. He went to find Mao Yu. The others chorused in unison. Mao Yu was in Tianfu Province, and this answer was obvious. Mao Yu was also a first stage, but she was the strongest in the old continent, surpassing many in the Blood Qi realm. The battlefield beyond the portal was undoubtedly the most suitable for her. With this thought, everyone felt a collective sigh of relief. Mao Yu is coming. Compared to the relaxation of others, Qingshan's expression became noticeably urgent. At this moment, only one thought lingered in his mind: the monster hunter is coming. Lu Jing looked at Qingshan and the others, advising, with the director's speed, she should be back with Mao Yu in half an hour at most. Once you enter, assess your capabilities. Don't worry, teacher, we understand. The four replied in unison, and Kong Hao and the others visibly relaxed, while Qingshan's expression became even more urgent. The four followed the investigators into the pit, arriving at the portal. This is the simple map we surveyed earlier, marking the directions where the evil god's followers might be hiding. Also, communication devices cannot be used in the star realm. This is a specially made signal flare for you to communicate with each other. The investigator handed over 4 maps and flares to them before turning to leave. In the center of the ruins, surrounded by corpses, the portal made of blood light quietly rotated, resembling a bloodthirsty maw waiting for prey to walk into the trap. Aside from Qingshan's eyes gradually brightening, the other 3 still felt a bit tense as they approached. Kong Hao swallowed hard and suggested, "I think after entering we should first stabilize and clear out an area. Once the investigators are inside, we can then search together. As long as we determine Zhu Ping's location, once Mao Yu arrives, she will definitely be able to deal with him." Jin Yi and Yang Bo nodded in agreement. Then the 3 turned to Qingshan, who had been silent, with Kong Hao asking, "Qingshan, what do you think?" "I think..." This statement left the 3 confused, staring blankly. "What do you mean?" Qingshan drew his blade, his gaze fixed intensely on the portal. "Once we enter, I will be responsible for eliminating the wolf venom. You follow the directions given by the investigators to scout. If you make any discoveries, immediately notify me with the signal flare." With that, Qingshan eagerly charged into the portal. If he waited for Mao Yu to arrive, he feared he wouldn't even get a sip of soup. As Qingshan rushed into the portal, it seemed as though he was swallowed whole by the blood-colored vortex. Kong Hao and the others were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. They were not unfamiliar with the look of urgency on Qingshan's face. Every day, when they rushed to the cafeteria after class, they wore the same expression. But the portal was not the cafeteria. Did they not see how many investigators were just now unable to withstand it and were forcefully driven out? "Let's go." Kong Hao sighed, tightening his grip on the long spear. Qingshan must be heavily surrounded by the wolf toxins. If we delay, it will be too late. That's right, high-tier wolf toxins are stronger than the 10th level of body refinement, and they are not easy to deal with. Be careful. Jin Yi and Yang Bo unsheathed their blades, following closely behind Kong Hao. The 3 of them were on high alert as they cautiously stepped into the portal. The blood-colored vortex resembled a mirror, creating ripples as the 3 passed through. Roar, roar, roar. The howls shook the heavens, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Kong Hao and the others raised their brows, swiftly employing their skills and taking defensive positions. However, the anticipated multitude of attacks did not arrive. Their hands holding weapons paused as they turned to look 100 meters away. There was where the howls originated. A figure was weaving among 7 or 8 wolf toxins. Qingshan was indeed surrounded, yet these high-tier wolf toxins could not even touch the hem of his clothes. Qingshan struck so quickly. Jin Yi swallowed hard, pointing at the ground. The earth was soaked in blood, with dozens of wolf toxin corpses split in 2, lying haphazardly on the ground. Although they were just ordinary wolf toxins, Qingshan had only been inside for a mere 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, he had slain dozens of wolf toxins, all while surrounded by 7 or 8 high-tier wolf toxins. And upon entering the star realm, did he not feel a bit out of place amidst the beast horde? Kong Hao and Yang Bo did not question, nor did they doubt whether this was left by the previous investigators. Because from the wounds on the corpses, it was apparent that the same person had made the cuts with a blade, and they were made from below upwards. The Shadow Blade. Thinking of Qingshan's title, the 3 subconsciously tightened their legs. Roar. The thunderous howls continued, growing increasingly urgent. After dozens of seconds, not only had several high-tier wolf toxins failed to harm Qingshan in the slightest, but they had also sustained numerous wounds themselves. Ha ha ha, the brilliance of a mere inch is indeed not overrated. Kong Hao laughed heartily, feeling a surge of confidence as he charged forward. "Qingshan, I'm coming to help you." Yang Bo raised his long knife high, closely following behind. But after just a couple of steps, he was forcibly pulled back by Jin Yi. Confused, Yang Bo turned back, and Jin Yi raised his hand, pointing toward the battlefield with a gloating tone. "Don't forget the plan that Qingshan provided at the end." Although he didn't understand why Qingshan killed beasts, as if he were robbing food from a cafeteria, since it was about food, he surely wouldn't want anyone else to intervene. Moreover, in just half a minute, 2 high-tier wolf toxins had already fallen. What use would they have in helping? Yang Bo followed the direction of his finger and saw Kong Hao had already entered the battlefield, the spearhead piercing the heart of a wolf toxin, while Qingshan. A ghostly figure appeared silently behind Kong Hao. Huh. Jin Yi and Yang Bo's eyes widened, and Kong Hao felt a chill in his legs, quickly turning around to meet Qingshan's scrutinizing gaze from below. "Are you here to steal the kill?" Qingshan's eyes were deep and unfathomable. "No, I'm here to help. I'm here to help." Kong Hao shuddered and hurriedly replied, fearing a shadow blade might come slicing down. "Help it." Qingshan's right foot suddenly slid forward, and he slashed with his blade. Before Kong Hao could react, the blade was already pressed against his shoulder, aimed at what lay behind him. The high-tier wolf toxin, covered in blood, stood on its hind legs, its sharp claws slashing down. With a thrust, the blade tip followed the wound Kong Hao had just created, piercing into the heart of the wolf toxin. Qingshan twisted his wrist, crushing the heart. Monster slain. Martial Dao Space Experience 3. Usable time increased by 3 years. The panel notification flashed by, and Qingshan's gaze finally returned to normal, frowning as he looked at the dazed Kong Hao. No help is needed here, proceed as planned. After speaking, he swung his long knife, his figure leaping forward, leading the remaining 5 high-tier wolf toxins to move ahead. As the battlefield advanced, Kong Hao naturally broke free from the encirclement. Coming back to his senses, he looked at the wolf toxin corpses on the ground. A cold sweat broke out on his back. In terms of sheer strength, he could indeed kill a high-tier wolf toxin without difficulty. However, in a chaotic battle, a slight misstep could lead to death by sharp claws. Kong Hao no longer hesitated and immediately distanced himself from the battlefield, following Jin Yi and the others according to the direction indicated on the map to search for Zhu Ping's trail. 1 minute later, monster slain, Martial Dao Space Experience 3. Usable time increased by 3 years. The last high-tier wolf toxin fell to the ground. Qingshan stepped on the head of the fierce beast, wiping the blood off his long knife against its fur. At the same time, he looked around. Only at this moment did he have time to observe the legendary star realm. The sky was dim yellow with no sun or moon in sight. The only source of light was the flickering points in the dim yellow backdrop scattered throughout the sky, resembling countless stars. However, the dim yellow was like a thin veil, making it hard to see clearly. The terrain was flat all around with no plants, resembling a desolate wasteland. Of course, the star realm was not entirely like this. The star realm differed from the reality dimension with an unknown number and size. Even the neighboring 2 portals surely led to 2 distinct star realms. Qingshan retracted his gaze, looking toward the portal 100 meters away. The blood-colored vortex stood among a mass of wolf toxin corpses, contrasting sharply with the surrounding environment. If it weren't for its appearance, this land might never have welcomed human footsteps. The ground was soaked with blood, a deep crimson hue. The wolf toxin corpses were mangled and disarrayed, making them hard to count. But Qingshan was very clear about their number. 15. Glancing at the series of kill notifications on the panel, Qingshan's lips could not help but curl upwards. Although the experience provided by fierce beasts was far inferior to that of the same level's evil god followers, the sheer number made up for it. 15 ordinary wolf toxins, each providing 1 year of usable time. 8 high-tier wolf toxins, each providing 3 years. In less than 5 minutes after crossing the portal, he had gained 39 years of usable time. Adding the 13 years gained from previously slaying Liang Mingyu and the clones at the entrance of the community, the usable time in the Martial Dao space had already surpassed 50 years. Qingshan Realm Body Refinement 96100 Technique. Flaming Sun 9 turns, 13,000 second turn 36 set of calisthenics. The Starry Sky Calls Perfect Martial Skills Heavenly Luo Steps 28313000 Proficient. Thunderblade 27863000 Proficient. Mysterious Steps Perfect. Wind Shadow Blade. Perfect Function Martial Dao Space LV161100. Usable time 55 years and 336 days. Time flow rate 110. Sudden Wealth. A wave of sudden wealth. Qingshan's gaze flickered as he glanced at the Martial Dao Space experience line. Function Martial Dao Space LV161100. Before this, leveling up the Martial Dao Space had been a daunting task, so difficult that he had almost forgotten about this function. But right now, it seems it's not impossible to think about it. Qingshan pulled out the crumpled map, looking at the several arrows marked on it. These were the suspected directions inferred by the investigators based on the traces on the ground. Next to one of the arrows, a red that was particularly conspicuous with a line of small text noted below. Wolf Toxin Den. The Wolf Toxin Beast Horde should also have the old, weak, sick, and disabled, so they wouldn't all come out right. Qingshan muttered to himself, putting the map back into his pocket and looking around. After determining the direction, he stomped his right foot, heavily racing forward, leaving a trail in the desolate wasteland. Since it was all on the way, he might as well take the Wolf Toxin tribe to their underground reunion. On the boundless Gobi wasteland, a figure was sprinting desperately, kicking up clouds of dust behind him. Suddenly, the figure halted, bending down to rest his hands on his knees while gasping for breath. Damn it! Kong Hao wiped his face, his hands covered in dust. He gasped for air while shaking off the dirt from his clothes. Where the hell have those accursed cultists gone? With a body refined to the 10th level, he had tested his speed, with a shuttle run clocking 50 meters per second for the run, and an explosive speed of at least 70 meters per second. He had been running in the direction indicated on the map for 20 minutes, covering at least 80 to 90 kilometers. Yet he had not seen a single trace of the cultists. Kong Hao pulled out the map and compared it with the surrounding environment, his expression suddenly stiffening. Crap, have I gotten lost? The map was hastily drawn by the investigators, marking only the simple terrain near the gate and the reconnaissance direction, with no reference for his current location. Moreover, apart from some small rising mounds in the vast Gobi, there were no other landmarks. This is just great. Kong Hao turned around, looking down at the ground. Having run this far, there were footprints on the ground. If he turned back now, he wouldn't get lost for sure. If the wind blows and wipes out the footprints, then it would really be over. Just as Kong Hao hesitated, a sudden gust of wind stirred up, sending sand and stone flying. He watched as the footprints were gradually covered, feeling anxious. Come on, can I be this unlucky? At that moment, an indescribable odor wafted through the wind. Kong Hao froze, his nostrils flaring as his expression turned serious. This scent seemed familiar. He had just smelled it outside the gate. Cultists. Kong Hao flared, his nostrils moving against the wind to follow the scent. After walking for 2 to 3 kilometers, a mound about 5 or 6 meters high stood before him. The scent at his nose had intensified to the extreme, and faint wisps of blood mist were drifting beyond the mound. Kong Hao became increasingly cautious, quietly climbing up the mound. Lying flat at the top, he had a clear view ahead. Over 100 meters away, the ground had been excavated into a 20-meter-long swimming pool. The pool was filled with blood, and corpses floated within it. A figure stood at the pool's edge, transforming its hands into tendrils, drawing mysterious and eerie patterns on the ground around the pool. Zhu Ping is really not dead. No, this is a replica. Kong Hao glanced at the figure, and it indeed resembled Zhu Ping, although it was Zhu Ping in his middle age. Kong Hao quickly retreated from the mound and took out a signal arrow. The signal arrow was paired with a delicate small bow, and with the power of a body refined to the 10th level, he could easily send the arrow up to 10,000 meters high. Coupled with the specially made gunpowder in the arrow, it would be enough to determine the location within 100 kilometers. The signal arrow makes too much noise. If Qingshan hasn't arrived, yet I might be found by Zhu Ping's replica first. Thinking this, Kong Hao found the already blurred footprints on the ground and sprinted back in the direction he came. Behind the mound, the middle-aged Zhu Ping, drawing patterns, suddenly froze, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Outside Luoping City, at the edge of a deep pit, 2 mechas hovered in midair on high alert. Wan Keshan, Lu Jing, and Yuan Hongyan each took out their weapons, staring solemnly at the blood-red vortex. Only Chao Ye continued to smile, squinting his eyes while standing beside the others. Don't be so tense, since we've sent them and we need to have faith in them. Wan Keshan tightened the grip on his hammer, speaking solemnly. Fatty Chao, this concerns the flesh and blood demon god. It's not something that can be solved just with faith. Rest assured, when has Qingshan ever done something without confidence? Chao Ye smiled, turning to gaze at the horizon. Besides, isn't there a reinforcement coming? Boom. A sonic boom echoed. A black appeared at the edge of the sky, rapidly enlarging. Its speed was several times faster than a flying car. In the blink of an eye, it reached over the heads of the crowd and suddenly came to a halt. A luxurious golden spaceship, more than 30 meters long, revealed its form. Tisk tisk tsk. Titan 7, flying in the atmosphere is just too extravagant. Chao Ye spoke with a grin, appearing to comment on the extravagance, but there was not a hint of envy in his eyes. Director. The surrounding investigators looked up at the spaceship, their expressions filled with excitement. The spaceship's cabin door opened, and 2 figures jumped down, one after another, landing at the edge of the deep pit. The first was a young man with an elegant appearance, looking no older than 30. He was the director of the Wu-Yi Province Inspection Bureau, Qingshan. Behind him was a girl around 20 years old. Dressed in red training attire, she was tall and beautiful, with a determined expression. The most striking feature was her weapon, a nearly 3-meter-tall halberd, exuding an overwhelming presence. The number 1 in the old continent, Muyu. What needs to be understood has already been explained on the spaceship. Qin Yong clasped his hands behind his back, gazing toward the blood-red vortex at the center of the pit. Muyu, the matters inside the gate are up to you. Muyu nodded and seriously replied, Director Qin, rest assured, I will definitely stop the sacrifice. Just remember to call me senior. Anyway, in 2 months, you'll be entering Xing Academy. Qin Yong smiled. Muyu did not respond, gripping the halberd horizontally in her right hand, and leaped into the air. Her fiery red attire flowed with the wind, soaring like a phoenix over 100 meters, landing straight into the blood-red vortex. Ripples spread out as a foot stepped out from the vortex, landing amidst the blood. Muyu frowned, glancing at the divided corpses around her, her gaze shifting to 100 meters away. 7 or 8 high-level wolf-poisoned corpses lay sprawled on the ground. Sword techniques. Did one person kill them? Muyu raised an eyebrow after scanning the scene. Qingshan. Extreme Realm. 50 kilometers away, at the mouth of an excavated mound, mournful howls echoed from the cave, scattering with the wind. Monster killed, martial arts space experience 1, usable time increased by 1 year. Monster killed, martial arts space experience 1, usable time increased by 1 year. The howls came to an abrupt and several wolf-poisoned corpses collapsing weakly. They really are old, weak, sick, and disabled. Qingshan said with a hint of regret, stepping out of the cave, leaving behind a trail of blood-red footprints on the dusty ground. He had only found 6 ordinary wolf poisons in this lair, far from meeting his expectations. At that moment, a sharp explosive sound came faintly from the sky. Qingshan's expression turned solemn as he looked toward the high sky in the direction of the sound. Soon a purple flash ignited in the dim sky. Have they found it? With a heavy stomp of his right foot, Qingshan shot forward. The power in his legs was pushed to the limit, his leg shadows intertwining as if they were tires. No, it was faster than tires, with each step covering more than 10 meters. The wind pressure felt almost tangible, blocking his path. His maximum speed of 120 meters per second had already surpassed that of most high-speed trains. In just 5 minutes, he had run over 30 kilometers, nearly half the distance. Suddenly, bang, bang, bang. Explosions echoed from behind, one after another. Before Qingshan could turn around, a red figure had already swept over his head, walking on air. Each time the figure descended, a burst of fire flashed beneath its feet, creating sonic booms that propelled it higher and faster. Muyu. Qingshan's eyes instantly reddened. The real monster thief had arrived. No matter how anxious he was, he could not catch up to Muyu flying in the sky. He watched helplessly as the red figure disappeared into the distance ahead. Qingshan's eyes turned fierce, leaving deep footprints on the ground as he accelerated once more. An ordinary clone was worth 8 years. He must have Zhu Ping's replica. Another 5 minutes later, Kong Hao stood dumbfounded, staring in the direction of the mound where the sacrifice was taking place. The signal arrow had only been released for a few minutes, yet Muyu had already arrived, and she had flown here. Just as he was astonished, thud, thud, thud. An ordinary clone was worth 8 years. He must have Zhu Ping's replica. Another 5 minutes later, Kong Hao stood dumbfounded, staring in the direction of the mound where the sacrifice was taken. Kong Hao was startled back to his senses, just stretching out his hand to greet him. Whoosh. The figure flashed past, a strong wind hitting his face, mixing with the dust that smeared across it. Kong Hao vigorously waved his hands, trying to wipe the dust from his face. When he opened his eyes again, the swirling dust had already extended all the way to the top of the mound. Qingshan leaped up, looking down at the battlefield below. Blood mist enveloped the area, and the corpses floated in the blood pool, thin threads of blood light spreading from the water, covering eerie patterns. The lower half of the middle-aged Zhu Ping had transformed into tentacles, becoming a distorted monster over 3 meters tall, with numerous lacerations on the tentacles. Clearly, Muyu and the middle-aged Zhu Ping had already clashed. However, the middle-aged Zhu Ping was standing at the edge of the blood pool, and under the blood light his wounds healed almost instantly. Muyu stood not far away, frowning as she looked at the blood pool. Whoosh. Qingshan landed on the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The middle-aged Zhu Ping clearly had not lost his sanity, turning to Qingshan with curiosity. Thank goodness for what? Qingshan tilted his head and grinned. Thank goodness you're not dead. Qingshan, I remember that we shouldn't have any deep-seated grudges between us, right? The middle-aged Zhu Ping frowned in confusion and asked, why are you fixated on me, entangling endlessly? Qingshan scrutinized the middle-aged Zhu Ping, clicking his tongue in amazement. Indeed, he is a clone. Even the questions are exactly the same. Clone. The middle-aged Zhu Ping was taken aback for a moment, then threw his head back and laughed heartily, his tentacles dancing. Ha ha, so this is what you have been thinking all along. Seeing the middle-aged Zhu Ping's wild laughter, Qingshan and Mao Yu furrowed their brows. The middle-aged Zhu Ping before them not only had a body derived from cloning, but also had a way of thinking crafted by Zhu Ping's original self, using spiritual imprinting. What else could this be if not a clone? The Zhu Ping outside has awakened his mental power and can manipulate mechas. There is no way he could be a fake. Qingshan said firmly, staring at the middle-aged Zhu Ping. You don't really think that if Zhu Ping is dead you are the original, do you? Original? Clone? On what basis do you conclude that? The middle-aged Zhu Ping sneered. Just because I was created by Zhu Ping, I must be a clone. What if I told you that everything laid out in Luoping City for the past 30 years was decided by me? 3 months ago, the large-scale cloning by the pharmaceutical company was also at my behest. In fact, even having him attack you to draw the attention of the Inspection Bureau was my decision. Now, the middle-aged Zhu Ping paused, a smirk on his face. Do you still think I am a clone, eh? Impossible. Mao Yu frowned and shouted, Zhu Ping can't be this stupid to be manipulated by a mere clone. Moreover, you're thinking. Mao Yu suddenly stumbled as she realized that the middle-aged Zhu Ping before them seemed to have completely transcended the realm of a clone. Qingshan fell silent for a moment, fixing his gaze on the blood pool, and coldly uttered 4 words, flesh and blood, demon god. Smart. The middle-aged Zhu Ping nodded in approval, his eyes gleaming with fanaticism. My master stands deep within the chaotic void, his majesty radiating across the vast starry sea. All flesh and blood beings in the world should revere my master's will and chant his true name. Stop boasting. Qingshan impatiently interrupted. So 30 years ago, after you were cloned by Zhu Ping, you became free from Zhu Ping's control due to the corruption of the evil god. However, Zhu Ping was not corrupted. He is willing to be controlled by you, even sacrificing his life, because he wants to revive his wife and children, right? Haha, you guessed it. The middle-aged Zhu Ping's smile grew increasingly deranged. Then can you guess whether his wife and children have been revived or not? Impossible. Mao Ye's elegant brows shot up, firmly rejecting. The idea of resurrection is illusory. The flesh and blood demon god could never achieve that. The greatness of my master is beyond what mere mortals like you can fathom. The middle-aged Zhu Ping smirked. Although Zhu Ping is foolish, how could he dare to forge a gateway for my master without seeing his wife and children revived? Can it really be revived? Li Qingshan frowned, and aside from whether the flesh and blood demon god could do it, just the words evil god transaction have never led to good outcomes. Zhu Ping could not possibly achieve his wishes so easily. Haha, aren't you curious? The middle-aged Zhu Ping laughed wildly, his tentacles reaching into the blood pool. Then I shall satisfy your curiosity. With a splash, 2 withered corpses, one large and one small, rose from the blood pool, their faces terrifying and clearly having endured immense suffering before death. The desire that has been sought for 30 years has been fulfilled by my master. This is the true driving force behind Zhu Ping's reckless actions. Unfortunately, he thought he had hidden his wife and children well, without worries, yet he didn't expect to have them taken back by me. The tentacles wrapped around the corpses, dancing wildly above the blood pool. Offering to my master is their best fate. The corpses were unrecognizable, but on the forehead of the smaller corpse was a wrinkled, dim star, shriveled. Li Qingshan recognized this star. It shouldn't look this way. Evil god scum. With a clang he drew his sword. Li Qingshan leaped up, the light of his sword spreading a fierce wind sweeping through. The 2 corpses turned to dust, scattering in the wind. Then the long sword turned its shadow, condensing into dark clouds, descending upon the hideous monster. Ha ha ha, what a fast sword. The middle-aged Zhu Ping laughed loudly, not dodging at all, and his tentacles actively welcomed the dark clouds. In an instant, flesh and blood flew, and the dark clouds were stained crimson. But the tentacles also restored in an instant, seemingly endless, blocking the shadow of the sword. Clang! A great halberd suddenly thrust into the battlefield, standing in front of the sword. Li Qingshan withdrew his sword and retreated to the edge of the blood pool, frowning at Mao Yu. Mao Yu said little, just pointed to the ground. Take a look at your feet first. Li Qingshan looked down and saw strange patterns gradually lighting up beneath the blood light, as if in response. I suspect he deliberately led us here. All that talk earlier was to provoke us into attacking. Mao Yu spoke calmly, explaining. Although I don't know what the principle of sacrifices, our attacks on him did not cause any consumption. Instead, they accelerated the sacrifice. Ha, you figured it out. The middle-aged Zhu Ping laughed uncontrollably, his eyes full of mockery. So are you going to fight now, or not? Li Qingshan looked at the strange patterns merging with the blood light, feeling an ache in his heart. The gateway's restrictions meant the middle-aged Zhu Ping's strength had not exceeded the limits. Without the blood pool, he could definitely resolve this with more effort. But right now he couldn't make a move. Yet the sacrifice had already begun. Even if they did not act, the sacrifice would eventually be completed. Actually, there is another way. A whisper as soft as a mosquito buzz reached his ears. Li Qingshan turned to Mao Yu, raising an eyebrow. Why didn't you say so earlier? The blood pool must have a limit. I have one more move that can dry up the entire blood pool. Mao Yu's lips moved, her expression serious. However, after using this move I will fall into weakness, and you must ensure that you can kill it. There's such a good thing. Li Qingshan's eyes brightened, and he nodded subtly. Boom. Flames suddenly erupted from beneath Mao Yu's feet as she leaped into the air. So you decided to fight. The middle-aged Zhu Ping mocked with a cold laugh. Mao Yu ignored him, her feet exploding repeatedly, her figure soaring to a height of 1,000 meters. Boom. Flames suddenly erupted from beneath Mao Yu's feet as she leaped into the air. So you decided to fight. The middle-aged Zhu Ping mocked with a class martial skill similar to Thunderclap Blade. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. This move resembled the perfected technique of Thunderclap Blade, calling down thunder. Only one is Thunder attribute, and the other is Fire attribute. Similar martial skills must be executed with specially made weapons to unleash their power, and only through blood resonance can the attribute power be triggered. Mao Yu can enter the gateway, indicating she still belongs to the first-tier category and hasn't broken through to the blood realm. Then there is only one explanation. Mao Yu has already broken through the first limit. Li Qingshan was not surprised. Mao Yu had the strength to break into the top 100 of the old continent in her second year. She must have already been at the extreme realm by then. As a true genius, it was inevitable for her to walk the path of breaking through limits. After breaking through to the first limit, although the blood could not be unleashed, its quality was already close to solidified blood sufficient to use martial skills. Once she gives up on the path of breaking limits, she could immediately advance to the solidified blood realm. However, it's still not enough. Li Qingshan frowned, as the current opponent was not the middle-aged Zhu Ping, but to interrupt the sacrifice and dry up the blood pool. With the current power displayed, it was still insufficient. Just as he was in doubt, the halberd in Mao Yu's hand suddenly glowed brightly, the flames rapidly expanding. Moi. Li Qingshan squinted his eyes, sensing that the suddenly surging flames were abnormal. The flames on the halberd were born from blood resonance representing the changes in Mao Ye's internal blood. This sudden surge could only have one explanation. Burning blood simulating transformation into a rainbow. Li Qingshan recalled the records in Flame, Sun, 9 transformations, his expression grave. Breaking through to the second limit on the spot, using the moment of transformation into a rainbow for an explosive burst. Mao Yu was playing with fire. Just as that thought crossed his mind, the wildly expanding flames suddenly shrank, condensing into a crimson fireball with a diameter of 10 meters descending from the sky. Li Qingshan lightly tapped his toes, quickly retreating. Boom. The ground trembled, dust swirled, and the blood pool was instantly smashed into a deep pit. A semicircular shockwave rapidly expanded, the splattered blood evaporated in midair by the rolling heat wave. Whoosh! A fierce wind suddenly arose, sweeping away the smoke and dust with countless sword shadows. Li Qingshan looked towards the original location of the blood pool. There was not a single drop of blood left. The ground was cracked and strange patterns were engraved on the surface with fissures spreading outward. In the center of the deep pit, Mao Yu leaned on the halberd, half kneeling on the ground, her face pale, as she struggled to look up at him. Well, at least she wasn't dead. Li Qingshan nodded and turned to look at the edge of the blood pool. The middle-aged Zhu Ping was half kneeling on the ground, his wide eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. Smile, why aren't you laughing anymore? Li Qingshan raised his long knife, stepping forward one by one. Just now weren't you laughing quite happily? The shadow of the blade dissipated suddenly, and the ash filled the sky, drifting down with the wind. Huh! Filthy, evil god. Li Qingshan spat, and turned towards the center of the pit. Mu Yu was in even worse condition, his face growing paler as he could barely lean against the great halberd. Li Qingshan furrowed his brows. Since you dared to break through in the midst of battle, you must have brought resources to replenish your qi and blood, right? The Yin-Yang 9 turns requires burning one's entire qi and blood for purification with every breakthrough. If the qi and blood deficiency isn't promptly addressed, not only will the recently purified qi and blood dissipate, but the body will also decline. Mu Yu cast a glance at Li Qingshan, his eyes dropping. In my pocket. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and reached to dig into Mu Yu's clothes. In my pocket. Mu Yu struggled to speak, a hint of color rising on his pale face. Why didn't you say so earlier? Li Qingshan flipped his palm and pulled out a small metal bottle from Mu Yu's pants pocket. He opened the cap and a red light spilled out from the mouth of the bottle, revealing a crimson pill inside. Source blood pill. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He had also browsed the resource shop for items to replenish qi and blood, knowing he would be breaking through soon. The source blood pill's efficacy isn't the best, but due to its portability, its price is extremely high. It costs 1,000 points for one. The pill fell into his palm, and he pinched open Mu Yu's mouth, forcing it inside. As Mu Yu's complexion gradually turned rosy, Li Qingshan couldn't help but marvel at the saying, you get what you... Tianfu province had long activated the chaos battle mode. As a genius with an open meridian, Mu Yu not only took first place among newcomers for 2 consecutive years, but also dominated the old continent first for an entire year, so naturally, he wouldn't lack points. Li Qingshan. Kong Hao jumped down from a nearby mound, followed by the winded Jin Yi and Yang Bo. I couldn't intervene earlier, so... Kong Hao's expression was somewhat awkward. Jin Yi and Yang Bo had just arrived while he had been there all along, initially wanting to rush over to help. However, upon seeing the movements of Li Qingshan and Mu Yu, he understood that this was beyond his capacity to intervene. It's okay. Li Qingshan smiled, lightly shaking his head without concern. Since Kong Hao had fired the signal arrow, he had indeed contributed significantly. As for Jin Yi and Yang Bo, despite their exhaustion, they had come through the ordeal. As they spoke, Mu Yu had already stood up and glanced at Li Qingshan. The matter has been resolved, we should head out now. Jin Yi and Yang Bo exchanged curious yet odd glances. To them, Mu Yu was like a towering mountain over their heads. On the way back, the 5 of them raced across the wilderness. Kong Hao and the others maintained a speed of 60 meters per second, which was nearly their full effort. But for Li Qingshan and even the weakened Mu Yu, it was quite easy. 20 minutes later, the 5 of them returned to the blood-red vortex. You guys go back first, I'll leave shortly after? Li Qingshan suddenly spoke, surprising the other 4. Kong Hao asked in confusion, the evil god's sacrifice has been disrupted, what do you still want to do? You guys go back first, I'll leave shortly after? Li Qingshan suddenly spoke, surprising the other 4. Kong Hao asked in confusion, the evil god's sacrifice has been The 4 stared at him in confusion. Li Qingshan shook his head with a light sigh. You don't understand, I have a grudge against wolf poison. A grudge? Kong Hao, Jin Yi and Yang Bo swallowed hard, glancing at the split wolf poison corpses on the ground. Indeed. If he didn't have a grudge, he wouldn't be so ruthless. The 3 said no more, turning to walk into the blood-red vortex. Mu Yu stayed back looking at Li Qingshan, and said, the unfinished gate can only last for a maximum of 3 hours. Make sure to keep track of your time, or you may be trapped in this star realm forever. Thank you for the reminder. Li Qingshan nodded, watching Mu Yu leave. It wasn't until her tall figure disappeared behind the vortex that he sighed. No wonder she's the best of the old continent, a true genius with an open meridian. The Yin-Yang 9 turns requires perfect mastery of the entire qi and blood before each breakthrough. A slight mistake could lead to death. Yet Muyu had previously been silent, directly exploding with power, clearly confident in her own strength to dare to break through during battle. It's worth noting that Muyu did not have a panel, making it impossible for her to ascertain whether her control over qi and blood was perfect. For Yin Yang's second turn, her martial skills and agility are also higher than mine. Qingshan's gaze was enigmatic. Today was just June 9th, and given the current pace of his training, he should be able to break through to Yin Yang's second turn by the 31st, and his martial skills and agility could also improve further. However, even so, the outcome against Muyu was still uncertain. But this was just the plan from before. Function Martial Arts Space LV 197100. Qingshan glanced at the panel and turned his gaze towards the vast wilderness. In such a vast area, there should be more than just wolf poison, right? The wolf poison nest was merely a random excuse. His true aim was to find a few fierce beasts in this to complete the last 3 points of experience. Outside the suburbs of Luoping City, within the pit, the blood-red vortex stirred up ripples, and Kong Hao Jin, Yi, and Yang Bo emerged in sequence, causing everyone around to spring into action. 2 rows of mechas flew to the front of the vortex, and Director Qin Yong leaped down, landing in front of the freshly emerged Muyu. Have you resolved it? Muyu had just nodded when boom. A loud sound erupted as Wan Keshan smashed to the ground, his eyes glowing red. Where did Qingshan go? Why hasn't he come out? Teacher Wan, don't worry. Kong Hao quickly interjected. Qingshan is fine. Fine. Wan Keshan's expression turned dubious as he glanced at the still motionless blood-red vortex. Jin Yi and Yang Bo quickly chimed in to explain. Qingshan said he has a grudge against wolf poison and wants to clear out that wolf poison nest. Nonsense. Lu Jing huffed, glaring in displeasure. How could a student from a public school possibly have a grudge against wolf poison? Wan Keshan nodded, instantly accepting this explanation. Whether Qingshan had a grudge against wolf poison was unknown, but he was well aware of his student's unusual obsession with ferocious beasts. Alright, since Qingshan is fine, let's wait a bit. Qin Yong waved to stop the rest, turning his gaze towards Muyu. Tell me, what backup plan did Zhu Ping leave behind? Half an hour later, filthy, evil god. Wan Keshan shouted angrily. Director Qin Yong sighed, heavily shaking his head. Zhu Ping was wrong from the start. Placing his hopes on the evil god is no different from throwing himself into a trap. At the same time, a cold voice floated out. I just want to know, did the flesh demon truly resurrect Zhu Ping's wife and child? Resurrect. Everyone fell into deep thought. The implications of the word resurrect were too significant, even affecting the situation of the entire starry sky. Impossible. The flesh demon is not qualified to touch the soul authority. Chao Ya's smile finally receded, decisively rejecting it. The so-called resurrection is merely another farce of the evil god's power. The others nodded, no longer dwelling on it. The term authority was too high, a level too distant from them, and thinking too much was futile. Wan Keshan turned to look at the still motionless blood-red vortex, frowning. This brat, it's just a wolf poison nest, and he still hasn't dealt with it. Lu Jing and Yuan Hongyan expressed their concerns. This gate can only hold for another hour at most. Will Qingshan be able to return in time? Since the newcomer battle, Qingshan no longer belonged solely to Luoying City, but was a treasure of the entire Wui province. He won't be late. I've already reminded him. Muyu had not finished her sentence when the blood-red vortex rippled, and a winded Qingshan stepped through the gate. Seeing Wan Keshan visibly relaxed, Qingshan smiled slightly. Teacher, I'm back. Alright, since Qingshan has returned, this matter ends here. Qin Yong spoke first to set the tone, then turned to the other teachers. Thank you to the advisors for your help. I will issue point rewards to several students in the name of the Inspection Bureau. After saying this, he instructed Man and the others. You continue to guard for a while. Once the gate closes, clear the area and withdraw. I will first escort Muyu back to Tianfu province. As his voice fell, the hatch of the airship opened in midair. Qin Yong leaped into the airship. Muyu, however, did not leave immediately. Instead, she looked at Qingshan, gripping the great halberd tightly. Your strength is impressive, but unfortunately you are a year behind me. I hope we will have the chance to spar in the future. The chance to spar will definitely come in. Qingshan paused, speaking earnestly. No need to wait until later. Moi. Muyu raised an eyebrow in surprise, uncertain. Are you planning to challenge a higher level? Since the newcomer battle, Qingshan's reputation had already spread among the teachers, and Muyu naturally knew about his participation at a higher level. If Qingshan were to challenge again, he would have spent less than a year in the martial arts class. Lu Jing's expression tightened, quickly interrupting. No. What nonsense. If Qingshan challenges to a higher level, it's fine for Xinzhou, but for Ziying Academy, that's another story. More importantly, Qingshan was only at the extreme realm, while Muyu had already reached Yin Yang's second turn, making the prospect of competing for Old Continent first seem bleak. They were still hoping that after June Qingshan could dominate for a year, allowing Wui province to proudly stand tall once again. Unfortunately, Lu Jing's words did not hold weight. Qingshan's gaze remained unwavering. Alright, I'll wait for you in the battle space. Muyu raised an eyebrow in surprise and leaped into the airship. Only 22 days remain until the final rankings are determined at the end of June. If Qingshan wishes to spar with her, he must first secure a spot among the top 3. Boom. A sonic explosion rang out as the airship departed. Lu Jing was anxious, pacing back and forth. Old one, Qingshan is your student, won't you advise him? I don't need your advice. Wan Keshan shot him a glance and turned to Qingshan, hesitating. Kid, are you really planning to go to Xinzhou this year? Last time he had given a heads up before the new student battle, but this time it was too sudden. Teacher, you once said that we martial artists should be bold and diligent. And Qingshan paused, the ethereal panel appearing before his eyes. Function martial arts space LV2 100100000. Available time 94 years and 336 days. Flow rate 1100. After consideration, Qingshan slowly spoke. Teacher, I gained a lot from the previous battle and have gained some insights. Comprehension. Lu Jing was dumbfounded. Wan Keshan's eyes lit up and he laughed heartily. Ha ha, lad, I'm counting on you to come back as Jiuzhou's #1. Lu Jing turned back in a daze and glanced at Wan Keshan, uncertain whether he had heard the same thing. It's only a bit of comprehension, isn't it? How did it suddenly become about taking Jiuzhou's top spot? Ahem. Yuan Hongyan cleared his throat and reminded them. There are barely over 20 days left. Even with the comprehension, it would be difficult to convert it into true strength, and Qingshan still lags far behind Mao Yu. Yes. Lu Jing hurriedly nodded. That's what I meant. Hehehe, you don't understand. Wan Keshan sneered at them and suddenly felt oddly detached, as if above it all. Ordinary people could scarcely imagine what Qingshan meant by comprehension, but Wan Keshan deeply understood the gravity of those words. Even if Qingshan one day claimed a comprehension and wished to confront the evil god, he would support him. Wan Keshan had no desire to explain in detail and only repeated his old refrain. Do not forget the martial path must ultimately be walked by them. As teachers, it is enough for us merely to fulfill our duty of guidance. Old one, I didn't expect you to have such a method of teaching, Chaoyu said with an amused shake of his head, tapping his comms device. Let's go, it's getting late, we should head back. The black flyer slowly descended into the pit, the door opened, and the group filed in. The craft was fast. Within 10 minutes it returned to Luoying City and landed at the entrance to Qingshan's complex. The door opened, and Chaoyu personally escorted Qingshan out. Coach Li, my little rascal, went to Qingshan some time ago, he'll be asking you to keep an eye on him from now on. Chaoyu went to Qingshan too. Qingshan was surprised. Xiao Ponzi had used to contact him several times a month, with no news for the past month. He had assumed the boy was concentrating on training. He had not expected him to have gone to Qingshan ahead of him. There was no communication cutoff between Qingshan and Jiuzhou. Xiao Ponzi may have deliberately not informed him. Perhaps he was preparing some surprise. Remembering their previous bargain about who would go to Qingshan, firstly Qingshan shook his head with a wry smile. Mr. Chao, rest assured he'll properly look after him when the time comes. The flyer rose and vanished. Early Qingshan withdrew his gaze and looked around. By evening there was not a soul beneath the buildings of the complex. The elders and children who used to stroll and play were nowhere to be seen. Not only was the street empty, only a handful of apartments in the complex still had their lights on. Were they all frightened away? Qingshan shook his head and sighed. It was predictable, the vast majority of residents probably dared not return home for the time being. After all, only a few hours earlier Zhu Ping's clone had revealed its true form here. For ordinary people, the shock had been overwhelming. In the chilly, deserted complex, Qingshan walked alone with his blade threading between the buildings. Creak, the door opened. After nearly half a month, he had finally returned home. I've rented this place almost 3 years, this time I'm really moving out, Qingshan said, glancing at the furnishings with a strange expression. From the first moment, he learned the difference between Jiuzhou and Qingshan. After crossing over, he had longed for Qingshan. After all, only by setting foot in Qingshan could one touch this vast interstellar age. 3 years of effort. Now Qingshan was within reach. Buzz. His wrist trembled and interrupted his thoughts. A message arrived on his comms, confirmation from the points mall that points had been credited. 10000 points. Qingshan's eyes brightened and a smile tugged at his lips. The inspection bureau's reward never disappoints. He now had over 20,000 points in his account, at least until he surpassed the 3rd transcendence limit. He needn't worry about points. After a quick wash, Qingshan took up his Leiwen Dao and returned to his room, sitting cross-legged on the bed. 100 times the time flow. With expectation, he closed his eyes. Entering the martial space, Qingshan had just opened his eyes and had no time yet to observe the changes from the upgrade. A roar split the air, chaotic and violent. Over 30 ferocious beasts, and the middle-aged Zhu Ping surged forward impatient. Perfect, I wanted to kill you again. Li Qingshan's gaze chilled, he drew his blade. Whoosh. A gust rose, and his figure vanished. Wind swept through the monster's ranks as streaks of blade light flashed. Blade light, bloody spray, severed limbs, mangled corpses. The monsters fell one after another, and along the platform's edge grotesque statues took form. 10 minutes later, ash drifted to the ground, and the chaotic battlefield cleared. Li Qingshan squinted toward the platform's rim and could barely make out a tiny dot slowly appearing. The platform has grown. Previously, the circular platform's diameter had been 1,000 meters. Standing at the center, the sculptures should have been about 500 meters away. But now the sculpture was only a speck. By eye, it seemed roughly 5 kilometers away. The platform's diameter must have multiplied tenfold to 10 kilometers. After estimating, Li Qingshan withdrew his gaze and looked around. Apart from the platform's expansion, the martial space showed no other obvious change. No, given the lighting in the martial space, I shouldn't be able to see that far. Li Qingshan abruptly looked up, staring overhead. The martial space originally had no sky, though above should have been emptiness. No, given the lighting in the martial space, I shouldn't be able to see that far. Li Qingshan abruptly looked up, staring overhead. The martial space originally had no sky. The gray haze lay like a thin gauze veiling the twinkling lights. What is this? Li Qingshan focused, pondering. The scene resembled that stellar sky he had seen before. Although the martial space had no true sky, and was not dim, the haze's veiling and the hundreds of distant twinkling points evoked a striking likeness to the star realm. Merely decoration, or does it serve some other function? Li Qingshan frowned and fell into thought. This upgrade to the martial space offered no informational prompts. He had to explore it on his own. But the stars hung high beyond reach. After a moment's thought, Li Qingshan gave up and began to train. The next morning, Li Qingshan opened his eyes, slightly dazed. He checked his comms. June 10th, 1000. It had been exactly 12 hours since he had fallen asleep, yet within the martial space a full 50 days had passed. Li Qingshan pressed his brow and sighed softly. 100 times the time flow. I must push myself harder. Yinyang Zhujuan could not be practiced yet because his body had not caught up. Across those 50 days apart from sleeping, he had been cultivating Laming Dao and Tianluo Bu without pause. Previously, in 1 month of real-time practicing cultivation, each of the 2 martial techniques could gain roughly 1,000 points of proficiency. Now in a single night's training, he had gained 500 points. I should reach completion by tomorrow, he thought, glancing at the panel and murmuring, how many times did I kill the Longdu yesterday? In 1 night of training, every monster in the space had died beneath his blade at least 10,000 times. The exact number, however, he could no longer recall. Never mind, I won't dwell on it. It's bound to happen in the coming days. He had once vowed to slay the Longdu 100,000 times, and he always kept his word. Li Qingshan swung his legs off the bed, performed a brief routine, and set out for school. The pace of body refinement had reached its limit. Even an upgrade to the martial space could not change that. He had to seize every moment. Over the next few days, Li Qingshan commuted between school and home, training methodically. On the afternoon of June 13th, inside the training hall, luminous walls rose. Li Qingshan stood before the punch force tester, his hands cutting through the air and leaving after images. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of muted thuds, Li Qingshan suddenly stopped and looked up at the display. Speed, 150 milliseconds. Punch force, 100 tons. At the end of May, he had only just reached body refinement tenfold. Speed, 50 milliseconds. Punch force, 10 tons. Only half a month had passed, and the test results had skyrocketed. My teacher once said that upon entering the extreme realm, one's physical attributes would at least double, but he never specified the upper limit. Li Qingshan regarded the display thoughtfully. Speed benefits from movement techniques and does not increase linearly, so it is not a fair metric for comparison. Punch force, being a straight strike, without martial technique augmentation, most directly reflects physical improvement. My current physical quality is essentially 10 times that of body refinement tenfold. Different extreme realms secret methods yield different ceilings. But as the magnum opus Shinkong Zai Zhaohuan, the stars are summoning, and its guiding technique were undoubtedly the strongest. Tenfold. This should be the upper limit of the extreme realm, or perhaps. Li Qingshan's eyes flicked toward the realm section of the panel. Realm body refinement 100100. Extreme realm perfected. The physical body is the source of vitality, Li Qingshan murmured, his eyes filled with anticipation. Once I reach the peak of this realm, I should be even stronger after breaking through right. I have already perfected the first layer of the Yin-Yang 9, turns mastering the circulation of my vitality effortlessly. Simulating the process of merging with the rainbow presents no obstacles for me. However, before that I must prepare the resources to restore my vitality after the breakthrough. Li Qingshan glanced at his communicator. Yesterday he had ordered Ji Yuan liquid from the Points Marketplace. At 500 points per bottle, and with an order of 10 bottles at a time, it would be sufficient to replenish the vitality lost after the breakthrough. The Ji Yuan liquid is already considered a rare resource. Although it can be purchased with a secondary account, one must wait for the marketplace to restock from Xinzhou. There is still an hour left until the scheduled delivery time. Qingshan closed the communicator, closed his eyes, and prepared to enter the martial arts space. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. He immediately opened his eyes and focused on the virtual chamber. The 5th level of the starry sky calling has not been accomplished by anyone in nearly 1,000 years. With this thought in mind, Qingshan stepped forward and laid down in the virtual chamber. The shifting lights and shadows revealed the towering cliff that ranked the strongest. With this thought in mind, Qingshan stepped forward and laid down in the virtual chamber. The shifting lights and shadows revealed the towering cliff that ranked the strongest. Qingshan looked up at the pinnacle. The number 1 of the old continent Muyu still stood tall among the clouds. Yet now it no longer seemed as unreachable as when he first entered the virtual space. Qingshan withdrew his gaze and pointed to the matching button. Please prepare for battle. Your opponent Wang Yuxuan has been selected, ranked 1024. Countdown 3, 2, 1. The figure of a girl wielding a long sword appeared 100 meters away. Qingshan smiled calmly and drew his thunder pattern blade. The flirtatious blade Qingshan. The smile froze on his face as he stared at the girl across from him, who looked pleasantly surprised. Are you from Wui province? No, I heard about you from a few opponents, and then went back to ask my teacher for news. Wang Yuxuan spoke rapidly, her face filled with admiration. Qingshan, you are amazing. Competing above your level in the rookie battle, and thwarting the evil god schemes in the Star Realm. You know about the Star Realm too? Qingshan furrowed his brows and sighed heavily. Word travels fast. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure moved like lightning, crossing 100 meters in an instant, his blade flashing by. Wang Yuxuan's mouth suddenly stopped, her head falling from her neck. Opponent defeated. Current rank 1024. Would you like to continue matching? Opponent defeated. Current rank 985. Would you like to continue matching? Opponent defeated. Current rank 867. Would you like to continue matching? Rank climbing rapidly. Qingshan did not even need to use any martial skills. With his tenfold physical prowess, all he needed to do was step forward and swing his blade. However, as the battles continued, Qingshan's frown deepened. All his opponents kept mentioning the same 6 words. The flirtatious blade Qingshan. Another opponent fell beneath his blade, and Qingshan sighed in resignation. Still couldn't find out the truth. He had asked every one of them so far. But all the answers were the same. I heard about it from my opponents. In the battle space, winners face stronger foes while losers can only match opponents with a lower rank. Once reaching the top 1,000, rank changes become less frequent, so opponents with similar rankings are usually quite familiar with one another. It has only been a few days since the Star Realm incident, and it's already spread in the battle space. Jin Yi, Kong Hao, Yang Bo. 3 names flashed through Qingshan's mind, and a fierce smile appeared on his face. I must see who is tarnishing my reputation. Crushing through the ranks, my position continued to soar. Finally, Qingshan stepped on the back of a tall male student, his blade grazing the shoulder and neck. Naturally, the journey was not smooth. When encountering uncooperative opponents, he had to replace inquiry with interrogation. The male student was covered in sweat, his hair standing on end as he shouted, "It's Kong Hao." He spread the news. Thank you. The blade turned, separating head from neck. Opponent defeated. Current rank 203. Would you like to continue matching? After a few more battles and multiple confirmations through inquiries. Please prepare for battle. Your opponent Kong Hao has been selected, ranked 108. Countdown 3, 1. Qingshan, what a coincidence. Kong Hao, carrying a long spear, approached with a delighted expression. Phew. Qingshan let out a sigh of relief, a smile appearing on his face. Yes, such a coincidence. I'm so happy to match with you. What do you want to do? Kong Hao's expression froze, his steps halting as he sensed a hint of danger from Qingshan's smile. More importantly, Qingshan was sizing him up. From head to toe. Is there a misunderstanding between us? Kong Hao forced a smile, his legs instinctively tightening. Whether there is a misunderstanding or not is no longer important. Qingshan drew his blade, gently wiping it. Since you like to mention the flirtatious blade, I'll let you experience it for free. Kong Hao's expression changed dramatically as he immediately reversed the spear, the tip aimed at his own head. Clang. The blade appeared suddenly, knocking the spearhead away. Why bother? A sigh echoed from behind, and as Kong Hao's eyes widened, a vertical line of blood suddenly appeared in the center of his forehead. The body split in 2 from bottom to top. Opponent defeated. Current rank 108. Would you like to continue matching? Phew. The thought finally dawned on me. Qingshan exhaled, tapping the confirmation button. Please prepare for battle. Your opponent Ming Lei has been selected, ranked 103. Countdown 3, 2, 1. Across the platform, a young man with a short blade appeared, his face brimming with surprise. Qingshan. Li Qingshan frowned, just as he thought he would hear that annoying nickname again. Li Qingshan, I didn't believe it when Mao Kai told me last time. The short-haired youth grew increasingly excited as he approached. I didn't expect you to really get it. Meng Lei. Li Qingshan carefully examined the other person's face, finally recognizing a familiar face from the memories of his past life. Meng Lei, also born in the public care center. He comprehended the third level of the Starry Sky Calling in the second year of middle school, and was sent to Xinzhou having maintained a good relationship with Li Qingshan's past life. No way. Meng Lei noticed Li Qingshan's hesitation and complained. It's only been 4 years, and you don't recognize me. After hearing the news from Mao Kai, I squatted in the old continent's battle space for a whole month. Li Qingshan ignored the others' rambling and took the opportunity to ask about his previous doubts. Can you guys from Xinzhou freely jump the wall over here? Jump the wall. Meng Lei paused for a moment before laughing. Jumping the wall is quite a vivid term. It's not hard to jump the wall, but it's strictly prohibited at school. If caught, there will be severe penalties. In order to meet you, I kept holding back my strength, yet I still managed to reach rank 103. In the past few days of matching, I had to deliberately lose. Li Qingshan examined Meng Lei from head to toe in surprise. You're quite strong. Of course, I have already broken through to the vitality realm. Meng Lei smiled proudly, explaining. However, the battles in the top 100 of the old continent are closely watched by university recruitment teachers, especially in June, so I dared not show off. The vitality realm impressive. Li Qingshan drew his blade, his expression becoming serious. After all, this was the first opponent he encountered in the vitality realm. Do you really wish to go to Xinzhou this year? Meng Lei frowned and shook his head. With your talent after getting it, you could easily spend a year learning under Mu Yu. There's no need to rush and Guanxiao. Draw your blade. Li Qingshan spoke calmly, interrupting Meng Lei's endless chatter. This time in the battle space was to experience the power of the perfected state, not to reminisce or listen to old stories. Alright then, let me see how strong you have become. Meng Lei drew his blade, unleashing a continuous series of slaps. The mist-like vitality enveloped the blade, accumulating momentum and becoming increasingly heavy. As the continuous mountain blade reached perfection, Li Qingshan's gaze shifted slightly. Meng Lei's strength was indeed impressive, enhanced by the mist-like vitality. Every strike was beyond what Kong Hao could withstand. But that was all there was to it. Meng Lei's battle power was at most double that of Kong Hao, while he himself was at least tenfold. Facing the heavy momentum of the blade, Li Qingshan did only two things. Step forward and swing his blade. His movements were ghostly, and the blade flashed by. The head flew off and landed at his feet, eyes wide open. Li Qingshan shook his head, crouched down, and closed the eyes of the fallen. Brother, you still need practice. After Meng Lei, Li Qingshan experienced another battle and emerged victorious with ease. Having defeated my opponent, I am currently ranked 100. Please check the new rules. The intelligence system did not continue to prompt for a match, but instead displayed a light screen. Have the rules changed? Li Qingshan murmured, glancing at the screen. Due to the number of online users, the top 100 battles in the old continent will adopt both dueling and matching concurrently. Lower-ranked students may directly challenge higher-ranked students within the top 10. Note, only the top 3 are eligible to challenge the first place of the old continent. All students must log into the battle space daily, complete all duels, and participate in 5 matching battles. Any absence will result in an automatic drop to rank 100 or below. On June 31st, the top 100 students must log into the battle space before 10 a.m. to accept all duel challenges. At noon, the final ranking of the top 100 in the old continent will be confirmed. Duel? Match. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and clicked the confirmation button at the bottom of the screen. As the text changed, names appeared on the screen representing the top 100 leaderboard. The names were bright or dim, indicating online and offline statuses. It seems my classmates are all working hard. Li Qingshan glanced over, roughly noticing that the majority of names were bright, with only a few dim. For the martial arts class students, the virtual space serves not just for ranking, but also to hone combat skills. Li Qingshan's gaze moved upward, looking at the top of the leaderboard where MOU is not online. The first in the old continent, MOU could not possibly be slacking. Is it because there are no opponents? Li Qingshan chuckled and clicked the random match button. Please prepare for battle. Your opponent LV Lon has been selected, ranked 98. Countdown 3, 2, 1. In the virtual space above the floating white clouds, more than a dozen chairs were randomly placed, most of them empty. 5 teachers sat in different positions, both male and female. They were enrollment teachers from various martial arts universities in the new continent, currently overlooking the students below the clouds. Tens of thousands of students stood before the towering cliff, occasionally appearing and disappearing. These students could not see each other, but from above, everything was in full view. After watching for a while, one teacher couldn't help but express regret, sighing. Most of these students will likely have to join companies or consortiums after graduating from the 3rd year. I wonder how many will walk out of Xingstar, and how many will continue on the path of martial arts. Nearly 700 names were carved into the towering cliff, but the new continent only selects the top 100 each year. For the vast majority of students, this opportunity is so remote that hope seems non-existent. Talent screening starts in elementary school. The martial arts class in the old continent is merely to find the overlooked gems. For other students, not going to the new continent might not be a bad thing. A middle-aged male teacher shook his head and spoke. Let's not forget the ultimate goal of our martial arts university is to prepare for battle. As soon as these words were spoken, the other 4 teachers' expressions turned serious, nodding in agreement. Indeed, without sufficient strength, stepping onto the battlefield would only lead to becoming cannon fodder. It is better to live a stable life. At that moment, a sudden flicker appeared at the top of the towering cliff not far away. Has another newcomer entered the top 100? A few teachers looked over with curiosity. The cloud seemed like a dividing line cutting off the top of the towering cliff, just above which were the top 100 ranks. At this moment, a new name appeared in the 100th position. Qingshan. How did Qingshan break into the top 100? The teachers exchanged glances, their faces filled with surprise. They often observed the talents of the old continent in the virtual space, and were naturally familiar with Qingshan's name. They had long known about the cross-level battles, even understanding the details of the battle in the Star Realm. At 18 years old, stepping into the extreme realm, I thought he would take a year to settle like MOU, but I didn't expect him to advance so fiercely. One teacher smiled and praised. However, after speaking, he noticed that the other teachers did not echo his sentiment. Instead, their gazes flickered, implying caution. The speaking teacher was taken aback, suddenly realizing. They want to get Qingshan to sign a guaranteed The universities behind them ranked relatively low, and during the annual admission qualification battle, the top talents would not choose them at all. Observing the battle space in the old continent frequently was merely an attempt to catch a break. Qingshan was that break. MOU firmly held the title of first in the old continent, and her reputation had already spread throughout the new continent, leaving these universities with no chance to compete. But Qingshan was different. As a similarly talented individual, Qingshan had yet to showcase his skills and remained relatively unknown in the new continent. If enough scholarship money were offered to get him to sign a guaranteed admission agreement early, they would make a significant profit. For a moment, the atmosphere grew eerily quiet as the teachers began calculating their own plans. Just then a voice broke the stillness. Oh, you all seem quite diligent. It's not even mid-month, and you're already here watching. A teasing voice rang out, and the teachers turned to see a well-dressed woman in a small suit suddenly appear and take a seat in an empty chair. Lu Jing. The teachers exchanged glances, their expressions not looking too good. Compared to the competition among themselves, the Ziying Academy behind Lu Jing was the real enemy. As their gazes shifted, the teachers quickly formed an alliance. Lu Jing, your Ziying Academy has been firmly at the top for years. When did you start caring about the old continent leaderboard? I know you're here just to see MOU. Don't wait, as she hasn't been online these past few days. That's right, Lu Jing, I remember you haven't graduated from your graduate program yet, right? The teachers exchanged words, and Lu Jing's smile gradually faded, revealing a hint of suspicion. I'm just here to check on behalf of the teachers. Why are you all so anxious? Oh no, this is getting too far. The thought crossed their minds, and the 5 teachers felt a weight in their hearts. I want to see what good seedlings are worth, you all uniting against me. Lu Jing disregarded the teachers and focused her gaze on the leaderboard. The changes in the old continent's top 100 were minor. She had seen most of the names before, with only a few being unfamiliar. A flash of insight crossed Lu Jing's eyes as she quickly locked onto her target. Old continent rank 83, oh, Qingshan. So it's Qingshan, no wonder. Lu Jing smiled brightly, while the expressions of the other 5 teachers grew even darker. You know him? Of course, he's a talented individual. Lu Jing's lips curled into a knowing smile as she remarked, he has purchased my teaching videos, so he can be considered my student. The moment she spoke, she established a teacher-student relationship. One female teacher raised her eyebrows in disbelief and retorted, student, are you really bold enough to mention that promotional video? One day I will complain and get it taken down. Hehe, if you have the guts, go ahead. After all, losing one complaint. Lu Jing remained unfazed, waving her hand. In the sky, a huge screen appeared displaying Qingshan's battle situation. In the footage, Qingshan simply leaped, turned, and stood behind his opponent, executing a swift decapitation. By the time the head fell, the opponent still hadn't reacted. The battle ended in an instant, yet it did not escape the eyes of all the teachers present. Extreme Realm. An absolute physical quality advantage, just a simple movement, is enough to secure victory. The teachers gave brief comments, not surprised. Only Lu Jing first widened her eyes in astonishment, then her gaze turned dubious. However, she remained silent. On the screen, a new opponent appeared as the battle continued. Rankings 74, 62, 56, 48. The opponents kept growing stronger, yet Qingshan's method of ending battles remained unchanged. Step, swing, head falls. All battles ended within moments without any delays. As the battles progressed, the 5 teachers could no longer remain calm, their eyes widening. Students ranked above 50 were mostly those who had already broken through to the Qi blood realm. Yet Li Qingshan's fighting style remained unchanged, and he had yet to use any martial techniques. While the extreme realm is strong facing practitioners of the Qi blood realm, it shouldn't be such a crushing victory, right? In no time, Li Qingshan had already charged into the top 10. Can the extreme realm be this strong? Finally, one teacher could not help but voice the question. The extreme realm can indeed bridge the gap in realm through physical strength, but it's hard to achieve such a crushing advantage as Li Qingshan does, right? Exactly. Last year MOU was also in the extreme realm, but her strength wasn't this exaggerated. She could barely break into the top 10 at best. Amidst the chorus of doubts, Lu Jing remained silent, her eyes fixed on the screen, her pupils continuously. In the footage, Li Qingshan's matching battles did not stop. Facing opponents ranked in the top 10, he finally unleashed his sword techniques. Yet the battles ended just as swiftly with the same overwhelming advantage. Old Continent ranked 9th, 7th, 5th, all the way crushing through like a storm. On the screen, the battle rages on. The 5 teachers exchanged glances as the scene before them began to challenge their understanding of the extreme realm. Is this really the extreme realm? How many times has Li Qingshan's physical fitness improved? Without testing data, they were unable to make a judgment. With each battle, Li Qingshan unleashed even greater power, making it impossible to discern where the limit lay. In the silence, Lu Jing's pupils constricted to the extreme, and her gaze suddenly sharpened, as if she had come to a realization. A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. It seems you all didn't pay much attention in history class. What do you mean? The 5 teachers frowned in unison. Li Qingshan's situation has long been recorded in history books. History books. The teachers looked bewildered. How did this suddenly involve history books? Lu Jing shook her head and reminded them, 1,000 years ago. Huh. Instantly, the pupils of the 5 trembled, for the time frame of 1,000 years ago held extraordinary significance on Xing Star. Because a significant figure rose to prominence during that time, stepping from Xing Star into the cosmos. Reflecting on the deeds of that great person, they quickly discovered similarities with Li Qingshan. The teachers couldn't help but swallow hard, speaking with difficulty. Are you saying Li Qingshan has comprehended the 5th level of the call of the starry sky? Can you think of any other explanation? Lu Jing shot them a glance and pointed toward the screen. Li Qingshan was currently engaged in combat with a youth from the second continent wielding a long spear. Ma Jie has been stuck in the mist-gathering realm for over a year, just one step away from blood condensation, and his techniques and martial skills are formidable as well. If it weren't for the presence of Mao Yu, Ma Jie's strength would be enough to contend for. Ma Jie has been stuck in the mist-gathering realm for over a year, just one step away from blood condensation, and his techniques and martial skills are formidable as well. If it weren't for the presence of Mao Yu, Ma Jie's strength would be enough to contend for the title of first on the second continent. Yet even so, he is still being overwhelmed by Li Qingshan. Lu Jing paused for a moment, shaking her head in exclamation. Even if one masters the ordinary guiding technique to perfection, it would not achieve this level. Only the 5th level of the call of the starry sky, that legendary strongest guiding technique, offers such hope. Li Qingshan has truly reached the pinnacle of the extreme realm. As soon as her words fell, hundreds of blade lights coalesced around Li Qingshan, forming a peak of concentration. Thunder rained down from the heavens, and Ma Jie, along with his long spear, was instantly shattered. Heavenly thunder descends. Lu Jing's gaze sharpened as she stood up abruptly. Last time when she heard her niece Lu Su's account, she deduced that Li Qingshan was using the wind shadow technique in conjunction with the accumulation skills of Thunderblade to simulate the descent of heavenly thunder. Yet now, although there were no traces of thunderous power, Li Qingshan's final move was undeniably the genuine descent of heavenly thunder. The other teachers exchanged puzzled glances with Lu Jing. Since he can reach the pinnacle of the extreme realm, isn't it strange that Thunderblade is also at a grand achievement? Not strange. Lu Jing thought silently. The fact that Thunderblade was at grand achievement certainly wasn't odd. However, Li Qingshan had already perfected Wind Shadow Blade, and now he had also reached grand achievement in Thunderblade. Given Li Qingshan's comprehension, it wouldn't be long before they could witness the true A-level martial art, 9 Heavens Wind and Thunderblade in his hands. However, Lu Jing pursed her lips and chose not to refute. Even an A-level martial art could not compare to the 5th level of the call of the starry sky. This was the true one in 1,000 years following that great figure. Just then, one of the teachers suddenly voiced in doubt. Mao Yu has gone online. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look at the top of the cliff where Mao Yu's name had lit up. Lu Jing waved away the small clouds and looked down. There stood a tall figure leaning on a Feng Tianhua halberd at the cliff's edge. Mao Yu is online at this time. She wouldn't have come online specifically to wait for Li Qingshan to challenge her, would she? While the teachers were both puzzled and excited, they unconsciously turned their gaze to the screen. In the footage, Li Qingshan stood on the dual platform, the leaderboard glowing before him, his finger extended and pressed down. Then, he vanished. Li Qingshan logged off. The 5 teachers looked on in shock. Did Mao Yu log on specifically to wait for a duel only for Li Qingshan to run away? What are you all expecting? Lu Jing glanced at them, shaking her head in disbelief. Li Qingshan isn't a fool. Even if he reached the pinnacle of the extreme realm, that's merely the beginning of the path of breaking limits. Mao Yu has already broken through the second limit. That may be the case, but the 5 teachers couldn't help but shake their heads in regret. I wonder how well Li Qingshan has mastered his blood energy. If he could break through to the first limit by the end of the month, perhaps we could see him duel with Mao Yu. Achieving perfect control over blood energy isn't that simple. Back in our day, we approached blood energy transformation with utmost caution, let alone the path of breaking limits they are on. While they spoke, Mao Yu's figure also disappeared. Clearly she had truly logged on to wait for Li Qingshan's duel. Let's disperse. Why is it so difficult to catch a break? We've been waiting here for so long. The 5 teachers, lacking interest, turned back to glance at the culprit. However, to their surprise, Lu Jing showed no intention of leaving. Instead, she sat back, down, her eyes fixated on the base of the cliff. Is there still a break? The others exchanged glances, suddenly intrigued, and followed Lu Jing's gaze. The cliff was engraved with tens of thousands of names, making it difficult to distinguish at first. But soon they realized who Lu Jing was focused on. A certain name was climbing rapidly, exceptionally eye-catching. Zhou Yunze. This incredible genius, why haven't we heard of him before? According to the match rules, the more consecutive wins one has, the higher the rankings they can surpass. At that moment, Zhou Yunze's ranking jumped every few seconds, increasing by hundreds each time. In just a few minutes, he had surged from the very bottom to the 200th position. This is unusual. Which province is this Zhou Yunze from? The 5 teachers furrowed their brows, their expressions filled with skepticism. Being at the 200th position was already in the realm of third graders. However, Zhou Yunze's speed of improvement not only hadn't slowed down, but it actually accelerated due to the consecutive victories. The combat space, aside from determining rankings, serves mainly to sharpen the students' martial skills. They had been stationed in the virtual space of the second continent for a long time, and they were certain they had never seen Zhou Yunze's name. How could a student who had never logged in achieve such a crushing victory? Crushing, a true crushing. As the teachers watched, a minute later, a flash of light appeared at the top of the cliff. Zhou Yunze, 100th on the second continent. At this point, it was no longer something that could be explained by mere talent. Li Qingshan, the 1 in 1,000 years, had a solid foundation and a clear trajectory of growth. In contrast, this Zhou Yunze appeared to have emerged from thin air. The 5 teachers' expressions turned serious as they turned to look at Lu Jing. Lu Jing, you were the first to notice Zhou Yunze. Do you know anything about his background? Lu Jing furrowed her brow and pondered. I have indeed heard of a genius named Zhou Yunze, but not in the second continent, nor on Xing Star. But rather, on Xihuang Star. Mr. Li, here are the 10 bottles of Ji Yuan liquid and 100 bottles of crossing Yuan liquid you ordered. At the entrance of the training room, the same middle-aged man in black delivered the goods. Li Qingshan took the 2 boxes, one large and one small, opened them to check, and nodded, saying, no problem, thank you. You're too polite, Mr. Li. I'll take my leave now. The middle-aged man in black turned to leave, and Li Qingshan closed the door and opened the small box. 10 bottles of crimson liquid came into view, and although the color was similar to that of Xing Yuan liquid, it appeared more viscous, much like magma. Moreover, there was one major difference. The box containing Xing Yuan liquid was an insulated box, while the one for Ji Yuan liquid was a heat-resistant box. At this moment, the heat wave surged, and the surrounding temperature noticeably increased. Ji Yuan liquid was indeed living up to its name. 5,000 points, 50 million star coins. Li Qingshan murmured, his expression dazed. Despite his expanding horizons, the requirement of 50 million star coins for a single breakthrough still left him somewhat stunned. Martial arts truly is a money-devouring beast. Li Qingshan smacked his lips, placing the boxes on the ground before sitting cross-legged, his mind sinking into his body. Burning blood, simulating transformation into a rainbow. This ordinary phrase encapsulated the essence of the 9 turns of yin-yang. This step was both simple and perilous. Burning is simple, while transforming is dangerous. Anyone can burn their blood, but to successfully transform into a rainbow, one must perfectly control all their blood energy. As long as there is a single mistake, the blood energy will be completely consumed, leading to death. However, for Li Qingshan, the dangers had long been flattened. At this moment, the blood energy flowed quietly, filling his entire body like rivers and lakes. His will hung above it, controlling everything. With a single thought, the rivers and lakes began to boil. The blood energy surged and rose rapidly, converging towards the 1,000 blood energy nodes in the 9 turns of yin-yang. In the blink of an eye, the blood energy was drained, and the 1,000 nodes transformed into crimson spheres. Under extreme compression, the blood energy spheres resembled miniature stars quietly spinning. However, this was still not enough. Transform. With another thought, Qingshan commanded all the blood energy spheres to rapidly shrink and collapse inward. In an instant, all the blood energy spheres simultaneously collapsed, plunging the body into darkness. Just as it was about to fall into silence, light appeared. 1,000 streaks of crimson light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the physical body. However, it was merely a simulation of transformation into a rainbow. The faint light manifested for just a moment before reverting to pure blood energy flowing throughout the body from the nodes. Breaking through the limit, he succeeded. The transformation of blood energy was breathtaking, but the entire process was actually as swift as lightning. Inside the training room, Qingshan merely closed his eyes for 3 seconds, and when he opened them again his face was pale. Although the breakthrough was successful, the refined blood energy flowed back into his body. However, the price of transformation was the burning of all his blood energy. If the previous blood energy was like rivers and lakes, then the blood energy flowing back was like small streams, unable to compensate for the immense deficit caused by the breakthrough. At this moment, Qingshan didn't even have the strength to move a single finger. He finally understood the feeling of helplessness when Muyu relied on the big spear needing him to feed her medicine. But now there's no one to feed me medicine. A bitter smile appeared on Qingshan's lips as he could only wait for the blood energy to flow back, gradually alleviating the loss in his body. 3 minutes later, Qingshan finally regained the ability to move. He painstakingly reached out, picked up a bottle of Yuan liquid, and tilted his head to drink it. The scorching liquid felt like real magma, yet it did not harm his mouth in the slightest. All the heat was absorbed in an instant. Even before it reached his stomach, it was completely consumed. As he drank bottle after bottle of Yuan liquid, Qingshan's body rapidly recovered, as if he had encountered a long-awaited downpour after a drought. After resting for another hour, his blood energy was once again abundant, and his body finally returned to its peak state. No, it's even stronger. Qingshan glanced at the punching force tester on the wall opposite him. He shook his head and suppressed the urge to test it. 100 tons was already the limit of the punching force tester. If he were to deliver another punch, now even with the special materials of the training room, that wall would still collapse. After some thought, Qingshan picked up the thunder pattern blade and drew it from its sheath. The moment the blade was unsheathed, a purple lightning flashed by in an instant. Now I should be able to unleash the true power of the thunder pattern blade, right? Qingshan's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he energized his blood. After the breakthrough, his blood was no longer as easily manipulated as before, but simple energizing was not difficult. It was easy. Threads of lightning emerged from the blade, writhing like small snakes. Qingshan's gaze sharpened as he carefully sensed it. At that moment, the thunder pattern blade seemed to become an extension of his blood energy. The power of the lightning was entirely determined by the strength of the blood energy. The power of thunder, 9 heavens, wind, and thunder. Qingshan was momentarily lost in thought, recalling the scene from the instructional video where Lu Jing unleashed the 9 heavens, wind, and thunder blade, transforming into a human calamity. Almost there, a level martial arts is within reach. Qingshan murmured, looking at the panel. Qingshan. Realm breaking limit 1 turn 1100. Technique 9 turns of yin yang 13,002 turns. 36 set of radio calisthenics. The starry sky is calling completed. Martial skills heavenly spiral step 184210000 major achievement. Thunder blade 1796100000 major achievement. Mizong step completed. Wine shadow blade completed. Function martial space LV2 100100000. Available time 94 years 136 days. Time flow rate 1100. After reaching major achievement for the Thunderblade and Heavenly Spiral Step, the proficiency requirement rose to 1000. It seemed like a lot, but now after a day of training he could at least earn 500 points. It's only the 13th today, and there are still 18 days until the end of June. That should be enough. After a brief calculation, Qingshan's gaze turned to the realm column. Realm breaking limit 1 turn 1100. After supplementing with Yuan liquid, although the blood energy in his body was once again abundant, the quality of the newly generated blood energy still could not compare to that of the purified blood energy after transformation. Breaking limit 9 turns. Each breakthrough in cultivation involves continuing to practice the guiding technique until the blood energy throughout the body is unified. This is equivalent to having to repeat the entire process of refining the body to its peak for each turn. Moreover, as the quality of blood energy rises, the time consumed will also increase progressively. But for me, reaching the peak of cultivation seems to be the simplest. Qingshan had spent 3 years on refining his body to the 10th layer, yet he only took 10 days to reach the peak. All of this was due to the 9 turns of yin-yang maxing out its proficiency, allowing him to achieve blood energy control in advance. Qingshan smiled slightly, closed his eyes, and entered the martial space. On the open platform, he sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into his body. The blood energy flowed quietly as rivers and lakes restored to their original state. No, it should be even broader now, and the color of the flowing blood energy deepened a few shades. However, at the center of the flowing blood energy, there was an even deeper stream clearly distinguishing the two. This was the difference between new blood energy and purified blood energy. Li Qingshan paid no mind and focused his attention on the blood energy node at the center of his chest. Since his technique had entered the second turn, he no longer needed to struggle as he did during his first cultivation. Soon the blood energy node was pried open and his mind shifted to the next node. Half an hour later, all 1,000 nodes were successfully pried open. Li Qingshan opened his eyes and looked at the panel. 9 turns of Yin-Yang 13,002 turns 9 turns of Yin-Yang 23,002 turns. It's still just a slight increase in proficiency. Li Qingshan sighed in relief. What he feared most was that it would be like the starry sky is calling. After each breakthrough, not only would the total proficiency requirement increase, but the difficulty of raising it would also double. Half an hour for 1.24 hours in a day, excluding 8 hours of sleeping and resting in the space, that's about 32 points a day. 3,000 points of proficiency will require nearly 100 days in reality. I'll have to work hard again. Let's close the door for a day. Li Qingshan sighed, closed his eyes once more, and began to cultivate. In the virtual space above the cloud, more than a dozen chairs were already filled and teachers from different schools simultaneously looked up at the giant screen in the sky. On the screen, Ma Jie, who had just been pushed to third place in the old continent by Li Qingshan, was being mistreated. His opponent was a bald young man wielding a black long staff. Both the long staff and the spear were long-handled weapons emphasizing strength and force. But the strength of the bald young man was something Ma Jie could not withstand. The long staff completely ignored the dense spear shadows and struck down directly. The tip of the staff gleamed with a yellowish light, and every strike felt like Mount Tai pressing down. In just 3 strikes, Ma Jie was reduced to a pile of meat. The bald young man stood holding the staff dressed in black with a stern expression. The third place in the old continent, Zhou Yunzi. Having been struck down twice in succession, I hope Ma Jie can adjust quickly. The previous teachers glanced at the gruesome corpse and shook their heads. On the leaderboard, Ma Jie's name had already faded clearly offline. The teachers who logged in later paid him no mind. They were only here for Zhou Yunzi. In just half an hour, going from the bottom to third in the old continent, truly impressive. Did he come from Qihuang Star to our Ziying Star just to show off? Investigate. We must find out why their genius from Qihuang Star came to our Ziying Star. Don't rush. Zhou Yunzi's target is not just third in the old continent. On the screen, a smaller leaderboard appeared before Zhou Yunzi, showing the first in the old continent Mu Yu and the second Li Qingshan. Both names were dimmed and could not be matched, they could only be challenged. Zhou Yunzi did not hesitate, his finger gliding past Li Qingshan and pointing at the first in the old continent. Challenge Mu Yu. After setting the challenge time for tomorrow, Zhou Yunzi stood in place waiting. He had also noticed when Mu Yu suddenly logged in earlier. However, after waiting for 5 minutes, Mu Yu still had not logged in. Zhou Yunzi frowned and logged off directly. The bald youth vanished from the screen, and over 10 teachers exchanged glances about to speak. Ahem, let me speak first. A dry cough rang out, and the group of teachers looked toward the speaker, quickly closing their mouths. It was a young man with silver hair sitting next to Lu Jing. He was Lu Jing's teacher Yiyukuan. Qihuang Star does not distinguish between new and old continents, but uses a unified examination system. This everyone must have known already. Yiyukuan opened his right hand, 2 iron balls rolling in his palm. Although he looked young, his speech and demeanor were quite aged. According to the information I found, Zhou Yunzi's test scores over the past few years have always been among the top 10. However, last year Zhou Yunzi left Qihuang Star and moved to our Ziying Star. He followed the proper immigration procedures, and his student records were also transferred from the federal system. After hearing Yiyukuan's news, the teachers displayed a variety of expressions: shock, anger, confusion. One male teacher was the first to lose his composure and spoke up. A top 10 student from a star came to our Ziying Star and stayed in the old continent for a year. Is it just to make a name for himself today and earn 100 points for being first in the old continent? How could that be? A teacher immediately rebutted. Zhou Yunzi can immigrate between stars, he wouldn't be lacking in points. Moreover, with his strength, he is equivalent to our top 10 in the new continent. How could Qihuang Star possibly lack resources for him? This remark left the other teachers even more puzzled. Right? Why did Zhou Yunzi really choose to immigrate? Ahem, that's too small-minded. Yiyukuan interrupted lightly with a smile, but did not explain the reason, instead looking at Lu Jing. Your brother is still on Qihuang Star, and you were the first to notice Zhou Yunzi. You should know something about him. Tell everyone. Okay, teacher. Lu Jing nodded, considering for a moment before looking at everyone. The quality of education on Qihuang Star is slightly higher than ours. There are many geniuses. The reason I noticed Zhou Yunzi is because he is very special. Special? The teachers were all confused. Although Zhou Yunzi was strong, there seemed to be nothing particularly special about his realm or martial skills. Lu Jing saw what they were thinking and shook her head. Just now it was because Ma Jia was too weak that Zhou Yunzi's true strength was not forced out the strength of the blood condensation realm. Blood condensation. The teachers were momentarily stunned, then expressed their doubts. He broke through right after his first transition. Is he giving up on the path of limit breaking so early? The extreme realm and limit breaking are paths that top geniuses on Xiing Star must take. Even the top 10 in the new continent are on this path. Even if they cannot seek the fifth transition, each additional transition represents deeper reserves, and no one is willing to easily give up. It's not about giving up, but he simply hasn't walked the path of limit breaking. Lu Jing took a deep breath and sighed. That's why I say Zhou Yunjia is very special, just ordinary special. Not only has he not walked the path of limit breaking, but he hasn't even set foot in the extreme realm. After the 10th level of body refinement, he directly triggered his blood energy to break through. Moreover, he practices martial skills, never seeking perfection, only striving for great success. What a... The teachers were all shocked. Zhou Yunzi's chosen path contradicted their long-standing teaching to give up the extreme realm, and limit breaking is akin to giving up on talent, relinquishing opportunities to deepen reserves. As for martial skills, having achieved great success, who does not yearn to find a breakthrough to perfection? Ordinary special. Lu Jing truly did not use the wrong word. Among the many geniuses, Zhou Yunzi's choice is indeed too ordinary. Haha, not just you, all the teachers from Qingshan Star are equally surprised. Lu Jing chuckled and shook her head. It is said that when Zhou Yunjia broke through, he was beaten up by his class teacher on the spot. But even so, Zhou Yunjia still firmly believes in his choice. In his words, he hates all uncertainty and does not need so-called opportunities. It is said that Zhou Yunjia once expressed an ideal, or perhaps a dream, to turn everything related to martial arts into data, cold, intuitive, and controllable numbers. As long as he follows the steps, he can keep going. All the teachers laughed and shook their heads in denial. It's just a fantasy. How could that be realized? Zhou Yunzi's strength not falling behind is simply because his talent is good enough. Turning martial arts into data is indeed unrealistic, but... Yi Yuquan rolled the iron balls and pondered. Zhou Yunjia chose the most mediocre path, aiming to eliminate all uncertainties, clearly practicing his ideal. From this it can be seen that this child has a strong desire for control, and his purpose is very clear. Yi Yuquan's tone became more serious as he looked at the teachers. What I just said about your small-mindedness is because your focus is fixated on a mere ranking in the old continent. Have you considered with Zhou Yunzi's talent, why would Qingshan Star allow him to leave? And with Zhou Yunzi's character, did he really come to Xiing Star just for a ranking in the old continent? As the words fell, the scene fell silent, and the teachers fell into deep thought. Suddenly a male teacher frowned, as if he had figured something out, and said with uncertainty, could it be that Zhou Yunjia wants to compete for a martial arts star quota? The teachers were awakened, their expressions changing dramatically. The martial arts star quota is limited to no more than 5 people from each star in every batch. This is a real opportunity to soar to great heights. Exactly, this must be the reason. I didn't expect this little guy to have such grand ambitions. Students from Qingshan Star have always been stronger than those from Xiing Star, and Zhou Yunjia is only in the top 10 there. Competing for a martial arts star quota would be fraught with uncertainty. That is why he would immigrate to Xiing Star. No way, the martial arts star quota cannot be touched. Right, we must find a way to kick Zhou Yunjia out of this year's admission qualification battle and drive him out of Xiing Star. All the teachers spoke in unison, their faces filled with anger. Drive him away. Yi Yuquan raised an eyebrow slightly and said with amusement, he is an immigrant. Everything is legal and above board. How do you intend to drive him away? Most of the teachers fell silent, but a few still had flickering eyes. If legal means don't work, there are certainly illegal methods which should not be too difficult for them. Don't think about those petty tactics. Yi Yuquan saw through their thoughts with a glance and said sternly, don't forget your identities are teachers. Zhou Yunjia is a student and a genius of the human race. Such tactics should not and cannot be used against him. A few people paused helplessly, saying, then Elder Yi, what do you suggest we do? Should we just watch? Yi Yuquan tidied his silver hair at his temples and shook his head, saying, you are still too young and too narrow-minded. Since Qingshan Star dares to send a genius over, why should we not dare to accept him? The path of martial arts is originally about competition. Yi Yuquan raised his hand and pointed to the top of the cliff, smiling lightly. Not to mention those little fellows in the new continent. Just Mu Yu alone is not weaker than Zhou Yunjia, not to mention there's still Li Qingshan behind. You should all understand the significance of achieving perfection in the extreme realm, right? Once in a millennium reappearing in the world. Only in an era of great competition can true dragons and celestial talents emerge. Everyone was convinced by his words, feeling embarrassed as they said, Elder Yi, you have a far-reaching vision. We were indeed short-sighted. With the challenge still tomorrow, the teachers successively took their leave. Soon above the clouds, only Yi Yuquan and Lu Jing remained. Teacher, were those words just now real? Lu Jing looked at him with doubt. Yiyukuin from just now felt too different from the teacher she knew. Little girl, you must expand your horizons. Yiyukuin glanced at his student, the iron balls slowly rolling. Regardless of Li Qingshan Muyu or Zhou Yunjia, after the admission qualification battle, they will certainly enter our Ziying Academy. Moreover, along with a few little fellows from the new continent, their batch will surely be able to outperform the Qi Huang Academy. To put it broadly, whoever among them emerges from Ziying Star in the future will be a genius of our human race, a warrior against the evil gods. To put it simply, even if Zhou Yunjia secures a quota in the future, he will be one cultivated by our Ziying Academy. What does that have to do with Qi Huang Star? Lu Jing suddenly understood, feeling completely convinced. Teacher is wise. The next day at the same time in the same place. Above the clouds, it was bustling with activity, with dozens of teachers from various martial arts universities in the new continent gathering to watch the battle. The first in the old continent, Mu Yu, who had dominated the leaderboard for a year, faced off against the cross-star genius Zhou Yunjia. This battle was enough to attract attention. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a massive screen unfolded in the sky. In the image, Zhou Yunjia held a long staff dressed in black with a stern expression. Opposite him, Mu Yu wore red combat attire, firmly gripping a 3-meter-high halberd, his expression calm. Meanwhile, in Luoying City, as evening approached, the twilight glow shone through the window into the dim training room, illuminating the figure seated in meditation with a golden outline. A day has passed. Li Qingshan slowly opened his eyes, and a phantom panel flashed by. Skill Flame Sun 9 turns 110000. Third transition, the will once again hovered over the lake of blood energy, and the feeling of control returned. Li Qingshan rose and took a bottle of star source liquid, swallowing it, and began to practice step by step. As one empty bottle after another fell on the panel, the cold numbers representing his realm began to slowly fluctuate. As the moon sets and the sun rises, the morning glow spills across the horizon. In the training room, Li Qingshan opened his eyes, his expression slightly weary. I can only persist for 10 hours and practice the guiding technique 20 times in a day. Before mastering his own qi and blood, utilizing the guiding technique exhausts both mind and spirit, requiring at least an hour of practice for each session, draining all his energy. For other geniuses, practicing the guiding technique 20 times a day is simply unimaginable. However, for Li Qingshan, it still feels insufficient. My body is limiting my efforts. Li Qingshan sighed, helplessly gazing at the thermos that was nearly half empty. This was the 100 bottles of Star Source liquid that had arrived just yesterday. Although the training duration hasn't changed, the resource consumption has doubled, increasing from 20 bottles to 40 bottles. For 100 points a day. Indeed, the path of breaking limits is not something an ordinary person can tread. Li Qingshan first clicked his tongue, then suddenly realized. 40 bottles of Star Source liquid were specific to his unique situation of practicing the guiding technique 20 times a day. Under normal training efficiency, 2 bottles a day at most would suffice, meaning 40 points would be enough. That's not too expensive. After all, resources must be converted into strength as quickly as possible. To compete for the 100 points of first of the old continent, Mu Yu won't be easy to deal with. Li Qingshan murmured, his gaze drifting to the panel showing his realm. Realm first break limit 1100. Realm first break limit 8100. With a progress rate of 7 points a day, he'll be able to break through to the second transition by the end of the month. After some calculations, Li Qingshan's resolve solidified. He was making a complete breakthrough at the peak realm, and each transition in cultivation was a process of achieving that peak. This is the foundation. Even among those at the second transition, my strength and speed will absolutely surpass Mu Yu. Moreover, once Heavenly Spiral Steps and Thunderblade are perfected, he'll have 2 A-grade martial arts at my disposal. Li Qingshan suppressed his anticipation, entering the points mall to order another 200 bottles of Star Source liquid. He then turned to look outside where the sun was slowly rising. I've been in the training room for almost 2 days. I should go to the cafeteria for breakfast. Li Qingshan stood up, adjusted his clothes, and walked towards the door. The Star Source liquid can replenish the Buddhist needs, but it lacks the warmth and satisfaction that ordinary food brings. Furthermore, considering the cultivation in the martial arts space, he hadn't eaten anything for over 3 months. Li Qingshan asked in surprise. Can't you tell I'm waiting for you? Wan Keshan retorted sharply, standing up and cracking his neck. I sent a message. Li Qingshan asked in surprise. Can't you tell I'm waiting for you? Wan Keshan retorted sharply, standing up and cracking his neck. I sent a message last night, didn't see your reply. Wan Keshan paused, his eyes gradually lighting up. Kid, you broke into the second place of the old continent with the strength of the peak realm 2 days ago. After going offline, you've been in seclusion, you wouldn't possibly. Halfway through, Wan Keshan shook his head vigorously, muttering, no way. Not possible. Simulated transformation extremely dangerous. You've just reached the peak realm. Your control over qi and blood shouldn't be that quick. Teacher, you guessed right, I have broken through to the first transition. Li Qingshan spoke without hesitation, interrupting Wan Keshan's confusion. Oh, really broke through? Wang Keshan was taken aback, but recalling Li Qingshan's previous performances he quickly dismissed his doubts and laughed heartily. Great, great, great. I didn't wait in vain this whole night. Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly. Teacher, you still haven't said why you're waiting for me here. For Wang Keshan to sleep in the hallway, it must be something significant. Yesterday you were in seclusion and missed a major battle. Wang Keshan's smile faded as he sighed. Zhou Yunze challenged Mu Yu and narrowly won. The title of First of the Old Continent has changed hands. Mu Yu lost. Moreover, she lost to an unheard-of, nameless rookie. Zhou Yunze. Li Qingshan frowned, puzzled. Teacher, which province is Zhou Yunze from? It doesn't matter which province. Wang Keshan shook his head, pointing upwards. The key is he comes from the red-yellow, an enemy from outside the world. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow, asking the most concerning question. Teacher, did Zhou Yunze really just win by a narrow margin? Of course. Mu Yu has dominated the rankings for a year. Dealing with her is not that simple. Wang Keshan shot Li Qingshan a glare. Lamenting for Zhou Yunze to win by a narrow margin is already quite remarkable. That's good. Li Qingshan nodded, his expression relaxing. Teacher, I'm going to eat now. As he disappeared down the hallway, Wang Keshan was left stunned, finally grasping the meaning behind Li Qingshan's words. Zhou Yunze merely narrowly won, while Li Qingshan is confident he can win by many moves, hence he is not anxious. This kid, he can't still be in the process of comprehending, can he? In the cafeteria there were few students. Mornings in the cafeteria are usually quiet, and with the seniors already graduated, the first and second years were busy preparing for final exams, making it even more sparse. Brother Shan. A loud voice called from a distance, prompting Li Qingshan to turn his head. Zhao Hongzhou, Yu Lei, and Hong Qian were gathered around a table. Li Qingshan walked over, surprised. You three came to the cafeteria for breakfast too. Eating is not the purpose. Zhao Hongzhou looked around, speaking mysteriously. Brother Shan, something big has happened. Li Qingshan nodded expressionlessly. Yes, Mu Yu lost. Huh, you knew. Zhao Hongzhou's attempt to build suspense failed, leaving him looking disappointed. Yu Lei glanced at him speechless. Li Qingshan had already reached second place in the Old Continent 2 days ago. Do you think he wouldn't know? But Yu Lei turned her gaze to Li Qingshan, pointing at the communicator. You must not have seen their battle video, right? The projection screen popped up showing the footage from the battle platform. Mu Yu and a bald young man stood 100 meters apart, confronting each other. Did you get this from your sister? Li Qingshan immediately became interested, plopping down next to Yu Lei and casually pressing the play button. The video began, and the four focused their gaze on the screen. In the video, Mu Yu and Zhou Yunze moved simultaneously. A red and a black shadow crossed the 100 meters in the blink of an eye, colliding together. Both side speeds were too fast. To Yu Lei and the others, only the black and red shadows intertwined continuously, along with the sparks flying from their weapons clashing. They could only enjoy watching the excitement. The battle was fierce. In just a few minutes the halberd and the long staff had collided thousands of times. Suddenly the red shadow staggered and flew backward, crashing to the ground, with a large hole punctured in its waist. Did Mu Yu lose like this? How did she lose? I couldn't see clearly. No, let's slow it down to 0. 5 speed. No, 0. 1 speed, let's watch it again. The three pointed and gestured as they replayed the video. Li Qingshan, sitting beside them, had already withdrawn his gaze. Wang Keshan was right. Zhou Yunze indeed won by a narrow margin. Both sides had nearly no difference in strength and speed. In the final blow, Zhou Yunze seized the opening in Mu Yu's attack and thrust his staff into her waist. However, Zhou Yunze's skills seemed too eclectic. Li Qingshan frowned, recalling the battle. Zhou Yunze had used at least 3 or 4 different movement techniques and more than 5 styles of staff techniques. Moreover, it wasn't limited to just staff techniques. That final strike clearly bore the shadow of a spear technique, and it was one Li had seen before. Trade martial skill, 1000 mechanism spear. Li Qingshan remembered that during the rookie battle Lin Fan's breaking rainbow spear had a hint of 1000 mechanism spear in it. 1000 mechanism spear is known for its bizarre and tricky nature, which had caused him a bit of trouble back then. Zhou Yunze's proficiency in it must be at least above average. In battle, the forceful and heavy staff technique suddenly transformed into a bizarre and tricky spear, catching Mu Yu completely off guard. So many martial skills, but none perfected. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Was this intentional? The perfect realm for a martial skill is akin to its sublimation. Any martial skill or movement in its perfected state possesses power far exceeding that of a major accomplishment. Zhou Yunze's approach can only be described with 4 words. Eclectic yet unrefined. Without any praise or criticism, it was a true reflection of Zhou Yunze's martial skill cultivation. Meanwhile, the video slowed down tenfold, and although both fighters' movements remained fast, their trajectories were now discernible. While watching the video, Yu Lei curiously asked Li Qingshan, "You didn't log in yesterday. Your rank has already dropped out of the top 100. When do you plan to push for rank again?" No rush. Logging in every day is a waste of time. Li Qingshan shook his head nonchalantly. Anyway, on the morning of the 31st, the top 100 must log in. We'll just climb back up then. Brother Sean, the top 100 ranking battle on June 31st is always streamed by the martial arts class. They'll be waiting to see you defeat Zhou Yunzi and take the title of first of the old continent. Yu Lei and Hong Qian exchanged silent glances, while Zhao Hongzhou remained unwaveringly confident in Li Qingshan. Alright, I won't let you down. Li Qingshan smiled as he stood up, patting Zhao Hongzhou on the shoulder. However, my real opponent isn't Zhou Yunzi, but Mu Yu. Mu Yu. The three were taken aback. Li Qingshan didn't explain, turning to grab a tray and get his meal. Back in the Star Realm, Mu Yu's descending move left a deep impression on him. Especially after watching the battle video, Li Qingshan was even more certain. His true opponent from start to finish had always been Mu Yu. Li Qingshan returned to the dining table with 2 trays and sat down. Zhao Hongzhou and the others were still eagerly watching the combat videos. The playback was at 1x speed with at least half of the progress bar remaining. In less than 5 minutes, Li Qingshan finished both trays, called out, and got up to leave. Going to train again. Zhao Hongzhou gazed at the departing figure, unable to help but sigh. Everyone admires Brother Sean's talent, but they have no idea how hard he truly works. At the canteen entrance, Li Qingshan's ears perked up as his gaze flicked over the available time section. Available time, 94 years, 6 days. The martial arts space upgrade required a total of 100 points of experience, equating to 100 years, and he had already spent 6 years. Though he had also been in the martial arts class for a year, he had endured a grueling 6 years of cultivation. Brother, you actually don't know either. Li Qingshan shook his head slightly, secretly sighing. You can't even imagine my efforts. Returning to the training room, Li Qingshan wasted no time and immediately entered the martial arts space to begin his training. As time passed day by day, Li Qingshan spent almost all of his time in the martial arts space, after completing 10 hours of extreme cultivation each day. A middle-aged man in black from the Points Mall would deliver goods to the school almost every 5 days. With the consumption of a large amount of Star Source liquid, the cold numbers in the realm section kept changing. Realm breaking limits, first transition 15100. Realm breaking limits, first transition 39100. Realm breaking limits, first transition 60100. On June 29th, in the training room, all Star Source liquid was consumed, and Li Qingshan opened his eyes, gently pinching his brow. Realm breaking limits, first transition 100100. Glancing at the time, Li Qingshan got up and walked out of the training room. The middle-aged man in black was waiting outside the door with an insulated box. Mr. Li, here are the 15 bottles of flame source liquid you ordered. Li Qingshan took the box without checking and only returned to the training room to open it after seeing the man leave. A wave of heat rolled out and 15 bottles of thick red liquid came into view. Li Qingshan's eyes twitched, unable to suppress the pain in his heart. 15 bottles of flame source liquid cost a staggering 7500 points. When he made his first purchase, spending 5000 points felt extravagant. But this time was different. He pointed at the communicator and the mall page popped up. Account balance, 600 points. When the inspection bureau's reward arrived, Li Qingshan initially thought that over 2,000 points would be enough to support him until the breaking limits third transition. But he clearly underestimated the cultivation costs after breaking limits. 400 points a day meant that to fill the progress bar in 15 days would cost 7,000 points. Adding the 5,000 points for the first transition flame source liquid, and now the 7,500 points for the second transition, he was almost out of points. No rush, no rush, there's still the old continent first reward. Li Qingshan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the thoughts in his mind, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. With perfect control over his chi and blood, he directed them at will. With a thought, a new round of simulated transformation began. Chi and blood surged, collapsed, and refined, all happening in the blink of an eye. Just 3 seconds later, his face suddenly turned pale, and his eyes opened again. Realm breaking limits, second transition, 1100. After resting for a few minutes, he picked up a bottle of flame source liquid and drank it down. As his body gradually recovered, Li Qingshan looked at the technique section. The breaking limits second transition would again require time to master the control of chi and blood. However, the next level of the Flame Sun 9 transformations required 1 proficiency, meaning he would need at least 3 days of closed-door cultivation, and he currently had no points to buy Star Source liquid. Li Qingshan's gaze shifted down to the martial arts section. Martial arts, Heavenly Net Steps, 835610000, great accomplishment. Thunderclap Blade, 82451000, great accomplishment. Both are still over 100 points short of proficiency. He'll focus on maxing them out in the last 2 days. In reality, not needing to cultivate meant all his time could be invested in the martial arts space. 2 days equaled 200 days, enough to perfect Heavenly Net Steps and Thunderclap Blade, merging them into a grade martial arts. Achieving the perfect extreme state in the breaking limits second transition would undoubtedly exceed the ordinary second transition and surpass most of the blood condensation realm. But concerning the reward of 100 points, he had to ensure absolutely nothing went wrong. Muyu. Li Qingshan recalled the star realm and Muye's strike that descended from the heavens. Although there was the enhancement of the transformation at that moment, without the corresponding martial arts, it was impossible to unleash such catastrophic power. Catastrophe. Could it be a grade martial arts? Li Qingshan murmured, closing his eyes. In the virtual space above the clouds. With only 2 days left until the final ranking was determined, all the admission teachers from the martial arts universities in the new continent had basically arrived. More than 30 chairs floated on the clouds. In the sky, dozens of enormous screens floated in midair. The screens displayed the combat scenes of the top 100 rankings. As the end of the month approached, the battles became increasingly intense, with all students eager to improve their martial skills before the final challenges. The 30 or so teachers scanned the screens, their minds somewhat distracted. What's going on with Li Qingshan and Muyu? It's almost the end of the month, and they're still not online. One teacher looked at the rankings and shook his head helplessly. Old Continent first Zhou Yunjia. Old Continent second Majia. Ever since Li Qingshan defeated the Old Continent second on the 13th, he hasn't logged in again. Muyu also hasn't logged in since losing to Zhou Yunjia, and her ranking was similarly pushed down to beyond the 100th. Let's wait, they might log in at any moment. After all, they definitely have to go to the new continent. Other teachers also looked helpless. They usually come only on the last day. This year, they came early specifically to avoid missing the rematch between Muyu and Zhou Yunjia. They all clearly saw the situation of the last battle. If they fought again, Muyu might not lose. Lu Jing turned her head to the side where a silver-haired youth was calmly rubbing a metal ball in his hands. Teacher, does Muyu really need to prepare for so long? As long as she guards against Zhou Yun's 1000 machine gun, she should be able to win easily, right? Win easily? Yi Yukin's lips curled up. How can you be sure that Zhou Yunjia doesn't have other tricks up his sleeve? Lu Jing was momentarily speechless, recalling the news she heard on Qingshan Star about Zhou Yunjia. It was indeed quite possible. Zhou Yunjia only cultivates to great accomplishment, never seeking perfection, and never spends too much time on a single martial skill. His learning is quite eclectic. Lu Jing sighed and shook her head. For Muyu to defend against him, it might be very difficult. No, Muyu will definitely win easily. Yi Yukin's tone suddenly changed, looking at the students' astonished expressions with amusement. I don't know how many tricks Zhou Yunjia has, but I am very clear about Muyu's tricks. Think carefully. How many martial skills did Muyu use in the last battle? It should be 2. Muyu's Fang Tianhua Ji was forged by the blazing gold specifically to complement the Crade martial skill, Red Flame Halberd. From her last attack, the Red Flame Halberd should already be perfected. As for the other martial skill, it's powerful and heavy, somewhat resembling the Breaking Rainbow Spear, but Lu Jing's brows furrowed slightly, struggling to recall. Compared to swords, sabers, spears, and staffs, the Fang Tianhua Ji was indeed a rare weapon, making it hard for her to think of the corresponding martial skill. It's the Breaking Sun Halberd. Yi Yukuin provided the answer directly. The Breaking Sun Halberd and the Breaking Rainbow Spear are indeed somewhat similar, but in terms of power, the Fang Tianhua Ji exceeds the Long Spear. More importantly, the ultimate move of the Breaking Sun Halberd, 9 Heavens Setting Sun. Although it's just a grade martial skill, it carries a hint of setting sun meaning, which is extremely difficult to comprehend. The prerequisite martial skills for the 9 Heavens Wind Thunderblade are the Thunderclap Blade and Wind Shadow Blade, both of the prerequisite martial skills for the 9 Heavens Wind Thunderblade are the Thunderclap Blade and Wind Shadow Blade, both of which are like this. Is Muyu practicing a grade martial arts? Exactly. The Red Flame Halberd and the Breaking Sun Halberd are precisely the prerequisites for the grade martial arts, Scarlet Phoenix, Setting Sun Halberd. Yi Yukuin nodded. You were right, that little girl's Red Flame Halberd has indeed reached perfection. And as for the Breaking Sun Halberd, I observe that she has also grasped a hint of its essence. She should have been perfecting 9 Heavens Setting Sun these days. Yi Yukuin smiled, looking at his student. Now do you understand why Muyu can win easily? Teacher, I get it. Lu Jing nodded. Zhou Yun's skills are diverse, but not specialized, which indeed gives him an advantage against an opponent with singular martial skills. But against Muyu, he doesn't need to worry about how many tricks she has. Once the Scarlet Phoenix Setting Sun Halberd is unleashed, it will be enough to determine the outcome. She naturally understood well how powerful a grade martial arts were. By the way, I remember you seem to have understood the 9 Heavens Wind Thunderblade only in your 3rd year, right? Compared to Mandu, that was a year late. Yi Yukuin turned the conversation, rubbing the metal ball, praising to comprehend a grade martial arts before even enrolling, especially a halberd technique. That little girl Muyu is impressive. Lu Jing's expression suddenly darkened. Was he belittling her in front of others? Moreover, he was comparing 2 people against her. Teacher, this time, not only Muyu has comprehended a grade martial arts. Lu Jing interjected. Li Qingshan's Thunderclap Blade had already reached great accomplishment. The 9 Heavens Wind Thunderblade will definitely not be a challenge for him. And he is only 18, having just completed 1 year in the martial arts class, and even participated in battles across 2 levels. Although she wasn't sure if Qingshan could comprehend it so quickly, it was time to put on a good show, and Lu Jing spoke with great certainty. The 9 heavens wind, thunderblade. Yi Yukuan nodded, showing no doubt. After all, it was a Ancient Millennium occurrence, and in a grade martial art wasn't surprising. The petals fall gracefully, the sun shines brightly, and the campus is sparsely populated as the ordinary class students have already started their summer vacation. In the martial arts hall, over 100 students gather in the center, sitting cross-legged. Not only Zhao Hongzhou and Yu Lei from the first year, but also more than 20 second-year students, including Zhong Xian, are present. Wang Kexin walks back and forth holding a teacup, glancing occasionally at the ceiling. Li Qingshan's training room is on the 2nd floor. Has Li Qingshan come out yet? I see my uncle's tea has gone cold, but he hasn't taken a sip. Yu Lei muttered softly, and Hong Qian glanced at Wang Kexin, reminding, don't forget we are in school, you should call him teacher. Yu Lei was exasperated. Zhao Hongzhou timely intervened, helping Hong Qian out of his predicament. You should have faith in Brother Shan. He said he would take the top spot in Jiuzhou, and he will definitely succeed. No, Zhao Hongzhou, isn't that a bit blind admiration? Hong Qian truly couldn't understand where Zhao Hongzhou's inexplicable confidence came from, and Yu Lei was equally speechless. This is not a rookie battle. Li Qingshan's opponent is the entire Jiuzhou's 107 provinces, and Li Qingshan has only been in the martial arts class for a year. Yu Lei shook her head, helplessly analyzing. Even if you rush for the rankings before, Li Qingshan only reached 2nd place, deliberately avoiding Mao Yu. Moreover, now there's a new challenger, Zhou Yunzi. In my opinion, Li Qingshan will most likely end up 3rd in Zhao Hongzhou glanced at Yu Lei and nodded. Your analysis makes sense, but it's useless. With a change in tone, Zhao Hongzhou grew even more confident. Before Shan and I even entered the martial arts class, he was questioned all the way, as similar scenes have happened many times. Just think about it carefully. Has he ever said something wrong? Yu Lei and Hong Qian were suddenly struck, their eyes gradually brightening. Indeed, Li Qingshan has always kept his word. Wang Kexin, pacing back and forth, paused, a smile tugging at his lips. This little guy is even more confident than I am. Their whispers naturally could not escape him. Not only in the sports hall, but even the commotion near the school gate could be sensed by him. However, the training room is built with special materials, ensuring absolute privacy. Wang Kexin squinted, muttering, this kid should have completed his insights right. In Wui Hai, the sports hall, Wang Kexin wouldn't be deceiving me, would he? Lu Jing was also pacing back and forth, but faster and more anxiously. Students from grades 1 and 2, including Wang Jie and Fu Wu, gathered here. They were somewhat puzzled by their teacher's anxiety, but had little interest. Everyone looked at the projections surrounding the hall. It was 9:55, and only 5 minutes remained until the live broadcast began. Fu Wu, Li Qingshan is going to Xinzhou this year. It's a pity you wanted revenge before. Wang Jie directly mocked him, and Fu Wu shot him a sideways glance, coldly saying, what? Do you want to learn from Li Qingshan and practice with me across levels? Wang Jie immediately fell silent, and Fu Wu ignored him, just looking at the blank screen, wondering, is it true that Li Qingshan will participate this year? Competing for 3rd in Jiuzhou? What a waste. What's so good about competing for 3rd in Jiuzhou? Lu Jing glanced at the students, secretly complaining. Li Qingshan participating this year was something he had always opposed. The title of 1st in Jiuzhou is far too important for a province. However, his opposition was utterly useless, and with Wang Kexin's strong support, Lu Jing could only let it be. But times change. With the greatest opponent Mao Yu still unresolved, now there's an even stronger Zhou Yunzi emerging. How come all the geniuses this generation are clustered together, with several appearing at once? Lu Jing sighed, his steps growing more hurried. Wu Yuan City, the sports hall. Compared to the anxiety of Wang Kexin and Lu Jing, Yuan Hongyan remained much calmer. Students sat together, gazing at the screen as they awaited the broadcast to begin. Lin Mingxiao sat beside her brother, quietly asking, brother, is the Liao Yin sword really that powerful? Stop calling him that nickname. Lin Fan sighed, helplessly looking at his sister. If it weren't for you giving him that nickname after the rookie battle ended, it wouldn't have spread throughout Jiuzhou. Lin Mingxiao immediately chuckled. I just called it casually, who knew it would spread so far? Laugh. Lin Fan shook his head and said, Kong Hao was cleaved in half by Li Qingshan in the last battle because of this incident. You better pray he doesn't know that nickname came from you. Lin Mingxiao suddenly looked distressed. Not only in Luoying, Wui, and Wuyuan, but in the entire 107 provinces of Jiuzhou, nearly 700 cities. All martial arts class students gathered in the sports hall, staring at the blank screen, waiting for the annual ranking battle. 957. 58. 59. At 1:00 a.m., the time arrived. At the same moment, the screens in all sports halls lit up. The towering cliffs reach into the clouds. Tens of thousands of names are etched in sharp relief, appearing before all students' eyes. This is the ranking list. For martial artists who have never entered the virtual space, the scene before them is incredibly shocking. The camera quickly ascends, moving towards the clouds, zooming in on the cliffs. 100 names are frozen on the screen. The top 100 rankings of JoJo. Qingshan hasn't logged in yet. Mao Yu hasn't logged in either. Teachers and students from Wui Province and Tianfu Province raised the same question after scanning the ranking list. In the virtual space above the clouds, dozens of teachers stood up simultaneously, frowning, saying, Qingshan and Mao Yu still haven't logged in. Young people are just too anxious. Yi Yukong remained calm, rubbing an iron ball, saying nonchalantly, it has just begun. There's still 2 hours until the ranking is determined. What's the rush? With a wave of his hand, 100 giant screens filled the sky, neatly arranged. Each screen displayed a student holding a weapon, their expression solemn. The ranking battle begins. Each student had already agreed on their opponents, and as the two entered the battle platform together, 2 screens merged into one, broadcasting the battle live. In all sports halls across Jiaozi's 107 provinces, the surrounding projections were similar, albeit with smaller images. Swords and sticks, the 18 kinds of martial arts, were fully displayed in the live broadcast. All students were focused, not wanting to miss a single detail. However, Wui Province and Tianfu Province were exceptions. Qingshan and Mao Yu's absence kept their hearts in suspense. In the virtual space, dozens of teachers shared the same lack of interest. Not wanting to miss the battle between Zhou Yunze and Mao Yu, they had been waiting for days, having seen the battles of other students countless times. One teacher glanced at the 3 giant screens at the top, saying, Jiaozi's second and third are busy, while Zhou Yunze, the first in JoJo, is quite leisurely. Only the top 3 can challenge the first in JoJo. If Ma Jie and the other 2 are unwilling to challenge, then they can only be challenged themselves. As time passed, the rankings at the top of the towering cliffs began to change slightly. Similarly, the rankings displayed on the martial arts hall screens also fluctuated. Suddenly, 2 names surged in from the bottom of the rankings. JoJo 99, Qingshan. JoJo 100, Mao Yu. Qingshan has logged in. In Luoying City and Wui City at different locations, but at the same time, Wan Keshan and Lu Jing both abruptly stopped. In Wuyuan City, Yuan Hongyan's gaze sharpened as he looked at the young man holding a long knife in the picture. Can the first in JoJo be achieved? The first in JoJo, Mao Yu, will definitely take it back. In Tianfu Province, all teachers and students focused on Mao Yu, dressed in red, full of confidence. It started. Above the clouds, dozens of teachers stood up simultaneously, their eyes fixed on the 2 giant screens. Qingshan and Mao Yu raised their hands almost simultaneously, pointing to the ranking list to challenge. The challenge rules permit only challenging opponents ranked up to 10 places higher. However, currently the vast majority of students are in battle, and those who want to challenge can only wait. Mao Yu looked at 91 and 92, both engaged in battle, hesitated slightly, and pointed to the 93rd place. But just as she was about to touch, the color of the name changed, already shifting to a battle state. Looking down, she saw Qingshan's name change as well. Mao Yu frowned slightly, having to continue searching downwards. On the battle platform, hesitation leads to defeat. Qingshan drew his long knife, his steps moving as fast as lightning. No, it's true lightning. Purple lightning surged over the blade, and with his rapid movement, he left a trail of lightning in the air. Clang! The still-sheathed long sword fell to the ground, the head rolling to his feet. Qingshan looked down at the wide-open eyes, and in the past he would have closed his opponent's eyes, but this time was different. Sorry, I'm in a hurry. Qingshan politely apologized, pointing to the ranking list. Mao Yu's name had already shifted to a battle state, or Qingshan glanced at it, and without hesitation pointed to the vacant 85th place. The lightning once again tore through the air. Quick, too fast. All students in Jiaozi's 107 provinces were shocked by Qingshan's speed. Purple lightning flashed, and the opponent vanished. After one battle, they were left in disappointment. Not only Qingshan, but in another screen, Mao Yu also transformed into crimson flames, disappearing from view. The crimson fire flashed and vanished, incinerating the opponent. 1 purple and 1 red lightning and flames continuously left afterimages on the battle platform. Qingshan and Mao Yu's rankings were also rapidly rising. 75, 55, 23, 781, 59, 32. 8 in less than a minute, both of their rankings surged into the top 10. These 2 little guys are quite aggressive. Yi Yukong's lips curled upward, looking at the giant screen in the sky with great interest, stating, it seems their goal is first, let's see whose hands are quicker and who faces Zhou Yunze first. On the top 3 giant screens, apart from Zhou Yunze, who remained vacant, Ma Jie and the 3rd place had just completed a battle. Just as the moment calmed, the light and shadows shifted, and Qingshan and Mao Yu appeared in front of the 2. Lightning and flames tore through the air, and the 2 opponents had no means of resistance. Not good. Lu Jing suddenly stood up, his eyes wide. Qingshan couldn't achieve a one-hit kill when he battled Ma Jie last time, and now he's not even using martial skills. Qingshan has broken his limits. Yi Yukong rubbed the iron ball, feeling emotional, truly worthy of being the only one in 1,000 years. The power and speed exploded from the one-hit kill of Ma Jia had already approached the second transformation of breaking limits, which is the strength of the blood condensation realm. Li Qingshan could only achieve this with the breaking limit. Lu Jing's eyes brightened. Li Qingshan has broken his limit for the first transformation. He can really contend for first with Mao Yu now. Not so fast. Let's see him battle Zhou Yunzi first. Yi Yukong chuckled as he looked up at the two giant screens. Li Qingshan and Mao Yu's opponents collapsed almost simultaneously. However, Li Qingshan's hand was a moment faster. Mao Yu's finger hovered before the ranking list, helplessly pausing. The light and shadows shifted and Li Qingshan and Zhou Yunzi appeared on the battle platform at the same time. Li Qingshan. Zhou Yunzi raised an eyebrow in surprise, shaking his head. To be honest, I didn't expect my first opponent to be you. My backup plan was prepared for Mao Yu. I didn't think it would be used on you. Clang. Li Qingshan drew his sword impatiently, saying, "Stop wasting words, you think too much. It seems you are quite confident in being my opponent, huh?" Zhou Yunzi's brows furrowed. The long staff heavily struck the ground, creating spider web cracks. "Then let's see how much of a backup you can force out of me." "Backup?" Li Qingshan lifted his eyelids slightly, holding his long knife horizontally. "Let me teach you a saying: one trick can conquer the world." Zzz. The electric light crackled, and purple lightning enveloped the blade. The thunderclap blade. Zhou Yunzi's expression remained unchanged. He was well-versed and could recognize it. "It seems you want to practice the 9 heavens wind and thunder blade, but the prerequisite martial skills for a level martial arts are not so easily perfected. Take a look again." With a furious shout, the long knife swung. Whoosh. A fierce wind gusted the blade, light enveloping his entire body. The wind shadow blade is perfected. Shadows of the wind accompany. Dark clouds quickly gathered and electric light surged. The thunderclap blade is perfected. The thunderclouds pressed down on the city. In an instant, the blade light shredded the thunderclouds. Wind and thunder converging rapidly, rotating, the momentum expanding rapidly. In the blink of an eye, a tornado dozens of meters high rose from the ground, and nearly 100 purple lightning serpents swirled around the fierce wind, spiraling and coiling. 9 heavens wind and thunderblade. Zhou Yunzi's pupils constricted without time to react. In just an instant, the tornado was in front of him, sweeping him in. Outside, the fierce wind raged as if a natural disaster had descended. Inside the wind column, it was no longer an image. This was a true natural disaster. Zhou Yunzi's long staff danced in a tight guard, trying to defend against Li Qingshan's slicing strike. However, there was no knife at all. Even the shadow of the blade was invisible. Only fierce wind and thunder. The fierce wind eats away at the bones and souls. As long as there is a slight gap, it can slip in and strip away a layer of flesh. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder roared, and purple lightning carrying overwhelming celestial might descended from the sky. With just one strike, the staff broke, and the person died. The body was swept into the wind, instantly shattered. The long knife suddenly stopped. The wind and thunder dissipated, leaving nothing but chaos. Thud! A bright head fell to the ground, rolling to his feet. A pair of eyes stared wide open. Li Qingshan squatted down, politely closing Zhou Yunzi's eyes, calmly saying, "You really thought too much. I never regarded you as an opponent." "Brother Shan, awesome." Zhao Hongzhou shouted excitedly, jumping 3 meters high, waving his arms vigorously, resembling a large gorilla. Yu Lei and Hong Qian were startled awake by the shout, exchanging glances and bursting into laughter. This scene felt familiar. Back then in the cafeteria of Wuino, one high school, Zhao Hongzhou was similarly ecstatic, wanting to stand on a table to speak, but was pulled back by the two of them. This time it was unnecessary. This was their own turf. Zhao Hongzhou cheered with abandon, expressing his excitement, and the surrounding classmates were also infected, their faces full of eagerness. Li Qingshan. First in Jiuzhou. First in Jiuzhou belongs to us from Luoying. Crossing 2 levels, crushing Zhou Yunzi. This is Li Qingshan's true strength. Mao Yu is definitely not a match. Li Qingshan is sure to win. Amidst the fervent atmosphere, Wan Keshan finally brought the teacup to his lips for the first time, took a sip of cold tea, and smiled at the young man wielding a knife in the picture. Uncle Zhou Yunzi has been defeated. Li Qingshan should be able to win against Mao Yu, right? His niece leaned over to ask, and Wan Keshan did not correct her address.